Who political commissar's eyes sharpened with alertness. Who are you?
What do you mean by that just now?
The person in front of him was elegant and proper, but also radiated a commanding presence that couldn't be ignored. These two conflicting qualities blended perfectly in him, making it hard to overlook. And being able to come into the camp headquarters and meet him alone meant his identity was definitely not simple. But who couldn't understand? What did this person want with him by saying such things? Hadn't his ex-wife and child died during the chaos of war? Could there be something he didn't know? Si Yuan-heng chuckled softly, his clear voice carrying a subtle, hard-to-pin-down meaning. Although we've never met, we share a deep connection. Hu frowned, impatient. Just say what you want to say. Don't play tricks. He was worried about Hu Wei's situation and annoyed with his own predicament, so he had no patience for Si Yuan-heng's roundabout talk. But Si Yuan-heng didn't follow his lead. Instead, he said slowly, "Let me tell you a story." "I'm not interested in stories. If you're not going to say anything, then leave." "I don't want to see you," Hu Commissar shouted, stretching his neck. Unfortunately, not only is Commissar Hu now under detention, but even when he was free, he couldn't command Si Yuanghai due to his rank. Si Yuanghai looked at the emotionally agitated Commissar Hu with a blank expression, his voice calm and frightening. He recounted how Su Yueme, knowing he was married, tried to him but failed, then viciously retaliated by stealing his daughter. After finishing, Si Yuanghai looked at Hu with interest. "Do you guess who I am talking about? Would you like to know how your beloved wife is related to the deaths of your ex-wife and children?" "You're lying. You're definitely lying. I won't believe a word of it." Hu's forehead veins bulged, his eyes widened, and he stared at Si Yuanghai with anger. Perhaps Su Yueme had many faults, but she could never be a shameless woman who knowingly tried to someone already married. And how could she be connected to the deaths of his ex-wife and children? It must be false. All these are lies fabricated by this person. Who kept shaking his head, trying to deny everything, but Si Yuanghai gave him no room for hope. His gentle yet magnetic voice slowly sounded. "Unfortunately, because my daughter's disappearance is related to Su Yueme, I investigated everything about her thoroughly. Not long after she escaped from the medical camp, she met your team. Normally, during marches and battles, people shouldn't be casually taken along, but coincidentally, you encountered an enemy attack and many were injured, including you. Su Yueme stayed at the medical camp for a while, could handle simple wounds, and naturally she stayed." Si Yuanghai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze calm but tinged with subtle mockery. "Commissar Hu, tell me, with everything Su Yueme has done, would she have other thoughts when she meets a young regiment-level officer recently promoted to instructor?" His words hit Hu like a hammer, his face turning pale, lips trembling slightly, and sweat forming on his forehead. He wasn't stupid. He understood the meaning of those words very well. Thinking back to that time, it seemed Su Yueme paid special attention to him, caring for him in every way. But he still couldn't believe it. After that enemy attack, Su Yueme stayed in the medical unit and never left. How could she do anything bad? It was impossible. This must be false. Perhaps because of strong emotional fluctuations, some feelings unconsciously showed on his face. Si Yuaneng raised his eyebrows slightly, speaking softly, but his words delivered a heavy to Commissar Hu. "I found out that Su Yueme once sent a letter to your hometown through someone. We don't know exactly what was written in it. But why do you think she wrote to your hometown?" Before questioning Su Yueme, he only knew that she had delivered a letter through someone. As for the death of Hu Commissar's ex-wife and child, it was completely a trick to deceive Su Yueme. However, from Su Yueme's reaction, it was clear she was involved in some way. But he wasn't interested in investigating the details. His main goal was just to give Hu a slight punishment because they dared to bully Qiao Qiao. Commissar Hu clenched his hair with both hands, lowering his head, so his expression was hidden and his thoughts were unknown. But he kept muttering to himself, "Impossible. No way." Si Yuanheng stood still, a slight smile on his face, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, so quick that no one could catch it. Wasn't he quite capable when bullying his daughter? Now he couldn't handle such a small setback? But unfortunately, it wasn't over yet. When leaving, Si Yuan-hang wore a faint smile. Commander Kong, I won't bother you any longer. Chief, there's no need to say that. It's our honor to have you visit our island. Si Yuan-hang waved his hand. I'm here on a private matter this time. I won't interfere with your affairs. Just follow the rules. After saying that, he didn't stay long and simply walked away. Si Yuan-hang's words about not interfering weren't just politeness. Though he held a high position, he wouldn't meddle in matters that didn't concern him. He and his bodyguards headed back to Yuan Xiao's home. The mother and son were sitting in the yard, around a small round table with sliced mangoes, some pastries they brought, and a teapot steaming nearby. They ate fruit and drank tea, chatting peacefully. The scene was warm and quiet, so pleasant that Si Yuan-hang felt a bit jealous. Go rest at the guest house. There's no danger here, so you don't need to protect us. But, Chief, this is an order. Rarely stern, Si Yuan-hang's face was serious, as if he was delaying his time with his daughter. Yes. The two guards nodded and left in 3 steps, looking back twice. Dad, sit here. Si Jingming quickly moved a stool for Si Yuan-hang and went to get another. On the small table, the golden mango pieces emitted a strong fruity aroma. Si Yuan-hang used a fork to pick up a small piece of food and put it in his mouth. The delicate, smooth texture and just right sweetness made it linger in his mind for a long time. Yuan Xiao raised her hand to pour him a cup of tea. The tea was clear and bright, with a rich aroma. Si Yuan-hang thought this was the best tea he had ever tasted in his life. He felt very happy and looked at Yuan Xiao with kind eyes. Xiao Xiao, your mother and I are both here on leave. We can't stay long. Let me tell you about the family. Our family has only 3 children. Your eldest brother, Si Chun, is in Jinling serving in the army. The second, Jingming, you've met him. He works at the police station in Lin Province. Your mother is the deputy director of the military hospital. I am now working at the military commission. He briefly explained the family situation. Si Yuan-hang then said, Xiao Xiao, you haven't been with us since you were young, so you don't really know about us. It might be hard for you to accept that we are your family all at once. What I want to say is, you don't need to feel pressured. Take it slow. Write letters, make calls, and when you have time, come to Beijing to visit. Your room at home is always waiting for you. Zhou Yinglan also added, Xiao Xiao, your mother-in-law mentioned before that you are not feeling well. We send you money, tickets, and nutritional supplements every month. You need to take good care of yourself. Yuan Xiao quickly refused. You don't need to send me anything. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the 3 members of the Si family look pained, and she realized she had spoken out of turn. She hurried to explain, I'm feeling much better now. Also, I can't finish the milk powder and malt extract at home. Those things are hard to buy, so you should keep them for yourselves to take care of your health. Most importantly, she had her own shopping mall, so she had much more convenience in food and daily necessities. Yuan Xiao didn't want them to feel guilty and give her extra help. Even if they held high positions, they couldn't buy whatever they wanted easily these days. Si Jingming reached out and tousled her hair, smiling. Xiao Xiao, aren't you silly? Just accept what I send you. Look at how thin you've become. From now on, your second brother will send you half of his monthly salary. You can buy whatever you want. He had finally found a sister after searching for so long, and he wanted to love and cherish her. Yuan Xiao rolled her eyes at him and snorted. I don't know who's the fool here. I like someone without even knowing it. When Song Weiqi comes back, I'll take him to meet Yining. Xiao Xiao, I am your real second brother. I won't go around causing trouble, Si Jingming said bitterly with a sad face. Still acting playful, like a child asking for candy, he reached out and shook Yuan Xiao's arm. Xiao Xiao, you have to watch out for your future sister-in-law. Don't let anyone with bad intentions deceive her.
Let go.
Yuan Xiao slapped Jiming's hand, deliberately teasing him. Yining is such a good person, many people like her. I can't keep track of them all. Watching the 2 kids play, Zhou Yinglan and Si Yuan-hang couldn't help but smile. But even though they enjoyed watching, Zhou Yinglan didn't forget the important matter. Jingming, what's going on? When did you start liking Yining? The kids grew up together, so how could they not see any signs between them? If Yining were to become the daughter-in-law, Zhou Yinglan would strongly support it. She knew the girl well and trusted her. Jiming shyly rubbed his nose, blushing a little. He hesitated before saying, Mom, don't ask. Just wait and see the daughter-in-law's tea. The family enjoyed a happy meal and chat. Only Chu Lai was busy working hard. When he returned at night, Wan Xiao was almost asleep. Why are you so late? Feeling sleepy, Wan Xiao mumbled and, half asleep, rolled into Chu Lai's arms, finding a comfortable spot to snuggle. Chu Lai kissed her on the forehead and softly said, Sleep now. Wan Xiao wanted to ask about how to handle comrade Hu Zheng, but she was too tired and fell asleep. A faint mist like light gauze drifted around her. She seemed to hear a melodious flute sound coming from afar. The sound was ethereal and gentle, like crying and pleading, guiding her to keep exploring forward. Through layers of fog, Wan Xiao saw a girl dressed in patched clothes standing with her back turned. She stopped, wanting to ask who she was, but couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, the girl turned around and smiled at her. When Wan Xiao saw her face clearly, her pupils trembled. She was the emaciated original owner. Don't be afraid. I just want to tell you, I am your past self. I crossed over and continued this life. Otherwise, I would have died that morning too. So don't worry. Because of you, I had a great blessing. In my next life, I can be reborn into a happy family. Thank you, Wan Xiao. After saying this, the original owner smiled slightly, and her figure gradually faded away. Don't go. Please don't go. Wan Xiao's hands waved unconsciously in the air, her eyes still tightly closed. Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Chu Lai held her in his arms and softly called her, Xiao Xiao, wake up. Familiar voices pierced her ears, and Wan Xiao heard the urgency in them. She struggled to open her eyes, and what she saw was Chu Lai's worried face. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Seeing her wake up, Chu Lai leaned against the bedhead and held Wan Xiao tightly. Yes, Wan Xiao replied lazily, then told him about her dream. I dreamed of the original owner. She told me we are the same person, connected through past and present. But when I wanted to ask more, she disappeared. Wan Xiao rested her head on Chu Lai's chest and looked up at him, asking with a frown, Do you think I'm just thinking about something so much that I dream about it at night? After being here for so long, I never dreamed once. Why did I have this dream right when I was reconnecting? Chu Lai gently stroked her hair and soothingly said, Maybe it's real. Think about it. She's just a ghost. Why would she lie to you? Wan Xiao frowned and thought about it. It seemed true. Besides, she didn't have the ability to communicate with ghosts. If the original owner didn't come back to find her, she could only think this way. While she was thinking, her finger unconsciously tickled Chu Lai's abs, sending a tingling, electric-like sensation spreading from that spot. Morning was already a tricky time for men, and her accidental action only made Chu Lai more restless. He caught her wandering finger and asked in a husky voice, Xiao Xiao, do you want to do some morning exercise? Startled, Wan Xiao quickly pulled her hand back and then rolled away, putting distance between them, shaking her head like a rattle drum. No way.
Just joking.
Usually it's fine, but now there are 3 people in the guest room. If she really did something, would her face even be recognizable anymore? Seeing her avoid her like a snake, Chu Lai felt both helpless and amused. He reached out his long arm and pulled her back. Be good, I won't move you.
Oh.
Wan Xiao, trapped in his arms, really didn't dare to move. But her warm breath on him was even more tempting than before. Chu Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his inner restlessness. He rested his chin on her head, feeling her softness and warmth. Suddenly, Wan Xiao remembered something she wanted to ask last night. She looked up at Chu Lai. A lie? What kind of punishment will Comrade Hu Zheng receive this time? Unfortunately, for the sake of a spoiled child who cannot tell right from wrong and has no principles, Commander who is not worth sympathy or pity. Wan Xiao nodded in agreement. As long as he gets the punishment he deserves, I will feel at ease. You have no idea. Chu Lai gently pinched Wan Xiao's nose. When I saw him draw his gun, I almost jumped out of my skin. How could I not know? Chu Lai said softly. When I saw you rush forward to fight him, I knew you were probably scared stiff. They looked into each other's eyes, full of guilt. Sorry, Xiao Xiao, for making you worry. Why are you apologizing? You couldn't have predicted Commander, who would pull out a gun. Although Wan Xiao was upset, she didn't want to vent her emotions recklessly. She waved her small fist, puffing up with anger. I just regret not hitting him harder. No, you need to teach me martial arts soon. Chu Lai thought to himself that she didn't hit him lightly either. When he held her, he had definitely kicked a few times. But he still obediently replied, okay, once I finish these few days of work, we'll start. By the way, how come Long Jing and Su Yuemei are still involved with enemy agents? Sorry, Qiao Qiao, the matter isn't over yet. It's still classified, so I can't say. But I can assure you, they will definitely face punishment this time. Wan Xiao nodded obediently. All right, if I can't say, I won't. Their crime of stealing children is definitely not as serious as that of enemy agents. Based on that, they won't get a good result. Yes, you can rest assured about that. Not to mention, he wouldn't let them go easily. Even without the enemy agent issue, her father-in-law wouldn't let those two off lightly. Don't be fooled by Si Yuanhong's gentle and scholarly appearance. If he didn't have some clever tricks, how could he have come this far? Losing his daughter for 20 years, Si Yuanhong wouldn't forgive those two easily. After breakfast, Chu Lai went to work. The remaining four of them had nothing much to do, so they couldn't just stare at each other. Wan Xiao thought for a moment and suggested, how about I take you guys for a tour around the island? Zhou Yinglan smiled and nodded. Good idea. We also want to see the scenery of the island. As they stepped out the door, they saw two guards standing straight nearby, close to Si Yuanhong. As soon as they saw them, the guards hurried over, standing at attention and saluting. Although Si Yuanhong wanted to foster a good relationship with his daughter and didn't want outsiders to disturb them outside the compound, not letting the guards follow would be difficult. This time, he didn't threaten anyone. He softly said, just stay behind us, a little farther back. Yes, Commander. The two received permission, smiled with big white teeth, and slightly lagged behind. They were both young, looking about the same age as themselves. Wan Xiao thought their eyes were very clear, probably a special trait of this era's simplicity. The group leisurely strolled along the seaside. Wan Xiao happily told them funny stories about catching seafood and shared her first experience when she didn't recognize a cat's eye snail and got splashed in the face with water, making Si Jingming laugh loudly. He held his stomach, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Qiao Qiao, you little fool. Wan Xiao was annoyed, took a couple of steps around, and kicked Si Jingming in the back. Unprepared, Si Jingming staggered and fell onto the sand.
Ha ha ha.
Now it was Wan Xiao's turn to laugh at him happily. Si Jingming was not upset but very happy because his sister wanted to play with him. This meant she was slowly accepting them. He got up, brushed the sand off his pants, and grinned. Did you kick enough? If not, second brother will kick you again. Wan Xiao rolled her eyes, pouting proudly. No more kicking, my foot hurts. They continued walking and chatting casually. Before they knew it, they reached near the fishing village. Remembering what happened a couple of days ago, Wan Xiao decided not to take them into the village. Let's go back. What's wrong? Si Yuanhong saw that Wan Xiao looked unusual and quickly asked. Nothing. Wan Xiao pointed ahead to the fishing village and said, something happened a couple of days ago. 2 young men died in the village. Chu Lai found out their deaths were caused by humans and traced it to enemy agents. I don't know if the case is fully resolved, so for safety, it's better not to go to the village for now. There was no urgent reason to go, and it wasn't worth risking. Okay, we'll listen to Qiao Qiao. The family of 4 turned around to go back. Just a few steps away, suddenly a person appeared from a side path. Si Yuanheng instinctively pulled Wan Xiao behind him. The two guards quickly moved beside Si Yuanheng, looking alert at the stranger, their right hands already on their guns. Seeing who it was, Wan Xiao relaxed. It was that crazy old man. He had messy hair with a small wildflower stuck in it and was holding a tool in his hand. Seeing Wan Xiao, he grinned and didn't say anything, just ran off. Si Yuanheng looked after him for a while before speaking. Qiao Qiao, do you know that person? He's a fisherman from the village, rescued from the sea over 10 years ago. However, he has mental health issues and has been acting strangely all these years. Chu Lai has been investigating the crazy old man. Since the only clue is that he fell into the sea, there hasn't been much progress. Wan Xiao saw Si Yuanheng seem to recognize the old man and was lost in thought. She asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" "Nothing. Let's go." Si Yuanheng shook his head and said nothing more, but he felt like he had seen those eyes somewhere before. The old man was unkempt, with a messy beard covering part of his face, making it hard for him to remember. Wan Xiao didn't think someone from Jing City would be involved with a crazy old man from an island, so after Si Yuanheng finished speaking, she paid no more attention. The group turned back the way they came. "Tomorrow we can visit the coconut grove. There's also a mango orchard there." Si Jingming agreed. "Good idea. Let's buy more mangoes and make some dried mango snacks." Some friends had helped find clues about Wan Xiao before. Now that they found the person, giving some homemade dried mangoes was a nice way to show appreciation. At the gate, they met Director Pan, who looked like he hadn't found the person and was about to leave. "Hello, Chief." Director Pan saluted Si Yuanheng first, then said, "I need to talk to Wan Xiao about something." Wan Xiao pushed open the door. "Come inside and tell me." Inside, Zhou Yinglan politely said, "Qiao Qiao, you talk with Director Pan. We'll go upstairs first." Director Pan quickly said, "It's nothing secret. Everyone can listen and help give ideas."
Oh,
"What is it?" Hearing this, Si Jingming became interested. Si Yuanheng and Zhou Yinglan also sat down. He explained, recently, Wan Xiao and Minghui submitted a report about producing goods independently to create jobs for military families. Director Pan took out the report and handed it to Si Yuanheng, then said, "We discussed this at a meeting. Because of Deputy Hu's opposition, it hasn't been approved yet. But I personally think this plan is very promising. If it's implemented, it could help settle many military families and might even boost the island's economy. I came today to discuss some details with Wan Xiao and also to ask you, Commander Si, to review the report and see if it can be approved." Si Yuanheng glanced at Director Pan without saying anything, then picked up the report and started reading. The report was based on ideas from Wan Xiao and written by Minghui. To be truthful, Wan Xiao only outlined the main ideas. The detailed implementation was not included. After reading, Si Yuanheng did not rush to give his opinion. Instead, he asked Comrade Hu Qianjin, "Do you see any problems?" Political Commissar, who said that sales are a big issue. The supply and marketing cooperative works with various daily chemical factories. How can a small workshop on the island compete with them? Also, building a factory, buying soap-making raw materials and tools, and other expenses costs a lot. The military budget is already tight. He rambled on with many reasons, but in Si Yuanheng's view, those were just excuses that Commissar, who used to avoid letting Wan Xiao take the spotlight. Even if the soap doesn't sell well, why not produce and sell it locally? There are so many soldiers in the army. Who doesn't need to wash their face, clothes, or hair? Besides, there's no road that can't be taken and no product that can't be sold. Si Yuanheng still didn't express his opinion. He continued, "Do you think he's right?" Director Pan immediately shook his head. "I don't agree with his view. Most of the families on the island come from rural areas. Many need to support their parents and siblings back home, so life isn't easy. That's why many families are eager to find jobs. But the island is small, with limited positions, and our resettlement work is difficult. If the soap factory is built, this problem could be greatly eased. Of course, that's not the only benefit. Although coconuts are relatively durable among fruits, they can't be stored for too long. Due to transportation limits, it's impossible to send them to distant cities, so we need to consider coconut sales. But if the factory is built, fruit farmers won't have to worry about this anymore. Director Pan explained, emphasizing the benefits of building the factory. Of course, nothing is without risks, but compared to the benefits, those risks are manageable. Si Yuanhang listened quietly, then looked at Wan Xiao with a proud smile, full of admiration. I didn't expect my daughter to be so smart. Your daughter? Director Pan was a bit taken aback. Wasn't Wan Xiao from the Yushu Brigade? How did she become the leader's daughter? Yes, Wan Xiao is my long-lost biological daughter. I came here this time to find her and reunite. Si Yuanhang spoke calmly, but for Director Pan, it was like a thunderbolt. He admitted that he had good intentions. The position of comrade who was vacant, and everyone wanted to move up and get promoted. With no help from home, he could only think of his own ways. Today, he came mainly to ask Wan Xiao for a favor from Chu Lai and to see if he could make a good impression on the leader. He never expected that the leader would find out such a big secret. After being shocked, Director Pan forced himself to calm down quickly, and his mind was racing. The leader's family connection was not made public, so telling him this news was probably just to support Wan Xiao without making it obvious. It seems he made the right move. Director Pan smiled and congratulated him. That's really great news. Congratulations, leader, and congratulations to Wan Xiao. Yes, it's truly a happy event, said the leader, with a warm smile and a gentle, caring look in his eyes. He returned the report to Director Pan and spoke calmly, without showing any emotion. Suggestions that help development should be supported strongly, but they also need to consider the actual situation. This is your internal matter, so I won't comment. You should discuss it in your meeting and decide afterward. Understood, leader. I'll go now, said Director Pan, smiling. After seeing off the smiling Director Pan, Wan Xiao looked at Si Yuanhang with confusion. You didn't say anything either. Why does he look so happy, like a fool? Zhou Yinglan couldn't help but laugh, gently patting Wan Xiao's head and softly explaining, You silly child, that report was done by you and Ming Hui together. Why do you think he came today just to see you? Wan Xiao blinked, not understanding. Isn't he here to ask her for details? Oh, it seems he didn't ask much in the end. Zhou Yinglan patiently explained all the twists and turns, from Director Pan's purpose for today's visit to the meaning behind every word Si Yuanhang said. Wan Xiao, feeling exhausted, leaned back on the sofa cushion and sighed. Oh my, Director Pan is so sneaky. He's almost like a genius. Why is he so clever? And your way of speaking only revealing a third of the truth. Most people wouldn't understand it. Luckily, she wasn't involved in politics. Otherwise, she'd be sold and have to pay for it herself. Si Jingming was definitely a very good brother who could provide emotional support. He was worried Wan Xiao might feel inferior, so he quickly said, Our Xiao Xiao is smart too, but your mind isn't focused on this. Look at that soap. Didn't someone just say something and then it was made? Many college students wouldn't be able to do that. When mentioning this, Si Yuanhang couldn't help but think of Ruo Xiao still being illiterate. He tentatively asked, Xiao Xiao, do you have any thoughts about studying? Ruo Xiao smiled confidently and said, A lie is already teaching me. I've almost finished elementary school content. In a few days, I'll take the elementary school graduation exam, then move on to middle and high school subjects. You're already done with elementary school so quickly? Si Yuanhang was truly surprised. Yes, elementary school isn't hard. As long as I study carefully, I can learn quickly. A lie also teaches me very well. Hearing his daughter's ambition, Si Yuanhang felt very happy. He didn't expect her to achieve high academic levels, but he hoped she could understand life better through reading. In the following days, the Si family went to the sea, dried mangoes, and played happily. Only Chu Lai was busy going out early and returning late, rarely seen. When Si Yuanhang and Zhou Yinglan's holiday ended and they had to leave, Chu Lai finally finished his busy work. He returned home under the night sky with good news. Hu Qianjin, Su Yueme, and Long Jing's verdict has been made. What was the verdict? Tell me quickly. Ruoqiao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grabbed Chu Lai's arm. Since she arrived on the island, she had a grudge against them. Ruoqiao didn't hide her glee at this moment. Chu Lai's eyes curved slightly, showing a loving smile. He simply said, Long Jing and Su Yuemei didn't join the enemy spy organization, but they accepted the tasks assigned to them, so they're sentenced to 20 years in prison. Hu Qianjin is guilty of multiple crimes, expelled from the party, stripped of all positions, and sentenced to life imprisonment.
Great.
Ruoqiao clapped happily. The bad guys finally got their punishment. It's time to celebrate with champagne. If it were just personal revenge, it wouldn't be a matter of life and death. But since they collaborated with enemies and committed acts that endangered national security, any punishment is justified. Even a death sentence wouldn't be unfair. I haven't finished yet, Chu Lai said with a playful look at Ruoqiao. After saying this, he stopped, deliberately teasing her. He sat beside her, his high nose like a towering mountain, complementing his already handsome features, making his profile look even more perfect. Even though Ruoqiao saw this handsome face every day, she couldn't help but be momentarily distracted, lost in a daze. However, she quickly snapped out of her brief daze and was not swayed by her beauty. She lifted her small foot and kicked his calf, urging, "Hurry up and speak." Since that kick wasn't very hard, for Chu Lai it was more like a tickle. He didn't mind at all. Sitting nearby, Zhou Yinglan watched this scene and secretly felt anxious. Chu Lai is usually the type to act directly, without much talking. He is quick and good at fighting. Whether the kids are older or younger than him, they all respect him and don't dare to provoke him easily. Although she knew Chu Lai wouldn't hurt Xiao Qiao because of his good manners, Xiao Qiao kicking Chu Lai in front of them might upset him and cause a quarrel over face. She nervously watched Chu Lai's expression, about to smooth things over, when she saw that Chu Lai not only didn't mind Xiao Qiao's small action but even showed a hint of a loving smile, saying, "I'm tough, so don't kick me so hard you hurt your foot." Zhou Yinglan was silent, wondering if she was getting old and losing her sense of rhythm. But seeing the good relationship between the young couple, she felt relieved. Over there, Wan Xiao shot Chu Lai a glare. He looked serious and cold on the surface, hard to approach, but privately, he was quite flirtatious. But right now, she didn't want to hear anything else. Wan Xiao signaled with her eyes, urging him to speak quickly and not to delay. Chu Lai smiled indulgently and spoke in a deep voice. This matter started because of Long Jing's son, so Yangcheng will also have corresponding consequences for his son. The military stance is that Zhao Liyan and Hu Lijing will be forcibly discharged. Although China's laws don't follow the principle of collective punishment, when it involves enemy agents, being cautious is always better. Both women are in the cultural troupe and will perform at different locations. Who knows if they might be exploited for unexpected purposes? So it's better not to give them that chance. This was something Wan Xiao hadn't expected. Wow, why is the response so quick and so strict this time? Chu Lai subtly glanced at Si Yuanyang. With such an important figure present, who would dare to delay? Moreover, when it involves enemy agents, extra caution and severity are necessary. Any matters related to enemy agents must be handled seriously. That's true. Wan Xiao nodded in agreement. Hey, wait, why are Bai Yanliang and Fan Jianfine? Aren't they also family members? Thinking about today's events, Chu Lai showed a look of disdain and mild mockery, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. They have already filed for divorce. Well, that's good. Everyone is fleeing when trouble hits. Did the military approve? Chu Lai shook his head. Not yet, but since there are issues with enemy spies first, this kind of clear-cut action will probably be approved. Even if they leave, it will surely have some impact on them. Anyway, hearing this result, Wan Xiao felt very happy, and even the small sadness of parting was swept away. Seeing Wan Xiao smile with her eyes curved, Si Jingming quickly stepped forward to take credit. Xiao, don't worry. When we get back, second brother will also take good care of the Wan and Bai families. Wan Xiao's sweet voice said, "Thank you, second brother. It's only right that those who do wrong face some punishment." When she called him second brother again, Si Jingming's smile almost couldn't be contained. Why thank a real sibling? He appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was excited. Haha, since my sister called me second brother first, I'll call my eldest brother tomorrow and make him jealous. No matter how much they dislike leaving, the time has come, and they must go back. At the dock, Zhou Yinglan held Ruan Xiao's hand, reluctant to let go, repeatedly reminding her, Qiao Qiao, take good care of yourself. Write us lots of letters. After a few days together, Ruan Xiao also felt a bit reluctant. She nodded firmly. Yes, I understand.
Don't worry, Mom.
You too, take good care of yourself. Then she turned to Si Yuanhang. Dad, you also need to take care of your health. Si Yuanhang, rarely losing control of his emotions, patted Ruan Xiao's head. Afraid his voice would choke, he simply replied, and Si Jingming squeezed next to Ruan Xiao, looking at her eagerly. What about me? Don't you want to say something to second brother? After spending time together, Ruan Xiao finally realized that this second brother was really a lively character, always joking and good at lightening the mood. But if she had seen Si Jingming interrogating prisoners, she probably wouldn't say that. She pushed his head away slightly annoyed. You'd better hurry up and marry my sister-in-law. Be careful, or she might run away, and you'll regret it too late. Si Jingming pouted and muttered unhappily, How can you be such a sister who doesn't wish me well? No. Say it again. You're just a 3-year-old, so childish. No matter, say it again. Si Jingming stubbornly looked at Ruan Xiao. All right. Ruan Xiao said impatiently but honestly. I hope my second brother stays safe and sound, gets married to Yining soon, and has 2 children in 3 years. That would be good, right? The last sentence made Si Jingming blush deeply. He reached out a finger and gently tapped Ruan Xiao's head, then snorted and stopped fussing. As the ferry set sail, it was finally time to say goodbye. The Si family, carrying the souvenirs they had prepared for Ruan Xiao, boarded the boat and quickly moved to the stern. The boat had already gone far, but they kept waving goodbye. Ruan Xiao watched them until she could no longer see their figures. Chu Lai saw Ruan Xiao's eyes were red and quickly comforted her. Don't be sad. If you miss them, we can go to Beijing to see them. Ruan Xiao glared at him. This isn't the 21st century. Just say the word, and I'll take a plane. Taking the ferry off the island, then transferring to Yangcheng, takes about 30 hours. From Yangcheng to Beijing by train, it takes over 50 hours. This round trip would take at least 7 or 8 days. Chu Lai doesn't have such a long holiday, so he can't just leave whenever he wants. Plus, with such a short time together, forming deep feelings is unlikely. But maybe because of their blood ties, or because the Si family truly paid special attention to her, Ruan Xiao felt a warmth she had never experienced before. So, she was genuinely a bit reluctant to leave them. Not wanting Ruan Xiao to fall into sadness over parting, Chu Lai joked self-deprecatingly, I probably can't take a plane now. My rank isn't high enough. Once I get promoted, I'll take you on a plane. For now, you'll have to settle for the train. Ruan Xiao nodded seriously. Then you'd better work hard. I'm waiting to be taken flying. They exchanged smiles, their eyes full of understanding without needing words. Laughing and chatting, they arrived at the entrance of the residential area and parted ways. Chu Lai went to work, and Ruan Xiao went home. They didn't make a big fuss about Ruan Xiao being the daughter of a high-ranking official, just a family of 4 coming and going naturally, so some people would ask. Ruan Xiao simply told the truth about their relationship. She felt it was nothing special. Being related by blood isn't something to hide. But Si Yuanhang had 2 guards with him, so it was clear he held a high rank. Everyone's attitude toward Ruan Xiao was especially warm. As soon as she entered the residential compound, someone greeted her with a smile. Ruan Xiao, are your parents back? The speaker was Zheng Yun, the wife of the 3rd Corps commander. Their homes were far apart, and they usually only nodded politely when they met. Today, she took the initiative to start a conversation. Yes, the holiday is over, so they had to go back to work, Ruan Xiao replied politely and kept walking. Don't rush off yet, come chat for a bit. Zheng Yun then came over and pulled Ruan Xiao aside. Anyway, no one is at home. What's the point of you going back alone? At this moment, someone echoed, Yeah, let's all chat together. You don't usually come out. What have you been busy with? Wan Xiao didn't like to gossip with them about trivial matters, so she mostly interacted with Ming Hui and a few others. But even a fool knew not to say such things openly. She smiled softly, her eyes bright and charming like stars. Chu Lai taught me how to read before. I've been studying at home all this time. After saying this, Wan Xiao slightly lowered her head, pretending to feel a bit shy. Since they asked, she took the opportunity to share this news, avoiding trouble when she takes her graduation exam later. Everyone was truly surprised this time. One person said, You're studying on your own? That's asking for trouble. When I took the literacy class, I found those words so boring. We're too old to learn now, but Wan Xiao is still young, different from us. Zheng Yin smiled and said, Wan Xiao isn't just young. She's also smart. Didn't you hear? She came up with a soap recipe and already reported to build a factory. When that happens, our military families will have more job opportunities. We should thank Wan Xiao for that. Hearing about such good news, everyone looked at Wan Xiao eagerly and asked in unison, Really? When will the factory start? For Wan Xiao, what are the requirements for working there? Do you think I can do it? Oh, my family's conditions aren't good. If they're hiring, they should prioritize us, right? The three women started arguing, and with over a dozen people present, Wan Xiao's head was about to explode. She waved her hand and shouted loudly, Stop! Her gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Zheng Yun. Her eyes were cold, and her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Although the report has been submitted, whether it gets approved or not, and when, is still unknown. I only made a suggestion. The actual implementation will be arranged by the military later. It's not up to me. As for the hiring standards, I don't know either. But I think Sister Zheng is quite well informed. Why don't you come and explain it to everyone? Zheng Yin awkwardly smiled and tugged at her lips. Sigh, I don't really know much. I just heard Lao Chen mention it. I think it's a good thing, so I shared it for everyone to be happy. Wan Xiao nodded and said calmly, I believe Sister Zheng. But if it's not confirmed yet, we shouldn't guess too much, to avoid getting our hopes up for nothing. Actually, Wan Xiao knew that the factory was almost ready, but she couldn't say much about it, or she might seem too special and cause others to feel unhappy. This matter was brushed aside for now, but how everyone truly felt about it remained unknown. Wan Xiao initially planned to stay a little longer and then find an excuse to leave, but before she could go, someone brought up Su Yueme's situation. Wan Xiao, do you know what Su Yueme did? Ever since that day she was taken by your dad's people to the army, she hasn't come back. I don't know, Wan Xiao frowned, looking troubled. Men's work stuff shouldn't be asked about lightly. Even if I asked, they wouldn't tell me. The story about Su Yueme colluding with enemies wouldn't be widely spread, so Wan Xiao decided not to mention the kidnapping either, to avoid unnecessary rumors and misunderstandings. She found this kind of chat boring and smiled shyly. You guys chat slowly, I need to go home and use the bathroom. She stood up, turned to leave, but before she could walk away, she saw Ching Chong rushing over, carrying Dong Dong Mei, who was covered in blood. Spring Grass's mother was a few steps behind, still scolding loudly.
Oh my, what happened to Dong Dong Mei?
Dong Dong Mei was kind and well-behaved, liked by everyone in the courtyard. Seeing her like this, people quickly went to ask what was wrong. Spring Grass's mother looked impatient and said, Oh, it's nothing serious. She just fell accidentally. Ching Chong is taking her to the hospital. We're leaving now. But as they got closer, it was clear to see the obvious slap marks on Dong Dong Mei's face. Everyone understood what had happened.
Wow, she was hit?
How could anyone do this? What do you mean? What happened? We already said Dong Dong Mei fell by herself. Why are you spreading rumors? Even if the couple argued, what does that have to do with you? Spring Grass's mother glared fiercely, hands on her hips, ready to tear anyone apart who dared to speak carelessly. Are you all blind? The person who had spoken before rolled their eyes in annoyance and turned to leave. We can't control this. Sister Wang has the right to manage her family, right? I'll go find her and ask her personally. Initially, Everyone advised her not to marry, but she insisted on going her own way. Now, only a short time after the wedding, she is suffering from domestic violence. It's truly sad. Even if we ignore their shallow relationship, considering Dong Dongmei is the daughter of a martyr, we can't just stand by. Besides, Wan Xiao definitely disapproves of a man who abuses his wife. Wan Xiao frowned deeply, her small face cold and serious. Enough, stop arguing. Are you planning to silence her forever? She's like this. Why don't you take her to the hospital quickly? Wan Xiao, you can't just accuse us without proof. We didn't. Shut up. Wan Xiao snapped. Hurry up and take her to the hospital. Is arguing more important than her life? If I say one more word, I will report to Director Chu and Commander Kong to investigate your motives. What are you trying to do by harming a martyr's child? Spring Grass's mother sighed and reluctantly shut her mouth, muttering about meddling in others' affairs as she turned to leave. Wan Xiao hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. She was worried something serious might happen. With Spring Grass's mother and Chung Chang's reckless attitude, they wouldn't care about Dong Dongmei. She decided to go and see what was happening. Once Director Wang's family arrived, she would return home. At the hospital, the doctor cleaned the blood from Dong Dongmei's face. Only then did Wan Xiao notice a long wound, about 4 or 5 centimeters, on her forehead, slightly above the temple. Wan Xiao gasped in shock. If the wound had been a little lower, Dong Dongmei's life might have been lost. She glanced sideways at the mother and son, who looked completely indifferent. Cheng Chang even seemed impatient to leave. Spring Grass's mother whispered nearby, "Wait a bit longer, or it will be hard to explain to the Wang family." What's hard to explain? Dong Dongmei is already married into our family. She's part of the Chung family. Even if I beat her to death, the Wang family wouldn't say a word. Keep your voice down. Spring Grass's mother secretly glanced at Wan Xiao, then gently patted Ching Chang's arm. She wasn't afraid of Wan Xiao, but was worried about Chu Lai. That cold-faced king was not just a nickname. In the past, anyone who spoke badly of Wan Xiao in the family compound had their husbands beaten by Chu Lai. Old Cheng's skills were enough to leave him battered, and she would have to take care of him. Mom, as long as you're here, it's fine. I'm not a doctor. Why do I have to stay? They're waiting for me to go play cards. After saying that, Cheng Chang ignored Spring Grass's mother's protests and strode off. His wife was unconscious from his beating, yet he still wanted to go play cards. Isn't that inhuman? Wan Xiao clenched her fists in anger. She spoke softly, with a strong tone of threat. Cheng Chang, if you dare step out of the hospital before Dongmei wakes up, I will have Chu Lai break your legs.
How dare you?
Cheng Chang glared at Wan Xiao with resentment, his eyes rolling wildly, making him look very fierce. He chuckled lightly, with a calm tone and a teasing look. Try me if you don't believe. Cheng Chang clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he asked, "This is our family matter. What does it have to do with you? Is it wrong for me to mind my own business?" Wan Xiao rolled her eyes and ignored him completely.
You.
Cheng Chang was so angry he couldn't speak, but he didn't dare really do anything to Wan Xiao. He kicked the wall and cursed under his breath, then sat down heavily on a bench, breathing heavily in frustration. The first person from the Wang family to come over was Wang Xiaoshan, a young boy with an angry face. He hurriedly went to check on Dongmei's condition at the hospital, then turned around and punched Ching Chang. "You! Dongmei has been with my family for so many years, and no one has laid a finger on her. How dare you beat her into the hospital? I'll kill you!" As he spoke, his fists kept pounding down. The first punch caught Ching Chang off guard, but how could he just take the hit silently after that? Ching Chang quickly fought back, cursing as he did so. What if I hit her? Men hitting their wives is normal. Even the King of Heaven can't interfere. These words only made things worse. Wang Xiaoshan's forehead veins bulged with anger, and he ignored the punches hitting him, fighting fiercely with Ching Chang. "Why are you hitting my son? Let go of him." Spring Grass's mother, who always loved Ching Chang, couldn't just watch him get beaten. She rushed forward to pull Wang Xiaoshan away. Wan Xiao grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her back, pretending to be concerned. Fists have no eyes. Old lady, you should stay out of this. She was thinking that Wang Xiaoshan should hit him a few more times so that Ching Chong, the domestic abuser, could also taste what it felt like to be beaten. Let me go, Spring Grass's mother shouted anxiously, but because Wan Xiao held her tightly by the collar, she couldn't use her hands to struggle, unable to loosen Wan Xiao's grip. At this moment, the wife of Director Wang ran over, panting heavily. She glanced at the scene briefly, then ignored it and went to ask the doctor about Dongmei's condition. Her wound is irregular, so she needed 10 stitches. She also has some scratches, but those aren't serious. Wang's wife asked anxiously, so why hasn't Dongmei woken up yet? The doctor shook his head. Based on her head injury, the patient was likely knocked out by a strong. When she will wake up is uncertain. Currently, there are no brain examination tools available. Based on her condition, the chance of brain damage is low, but we need to wait until she is awake to observe further before making a conclusion. This result doesn't reassure anyone. Dongmei is still unconscious, and there's nothing much we can do. We can only pray she wakes up soon. Sister Wang wiped her tears and coldly asked Ching Chong, what did Dongmei do wrong to make you hurt her so badly? Ching Chong, who had been separated from the crowd, was grimacing as he rubbed his sore left cheek. He snorted and said, she fell on her own. He had only pushed her, so if Dongmei couldn't keep her balance, who could she blame? Wang Xiaoshan angrily jumped up and shouted, nonsense. Did Dongmei's slap marks on her face also come from her falling? Shut up. You have no right to speak here, Sister Wang scolded Wang Xiaoshan. She then turned to Ching Chong and asked, my daughter Dongmei is gentle and never gets into fights. Tell me, what mistake did she make that made you beat her so badly she had to go to the hospital? Ching Chong hesitated and couldn't answer. What could he say? That he hit her because she refused to give him money for gambling? That would just make him look terrible. Oh, dear mother-in-law, it was just a little argument between a young couple. We lost control of the force for a moment. When we get back, I'll definitely scold Ching Chong. Please don't be upset. Chun Chao's mother smiled and tried to smooth things over. Her tone made Sister Wang even more annoyed. Your family's way of joking around is really special, Sister Wang said with a gentle but angry face. Chung family's stubborn attitude made her furious. She didn't want to waste more words on them. Xiaoshan, go to the military to find your dad. Tell him Dongmei was beaten into unconsciousness and ask him to come handle it. Okay. Wang Xiaoshan eagerly agreed and rushed out quickly.
Hey.
Chun Chao's mother tried to stop Wang Xiaoshan, but missed him completely. She wanted to say something to Sister Wang, but she was ignored. Wan Xiao, thank you so much, Sister Wang said as she approached Wan Xiao. I didn't do much, no need to thank me. Wan Xiao looked at Dongmei, still unconscious, and sighed. This is a family matter, and Director Wang's family is responsible. She had no right to say anything. Wang's wife, you are here, so I will go back first. Okay, Wang's wife. She forced a small smile. When I have free time, I will come to thank you. Wan Xiao waved her hand to refuse. There's really no need to thank me. You take care of Dongmei. I am leaving now. Because of these two things, Wan Xiao felt unhappy all day. At night, Chu Lai came home from work. Seeing her in a bad mood, he tried many ways to cheer her up. Honey, let's go to the sea tonight. You wear your diving gear and I will take you underwater to play. Wan Xiao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new world. She happily said, I never thought of doing this before. She nodded excitedly, her eyes full of curiosity and anticipation, her small face full of joy. Yes. Also, let me experience how fast fish can go. Chu Lai smiled gently, showing a loving look. Okay, your husband will take you to race in the water. As night fell, Wan Xiao pulled Chu Lai along and left quickly. She was eager to try this new experience. The sea breeze brushed her face, bringing a cool feeling. The two of them walked along the beach to the rocks where they had gone diving before. They carefully looked around to make sure no one would suddenly appear. Only then did Yuan Xiao go into the warehouse and quickly change into the diving gear bought at the mall. Chulai entered the water and truly felt like a free fish. Not only could he breathe easily without obstacles, but not wearing goggles did not affect his vision at all. He held Yuan Xiao's hand tightly with his left hand, and with his right hand, he moved easily with one arm, swimming so fast that it was amazing. Today, Chulai's goal was just to help Yuan Xiao relax and forget her worries. Yuan Xiao had learned to dive in her past life, and with Chulai there, they swam freely downward until they reached a coral area. The mysterious underwater world, with coral clusters like a huge underwater castle. Their strange shapes and bright colors, moving with the water, painted a stunning picture. So beautiful. Yuan Xiao was deeply captivated by the scenery in front of her. She couldn't help but smile happily and even gave a big thumbs up. Seeing her adorable look, Chulai smiled affectionately, gently touched her head, then let go so she could play freely. Yuan Xiao, like a little mermaid, happily swam through the water, enjoying the beautiful coral scenery to her heart's content. Suddenly, she noticed something flashing with a blue light. Curious, she swam closer and looked carefully. She realized it was a conch growing on the coral reef. But unlike a normal conch, this one's shell had raised areas glowing with a soft blue light. A conch pearl? Wow, this is lucky. Wealth is coming, and nothing can stop it. Yuan Xiao tilted her head slightly, made a gesture to Chulai, then took out a small shovel, signaling him to help her pry off the conch tightly attached to the reef. The conch suction is very strong. Without skill and strength, it's impossible to remove it, so Yuan Xiao didn't hesitate to call for help. Chulai had never been in love before and didn't know much about what women liked, like conch pearls. In his mind, a conch was just a kind of seafood. Since his wife gave an order, he would naturally do as she asked. Yuan Xiao pointed to the pearl inside the conch and asked Chulai to help find more like it. She couldn't speak openly, but with their understanding, Chulai immediately understood her meaning. The two of them carefully searched around the colorful coral reef. In fact, forming conch pearls is not easy. Only when the conch's digestive system encounters foreign objects that it cannot digest does the pearl layer start to slowly form a pearl. At first, Yuan Xiao was just hoping to try her luck, but unexpectedly, they found quite a few. They kept exploring the reef and ended up discovering more than 10 conch pearls. Back on shore, Chulai asked in surprise, "What's special about these conchs?" His wife's face was beaming with a smile. "Look here," Yuan Xiao pointed with her finger at a raised spot, showing Chulai. "This is a conch pearl. One of good quality can sell for hundreds of thousands. Even the most ordinary ones are worth a few thousand. The rarest thing is that these are wild and very scarce." Chulai was amazed. He hadn't expected these seemingly ordinary conchs to hide such precious treasures. "Then I'll go down and find some more for you," he said. Yuan Xiao pulled him and said with a playful tone, "It's not so easy to find. These are rare and hard to come by." Seeing her eager expression, Chulai said, "Then we'll keep these pearls. Later, I'll learn how to polish them into a bracelet for you to wear. You can't wear them, so what's the point? Just sell them for money. I want to save up and buy some pills." "No need, if you like it, keep it," Chulai said firmly. "I'm going down to fish and sell the catch. The ocean isn't polluted now. So many rare fish can be caught easily. If I go a few more times, I can save up some money." After speaking, he grabbed his fishing net and dove back into the sea. Without Yuan Xiao by his side, Chulai's speed increased. He swam toward the deep ocean to catch valuable fish. That night, Chulai went back and forth 3 times. Yuan Xiao's small savings increased by 280,000 shopping coins, making her almost laugh in her sleep from happiness. The next day, after tidying up, Yuan Xiao heard someone call at the gate. "Is Yuan Xiao home?" She looked out and saw Dong Dongmei. Dong Dongmei still had a bandage on her forehead and looked unwell, but overall, she seemed somehow different. Coming quickly, Yuan Xiao hurried out to greet Dong Dongmei. Dong Dongmei confidently approached and smiled as she said, "Yesterday you helped me, so I came to thank you." Her eyes stayed on Yuan Xiao's face, as if she was trying to figure something out. Wan Xiao touched her face, confused, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there dirt on my face?" "No, I was just thinking. When I first saw you, you looked very thin. In less than 3 months, you've changed so much, like you've been reborn." Thinking back to when she first arrived, the original owner was very thin and looked unwell. Compared to now, she had truly transformed. Wan Xiao smiled. "When I was in the countryside, I never had a full meal. Now I eat well every day, and I even get nutritional supplements sent by my family. That's why I've improved." Dong Dongmei also smiled and hesitated before saying, "Actually, I came today to ask for your opinion on something."
Me?
Wan Xiao was a bit surprised. Their friendship wasn't that close yet, was it? "Yes," Dong Dongmei nodded. "I want a divorce, Cheng Chong. I want to hear what you think." Wan Xiao thought to herself, "I would definitely agree because domestic violence is unacceptable. But times are different now, and even in the 21st century, many people endure unhappy marriages for various reasons and stay together for a lifetime. Moreover, in this era where divorce is seen as shameful, it's not easy to advise someone to divorce. Have you asked Director Wang and his wife? They truly care about you. Whatever you think, they will support you." I tested the waters. Thinking about what happened yesterday, a bitter feeling spread in her heart, but it was quickly ignored by Dong Dongmei. "Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang are really kind to me. They also got angry for me yesterday, but they don't really agree with the divorce." Wan Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting it to be like this. But then she thought about their era, and it made more sense. Most people believe that couples should try to reconcile rather than divorce, and it's normal for couples to argue and have fights. No one would divorce just because they had a disagreement. That depends on your own decision. No matter what, Wan Xiao wouldn't give her opinion easily. If she did, and the couple made up later, she would feel awkward. Dong Dongmei looked at her for a while after hearing this, then finally seemed to give up and grit her teeth, saying clearly, "Would you like a cup of your favorite sweet mango milk tea?" Wan Xiao stared at her in shock, unable to speak properly for a moment.
You.
That was her favorite milk tea flavor from her past life. Only a few close friends knew she always ordered this. How could Dong Dongmei know? Could Dong Dongmei also be from another world? But since she wasn't sure, Wan Xiao didn't dare to ask. She kept her lips pressed and stared at Dong Dongmei without saying a word. Dong Dongmei grinned brightly, smiling like the sun. "Wan Xiao, have you finished your macroeconomics homework? Can I copy yours?" Wan Xiao looked at her in surprise, hesitating before calling out a name. "Dong Dongmei?" Dong Dongmei nodded proudly. "Yep, it's me." "Surprised, huh? Unexpected, right?" "How come you're here too? How did you recognize me?" Wan Xiao rushed over and hugged Dong Dongmei tightly, tears of excitement streaming down her face. They were college roommates and classmates, best friends, someone she thought she'd never see again in this life. Who knew they would meet again in another world? "Let go. You're about to strangle me." Dong Dongmei pushed her away with a roll of her eyes and said, "I finally got a second chance at life, and you want to send me away right after I arrive?"
Hee.
Wan Xiao laughed foolishly, hugging her arm. "Tell me what's really going on?" "I have no idea either. You suddenly did something strange. Yesterday was Chi-Chi's special day. I bought 100 cups of your favorite sweet mango milk tea to pay respects, and I ended up like this. And right after I arrived, I got hit on the head. It made her so angry. So, how did you recognize me? I didn't do anything out of line. Even with my clothes, I just followed the trend of wearing loose, baggy outfits. I didn't dare secretly tighten my waist or stand out." Dong Dongmei snorted. "I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. Even if you change your look, I can still tell it's you. No matter how much I try to hide myself normally, my words and actions are still a bit different from people of this time. If someone knows me well, they can notice. Plus, we sleep in the same bed, and my appearance still resembles my past self by about 60 or 70%. And during the earlier test, your reaction definitely gave you away." Dong Dongmei sighed softly. "Who else would be so unkind? I already gave you clues, and you still won't admit it." Feeling guilty, Yuan Xiao gently touched her nose and weakly argued, "Well, I didn't recognize you because you look different from last time. I was a bit confused." Humph. Yuan Xiao quickly raised 3 fingers and said, "I'll cook for you as an apology, 3 meals." Dong Dongmei proudly turned her head away, swallowed hard, and said not very confidently, "No way. At least 5 meals. All right, deal." After bargaining like kids, Yuan Xiao then asked about yesterday. "Ugh, don't remind me." Dong Dongmei sighed and said, "The original owner was really so naive. Do you know why she insisted on marrying Ching Chong? Because she was bullied by him. That day was Cheng Chun Chao's birthday. She took the original owner to her house for a meal, and during the meal, she was persuaded to drink a glass of wine. After drinking it, the original owner felt dizzy and went to rest in Cheng Chun Chao's room. Cheng Chong took the opportunity to sneak in. The original owner was bullied but too afraid to say anything, so she married Ching Chong. After saying this, Dong Dongmei couldn't help but curse. Married to a... She must have been brainwashed. Yuan Xiao frowned. That sounds like it was planned all along.
Exactly.
The original owner liked Cheng Gang, the son of Cheng Dahai's ex-wife. I don't know how Ching Chong found out, but he used this dirty trick to marry her first. He didn't like her at all. He married her just to get back at Cheng Gang. So he constantly hit and scolded her. Yesterday, because she couldn't get the money, he pushed her down, hitting her head on the corner of the table.
She's almost gone.
Yuan Xiao was furious.
Cheng Chong is such a scumbag.
If I had known, I would have beaten him up yesterday. Dong Dongmei sneered. Just a beating isn't enough. Watch how I deal with him. Anyway, I used the original owner's body, so I must avenge her. Mimi, are you thinking of divorce or widowhood? Dong Dongmei flicked her hair and raised an eyebrow, saying, "It depends on whether he can handle the trouble or not." After all, she was afraid even when she lost her temper. Yuan Xiao nodded in agreement. This guy was an orphan, raised by others since childhood, relying on herself to survive. Without being tough, she wouldn't make it. She nudged Dong Dongmei with her shoulder and mischievously asked, "Hey, before you came here, was your boyfriend a big puppy or a little puppy?" Here, style matters a lot. You can't just sleep with someone and then change. Bah, I can live without a man. If I don't want one, I won't look for him. While the two of them were happily chatting, over at the military art troupe, Hu Lijing and Zhao Lian looked miserable. "Captain, please give us another chance. The mistakes they made have nothing to do with us. Why do we have to retire?" Hu Lijing was terrified. Her parents had just had accidents. If she lost this job, with Bai Yanliang's position, she couldn't even follow the army. Would she have nowhere to live? She had been living here since the island liberation over 10 years. Without a big courtyard, where could she go? The more she thought, the more scared she became. She tightly held Captain Zhong's hand, tears streaming down her face. "Captain, please help me think of a way. I can't lose this job. I promise I won't be late or leave early. I'll do all the work you assign carefully. Please, Captain." Captain Zhong shot her a glance. It seemed she knew she had done wrong before. Back then, relying on Deputy Commander Hu's connections, being late or leaving early was common. Even during performances, regardless of whether her role suited her, she had to be the lead. She had politely mentioned this to Deputy Commander Hu twice, but his words implied she should take better care of herself. There was nothing she could do but turn a blind eye. Now, when orders finally came from above, she was foolish to let Hu Lijing stay. "Sorry, Comrade Lijing, this is an order. I can't do anything about it. You should go and handle the procedures quickly."
I don't want to.
"I really can't be without this job. Please, Captain, help me." Hu Lijing was too emotional, clutching Captain Zhong's hand until it hurt. She forcefully pulled back her hand and said coldly, "Comrade Hu Lijing, this is the military, a place that values discipline. The orders have been given, and shouting won't help. Hurry up and handle the procedures, and save some face for yourself." After saying that, she glanced at Zhao Lian, who remained silent, and added, "You should learn from Comrade Zhao Lian. Don't act like a troublemaker." I don't need to learn from her. If it weren't for her mother's encouragement, could my mother have made a mistake? Hu Lijing shouted wildly. She paused for a moment, then quickly realized. Wasn't that the truth? Without Long Jing, her mother wouldn't have taken this path. Now they were being forcibly discharged from the army. Zhao Lian's husband was a deputy battalion commander, so she could still stay with the troops, but she was left with nowhere to go. It's your fault. All your fault. Hu Lijing grabbed scissors from the table and rushed toward Zhao Lian. Stop right there. Captain Zhong, unable to care for her damaged costume that was trampled on and stepped on twice, hurried over to stop her. Zhao Lian held Hu Lijing's hands that were holding the scissors, making it impossible to defend herself with her other hand, which was scratched on her face. Fortunately, Captain Zhong arrived just in time, otherwise, she might have been disfigured. Thanks to the timely intervention, no serious accident happened, and Captain Zhong secretly sighed in relief. But she dared not leave Hu Lijing, an unpredictable troublemaker, nearby anymore. She ordered someone to her directly to handle the procedures. After completing the formalities, Hu Lijing cried loudly and went to find Bai Yanliang. Chu Lai watched the scene, squinting his eyes. He rubbed his chin with his index finger, thinking that maybe it would be more interesting if these two didn't get divorced. At the same time, Commissar, who also made a request to Commander Kong. Old Kong, I'm leaving tomorrow. We probably won't see each other again in this life. Considering we've been comrades for so many years, can you grant me one last request? Commander Kong saw Hu Commissar's face full of exhaustion, with most of his energy drained, and felt a deep pity. Old Hu, going against. It won't trouble you, Hu Commissar interrupted. I just want to see you May one last time. We're married, and I just want to say goodbye properly. Although this was a bit unconventional, it wasn't a big problem. Commander Kong hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Old Kong, thank you. I'll repay your kindness in my next life. After several rounds of questioning, Suyumei's condition was also poor. When she saw Hu Commissar, she started crying and complaining, too immersed in her emotions to notice Hu Commissar's unusual behavior. Old Hu, they say Hu Wei is paralyzed. Is that true? What happened? Isn't someone taking care of Hu Wei? Why is he paralyzed? Sui Wei is not a good person, but she loves her two children completely.
Even now, she still worries about them.
Commander Hu responded with a faint and a calm tone. I received a call from Moon Island. Hu Wei injured his spine and can't stand anymore. How could this happen? Who did this? Tears streamed down Su Yuamei's face as she cried uncontrollably. My son. What'll happen to him in the future? Commander, who sat there coldly, waiting until Su Yuamei was exhausted from crying. Then he turned his head mechanically, with hollow eyes that seemed as if his soul had been emptied. Yuamei, I want to ask you something. As a couple for 20 years, can you tell me the truth?
What?
What is it? Su Yuamei only then noticed Commander Hu's strange behavior and shrank back in fear. He took 2 steps forward, stared at her, and asked slowly, tell me, who was the letter you sent to my hometown address to, and what was in it? Su Yuamei's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, then she frantically shook her head. Old Hu, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never written any letter. In 20 years of marriage, whether Su Yuamei was lying or not, Commander Hu could see it instantly. A mocking smile appeared on his face, and a deep, slow laugh gradually grew louder, eventually turning into a hysterical, wild laugh. Amid the laughter, tears slipped from his eyes. Commander Hu reached out with his hand, which was wearing handcuffs, and gently stroked Su Yuamei's face, murmuring, Yuamei, just tell the truth. You can't fool me. Su Yuamei trembled with fear, her eyes full of terror. She kept shrinking back until she was pressed against the wall, with nowhere to go. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, full of pleading. But unfortunately, Commander Hu was no longer moved. His hand slowly slid down from her cheek to her slender neck. He squeezed tightly, choking her firmly. Commander Hu's eyes were bloodshot, full of hatred as he looked at Su Yuamei, as if he wanted to devour her alive. Tell me, how did you kill them? Explain clearly. His voice was like a demon from, cold and ruthless, making people shiver. His grip tightened gradually. Suiwame could only feel her breath becoming difficult, her face turning red, as if she might suffocate and die at any moment. She frantically grabbed Commander, whose wrist with both hands, using all her strength to try to pull his hands away. But his hand was like a steel clamp, holding her tightly. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't even loosen a finger. Suiwame's eyes widened to the limit, almost popping out of her head. Her lips turned blue from lack of oxygen, and her breathing became more difficult. Just when she felt she was about to die, she managed to squeeze out 2 words through her teeth. "I said." Hearing this, Commander, whose expression softened slightly, and he loosened his grip. Suiwame collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her throat felt like it was on fire. Each breath brought stabbing pain and dryness. A violent cough made her bend over, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. At this moment, she couldn't tell if she felt regret or hatred. She looked up at the man who had been with her for over 20 years and, still not giving up, asked, "Did you really want to kill me just now?" Commander, who glanced at her calmly and softly, said 3 words, "Focus on the matter." He sat there, surrounded by a heavy, gloomy atmosphere that made people feel uneasy. Suiwame lowered her head without speaking, and the room fell into an eerie silence. After a while, she looked up with a crazed expression on her face. "I wrote a letter, but not to your wife or children. I wrote to the local nationalists. In the letter, I reported them. I said their husbands, fathers, are officers in the People's Liberation Army. If captured, they might make a contribution. Unexpectedly, those people did better than I thought. They sent them straight to meet the king of..." "Ha ha ha." Suiwame burst into wild laughter. She had to thank Long Jing. Her brother-in-law from the nationalist side was from that area. Although he was dead, it was still somewhat useful. He provided a contact address. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to contact people easily. Commander, who gritted his teeth and growled lowly, Why did you do such a thing?" "Because I want to be with you," Suiwame said through tears and a smile. Back then, in the midst of war, it was far from easy for 2 women to leave the army and act alone. They had to be careful of being affected by the war and also wary of bad people. When they finally met another team that didn't recognize her, she definitely wanted to find a way to stay. Then she met Commander Hu, a young battalion-level officer. Through their interactions, she learned he was a family-oriented person who often talked about his wife and children. Over time, she learned more and more, and her desire for this man grew stronger. She believed that only when his wife and children were gone could he live peacefully with her. Look, she had enjoyed 20 years of happiness. Commissioner, whose hands trembled with anger. "You crazy person. You're completely mad." "I'm crazy, but I was forced into it."
"Who forced you?"
"You chose this path yourself." Commissioner, who closed his eyes, tears falling down his face. Enough. All of this started because of him. Now he decided to end it himself. He slowly knelt down, looking at Suiwame with a complex expression. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. "Yuame, we are both guilty. Let's go together and apologize to them." After saying that, he placed his hand around Suiwame's neck. No matter how she struggled or begged him with her eyes, he showed no mercy until she stopped breathing. He sat beside her, tidied her messy hair, adjusted his clothes, and whispered, "Yuame, you killed my wife and children. You got what you deserved." Then, he unfastened his belt, tied a noose, and put it around his neck, attaching the other end to the table leg. He tilted his head to look at Suiwame and calmly said, "I kill my own wife. I also got what I deserved." After that, he crossed his legs and stared fiercely at the table leg. When Commander Kong thought enough time had passed and sent someone to take them away, both of them had already died. "Old Hu, how could you leave like this?" Commander Kang's eyes were red, and his emotions surged uncontrollably. Although Old Comrade, who had taken the wrong path, He had once fought for the revolution and contributed blood and effort. He really didn't want to see such a situation today. When a person dies, everything ends. Regardless of previous punishments or decisions, now that they are gone, there's no need to be too harsh. Commander Kong asked Hu Lijing and Bai Yanliang to take the bodies back for funeral arrangements. Although what Commissioner Hu and Su Yomei did was not made public, they had been detained for a long time, and everyone had heard some rumors. To avoid suspicion, only a few leaders from the unit came to pay their respects. Finally, Hu Lijing bought 2 coffins and hurriedly buried them. This incident did not cause much disturbance in the family compound. Bai Yanliang felt that after sending Hu Lijing's parents to their final rest, he had done his duty. He sat on a bench, speaking coldly and distantly. Lijing, let's part peacefully. Let's handle the divorce tomorrow. Bai Yanliang's proposal was quite good. It had already been approved, and only he and his partner needed to complete the formalities. Once that was done, he would be free. After this storm passed, everyone would gradually forget what had happened before. He planned to wait a few more years, get a promotion, or, if that didn't work, transfer back home. Unfortunately, Hu Lijing, who lost her job and parents, now saw Bai Yanliang as her only hope and didn't want a divorce. Bai Yanliang, forget about it. I will never divorce you in this lifetime. If you try to force me, I will threaten to end my life at the military gate and tell everyone it was you who pushed me. Then, see if you can stay in the army. Hu Lijing's eyes were red and swollen. After continuous emotional blows, she had lost her usual grace. Now she was hysterical and shouting wildly, which made Bai Yanliang feel very disgusted. He wanted to divorce her, but he didn't dare push her too far. If she ran to the military office and threatened to commit suicide, he might also be forced to transfer out. With his current rank as a platoon leader, transferring might mean he wouldn't even qualify for a local administrative role. Wouldn't all his 5 years of hard work be wasted? Bai Yanliang's mind was full of thoughts. After much consideration, he decided to adopt a gentle approach and slowly persuade Hu Lijing. He held back his anger, forced a smile, and said, Lijing, you're not calm right now. Let's talk later. Then he grabbed his hat and left. Bai Yanliang, come back. Come back. But Hu Lijing's shouting didn't stop him. Instead, it made him walk even faster. Bai Yanliang turned a corner and happened to meet Wan Qiao walking with Dong Dongmei. Unaware of what they were talking about, her fair face lit up with a bright smile, warm like spring sunshine. Her clear, water-like eyes sparkled. Her delicate nose and rosy lips made her glow with an eye-catching beauty that was hard to ignore. He had always known Wan Qiao was very beautiful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have begged his mother to marry her. But at this moment, she seemed even more beautiful, almost like a fairy from the jade pool. He couldn't help but be drawn to her again, and wanted to get closer. Qiao Qiao. Bai Yanliang called softly. He smiled a self-assured, perfect smile and slowly approached her. Qiao Qiao, is that you calling? Wan Qiao's expression changed instantly from a smile to a cold, indifferent face, like a mask in a Sichuan opera. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. Bai Yanliang, have you forgotten the rules of the army? I am your deputy group leader Chu Lai's wife. Instead of saying hello when we meet, you should call me sister-in-law. You should also address Comrade Wan, right? Who gave you the nerve to call me by my nickname? Bai Yanliang's face momentarily showed embarrassment. Thinking of Wan Qiao's background, he suppressed his anger. Qiao Qiao, we grew up together. Even if we can't be a couple, we are still friends, right? Do you really need to be so harsh when you talk? Wan Qiao looked disgusted. Stop it. Don't flatter yourself. I must be really blind to be friends with a toad. Come on, shake your head and listen. Do you hear the sound of the ocean inside? Ah! Dong Dongmei couldn't hold back her laughter. She waved her hand and apologized insincerely. Sorry, Captain Bai. Qiao Qiao's description was so fitting that I couldn't help it. Bai Yanliang's face turned red and white with anger, but dared not explode. His face was pale and flushed. But this guy probably was a ninja turtle in a past life. Even now, he forced a fake smile and said, It was my moment of foolishness that hurt you. You have every right to blame me. I realize my mistake and will correct it. Just watch how I behave. After saying that, he nodded and left. Dong Dongmei squinted at his back for a while. Could this guy be trying to come back for more? Just him? Wan Xiao sneered. He's not even worth a fingernail of my ally. I must have been blind for several lifetimes to like him. Just because you don't like him doesn't mean he doesn't like you. Look at him. He clearly has designs on you. Otherwise, who would endure insults all day and still smile and apologize? Even a coward has more backbone. Wan Xiao was indifferent. He just wants to climb higher and take shortcuts. He kicked me out because of Hu Lijing's status before. Now that my dad has a high position, he's crawling back with a fake smile. She always thought she was the smartest in the world, while others were fools. She wasn't the naive little girl she used to be, easily fooled by a few words. Dong Dongmei nodded. As long as you know what's in your heart. Don't worry. A scumbag trying to fool me with a soft heart is impossible in the next life. Dong Dongmei leaned on Wan Xiao's arm and coquettishly said, Xiao Xiao, I want to eat spicy chicken and boiled fish. No, Wan Xiao refused mercilessly, with no room for negotiation. Your head injury hasn't healed yet. Be patient. When you're better, I'll make it for you. Dong Dongmei touched her bandaged wound and felt her anger bubbling inside. It's all that Ching Chong, who made her unable to eat even her favorite foods. She stomped heavily, as if Ching Chong was under her feet. Brother-in-law.
Sister-in-law.
Chun Xiao stammered. Mom asked you to call brother to come home for dinner. After saying that, she secretly looked at Dong Dongmei's reaction, thinking maybe Dong Dongmei was possessed, as she seemed like a different person since waking up in the hospital. She stopped doing any chores at home, and every day she ate eggs and drank malted milk, claiming she needed to recover nutrients, because she was injured. If they didn't, she would threaten to report them for mistreating a hero's child. Her dad was a deputy battalion commander, earned after years of guarding a small island no one wanted to stay on. The family didn't dare to argue with Dong Dongmei, or she might report them, and her dad could get punished, which would ruin their family. They just hoped these few days would pass quickly, and once Dong Dongmei recovered, everything would go back to normal. But she felt like something was off about all this. Sure enough, just as she thought that, she heard Dong Dongmei say with a hint of disdain, even pigs know to root around for food when they're hungry, and dogs know to go back to their den when they're tired. Your brother is a grown man, and he still needs someone to call him for meals. He's worse than pigs and dogs. If he likes to eat or not, let him starve. What's it to me? And you want me to go call him? How shameless can you be? Dong Dongmei finished speaking rapidly, then turned and gave Wan Xiao a big smile. Xiao Xiao, I'm going back to eat now. I'll come find you to play after I'm done. Anyway, she was on leave with an injury, so she had plenty of time. Wan Xiao waved goodbye to her and turned to walk back. She was thinking that the paperwork for the soap factory should be approved soon, and she needed Chu Lai to contact the elementary school. In the next few days, she planned to get her graduation certificate, so she wouldn't be illiterate anymore, which would make future work easier. When she passed by Ming Hui's house, Ming Hui waved at Wan Xiao, signaling her to come in. Wan Xiao joked, "What's up? Do you have a secret to tell me?" "It's nothing big, just that Xinyuan is back. I wanted to give you a heads up." Wan Xiao blinked, momentarily forgetting who that was, and blurted out, "Who is Xinyuan?" Ming Hui was really annoyed, almost furious. She was worried about Xinyuan coming back and causing trouble, which might hurt Wan Xiao. But it turned out she didn't care at all, and had forgotten who Xinyuan was. Ming Hui rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "She's the daughter of Shen Tuanzhang's family, who went to college."
Oh,
I remember now. Wan Xiao chuckled softly, understanding Ming Hui's good intentions. She smiled and said, "I understand now, thank you." She was just a woman rejected by Chu Lai, with no real threat. If Shen Yuanwan came to cause trouble, then let her try. Anyway, she now had her father backing her up. Phew. Wan Xiao carefree went home to eat. When Chu Lai finished work, he saw Hu Lijing wandering outside the military headquarters, looking lost. With Bai Yanliang's impatient nature, he quickly understood what was happening. He turned and walked over, stopping 3 steps in front of Hu Lijing. Then he spoke in a serious tone. Given your current situation, there's only one way to avoid divorce. What is it? Without thinking, Hu Lijing blurted out the question, then realized who was speaking. She instinctively took 2 steps back, suspiciously eyeing Chu Lai, wanting to shout but afraid. She could only grit her teeth and say, "You won't help me. My family is already broken. What more do you want?" Chu Lai's cold aura didn't lessen, and the icy look in his eyes made Hu Lijing shiver. He spoke coldly, "I'm not here to help you out of kindness. It's just because I fought alongside your father's comrade that I'm giving you a few tips. What you do is up to you. You know very well that with your current situation, Bai Yanliang can divorce you whenever he wants. You have no leverage except threats, but can you threaten him for a lifetime?" Seeing Hu Lijing's helplessness, Chu Lai's lips curled into a mocking smile. He looked like a wolf tricking Little Red Riding Hood, slowly saying, "Bai Yanliang's family made mistakes and are now in reform. Only his paralyzed father and a few children are left at home, without anyone to care for them. If you return to his hometown and take care of his family, easing his worries, that would be a noble sacrifice. If you reveal this, and he still insists on divorcing you, then he is unkind and unjust. With this burden, would he still divorce you?" After speaking, Chu Lai didn't stay for a second longer and strode away. As for whether Hu Lijing would follow his advice, Chu Lai wasn't worried at all, because Hu Lijing was already at her wit's end. Raised by Hu Zhongwei and Su Yuemei, she had no resilience left. Having suffered she only wanted a safe place to hide. Bai Yanliang was the only person she could hold on to, so she wouldn't let go. At first, he looked down on Xiao Qiao, so let her experience the days she once looked down on. Every day, she served her paralyzed father-in-law, took care of ungrateful children, worked in the fields for points, and often went hungry and cold. He was looking forward to Hu Lijing's next actions. Back home, he was greeted by the aroma of delicious food and his beautiful, charming wife. Chu Lai's heart instantly filled with happiness. He pulled Ruan Xiao into his arms and, without hesitation, leaned down to kiss her. Ruan Xiao didn't know what mood he was in, but she still responded happily. Feeling his large hand slipping inside her clothes, she snapped back to herself, her eyes full of flirtation and charm. She pouted and said, "Are you trying to be naughty in the daytime?" Chu Lai lowered his head and pecked her on the lips again before saying, "It's already night, so it's not daytime anymore." He held her tightly in his arms, their bodies close. Ruan Xiao could already feel his excitement beneath him. Her cheeks blushed with a touch of pink, and she playfully patted Chu Lai's shoulder. She pushed him away and said softly, "Stop it. Hurry up and wash your hands to eat. I have something to talk to you about later." Before she could finish her meal, Chu Lai's eyes darkened. It didn't matter. He was used to collecting debts with interest. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rising desire and awkwardly went to wash his hands at the sink. Today, Dong Dongmei said she wanted to eat boiled fish, and Ruan Xiao also got a craving. As soon as she returned home, she cooked this dish. On the table was a big bowl of boiled fish, with snow-white slices submerged in bright red spicy oil. She picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The tenderness of the fish and the spicy flavor instantly exploded on her tongue, stimulating her taste buds and making her want to eat more. After finishing the meal, Ruan Xiao leaned back in her chair, rubbing her stomach full from eating. She muttered to herself, "I guess I'm a bit useless. I actually ate too much." Chu Lai chuckled softly and naturally comforted her. Spicy and flavorful food is always appetizing. You made it so delicious that it's normal to overeat. I'm a little full too. Sit for a while first. I'll clean up the dishes and then we can go for a walk. Okay. Ruan Xiao leaned on her chair like a delicate young lady, doing nothing but watching Chu Lai move around. The tall man wore a tank top, showing strong, smooth muscles on his arms, full of masculine energy. His attractive honey-colored skin added to his charm. While washing the dishes, Chu Lai could clearly feel his wife's passionate gaze. If she hadn't eaten too much to do vigorous activity, he would have already pulled her to bed for some fun. The bowls and chopsticks were washed, dried, and put back in the kitchen cabinet. Chu Lai came out again to wash his hands, then picked up his shirt from the hanger and put it on, slowly fastening the buttons. He really enjoyed the feeling of his wife focusing all her attention on him. Since she liked to watch, he would let her look as much as she wanted. Wan Xiao still remembered a saying she saw online: "A white shirt is the only test of a handsome man." Although this saying is a bit exaggerated, Chu Lai looked more attractive in a white shirt. Because under the shirt, his strong muscles were faintly visible, and the slightly open collar revealed an Adam's apple, sparking imagination. Wan Xiao couldn't help swallowing hard. Suddenly, she felt a little jealous. She didn't want others to see such an attractive man. What's wrong? Chu Lai was a bit confused. He didn't understand why his wife's eyes suddenly looked so resentful. Wan Xiao walked over, raised her hand, and buttoned his collar, letting the rolled-up sleeves fall back down. Chu Lai guessed what she was doing and stood there patiently, letting her fuss over him. But after she finished, Wan Xiao's brow furrowed again. Although he was fully covered, she felt a sense of restrained beauty. Her delicate eyebrows knit together, and she couldn't help but think, why is this man so charming? His deep, magnetic voice escaped from his throat, stimulating her eardrums and making her heart tremble. He deliberately teased her, saying, "What if I were a mask and a military coat?"
Ah.
You bad man. Wan Xiao was a bit embarrassed and angry. She reached out and smoothed out the crisp white shirt, causing a few wrinkles before letting him go. Then she unbuttoned the buttons she had carefully fastened herself, huffed softly, and left the room. Chu Lai followed her with a full smile in his eyes. In the past, only he was jealous and concerned, but now Wan Xiao's attitude made his heart feel sweeter than honey. But he didn't dare tease her anymore, worried he might really upset her and they wouldn't be able to be close tonight. He cleared his throat and asked, "You said you wanted to talk to me about something, what is it?" When it came to serious matters, Wan Xiao's little awkwardness disappeared. She swung the small glass in her hand and tilted her head to look at him. "Can you contact the elementary school? I plan to go there in the next couple of days to get my graduation certificate." There was only one elementary school on the island, used by the children of the staff housing and the entire island's villagers, built near the fishing village. The principal was a rather old-fashioned little man. Wan Xiao had met him once. He didn't seem very easy to talk to. "Is that all?" "I already told the principal. Just let me know when you want to go, and I'll arrange it." Wan Xiao was a bit surprised. How did you convince that old man? After all, her kind of strict exams didn't really follow the rules. Chu Lai raised his eyebrows proudly, looking serious and earnest. His tone was very formal. "My wife loves studying. That shows she's making progress in her thinking. She's willing to contribute to the 4 modernizations. Anyone who objects to that is just a hurdle to people's progress." Wan Xiao chuckled softly, smiling warmly. "You just label others like that and you still manage to persuade them?" Chu Lai blinked innocently and said naturally, "That's not labeling. I'm just telling the truth, okay?" Though the couple argued playfully, their atmosphere was very warm and sweet. Suddenly, Chu Lai felt a strong gaze. He instinctively turned his head and saw a woman standing nearby, her eyes full of deep resentment, staring directly at them. He had a sharp memory. Even though he didn't like dealing with women, out of habit, he remembered everyone who appeared in his sight clearly. But right now, he didn't want to pay attention to Xin Yuan, so he pretended not to recognize her and calmly looked away. When Xin Yuan heard about Chu Lai's marriage, she was very unwilling. She was the daughter of a regiment commander and a college student. How could she compare to a rural illiterate? Even if Wan Xiao was now accepted back into Xi's family, it couldn't change her rough and uncultured reality. Seeing Chu Lai treat her like a stranger, not even greeting her, Xin Yuan's anger grew even more. She walked straight over, blocking their way, and pretended to be familiar as she spoke. "Chu Lai, didn't you see me? Why didn't you even say hello?" Xin Yuan's proud expression and her manner of speaking were just like Guan Wenjian. Even though she was standing right in front of him, she deliberately ignored Wan Xiao, as if she didn't see her. Wan Xiao wasn't upset. She watched her perform with interest. It would be better if she had some sunflower seeds to snack on now. Just as she was daydreaming, she heard Chu Lai's cold and sharp voice.
Who are you?
Why should I say hello to you?
Huh?
Wan Xiao couldn't hold back her laughter. Sorry, you guys go ahead. She covered her mouth, her eyes full of a charming smile, glancing back and forth at the two of them, almost making Shen Yuan furious. And Chu Lai's indifference, in Shen Yuan's eyes, was just a clear insult to her. She spoke with a tone that unintentionally carried a hint of blame and provocation. Chu Lai, we've known each other for many years, and we've interacted so many times before. How can you pretend not to know me? I know you're married, but your wife wouldn't be petty enough to restrict you from making friends, would she? After saying this, she shot a provocative look at Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao originally didn't plan to pay attention to her, as Chu Lai's rejection made her see the truth more clearly. But since this person was already in front of her, if she didn't respond, she would seem unworthy. Wan Xiao's clear and pure voice slowly sounded, with a casual teasing tone, a lie. Are your eyes for choosing friends so low? Can any cats or dogs become friends?
Chow, I'm not blind.
Besides, cats and dogs are so cute. Don't insult them. They're just strangers, so let's not delay our walk, she said, then took Wan Xiao's hand and bypassed Shen Yuan, walking away without even a glance back. Shen Yuan was so angry she stomped her feet and turned to shout after their backs, Chu Lai, you'll regret this. Wan Xiao reached out her right hand and poked Chu Lai's arm with her index finger. I'm talking to you. Why bother with her? You know who I have in my heart, he replied. Oh, who do you have in your heart? My little jealous one. Who are you calling a little jealous one? Wan Xiao made a playful gesture, pretending to scratch him. Chu Lai chuckled softly, tilting his head indulgently, just the right height, so I don't have to lift my foot. Shen Yuan watched their playful fight, her eyes turning red with anger. Unfortunately, neither of them paid her any attention, acting as if she wasn't there. They walked a bit further, and Chu Lai took the initiative to explain, with a tone that hinted at taking credit. That's Shen Captain's daughter. She used to pursue me, but I've always been faithful to you, not having much contact with any other woman. Wife, you can't misunderstand me. So, I should praise you then? Wan Xiao said with a slightly off tone. Seeing her tone was off, Chu Lai quickly tried to make amends. No, it's all what I should do. Men should keep boundaries with all women except their wives. That's more like it. Wan Xiao raised her chin proudly and said, Don't worry, as long as you keep proper boundaries, I won't be jealous of normal interactions, and I won't doubt you over just a few casual words. The most important thing in a marriage is honesty and trust. Since Chu Lai gave her a sense of security, Wan Xiao naturally wouldn't overthink. That night, when they returned home, Chu Lai boiled some water and urged Wan Xiao to take a shower. His eager attitude was completely different from the cold, strict Deputy Captain Chu outside. Wan Xiao shot him a sharp look but still obediently took the towel to the bathroom. After all, their intimacy was quite harmonious. Although Chu Lai's endurance often made her back ache, she enjoyed it too. When she finished washing and came out, Chu Lai was already finished and waiting on the bed. I'll help you dry your hair. The power in the residential area was too strong, causing frequent outages, so Wan Xiao specially bought a rechargeable hairdryer from the mall. She sat on a stool, patiently waiting for Chu Lai to serve her. Once her hair was dry, Chu Lai threw the hairdryer onto the table, then picked up Wan Xiao and tossed her onto the bed. He leaned over and kissed her tempting lips. Wan Xiao's hands also became restless, igniting sparks everywhere. The room was filled with a romantic atmosphere, and it felt like the temperature rose a few degrees. They were getting closer to a perfect moment, about to be completely honest with each other, when Wan Xiao suddenly felt a warm flow coming from below. Her face changed, and she pushed Chu Lai away forcefully. What's wrong? His deep eyes still burned with desire. But Wan Xiao had to disappoint him and said, I'm on my period. Chu Lai sighed, turned over and lay on the bed, trying to calm the restlessness inside him. Wan Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to him and quickly went to the wardrobe to get some small underwear to handle the situation. When she returned, Chu Lai looked no different, caring and asking, "Are you feeling uncomfortable this time? Does your stomach hurt?" Wan Xiao honestly nodded, a little bit of pain, but much better than before. Now, it was just a slight, thread-like ache in her lower abdomen. Compared to the intense pain she had before, it was a world of difference. But Chu Lai still looked worried. He frowned and said, "You still have enough money to buy a pill, right?"
Just take it.
No, Wan Xiao firmly refused. "That's for you to buy medicine for healing. You can't use it." Wan Xiao pouted and said, "Don't worry. I really take good care of my health. If it hurts too much, I won't just tough it out. I'll take medicine when the time comes, okay?"
But.
No buts. That's settled. Wan Xiao firmly interrupted Chu Lai, gave him a kiss on the lips, then slipped under the thin blanket and closed her eyes to sleep. Chu Lai sighed and shook his head. He couldn't do anything about her, and the store wasn't under his control either. No matter how worried he was, it wouldn't help. "I'll go make you some brown sugar water now." "No, I've already brushed my teeth, and it doesn't hurt that much. I'll drink it tomorrow." Wan Xiao acted spoiled and stubborn, eventually falling asleep slowly. Seeing her sleep peacefully and not look very uncomfortable, Chu Lai finally relaxed a little. It seemed he needed to go out to see a few more times, save some money, so his wife wouldn't have to worry about spending when she wanted to buy things. He quietly got up, washed her dirty clothes, and then came back to hold her as she slept. This time, her period wasn't as painful as before, but Wan Xiao still stayed home lazily for 2 days. Ming Hui came to visit her. "You haven't come out of your room these days. Are you sick?" "No, it's just my period. I'm feeling lazy." Thinking back to when Wan Xiao had to go to the hospital because of period pain, Ming Hui quickly asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Wan Xiao shook her head.
I'm fine.
"I've been eating well and enough, and I took some medicine to recover. I'm much better now." Ming Hui carefully observed her expression. Seeing her face was rosy and she didn't seem very uncomfortable, she nodded in relief. Then she brought up an important matter. "I came to tell you that I just met Director Pan. He said the soap factory's approval documents are ready. They're studying the site for building the factory. We should prepare. There will be a meeting in a few days to discuss the details." "Really?" Wan Xiao's eyes sparkled brightly, and she was full of happiness. After a long wait, her career was finally about to start. "Yes, really." Ming Hui nodded, smiling happily. Once the soap factory is built, they will have more income. After all, she was still pregnant, and expenses would only increase. Wan Xiao talked with Ming Hui about their ideas for the soap factory, then they parted ways. The next day, Wan Xiao packed her things, got on her bicycle, and headed to take her elementary school exams. In the courtyard, children often ran around, so she didn't ride very fast. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side and directly collided with her bicycle. Due to the opponent's strong impact, Wan Xiao fell to the ground unguarded, and her bicycle pressed on her leg, causing sharp pain. "Wan Xiao, are you okay?" Qian Danyi, passing by, hurriedly helped her up. Her right hand and elbow were scraped, with dirt covering the wounds, indicating she needed medical attention. Wan Xiao frowned and coldly looked at the instigator, Shen Longfeng, the son of Captain Shen, a boy no older than 13 or 14. He had just hit someone, showing no remorse, and instead looking proud and slightly teasing. Wan Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing in her gaze as she asked, "Did you do that on purpose?" Hearing this, Shen Longfeng not only wasn't afraid but raised his eyebrows and looked smug, even with a hint of challenge. He openly showed his malice and shouted loudly, "Yes, I did it on purpose. Who told you to bully my sister? It would be better if you fell and got hurt." Shen Longfeng's face was full of arrogance. After speaking, he kicked the bicycle, causing it to move and almost hit Wan Xiao again. "My sister? She's not worth my trouble." Wan Xiao's anger surged. She didn't expect Xin Yuan to send a nearly grown boy to hit her. Did she think she could just swallow this insult? No way. Today, for her exam, Wan Xiao had prepared her pen, paper, and water bottle, all packed in her canvas backpack. She stared fiercely at Shen Longfeng. Without regard for the pain in her hand, she took off her bag, wrapped the strap tightly around her hand multiple times, then clenched it and suddenly swung the bag at Shen Longfeng. The strike hit his face precisely, causing him immediate pain. "I'm going to make you feel what it's like to bully someone today," Wan Xiao said through gritted teeth. Without stopping, she continued swinging her bag, relentlessly hitting Shen Longfeng. He was caught off guard by the sudden attack and was completely stunned. He never expected Wan Xiao to fight back, let alone so fiercely. When the second wave of pain hit, he finally realized he needed to run. But unfortunately, Wan Xiao was faster. She kicked Shen Longfeng in the knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. People nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to stop the fight. "Wan Xiao, forget it. Don't bother with the kids," someone said. "Yeah, you should go tend to your wounds." Everyone was talking at once, saying all sorts of things. Since so many people had gathered, Wan Xiao knew she couldn't keep hitting Shen Lingfeng anymore. She loosened her bag strap and shook her sore hand. It was only then that everyone noticed Wan Xiao's arm and hand were injured. After understanding the full story, someone helped Shen Lingfeng up and advised, "Lingfeng, this is your fault. Quickly apologize to your aunt."
I spit on that.
"She's not my aunt and she doesn't deserve it," Shen Lingfeng said, his face swollen from the. It hurt to speak, which made him angrier and more reckless with his words. "She just relies on her face to flirt with Chu Lai. She's illiterate and has no shame trying to steal my sister's man. She's not even worthy to carry my sister's shoes." As soon as Shen Lingfeng finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Their faces showed subtle expressions. They didn't often come back from school outside, so they didn't know much, but those present knew everything. Back then, Chu Lai refused Shen Yuan and he didn't hold back. At that time, Wan Xiao hadn't even arrived yet. "What's the big deal here?" Wan Xiao sneered coldly. "Haha, I want to ask, since I got married with my husband's approval and got the marriage certificate, when did he become your sister's man? If anyone's shameless, it's your Shen family, right? Thinking about your husband and talking so confidently. With your education, do you even know what manners and shame are?" Being a teenager, Wan Xiao's sharp words left him speechless, his face turning red with embarrassment. "Wan Xiao, what are you doing?" "Bullying my son." Guan Wenwan hurried over. Seeing Shen Lingfeng's injury, she forgot her elegance and rushed to hit Wan Xiao. Relatives nearby quickly stopped her and quietly explained what had happened. "But you can't hit my son. Lingfeng is still a kid. How can you, as an adult, argue with him?" Wan Xiao looked at her with contempt. "So, if you say kids don't understand, then you don't understand either? Your kid deliberately bumped into me without even apologizing, and even said he wanted to beat me to death.
Did you teach him that?"
Guan Wenwan glared at her son but still insisted, "No matter what, you shouldn't hit a child. Look at what you did," made Lingfeng's face swell. "You need to apologize. Are you blind or deaf, Guan Wenwan?" Wan Xiao waved her hand in front of her eyes. "Take a good look. This is all your son's fault. Stop pretending with me. Those who don't know might think you're a little deaf and blind. If you can't manage your children well, then keep them restrained. Don't let them run around and bite people. Do you really think everyone is their mother? Everyone has to spoil them? Wan Xiao, how can you say such things?" Shen Yujuan, who had been hiding in the back, finally spoke softly. She took small steps forward, her two thick, shiny braids hanging in front of her chest. Her delicate face showed disapproval. "My brother is in the wrong. He's just a kid. If you have something to say, you can talk to us. We will teach him. Hitting others is not right." She spoke confidently and many people agreed. "Harming a child is a bit unfair. All right, since you say that, I actually have a question to ask." Wan Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile as she slowly said, "Your brother deliberately bumped into me to get back at you. He said I stole Chu Lai from you. Come on, today in front of everyone. Tell us, when were you ever together with Chu Lai? Are you dating or engaged? What day, what hour, and who is the witness? If you can tell me, I will apologize and take full responsibility. But if you can't, I will not only hold your brother responsible for deliberately bumping into me, but also for breaking the military marriage. Guan Wenwan rushed forward to protect Shen Yujuan. Wan Xiao, enough. Stop bullying people here. Your family's skill in twisting facts is truly the best. Guan Wenwan, do you know what the biggest difference between humans and animals is? Humans, while protecting their young, also know how to teach them right from wrong. Animals don't. Exactly right. Dong Dongmei clapped and walked over from behind the crowd. Even if Zhong Zixing commits violence, you try to shift the blame onto others. Guan Wenwan, your awareness isn't good enough. You should go to a moral education class and learn properly. Wan Xiao couldn't argue with either Guan Wenwan or Dong Dongmei. Then another person, Qing Yaojin, appeared, causing Guan Wenwan to grit her teeth in anger. What does this have to do with you? When Shen Yujuan was about to speak again, Chu Lai coldly said, "Step aside." The crowd automatically made way. He walked straight to Wan Xiao, took her hand to look at it, and furrowed his brows so tightly they looked like knots. Are you hurt and not going to the hospital? Stop wasting time with them, a bunch of clueless people. Without caring about others' reactions, she bent down, picked up Wan Xiao, and strode quickly toward the hospital. Dong Dongmei snapped her fingers and secretly thought, so handsome. They left, and only then did Shen Yuan go to see Shen Lingfeng. She touched his swollen cheek, tears of concern falling down her face. How could Wan Xiao hit so hard? Does it hurt a lot? Shen Lingfeng chuckled foolishly. It doesn't hurt. Don't worry, sister. When I get the chance, I'll even settle scores with Wan Xiao and make sure she suffers more than this. Feng, don't be foolish. You can't beat them. I don't want you to get hurt, Shen Yuan said gently. The teenage boy, around 13 or 14, was very proud and sensitive. Hearing that he was not as good as others was the worst thing for him. Sure enough, after Shen Yuan finished speaking, Shen Lingfeng said, "This time, I wasn't prepared. Next time, I won't lose." Don't worry, sister. Dong Dongmei, who had listened to everything, shivered involuntarily. Oh my, this is a very mean person. She wouldn't hesitate to hurt her own little brother. She decided to talk to Qiao Qiao about being more careful. Meanwhile, Wan Xiao, being held, quietly said to Chu Lai, "My leg is fine.
I can walk by myself."
Chu Lai responded with an but showed no intention of putting her down. He walked quickly with long strides. Wan Xiao's wound wasn't deep, just a large scrape covered with dirt that needed cleaning. After cleaning and applying some medicine, it would be fine, no bandaging needed. Your hand isn't convenient right now, so don't take the exam today, Chu Lai said, looking at her injury with a cold expression, wishing he could take the pain instead. Wan Xiao moved her fingers. The scrape was on her palm, making writing a bit difficult, but it wasn't a big problem. Still, I should go. It's not a serious issue, and I already made plans. It wouldn't be good to cancel. Chu Lai hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. I'll take you there. Wan Xiao didn't refuse. Her writing skills weren't good enough. When they arrived at the elementary school, 10 minutes had already passed since the scheduled time. Wan Xiao quickly apologized. Sorry, Principal Xue, I'm late. Missing the exam time showed she didn't value it much. Principal Xue snorted coldly, about to say that if she didn't care, she might as well skip the exam. Before he could speak, Chu Lai interrupted. Qiao Qiao was hit and injured on her way here, which caused the delay. Please don't be angry, Principal Xue. He then showed the principal Wan Xiao's hand. Principal Xue looked serious and said coldly, All right, stop wasting time.
Go take the exam now.
He appreciates people who love to learn, but like Wan Xiao, who needs to take her graduation exam in one day, he often feels she is aiming too high. So when he set the questions, he deliberately made them harder to test her patience and let her understand that there are no shortcuts in studying. The conditions at this elementary school are very poor. The playground is just a bare piece of land with a simple horizontal bar and an old basketball hoop, but no net. Even the principal's office is simple, with only an old desk and chair and a peeling bookshelf. All right, the exam starts now. You have 40 minutes. Principal Shui took out a prepared Chinese test paper from his drawer and sat across from Wan Xiao to supervise. Wan Xiao sat quietly on the other side of the principal's desk, carefully opening her test paper, reading the questions carefully, and answering them. Fortunately, she had reviewed all the elementary school textbooks thoroughly for this exam and remembered a lot of the content. If she relied only on her high academic background without preparation, she might not answer some questions correctly. Because the old man included a dictation of the text, "The commune sends me to school." Grandpa went begging at age 7. Dad ran away to escape famine at age 7. Now I am also 7. The commune sends me to school. When she was reading the book, she noticed that the text below mentioned it needed to be memorized, so she looked at it a few more times, which counted as a correct answer. Some other content was beyond elementary school level, but as long as it wasn't copying the original text, it wasn't a big problem. Wan Xiao's injured hand turned out to be an unexpected help. Because she couldn't hold the pen well, her handwriting had some flaws, which saved her the trouble of disguising her handwriting. As a college student, taking the elementary school graduation exam was very easy. She finished several test papers quickly. Principal Shui's attitude also changed dramatically, from indifferent to very approving. Since only Wan Xiao was taking the exam, his eyes stayed mostly on her paper. Every time she finished a question, he had already scored it in his mind. So when she finished answering, her score was revealed immediately. Perfect score. Even the middle school content he added was answered correctly by Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao, did you really only study these for 2 months? Yes, I think it's pretty easy, Wan Xiao said with her eyes wide open, lying without feeling guilty. These exams are not a big deal for her. If she can't pass such simple tests, then she must have a problem with her mind. Okay. You're a good student. Do you have any plans for the future? Principal Shui, who loves talented people, felt it was a pity for such a smart person not to continue studying. The little old man looked like he had found a treasure, staring closely at Wan Xiao, afraid she would give a disappointing answer. Wan Xiao smiled and honestly replied, I'm already studying middle school knowledge. Once I master it, I will go take the middle school graduation exam. Good. Principal Shui nodded happily. I'll help you contact a school when the time comes. Wan Xiao raised an eyebrow, unsure why the old man suddenly changed his attitude, and offered to help. She didn't refuse Principal Shui's kindness and smiled, saying, Thank you. I'll trouble you then. After leaving the principal's office, it was just time for class to end. The children cheered and ran out of the classroom, playing happily on the muddy playground. Some were competing in cockfights, others chasing and playing, all with pure, happy smiles on their faces. Their happiness was truly simple. Sister-in-law, why are you here? Suna, holding her textbook, came out of the classroom and quickly greeted Wan Xiao. I'm here to take an exam, Wan Xiao said with a smile. I won't delay your time. I'm going back now. Okay, see you later, sister-in-law. After watching their backs disappear, Suna turned to Principal Shui and asked, What exam is Wan Xiao taking? Principal Shui, excited about discovering a talented student, was eager to share his joy, but had no one to talk to. At this moment, Suna's question gave him a chance to vent. He told her everything like pouring beans from a bamboo tube.
Suna, was stimmt?
She actually got the middle school knowledge, right? Seeing Suna's suspicion, Principal Shui asked her to look at Wan Xiao's test paper herself. Although the paper hadn't been graded yet, for a high school student like Suna, these questions were not difficult. She read carefully from start to finish and finally had to admit that someone could learn what others take years to master in just 2 months. Chu Lai took Wan Xiao home and settled her before returning to the military camp. He went to the door of the battalion commander's office and knocked gently. Come in. Shen Qingsong, who was reviewing the training plan, looked up and asked suspiciously, What's the matter? 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion have some different opinions on the training plan. I want to ask the battalion commander to go to the training ground. Shen Qingsong slightly frowned, thinking about what matter required him to go to the training ground in person. Anyway, the training ground wasn't far, so he decided to go there once. He never expected Chu Lai to deceive him, thinking it was just a simple training session, so he put on his hat and followed. At the training ground, soldiers were sweating and fighting each other fiercely. Chu Lai loudly announced, "Now let me and Commander Shin demonstrate for everyone."
Chu Lai.
Shin Chingsong suddenly realized he had been tricked. But at this point, he was in a tough spot. He couldn't back out in front of the soldiers, so he had no choice but to take off his coat and brace himself to join the fight. Chu Lai was angry inside and fought without mercy. Although Shun Chingsong had earned his position through real skill, neither his age nor his stamina could compare to Chu Lai. Moreover, although Chu Lai is a technical soldier in modern times, he still needs to participate in some basic training. His moves combine modern techniques and actions, learned through years of practice and experience, making them hard to defend against. A company commander whispered to Song Weiqi, "Why did Commander Shen offend King Chu again?" While speaking, he signaled with his eyes toward the two fighting intensely in the distance. From their fighting style, it was clear they weren't just sparring, they aimed for sensitive spots and then ruthlessly hit back. In just a short while, Shun Chingsong's face had taken 2 hits, one on each side, quite symmetrical. Although King Chu usually trains them harshly, he only hits to teach, only retaliating when provoked. Song Weiqi glanced at the company commander and calmly said, "Why don't you ask how they offended the wife?" This kind of ruthless fighting, especially targeting the face, looked like they were taking out their anger on her. The company commander suddenly had a bright idea. "I heard Commander Shin's daughter has returned. Could it be she upset the wife?" Song Weiqi ignored the company commander and kept his eyes on Chu Lai's moves, secretly learning. Shin Chingsong finally couldn't handle Chu Lai's fierce attack and was knocked to the ground with a punch. He lay in the sandpit, gasping heavily, refusing to get up and fight again. What did Chu Lai eat? Why does he seem faster than before? No, now's not the time to think about that. Why am I even taking this beating? The fight was over. Could someone just tell him? Shin Chingsong's doubts lasted until he finished work that evening. He returned home with dark circles under his eyes and a limp, only to find out the answer. Guan Wenwan was surprised by Shin Chingsong's appearance and quickly walked to the door, carefully helping him into the living room. She asked with concern, "Chingsong, what happened to you? Don't mention it." Chu Lai also lost his mind and insisted on sparring with me, Shin Chingsong said helplessly. He didn't want to be beaten so badly, but he was no match for Chu Lai. Hearing this, Guan Wenjuan's eyes widened in anger. She pointed at Shen Chingsong's injuries, trembling with rage, and sharply asked, "Did he beat you up like this?" Wan Xiao was beaten so badly by Ling Feng that his nose was swollen, and Chu Lai also hurt you like this. What are they trying to do? Do they think having a senior officer as a father makes them special? Can they do whatever they want? Shen Chingsong, grimacing, leaned on the sofa, but suddenly sat up again when he heard Guan Wenjuan's words, enduring the pain from his injuries. Why did Wan Xiao hit Ling Feng? What happened between them? Why are they together? Shen Chingsong asked with a serious face. Guan Wenwan tilted her head and huffed. What could have happened? Ling Feng accidentally bumped into Wan Xiao, and they wouldn't let it go. They not only beat Ling Feng but also insulted us, calling Ling Feng a dog and me a beast. I only realized it later. Ugh, it made my chest hurt from anger. Shen Chingsong squinted and looked at Guan Wenwan carefully, then said seriously, "Tell me the truth. What really happened?" Although Chu Lai sometimes didn't show respect and made him angry, he was not an unreasonable person. If what his wife said was true, Chu Lai wouldn't beat him under the guise of sparring. There must be another reason behind today's events. Guan Wenwan felt guilty under his gaze, avoided his eyes, and hesitated. I'm telling the truth. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Shen Chingsong slammed the table hard, his eyes full of anger as he shouted at Guan Wenwan, "Are you lying?" Guan Wenwan was startled and trembled involuntarily. Her lips quivered as if she wanted to explain something, but before she could speak, she heard footsteps upstairs. Shen Yuan quickly came downstairs, sat beside Shin Chingsong, and with a gentle smile, softly said, Dad, calm down first. Mom didn't lie. Ling Feng accidentally bumped into Ruan Xiao, who was riding his bike, causing Ruan Xiao to fall and scrape a little skin. However, they did go too far. They had already scolded and hit him, but he still refused to give up. Why was it never ending? Dad, you are Chu Lai's leader. How can he hit you? Are you hurt anywhere else? Let me put some medicine on you. Shen Yuan's words were like a gentle breeze touching Shen Qingsong's heart, especially her last concern, which made him feel very comforted. Shen Qingsong nodded happily, thinking his daughter was sensible and caring. Since his wife and daughter both said it was like this, it was probably true. Besides, he just fell off his bicycle. Who doesn't fall a few times when learning to ride? How serious could the injury be? He thought it was just fussing over nothing. With this in mind, Shen Qingsong's originally tense face gradually softened. I'll talk to Chu Lai tomorrow. Let's forget about this matter. In the future, stay away from Ruan Xiaoyuan. Chu Lai is already so infatuated with her that he won't listen to anyone else's words. They say heroes struggle with beautiful women. Who would have thought that Chu Lai, usually cold and indifferent, would also fall into such a situation? But if Chu Lai kept going like this, he might end up like a tyrant from ancient stories, and trouble was bound to happen eventually. Ruan Xiao didn't realize she had already been compared to a famous villainess. She was bargaining with Chu Lai. Today was the 4th day of her period, and the flow was very light now. She just wanted to take a shower. In the past few days, she only wiped herself down, but she felt unclean. She made a small gesture with her fingers, indicating a tiny amount, and coquettishly said, "It's just a small skin injury. I can cover it with plastic wrap, and I'll be fine to take a shower." Chu Lai frowned and looked serious as he refused. "No, your injury isn't serious, but the area is large. What if you accidentally get it wet, and it gets infected? Also, women are weak during their periods. Your menstrual pain is just right. If you take a shower and catch a cold, what then?" Chu Lai, who usually doted on her, was especially firm on this matter. He softened his voice and patiently coaxed her, "Be good. I'll help you wipe yourself down. You can take a shower in a couple of days." Ruan Xiao pouted and pouted, grabbing her clothes and asking him to smell. "Wiping myself is not as comfortable as taking a shower. I haven't showered in 3 days." "Smell it. It's stinky." Chu Lai actually leaned over to smell her, then said seriously, "It's not stinky. It smells good."
Disgusting. Disgusting. Disgusting.
Ruan Xiao turned her head away, giving Chu Lai a sulky back of her head. Chu Lai helplessly shook his head and continued to patiently coax her. "All right, don't be angry. In a couple of days, I'll let you take a shower." Unable to resist him, Ruan Xiao reluctantly nodded. Seeing her no longer upset, Chu Lai leaned down and kissed her on the forehead. "Wait for me. I'll go get some water to wash you." Ruan Xiao watched his back as he left, a gentle smile unconsciously appearing on her face. She knew deep down that Chu Lai was only doing this for her. But when someone is spoiled, they tend to get moody and throw tantrums when things don't go their way. Maybe this is what it means to be spoiled and proud. Chu Lai carried a steaming basin of water and placed it by the bed. After wetting a towel, he carefully wiped her down. Every movement was very gentle, afraid of hurting her. After finishing her body, Chu Lai replaced the water with a clean basin, preparing to wash her feet. Ruan Xiao couldn't help but scold him playfully. "My left hand isn't disabled. I can still wash my feet." "All right, then wash yourself," Chu Lai said with a smile, placing the basin on the ground. "The princess is invited to wash her feet." His voice carried a teasing and affectionate tone. "Ha ha ha." Ruan Xiao burst into clear, cheerful laughter. "You still remember that joke?" Chu Lai smiled softly, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "I'm in the army, not in Peach Blossom Land." "How could I not know?" Ruan Xiao nodded. "That's true." They chatted and laughed, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. But Hu Lijing was wide-eyed, staring straight at the ceiling, completely without sleep. The army only allowed her to stay here for a few days because of her father. If she stayed longer, she would truly have no home. Bai Yanliang kept urging her to divorce. What should she do? Does she really have to go back to the countryside to take care of Bai Yanliang's family, as Chu Lai suggested? Although she was unwilling to accept this reality, she seemed to have reached a dead end with no other options. After much thought, Hu Lijing finally made her decision. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, softly shining on the ground. Wan Xiao and Ming Hui walked side by side, heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to see what was available today. Although everything could be bought at the market, when everyone was rushing to buy meat, Wan Xiao couldn't just stay inside and avoid shopping for meat. Moreover, the poultry and livestock at this time had not been fed with feed, so their meat was much fresher and tastier than what could be found in the market. Along the way, they noticed that the people returning were in small groups, whispering quietly. They looked at each other in confusion, neither knowing what had happened. Just as they were wondering, they saw Yang Xiaohua walking toward them. Ming Hui couldn't help but step forward to ask Xiaohua, "Do you know what happened? I just saw everyone talking and it seemed like something big had happened." Yang Xiaohua stopped walking, her eyes shining with gossip. "You guys don't know? Hu Lijing actually posted a letter of determination at the gate, saying she wants to go to Bai Paizheng's hometown to help take care of his family." Ming Hui opened her mouth in surprise, unable to believe it. Really? Why would she suddenly make such a decision? No one knows. Yang Xiaohua said excitedly. If Hu Lijing hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known that Bai Paizheng's family members have all gone to reform through labor. Yang Xiaohua was so excited that she didn't think much about anything else. Minghui looked worriedly at Wan Xiao, afraid that this might remind everyone of her previous engagement with Bai Yanliang and lead to gossip. Wan Xiao smiled and shook her head, indicating she was fine. She didn't care what others said. Words are on other people's mouths, not hers. Still, she was surprised that Hu Lijing would make such a decision. With Hu Lijing's personality, how could she voluntarily go to the countryside? Minghui apologized and interrupted Yang Xiaohua, saying, "Let's not talk about this now. We need to go buy vegetables. If we're late, there won't be anything left." "Oh, yes, you two should go quickly. Today there's pork available, but the fatty parts will be picked clean soon." At this time, there was little fat left and people loved buying fatty pork because it's good for making lard and tastes especially delicious. The two of them reached the gate and saw that the letter of determination was still posted on the notice board, with a few people standing nearby watching. Although they already knew the content from Yang Xiaohua, Wan Xiao still wanted to see it with her own eyes. The large white paper was covered with black calligraphy, looking very eye-catching, like a big character poster on the street. The content was exactly as Yang Xiaohua said, Hu Lijing's declaration of her decision. At first, it was a deep reflection and self-criticism of Hu's past actions, admitting they had let down the organization's careful nurturing over the years. Then Hu Lijing vividly described the difficulties and current situation of Bai Yanliang's family, emphasizing her unwavering determination to stay loyal and not abandon them. It also stated, "A military wife is half a soldier. Although I can't be on the front lines, I stay at home to take care of Yanliang's parents and family so that Yanliang can serve in the army without worries and defend our country." Finally, she again made a sincere self-criticism and solemnly promised to overcome all difficulties and protect Bai Yanliang's home. Although in the past, due to various reasons, people may have had some opinions about Hu Lijing, everyone is moved by her sincerity and sense of justice when they see this letter of determination. Even Wan Xiao, who had a conflict with her, can't help but applaud her. Ming Hui, staring blankly, asks, "What kind of approach is Hu Lijing taking now?" Wan Xiao shakes her head, indicating she doesn't know either. However, it must be said that Hu Lijing's actions have truly placed her at the moral high ground, putting Bai Yanliang in a difficult position. When Bai Yanliang found out about this, he was so angry that he went to look for Hu Lijing, but the Hu family had already left the island without anyone knowing. Even if Bai Yanliang wanted a divorce, he would first need to find her. Although the organization approved his request, they didn't approve forced divorce, so he still had to handle the procedures voluntarily. Not only was their divorce process difficult, but Fan Jian and Zhao Lian also argued every day. However, Wan Xiao no longer had time to listen to gossip. Director Pan informed her and Minghui to attend a meeting. Walk slowly. Be careful of your stomach, Minghui said with a full smile, gently touching her belly. It's okay, the baby isn't fussing at all. Happiness can be contagious. Seeing Minghui so joyful, Wan Xiao couldn't help but feel happy too. When they arrived at the camp, they smoothly met Director Pan and nothing messy happened this time. Wan Xiao, Minghui, please sit down. Director Pan stood up from behind her desk, walked over, and sat on the guest sofa. She poured tea for both of them and then straightforwardly said, "We will have a meeting soon, mainly to discuss the leadership team of the factory. This is something you two are leading. I want to hear your opinions first." They knew they were here to discuss factory matters, but they didn't expect such a big issue right at the start. It's really hard to give advice on such matters, so both of them remained silent for a moment. Director Pan looked at them and continued, "Don't feel pressured. It's just a private understanding of your thoughts. We are also learning as we go. In the early stages of the factory, various problems will arise. Since you two know the families well, I wanted to talk to you first to see if there are suitable candidates." Now that she had said this much, if they didn't express their stance, it would be hard to explain. Wan Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "Director Pan, as you said, there are many difficulties in the early stages of establishing the factory, so it's even more important to choose a leader with excellent abilities in all aspects. I think the organization could select a few people to observe for a period or conduct some assessments before making a decision." Minghui nodded in agreement. "I support Wan Xiao's idea." Regarding their response, Director Pan smiled and said nothing more. "You have valid points. We will consider carefully. Do you two have any thoughts about your job arrangements? Since the soap factory can be built, you both contributed greatly. Feel free to ask for anything. This is also a reward for you." He kept a friendly smile on his face, speaking gently, with encouraging eyes that seemed to urge them to speak bravely. Since that was the case, Wan Xiao wanted to try to get something for herself. She sat up straight, gave a light smile, and politely said, "Director Pan, I don't dare to take credit. The organization has already taken good care of us by prioritizing our placement. Normally, we shouldn't be picky, but since you asked, I'll be bold and recommend myself. I want to be responsible for sales and hope the organization will consider me first." When Director Pan heard Wan Xiao's words, he was slightly surprised at first, then looked at her with interest.
Oh,
"You're interested in sales? Our soap factory is a new, little-known factory. Compared to those old factories, it has no strong competitive edge. Are you confident you can bring in orders?" His tone was calm, not questioning but genuinely asking, wanting to see how Wan Xiao would respond, since orders are crucial to the factory's survival. Wan Xiao slightly furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, then replied, "Introducing new products to the market takes time for people to accept. As long as our product quality is good, I am confident I can develop the market and secure orders. With so many promotional methods nowadays, borrowing a few ideas could lead to success. Standing on the shoulders of giants, if I can't handle this small challenge, that would be too wasteful."
good.
Director Pan's eyes showed admiration. "I really appreciate your courage and will seriously consider your request. But, Wan Xiao, are you sure you don't want to consider management or technical roles?" With connections in the company and Chu Lai's reputation, Director Pan genuinely wants to take care of Wan Xiao. Sales work often involves traveling and dealing with various purchasing departments, which can sometimes be difficult and is not an easy job. Wan Xiao shook her head. "Thank you, Director Pan. I made this decision after careful consideration. The management has too many worries, and she never really thought about them before. Regarding professional skills, she studied accounting in her previous life, so working as an accountant would make sense for her. Unfortunately, everyone knows that someone who just graduated from elementary school can't be a factory accountant, so she can only do technical or sales work. Now Minghui is pregnant, so she obviously can't run around often. She decided to take the sales position herself." Seeing that Wan Xiao was firm in her decision, Director Pan didn't say much and turned to ask Minghui. Minghui smiled and said, "I'll be brave and choose the technical position since Wan Xiao picked sales. But I still need Wan Xiao's guidance, or I won't be able to do it. Director Pan didn't make decisions on his own. He waited for Wan Xiao's answer, meaning he wouldn't comment until Wan Xiao agreed. Wan Xiao shook her head slightly and said seriously, since Zaya was created together by us, there's no question of guidance. If you're unsure about anything, we can figure it out together. Seeing how harmonious they were, Director Pan was very pleased. If all families were like Wan Xiao and Ming Hui, he wouldn't have to worry so much. It was about time, so Director Pan took the two of them to the meeting room. Since this matter didn't involve military personnel, only the political department, logistics department, and other departments held the meeting. Chu Lai and Shen Qingsong didn't participate. Last night, Shen Qingsong learned about the situation at home and wanted to talk to Chu Lai today. He thought, my wife is spoiled too much, and that's not good. He paced to Chu Lai's office. Chu Lai, can we talk? Chu Lai tidied up the documents, put them in a folder, then locked it in his desk drawer before slowly raising his head. His voice was cold. What does the regiment commander want to talk about? About yesterday's incident. Shen Qingsong was sore all over today, but to keep some face, he couldn't take a day off. So, facing Chu Lai, the culprit, he couldn't help but sound a bit resentful. Chu Lai, I know you and Wan Xiao are close, but no matter what, you shouldn't be so biased that you can't tell right from wrong. My son Ling Feng did wrong by bumping into Wan Xiao, but it wasn't intentional. You've already scolded and hit him, and now you're still going on? Especially coming to find trouble with me, deliberately giving me dark circles under my eyes. How many people are laughing behind my back? It's obvious you want to embarrass me. We're in the same team, but this is going too far. Chu Lai's lips curled into a slight smile, carrying a tone of mockery and disdain. He said, I guess the team leader only knows the truth from his own family members' words, right? Do you want to go ask others for confirmation before coming back to tell me why you keep going on and on? Shen Qingsong was stunned. He sensed Chu Lai's hidden meaning. Could it be that Yuan was hiding something from him?
Impossible.
Yuan has always been obedient and well-behaved. How could she lie?
Chu Lai, what do you mean by that?
Shen Qingsong's face turned a bit grim. He stared at Chu Lai with some displeasure. I know you're protecting your wife, but my family isn't something to be bullied easily. Ling Feng is still a child. His face is already swollen badly. Don't I feel sorry for him? Both sides have faults in this matter. Let's forget about the past. Do you still want to take this to Commander Kong? Shen Qingsong's tone carried some blame. He thought Chu Lai was being a bit too much. Although he had to consider Chu Lai and Wan Xiao's family background, he wouldn't let his own family suffer unjustly. He initially wanted to settle this peacefully, but if Chu Lai continued to be unreasonable, he was not afraid to make a big fuss. Both sides are at fault. Even if a leader intervenes, only a fair punishment can be accepted. Otherwise, it would be hard to gain respect. What is he afraid of? Listening to only one side makes you blind. Listening to both makes you wise. Doesn't the team leader understand this? Chu Lai slightly raised his chin, giving Shen Qingsong a look of utter disdain. His expression was cold, and his tone was sarcastic. I thought it was just Shen Lingfeng's youthful mischief that needed correction. I didn't expect your family to be experts at turning black into white. Today, if I don't see them come to my house to apologize to Qiao Qiao, not only will I keep challenging you daily, but I will also report to the organization, accusing Shen Yuan of trying to sabotage the military marriage. Don't say I didn't give you face then. What does Yuan have to do with this? Shen Qingsong looked confused. Although Yuan liked Chu Lai back then, he, as her father, was happy about it. But later, Chu Lai rejected her without mercy.
He also talked to Yuan.
Hadn't Yuan already lost interest in Chu Lai? Besides, Yuan is the daughter of a team leader, quite pretty, and a college student. She can marry anyone she wants. Why would she go crazy and ruin a military marriage? Shen Qingsong absolutely didn't believe his daughter could do such a thing. He stood up angrily, with a serious face. Chu Lai, your family background is strong, but you can't just accuse people randomly. I won't allow you to slander my daughter.
Ha!
Chu Lai sneered, his laughter full of sarcasm. I, Chu Lai, have worked hard to reach my current position. I didn't rely on my family at all, especially when it comes to defending my wife. The team leader shouldn't raise his voice at me here. Instead, he should take the time to understand what really happened, so he isn't kept in the dark. Seeing that Chulai didn't seem to be lying, Shen Qingsong thought for a moment and then personally went to the family area. If things aren't as Chulai said, he definitely wouldn't give up easily. That day, Shen Lingfeng publicly confronted Wan Xiao, and there was no way to hide what happened. Shen Qingsong easily found someone present to ask about the incident, and he quickly learned what had really happened. As he understood more, his face grew darker and more serious. He couldn't believe that his son would say such things, and his usually obedient daughter was also lying to him. What made him even more angry was that, without knowing the truth, he had gone to Chu Lai and asked him not to take things seriously. Shen Qingsong felt like he had lost all faith in these past 2 days. What made him even angrier was that his wife and children had teamed up to deceive him. His face darkened like stormy weather, and he stormed home in anger. As soon as he entered, he headed straight to Shen Lingfeng's room. He kicked open the door and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him out. Dad, what are you doing? Shen Lingfeng, grown up and never seeing his father so furious, was so scared that his legs trembled and his voice shook. Shen Qingsong didn't even look at him. He forcefully threw him to the ground and shouted angrily, "Be honest. Who told you that Wan Xiao stole your sister's man? And who encouraged you to say such nonsense?" His chest rose and fell rapidly, his anger almost swallowing him whole. If he still had a shred of reason, he would have kicked this troublemaker to death. Chu Lai and Xin Yuan haven't even had a formal date, so how did they become a couple in everyone's eyes? Spreading such rumors only damages their family's reputation. The people in the courtyard might laugh at Shen Qingsong for not being a good father. It could also ruin Yuan's reputation. She's still unmarried, and her reputation is very important. Originally, Shen Lingfeng was quite nervous, mistakenly thinking that his father had discovered his secret of sneaking home after falsely claiming school was on holiday. When he heard it was about this, he immediately relaxed. He straightened his neck, puffed up like a fighting rooster, and loudly declared, "Isn't it obvious? My sister has liked Chu Lai for a long time. Why won't Chu Lai marry a girl from the countryside instead of my sister? I heard that Chu Lai kindly saved Wan Xiao, but Wan Xiao clings to Chu Lai like a sticky patch, acting like she's stealing him. Maybe Chu Lai also likes my sister, but if it weren't for Wan Xiao interfering, Chu Lai would have already married my sister." He boasted proudly, winning first place in the military competition. So impressive. Someone like that is worthy of being my sister's husband. Seeing his son's confident attitude, Shen Qingsong was so angry his face turned pale, almost spitting out blood. He couldn't believe his ears and was shocked at how twisted his son's thoughts had become. In his fury, he couldn't hold back anymore and kicked out angrily. Who told you Chu Lai likes your sister? They have nothing to do with each other. Who he wants to marry is his own choice, and even I have no right to interfere. When did it become your business?" Shen Qingsong shouted, still haunted by the polite advice from relatives to discipline Shen Lingfeng properly. His anger grew even more. Thinking more about it, he suddenly pulled out a leather belt from his waist and swung it fiercely at Shen Lingfeng. With a sharp, the belt struck heavily on Shen Lingfeng's back.
Ah!
"Mom, sister, help me. Dad's going to beat me to death." Shen Lingfeng grimaced in pain, crying out loudly. Shen Qingsong clenched his teeth tightly, not stopping his swinging motion. "Today, even the King of Heaven can't save you. Loving children is natural. Parents' love is genuine. But when it's time to teach, they must be strict. A 13 or 14-year-old is at an age of confusion, still learning about the world and life. Without proper guidance and discipline at this moment, they could easily go astray." As a father, he didn't want his son to follow the wrong path like Hui. The black belt swung through the air with crisp cracking sounds, finally landing Shen Lingfeng's back. Every time the whip struck, Shen Lingfeng felt pain so intense that his body involuntarily trembled. He kept shouting, "Mom, sister, please come and help me." His voice filled with fear and helplessness. But from start to finish, he never once admitted fault. This made Shen Qingsong even angrier. He glared fiercely and shouted loudly, "How dare you ask for help? Don't you think about why you're getting whipped today?" At this moment, Shen Lingfeng was crying and tears streamed down his face. He struggled to lift his head from the ground and looked at Shen Qingsong with a sad expression, saying, "But, Dad, didn't you teach me before that brothers and sisters should stick together? As a man, I should protect women when needed. Xiao Qiao bullied my sister, and since my brother wasn't home, I stepped up to defend her. Isn't that right?" Shen Qingsong sighed helplessly and patiently said, "If Xiao Qiao really bullied your sister, I wouldn't need you to do anything. I would go and settle it myself. But the main issue is, Xiao Qiao doesn't even know your sister. Why would she bully her for no reason?" He paused and added softly, "Don't tell me you're worried about who Chu Lai will marry. Your sister and Chu Lai aren't engaged or dating officially. Chu Lai can marry whoever he wants. That's his choice, and I can't control it. You can't either. Do you understand these reasons now?" Shen Lingfeng tried to argue. "But my sister likes Chu Lai. I saw her crying secretly." Faced with his father's stern gaze, his confident voice grew weaker and weaker until he dared not speak anymore. But Shen Qingsong noticed something he hadn't paid attention to before. He squinted, calmed his emotions, and tried to speak gently, asking softly, "Tell me, what has your sister told you?"
Huh.
"Not much," Shen Lingfeng replied, his back hurting so badly he could only lie on the ground, trying not to move. The sharp pain made beads of sweat roll down his forehead, soaking the ground beneath him. "She just said that with Chu Lai's conditions, he should marry someone who is a good match in every way. Even if Xiao Qiao is taken back by the CG family, she's still illiterate and can't communicate with Chu Lai at all." Shen Lingfeng struggled to lift his head, still with that innocent look on his face, and looked at Shen Qingsong as if everything he said was completely natural. Then she added, "I really think sister is right. Only someone as excellent as her is a good match for Chu Lai." Hearing this, Shen Qingsong closed his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if all his strength had been suddenly drained, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness filled his heart. He was truly blinded. He had noticed that his obedient and sensible daughter had such an unknown side. "Ah, what happened? Who hit you?" Guan Wenwan and Xin Yuan, just returning, immediately saw Shen Lingfeng lying on the ground with blood on his back. They were both shocked and frightened. They quickly dropped what they were holding and rushed to Shen Lingfeng's side. "Phone! Get up quickly," Guan Wenwan called anxiously, her hands trembling as she helped him. Tears, clear and uncontrollable, slid down her face and fell onto the cold ground, each drop sounding like her heart breaking. "Mom, tell me who hurt you like this. I'll go find him and settle the score." Shen Lingfeng weakly lifted his head and nervously glanced at Shen Qingsong's grim face, then shakily stood up with their support.
"Mom, it's okay.
"I made a mistake, and Dad punished me," Shen Lingfeng said softly, trying to comfort his mother despite the pain. He still didn't understand what he had done wrong, but he knew his father had never hit him like this before. If his father was so angry and used such harsh force, it must mean he was at fault. Guan Wenwan refused to believe her son's words. She suddenly turned around, pointed directly at Shen Qingsong, and asked with a face full of grief, "Shen Qingsong, tell me clearly, why did you hit Lingfeng? He's only 13. Did you want to kill him? Are you still his father?" Faced with his wife's accusations and questions, Shen Qingsong's face grew darker, as if it could drip water. He pressed his lips tightly and coldly replied, "Because I am his father, I have to discipline him strictly. Otherwise, do you want him to follow Hu Wei's bad example?"
And
He glared at both of them. "Feng's injuries are partly because he's been bearing for you. What exactly happened yesterday? Aren't you going to tell the truth?" Hearing Shen Qingsong say this, Guan Wenjuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she felt a moment of guilt, but this feeling quickly disappeared. "I don't have time to talk about all that nonsense now. Do whatever you want to think," she said dismissively. "I need to quickly take my son to the hospital. I really don't understand how Lingfeng ended up with such a cruel father like you. No one is allowed to leave." Such a small injury won't be life-threatening.
宣清桑冷冷地喝道。
As someone who has survived the chaos of gunfire and battle, he exuded a powerful presence that couldn't be ignored. His sudden shout was like a thunderclap, making Guan Wenwan feel shocked and angry, but she dared not speak again. She could only glare back at him with a look full of resentment. Shin Qingsong ignored her reaction and continued, "What exactly happened yesterday? You two know very well. Don't think you can hide the truth. I've already investigated everything clearly. No matter how much you argue, it's useless. Now both of you go and apologize to Wan Xiao. We'll deal with the rest later." After saying this, he deliberately glanced toward Shin Yuan. "I won't go. Why should I apologize to that woman?" Guan Wenwan snapped, feeling like a cat with its tail stepped on, her hair standing on end.
"Why?"
"Because you did something wrong." Shen Qingsong's forehead veins bulged as he slammed the porcelain cup onto the table. With a loud bang, the whole room seemed to shake. Did he really want to bow to others? But if he didn't admit his mistakes, how could he teach his children? His children might be ordinary and have no achievements, but they must not be people who can't distinguish right from wrong. So now, he was willing to put aside his dignity and face. This matter is not negotiable. Let's go now. At this moment, Wan Xiao had just finished a meeting and was working on a plan in her study. She was the type of person who, when it came to work, either didn't do it or did her best. Just as she finished outlining her thoughts, she heard a commotion approaching her. Curious, Wan Xiao put down her pen, stood up, and looked out the window. She saw Shin Qingsong's family of 4 had already crossed over from Minghui's house next door, heading toward her home. Behind them, a group of relatives had gathered to watch. Wan Xiao frowned and thought to herself, what is Shin family up to now? Seeing that they had entered the yard, she had no choice but to quickly put her things into the drawer and rush downstairs. When she reached the yard and was about to speak, Shin Qingsong spoke first. "Wan Xiao, what happened yesterday was not right on our part. You, Wan, and Wenwan also share responsibility. The 4 of us are here to apologize to you. Sorry, please forgive us." After saying this, he turned to the other 3 and said in a serious tone, "Speak up. Sorry, please forgive us." The 3 clearly seemed reluctant, their voices uneven, weak, and very perfunctory. Shun Qingsong frowned and said coldly, "Haven't you eaten? Speak louder." The 3 dared not argue, and could only repeat loudly, "Captain Shin, there's no need to be like that." Wan Xiao glanced at the unwilling Shin Yuan and Guan Wenwan, then continued, "Yesterday, Shen Lingfeng bumped into me and I hit back. It's even now." Hearing Wan Xiao's words, Shen Lingfeng's face lit up with happiness. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Shin Qingsong. Before he could say anything, Wan Xiao's clear voice rang out again. "It's you guys keep saying I stole Shin Yuan's man. Chu Lai and I both need a clear explanation for this." Shen Yuan's face changed suddenly, and she shot a look at Wan Xiao with a hint of hatred in her eyes. Wan Xiao slightly lifted her eyelids, her eyes full of disdain. "Now you realize you've made a fool of yourself? Too late." Shin Qingsong's expression was also unpleasant. He didn't expect Wan Xiao to bring this up alone. But no matter how angry Shin Yuan was, he couldn't embarrass his daughter now. Or how could Yuan stay in this family compound? He took a deep breath and spoke, taking all the blame on himself. He bowed deeply and said sincerely, "Sorry, comrade Wan Xiao. It's my poor guidance. Lingfeng sometimes hears me praising Chu Lai at home and gets the wrong idea, spouting nonsense. I take full responsibility for this." No matter what purpose Shin Qingsong had in apologizing, Wan Xiao still somewhat appreciated his gesture. But separate the issues clearly. Things that need to be understood must not be left vague. Wan Xiao stood quietly in the courtyard, her beautiful face calm and composed. Her tone was gentle and soothing, but contained an undeniable strength. "Captain Shen, I accept your apology. But some things can't be easily dismissed with just a child is young and naive. Yesterday, Shen Lingfeng's words must have spread throughout the family compound. You know better than I do how serious the impact of such behavior can be, so it's very important to clarify this matter. If Chu Lai truly betrayed Comrade Xinyuan, I would not hesitate to apply to end our marriage and personally hold him responsible. But if that is not the case, Wan Xiao slightly raised her eyes and looked directly at Xinyuan, a sharp light flashing in her deep, dark eyes. Then I hope Comrade Xinyuan can come forward to clarify the truth and sincerely apologize to me and Chu Lai for this matter. Dong Dongmei had already told Wan Xiao everything about Xinyuan's manipulation of Lingfeng. Today, Wan Xiao intends to completely cut off Xinyuan's options, so she can no longer use this incident to her advantage. After all, no one wants a bothersome frog to jump out and disturb their peaceful life from time to time. Shen Qingsong was somewhat unhappy with Wan Xiao's aggressive attitude. But Chu Lai was already married, and he understood he couldn't let his daughter continue to be stubborn, so he decided to take this opportunity to cut off her unrealistic thoughts. Once they returned, they would find a suitable partner quickly, let Yuan get married soon, and live a stable life, so she wouldn't keep overthinking. Suppressing his own displeasure, Shen Qingsong forced himself to speak. Yuan, to avoid misunderstandings, you should explain yourself personally. Xin Yuan looked at Shen Qingsong in disbelief, her voice rising instinctively. Dad. Back then, she openly pursued Chu Lai. Everyone in the courtyard knew that. Now, making her explain would be like saying she's no better than a rural girl. Isn't that humiliating her? And she would also have to apologize. Why should she? Does Wan Xiao deserve her apology? Shen Qingsong's gaze swept over the crowd and fixed on Xin Yuan's face. His tone was low and serious. Yuan, you and Chu Lai are innocent and have nothing to do with each other. Clarifying this will prevent everyone from jumping to wrong assumptions. He emphasized the words clarify this. He wanted to educate his daughter, but he could discipline her privately. Publicly embarrassing her was unacceptable, so he ignored the issue of an apology. Xin Yuan's face turned red and white, and seeing her father's unyielding expression, she looked at Wan Xiao with resentment, her nails digging into her palm. She bit her lip and remained silent for a while, her eyes filled with hatred like a sharp sword aimed at Wan Xiao. Through gritted teeth, she said, Comrade Chu Lai and I have never had any intimate relationship. You can rest assured, Comrade Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao nodded. I've always trusted my Chu Lai. Her words implied that her trust was in Chu Lai, not in her. But just this one sentence from you cannot fully explain what happened yesterday. Lingfeng often studies outside and doesn't come home much, but yesterday he kept saying I bullied you and that I stole your man. I want to know, how did you influence him to make him hate me so much that he wishes me dead? I didn't. Xin Yuan looked at Shen Qingsong in fear. Dad, I didn't encourage Lingfeng to do bad things. Believe me, I really didn't. Although she is still somewhat favored at home, if Dad finds out she encouraged Lingfeng to do wrong, he definitely won't forgive her. At this moment, Shen Yuan was truly scared from the bottom of her heart. Shen Qingsong tightly pressed his lips, looked away from Xin Yuan, and turned to Wan Xiao with a serious face. He said, Comrade Wan Xiao, regarding Lingfeng's reckless behavior, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the whole family. After speaking, he quickly walked to a nearby broom, skillfully pulled out a thin bamboo stick, and held it out to Wan Xiao. If you are still angry, you can hit him. It will help Lingfeng remember and learn a lesson. I promise I won't stop you until you feel better. Wan Xiao glanced at the bamboo stick in front of her and slowly reached out her right hand to take it. The moment she took the stick, she clearly caught a fleeting look of surprise and shock in Shen Qingsong's eyes. Holding the bamboo stick, she casually examined it up and down. After a while, she finally spoke. I don't think I should interfere in how to discipline children. Commander, Shen should handle it himself. If she really hit Shen Lingfeng, her reputation for being unforgiving would spread. But she was already justified, so why should she hold back? Shen Qingsong's seemingly generous gesture actually carried obvious coercion. He wanted to lift her up high and then gently put her down, but only if she was willing to cooperate. His expression slightly stiffened, but he quickly recovered. All right, I will do it myself. At this point, he was caught in a dilemma. Besides doing as Yuan Xiao suggested, he seemed to have no better choice. He looked deeply at Yuan Xiao, with endless meaning flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he swung his arm fiercely, and the bamboo stick cut through the air with a sharp arc, accompanied by a whistling sound, and fiercely struck Shen Lingfeng.
Ah!
With a scream of pain, Shen Lingfeng trembled all over, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead.
Ah!
Guan Wenwan saw her son being beaten and cried out in pain. Two loud exclamations almost simultaneously sounded. When the bamboo stick fell for the second time, Guan Wenwan immediately lunged forward, using her back to block the strike.
Ugh!
She groaned softly, her face turning pale as paper, but she forced herself to endure the pain, turned her head, and stared fiercely at Shen Qingsong, her eyes red with anger and sadness. She loudly accused, "You've nearly beaten Lingfeng to death, and you won't even let him go to the hospital to get help, yet you still refuse to stop. Do you really want to hurt him to death?" Facing Guan Wenjuan's accusations, Shen Qingsong remained silent. He only looked at Yuan Xiao, his meaning clear. Unless Yuan Xiao told him to stop, he would continue. At this moment, the crowd watching began to stir. Some kind-hearted people spoke up to plead. Yuan Xiao's lips curled into a slight, sarcastic smile, and she let out a faint, mocking laugh. "Captain Shen, you don't need to look at me. How to teach the children is your business. I won't interfere, or have the right to interfere. Your apology has made quite a fuss, but it's not sincere enough. Especially Comrade Shen Yuan, your vague explanation is very unsatisfactory. But considering your friendship with Chu Lai, I am willing to make a small concession. As long as Comrade Shen Yuan answers a few questions honestly, I will consider forgiving you." Shen Qingsong's normally serious face was now expressionless, his tightly pressed lips showing he was in a bad mood. After a moment of silence, he finally uttered two firm words, "Ask." Having agreed, Yuan Xiao slowly turned around and faced Shen Yuan, speaking loudly. "First, has Chu Lai ever expressed romantic feelings for you? Just answer yes or no." Hearing this question, Shen Yuan's face looked extremely grim. She actually wanted to lie and say that Chu Lai had confessed his love to her. If she said that, at least the current situation wouldn't be too embarrassing. But she knew very well that she and Chu Lai didn't even have a chance to be alone together. If her lie was exposed, she would face even greater embarrassment and awkwardness. After a fierce internal struggle, Shen Yuan finally had to grit her teeth and squeeze out two words through her teeth. "No." Second, has Chu Lai ever done anything beyond normal comradeship to you? Jade Yan's eyes were full of anger and frustration. She gritted her teeth and replied, "No." Yuan Xiao nodded slightly, showing she was satisfied, then continued, "All right, the third and final point. Did I steal your man?" At this moment, Jade Yan was so angry she was trembling all over. She stared fiercely at Yuan Xiao, her gaze full of hatred, as if she wanted to cut her into pieces. She spat out angrily, "No, I didn't." Having received the answer, Yuan Xiao didn't even bother to look directly at Jade Yan. Instead, she turned her gaze to Shen Lingfeng beside her and loudly said, "Everyone heard that, right?" Jade Yan herself admitted it. She has nothing to do with Chu Lai. Yuan Xiao's eyes were full of mockery, and her look at Shen Lingfeng was like she was looking at a hopeless fool. "So, Shen Lingfeng, I hope you understand now? My husband and I have nothing to do with your sister. In the future, don't bother us anymore or try to cause trouble." Shen Lingfeng's face instantly turned red. At this moment, even if he was foolish, he understood that things were not as he had thought. He lowered his head in shame, but the words "I'm sorry" stuck in his throat and wouldn't come out. Although today's apology seemed a bit insincere, the three questions Yuan Xiao asked were like sharp swords, cutting off any possibility of Jade Yan causing trouble with their family again. That was the effect Yuan Xiao wanted. Otherwise, such a small conflict wouldn't really affect the Yan family. Yuan Xiao calmly announced, "Captain Shen, I've finished my questions. We won't keep you for tea anymore." This obvious hint for them to leave, Shen Qingsong couldn't pretend not to understand, and he had no intention of staying longer. He nodded slightly and said, We'll take our leave now. What would happen after they left? Wan Xiao wasn't interested in paying attention. But as Shen Lingfeng turned to go, Wan Xiao saw that the back of his shirt was stained red with blood, clearly from a beating he had taken earlier. So Wan Xiao actually looked up to Shen Qingsong. Regardless of whether his way of teaching was right, at least he wasn't indulging the children blindly. That evening, Chu Lai came home from work, and Wan Xiao told him about the Yen family's apology. Chu Lai snorted in dissatisfaction. They're just pretending to be polite because they have to. There's no sincerity at all. Wan Xiao shrugged. It doesn't matter. We're not planning to have a deep relationship with them. We don't need to ask for too much. As long as our face is saved, it's fine. Thinking about Shen Qingsong's panda eyes, Wan Xiao smiled warmly at Chu Lai. Captain Shen's dark circles. Did you give him those? Chu Lai, pretending to be serious, said, Of course not. Those are just from a little accident during a sparring session. Wan Xiao chuckled softly, her charming eyes curling into a crescent moon. Aren't you worried he'll get back at you? As the leader of the group, he's really lost face this time. Huh, do I have to be afraid of him? Chu Lai raised an eyebrow proudly. As long as it's called a sparring match, everyone knows what's really happening, but there's no real problem. Plus, he's young and already in this position. Making small, harmless mistakes now, and then actually makes some people feel more at ease. Seeing Chu Lai act so proud made Wan Xiao happily nod. Yes, my ally is fearless. He's the best. Not exactly fearless about everything, Chu Lai suddenly changed the subject. But I do fear my wife. Wan Xiao playfully rolled her eyes at him, but she couldn't help but laugh first, her laughter full of sweetness and happiness. They joked and laughed together, then Wan Xiao shared more about her work. When she said she chose to work in sales, Chu Lai thought for a moment and suggested, maybe Cheng Yan can help. He has good connections in Yangcheng. Getting orders from big factories shouldn't be a problem for him. Wan Xiao shook her head. Not right now. I want to try on my own first. I can't rely on others forever. If I can't handle it, then I'll ask Cheng Yan. She's not stubborn or inflexible. Wan Xiao knows that using her contacts can make things easier. She just wants to see how capable she really is. Chu Lai respected her decision, but knowing she planned to go out, he felt even more eager to teach her self-defense. Once you're healed, we'll start learning self-defense properly. Wan Xiao knew she couldn't argue about her health, so she didn't insist. Instead, she suggested, how about we start with running to build up our stamina? Chu Lai agreed. During the busy construction of the soap factory, Wan Xiao's daily life became very full and orderly. Besides improving her plan, most of her time was spent exercising with Chu Lai, practicing martial arts, and sometimes going to the sea at night to fish and earn money. Time flew by, and in just over 2 weeks, the soap factory was nearing completion. Everything was progressing smoothly and in order. Chu Lai also brought back some news that was not very good for Wan Xiao. Xiao, I have a mission to go on. The timing is uncertain. You must take good care of yourself at home, Chu Lai said seriously, looking at Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao's breath caught, and her calm heart was suddenly pulled tight. She instinctively reached out and tightly grasped the corner of Chu Lai's clothes, as if holding on to him could keep him here. Although she was full of worry, she knew she couldn't ask about the details of the mission due to secrecy. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and kept her voice steady. Eli, when will you leave? Chu Lai slightly moved his lips and struggled to say 2 words, soon. Being able to come back and tell her in person was already the best he could do. So urgent? Wan Xiao's heart suddenly trembled, and an indescribable panic swept over her. She knew that every time Chu Lai went on a mission, he faced different dangers. She didn't want him to worry about her, so she held back tears and forced out a smile that was worse than crying, pretending to be strong. I'll take good care of myself. Don't worry about me. Hearing this, Chu Lai felt a deep pain in his heart. He slowly raised his hands, gently cupped Wan Xiao's delicate face, leaned down, and placed a kiss on her red lips. I will also take good care of myself. Don't worry. After speaking, he turned and strode toward the door, leaving Wan Xiao with a resolute and determined back view. Wan Xiao called out loudly. Eli, you must carry the medicine with you at all times. Be sure to stay safe. I'll be waiting for you. Chu Lai's firm step suddenly paused, but he didn't look back. He simply responded with a brief reply and then continued to walk quickly out the door. Thinking back to the last time Chu Lai went on a mission, Wan Xiao hadn't yet fallen in love with him. Her feelings for him were more about responsibility. But this time was completely different. As her feelings deepened, her concern for Chu Lai grew even more. She sat quietly in the living room, feeling that someone was missing from the house. The room felt empty. Her heart was just like this house, desolate and hollow. Her thoughts ran wild like a wild horse, running free and chaotic. A variety of thoughts kept rushing through her mind. Sometimes she worried that Chu Lai might be in danger, and other times she imagined how happy he would be after successfully completing his task. Gradually, the sky darkened, and everything around her became completely black. Only then did Wan Xiao realize she had been sitting there like in a dream. She was surprised to find that she had been sitting still for several hours. She let out a helpless sigh and slowly stood up, moving her already numb legs. At this moment, she felt too tired to do anything else. She simply bought a bowl of vegetable porridge for dinner at the mall. But she still had no appetite and only ate half a bowl before feeling full. She promised Chu Lai she would take good care of herself, so Wan Xiao forced herself to cheer up. However, when she was lying alone on the large bed, she kept tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. Early the next morning, just before dawn, Minghui came to knock on the door. Wan Xiao, wake up. I heard the supply store has chicken today. We need to go quickly, or we won't get any. Hearing the knocking, Wan Xiao quickly responded, coming. She hurriedly put on her clothes, casually tidied her hair, and rushed to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Minghui saw her heavy dark circles under her eyes. But she wisely didn't ask anything, and instead reached out to grab Wan Xiao, urging her, let's go quickly. If we keep dawdling, we won't even get a chicken feather. On the way, Minghui kept talking non-stop, like a machine gun. She told funny and amusing stories about things happening in the community. For example, she said a little kid was so sleepy at night that he accidentally peed into a porcelain basin. The next morning, the child's father, feeling very thirsty, casually picked up the basin to drink from it. He thought it was tea, but after taking a sip, he realized something was wrong. The taste was unforgettable. At first, Wan Xiao listened to these stories and felt a bit dazed, not reacting much. It wasn't until Minghui told the third joke that she suddenly understood her good intentions. It turned out Minghui was trying to distract her with these funny stories, so she wouldn't keep worrying about Chu Lai. A warm feeling spread in her heart. Wan Xiao smiled and said, I'm fine. You don't need to go to so much trouble to cheer me up. She knew very well in her heart that since she chose to marry a soldier, she had to be mentally prepared for it. Moreover, being able to live with her husband here was already very fortunate compared to other military families who often couldn't see their husbands for many years. Minghui carefully watched Wan Xiao's face. When she saw that, apart from the two large dark circles under her eyes, there seemed to be no other unusual signs, she finally relaxed a little and felt more at ease. I completely understand how you feel. When Lao Lin went out on missions back then, I felt the same way. Over time, I got used to it, Wan Xiao thought to herself. No matter how used to it she was, her worries couldn't be completely dismissed. Especially since that eccentric old man had mentioned something about being cursed with 3 disasters, which made her already anxious heart even more uneasy. But she couldn't say these words out loud, only nodding with a forced smile to reassure Minghui and ease her worries. On the island, meat was not always available. Usually there were only 2 supply days a week, and each time the amount was limited so not everyone could buy it. As soon as meat was available, the scene would be very lively. Today, the supply station's entrance was already lined with a long queue. Hey, Wan Xiao and Minghui, you two came personally to buy chickens. Aunt Feng greeted them warmly when she saw them. She even deliberately swapped places with the person behind her to come beside Wan Xiao. She smiled broadly and said mysteriously, Wan Xiao, I heard that the soap factory is about to start hiring workers. Arwen Shun is quite talented. You should take care of our own people. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. After the soap factory started construction, she and Minghui's positions had already been decided, but somehow, that information had been leaked. Recently, many family members had been trying to get close to them, trying to find a way to secure a factory job. But neither she nor Minghui held management positions, and they had no say in the hiring process. Moreover, even if they were involved in management, hiring was based on clear standards, and they couldn't just choose anyone they liked. Wan Xiao looked helpless and sincerely replied, Aunt Feng, I've told you many times, I am not responsible for hiring. I really can't do much about it. If your family wants to work in the factory, it's better to wait patiently until the recruitment conditions are announced and see if they meet the requirements before applying. But wasn't this factory started by you? Just say a word, and it will surely help. Aunt Feng was still not satisfied and kept complaining. My family's Wen Shun is only a deputy battalion commander. His allowance is not high, and he has to support our big family and occasionally help out the brothers and sisters in the village. Life is really hard. Because she was too excited, Aunt Feng forgot to lower her voice, and everyone in the line in front and behind looked over. Just as she put down her hand pretending to wipe tears, she suddenly saw so many eyes looking directly at her. The words she almost had on her tongue suddenly got stuck in her throat and couldn't be spoken. She slightly opened her mouth, looking like she wanted to cry but couldn't, which looked a bit funny. Wan Xiao, standing nearby, almost couldn't help but laugh and hurriedly covered her mouth. Aunt Feng truly lives up to her name. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly pushed aside the awkwardness. She ignored everything and loudly shouted at the onlookers, What are you looking at? Haven't seen people chatting before? What's so interesting? The crowd pouted, but didn't say much. They weren't afraid of Aunt Feng, but since the recruitment was about to start, no one wanted to cause trouble and leave a bad impression on the leaders. Because of this distraction, Aunt Feng couldn't continue talking to Wan Xiao, and the matter was considered settled. On the way back, Minghui still felt uneasy. She sighed and said, I really hope the recruitment gets decided soon. Otherwise, I'll be pleading everywhere, and no matter how I explain, it's like they don't understand. Wan Xiao nodded. Just wait a few more days. I think it should be soon. Jobs are hard to get, and everyone wants the spot. It's understandable, but facing these problems every day is really exhausting. Why don't we go out to the island? If we can't afford it, we can't hide either. Minghui was just speaking casually, but after saying it, she also thought it was a good idea. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wan Xiao. Are you going? Let's go out for a day, buy some things, and have fun. Xu Lai was on a mission, and Wan Xiao was home alone, just thinking too much. Since there was nothing else to do, she agreed immediately. Then hurry up. I'll go back and tell the kids to find their dad for lunch at the canteen and we'll leave. Okay. Back home, Wan Xiao stored the purchased chicken in the warehouse, washed up, changed clothes, and called Minghui to go out. What are you two going to do? On the street, I unexpectedly met Dong Dongmei, who was on her way to work. She wore a bright smile and quickly came over to gently hold Wanjua's arm in a friendly way. Seeing this, Minghui's eyes flashed with suspicion. Why does she feel Dong Dongmei has become more cheerful? And when did Dong Dongmei and Wanjua become so close? No one explained anything to her. At this moment, Dong Dongmei was no longer the same person she used to be. Wanjua was also very happy to see her good friend. She smiled sweetly and said, We plan to go to the seaside for a walk today. Recently, those people asking for favors have been really annoying. Hearing this, Dong Dongmei's heart was moved. Since crossing over here, she hadn't had a chance to go out and play. When she heard they wanted to go out, her heart immediately ignited with excitement and started to stir. Her bright, gem-like eyes flickered quickly, and she thought of a way. Xiao Xiao, wait for me a moment. I want to go with you. Wanjua asked, Aren't you working today? It wasn't like the first few days after she arrived, when she could take leave due to her injury. Dong Dongmei quickly ran ahead without looking back, raising her hand to wave and say, "I have a clever plan." She ran swiftly to the guest house. Seeing Chun Chao waiting to change shifts with her, she hurriedly said, "I have something to do today. You cover my shift." It was not a request, but a firm notice. When Chun Chao heard this, her previously cheerful face suddenly fell, and her dissatisfaction and reluctance showed clearly. She frowned and asked loudly, "Why?" "I just finished my night shift and am exhausted. I need to rest properly now." Dong Dongmei's eyes shifted, and a cold look appeared in her gaze. She coldly replied, "Because this is what you owe me." If Chun Chao hadn't played tricks and tricked the original owner, how would she have fallen into this trap? The Chung family mother and son are not good people. But now everyone at home listens to you. What are you still unhappy about? Chun Chao bit her lip tightly, her eyes starting to turn red with grievance. Since she was injured last time, Dong Dongmei had changed completely. If she was once a timid, soft person, now she was like a powder keg ready to explode. Any small disagreement could make her furious instantly, even knocking over tables. During this time, the dishes at home had been broken and replaced countless times. My brother hasn't had a chance to raise his hand yet, but she acted first, grabbing her hair in chaos and running into the yard, crying loudly. They said her family mistreated a hero's child, which caused everyone to gossip and point fingers at them. Not only that, this woman was even more outrageous. She would sleepwalk at midnight, holding a kitchen knife and running through each room. That night, my brother was sleeping peacefully. He slowly opened his eyes and suddenly saw a sharp kitchen knife pointed right at his neck. He was so frightened that he screamed and fainted immediately. Since then, my mother was too afraid to let her cook in the kitchen again, worried she might cause more trouble. Every night before bed, she carefully hid all the kitchen knives in a place no one could find, hiding them very securely. Dong Dongmei snorted disdainfully. "Imagine being tricked and forced to marry a scoundrel, ruining your whole life. Would you be happy?" After saying that, she ignored Chun Chao and walked straight to the finance office. Shopping without money is impossible, and just looking without buying isn't her style. Dong Dongmei had already collected her and Chun Chao's wages and receipts for the month, then happily went to meet Wan Xiao and the others. They arrived at the ferry dock just as a boat was disembarking. They wisely stood aside to let people off before boarding. Wan Xiao was at the front, and by chance, she made eye contact with a handsome man in his 30s. The man looked surprised for a moment, then his eyes lit up with a smile, and he spoke softly. "Wan Xiao?" Wan Xiao looked at the unfamiliar man with confusion. She didn't know him, so why did he call her name so accurately? She looked again at his well-defined face and examined him carefully. She surprisingly saw some of Si Yuanhong's aura and a hint of Zhou Yinglan's shadow in his face. Wan Xiao moved her lips slightly and guessed softly, "Big brother?" "Yes, it's me." His voice was soft, but Chu Chuanha heard it clearly. He smiled and took a few steps forward, meeting her gaze. His deep, bright eyes were full of tenderness, and his tone was gentle but firm. "Qiao Qiao, Big brother is here. From now on, no one can bully you even a little." Wan Xiao was stunned at first, then nodded foolishly. Oh. But inside, she thought no one was actually bullying her, so she didn't take Chu Chuanha's words seriously. Later, she realized that Chu Chuanha wasn't just talking. He was always there to support her every moment. Chuanha? A confident and graceful woman stepped off the boat, holding 2 children. The 3 of them slowly approached. The woman immediately smiled warmly and kindly, speaking first. "Is this your sister?" "Yes, this is Qiao Qiao," said Si Chuanha with a smile. Then he turned to introduce Wan Xiao. "This is your older sister-in-law, Gu Shi." After saying that, he gently patted the little boy beside him. Qi and Qi Ning call her auntie. The 2 little kids blinked big, shiny eyes like black grapes and cheerfully called out, "Hello, Annie." Seeing this, Wan Xiao quickly responded, "Oh, so well-behaved. Auntie will buy you some candy later." She then looked at Gu Shi with a warm smile and politely greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law." Gu Shi nodded and replied in a clear, cheerful voice, Ciao ciao, no need to chat now. Chun. Hurry, and carry the luggage down so we won't delay the boat's return. Ruan Xiao was about to help with the luggage when Gu Shi handed the two children over to her and said, "Don't worry about that. Just watch the kids." Then she went to help carry things herself. The two children weren't shy at all. Each held one of Ruan Xiao's hands. The smaller Qining looked up at her beautiful face and, in a sweet voice, praised, "Auntie, you are so pretty." Ruan Xiao's heart softened at her words. She slowly squatted down so her face was level with the adorable Qining and softly said, "You are very pretty too." Qining nodded seriously, blinking her big, watery eyes, and earnestly replied, "Yes, Dad said that Grandma, Mom, and I are all pretty. Now, with Annie too, we are the prettiest. Chow Chow, your little niece is so cute and adorable. I really want to secretly take her home and raise her." Dong Dong Mei, standing nearby, couldn't help but be charmed by Qining's innocence and cuteness. She wanted to go over and cuddle her, but Qian blocked her. He had a serious expression on his young face and tried to look stern as he loudly said, "No, you can't take my sister." Ruan Xiao burst out laughing and opened her arms to hug the two small children tightly. She agreed, "Yes, Qining is our family's treasure. No one is allowed to take her." The boat crew had already urged the people waiting on the sea to board. Under these circumstances, Wan Xiao knew she couldn't leave the island, so only Ming Hui and Dong Dongmei got on the boat. Looking at the 7 or 8 large packages on the ground, Wan Xiao found it hard to imagine how Si Chuanhe and his wife had carried everything here all the way. "Big brother and sister-in-law, please wait a moment. I'll find someone to help." Si Chuanhe asked, "Is Chu Lai here?" Wan Xiao shook her head. "No, he's on a mission." "Then I'll go call someone," Si Chuanhe said. After speaking, his large, solid hand gently patted Wan Xiao's head, just like he did earlier with Qining. After giving a soft pat, he turned and left. Watching Si Chuanhe's back, Wan Xiao turned to look at Gu Shi and asked doubtfully, "Sister-in-law, does Big Brother know anyone here?" Gu Shi smiled. "Besides you and your husband, probably not. But your big brother is here for an assignment, so bringing 2 people to help isn't a problem." "An assignment?" After a moment of thought, Wan Xiao suddenly realized that the only open position in the military seemed to be the political commissar. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Is Big Brother coming to take over as political commissar?"
Yes.
Gu Shi nodded lightly, without saying much. Thanks to the efforts from her father-in-law, Si Chuanhe was transferred here. Otherwise, with her husband's rank, it would take several more years for him to get promoted again. She understood her father-in-law's intention to have them take good care of the precious daughter they had just found. Although life on this island was much harder than the bustling, lively Jinling, it was also free of many troubles. So she was willing to give up her job and move here with her husband. On this journey, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What if her little sister-in-law was difficult and hard to get along with? Living together long-term, if their relationship wasn't good, the days ahead wouldn't be comfortable. But when she actually saw her, all her worries instantly disappeared. The little sister-in-law looked kind and friendly, and their first meeting made her feel very comfortable. She sincerely hoped that their future interactions would always be harmonious and free of conflicts. Si Chuanhe returned quickly, followed closely by 3 or 4 tall soldiers. Surprisingly, even Commander Kong and Director Wang came in person. A few people helped carry the packages, and it was done easily. Director Wang was holding a package and said enthusiastically as he walked, "Commander C, I've arranged a house for you. When you see it later, let me know if anything is missing, and I'll have someone bring it over right away." "Thank you, Director Wang. That's very helpful." At this moment, it was clear that Si Chuanhe's tone remained gentle and warm like a spring breeze when talking to them, but there was a subtle sense of distance that had quietly crept in. Wan Xiao suddenly realized that although Si Chuanhe's appearance combined the best features of Si Yuanhang and Zhou Yinglan, his way of doing things was about 80% similar to Si Yuanhang. The house assigned to them was the same one that Commissar, who had lived in before. Wan Xiao was there for the first time. The layout was similar to her own home. The logistics department had already furnished it, but since there were no daily necessities, it still felt quite empty. Si Chunha apologized and said, "Sorry for the trouble. The current situation is really hard to entertain guests. Once we settle in, we will treat everyone to a warm meal. All right, you go ahead and pack up. If you need anything, just say so," Commander Kong replied, then left with Director Wang and a few soldiers. Si Chunha only returned after seeing them off outside the yard. Qian tilted her little head and asked, "Mom, is this our new home?" "Yes, from now on, we will live here. Mom is packing things. You take your sister to play in the yard, okay?" "Okay." Qian nodded obediently, then took her sister and went outside. Wan Xiao couldn't help but praise, "Big sister-in-law, you've taught them so well." "Well behaved?" "Not really. We're still not very familiar with each other. You'll see, they're quite mischievous," she said with a smile full of love in her eyes, despite her teasing words. Wan Xiao helped pack up, but neither of them let her interfere. She thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go home and cook. Come over for lunch at my place." Si Chunha and her husband didn't refuse this suggestion. They had just arrived, and they hadn't bought any daily supplies like rice, oil, salt, or vinegar yet. When Wan Xiao left, she also took the two children with her. At home, she brought some pastries and candies for them. Qining, Annie doesn't know what you like to eat, so you can pick what you like." Since she didn't know if the kids were allergic to mango, she didn't give them juice but prepared 2 glasses of malted milk. The children thanked her in unison. "Thank you, Annie." Their sweet little voices melted hearts. Wan Xiao also spoke softly, "You're welcome." She reminded them not to run out of the yard, then went to the kitchen to cook. She took out the chicken she bought in the morning, half to make plain boiled chicken and the other half to stew with mushrooms. After the meal was ready, Wan Xiao went to pick up Si Chunha and Gu Shi with the 2 children. By then, news had spread that the new commissar was her older brother. Many people approached her to say hello. "Wan Xiao, is this the child of Commander Si's family? So cute." Zhang Yun even reached out to pinch the child's cheek. Qian stepped back to avoid, her big eyes alert and watching her carefully. "Sorry, the child is shy." Wan Xiao nodded to everyone, then continued, "My brother and sister-in-law have been busy all morning. I'm going to call them for dinner. I'll leave now." Since this had already spread, Wan Xiao openly spoke about it to prevent others from overthinking. Si Chunha and Gu Shi followed Wan Xiao home, carrying large bags filled with gifts for her. Wan Xiao didn't know what to say. They moved so far away and brought so many things. This shows how much they care. After dinner, she found some vouchers and handed them to Gu Shi. "Sister-in-law, you just moved here, so you probably need a lot of things. We don't usually use these vouchers, so you can take them." She had an online store and usually bought what she needed without going out. Their parents also sent them some national vouchers, which they kept and used. They had quite a few. Gu Shi didn't take the vouchers, but looked at Si Chunha for his opinion. "Look at what my older brother wants to do. If he doesn't want you to take them, I'll tell our parents." Wan Xiao stubbornly pushed the vouchers into Gu Shi's hands. Her playful attitude was charming and not annoying at all. Gu Shi smiled and said, "All right, sister-in-law. Thank you." Moving once required a lot of preparations, so everything was not finished until 3 days later. Over these 3 days, everyone got along much better. Even Gu Shi, when talking to Wan Xiao, no longer acted so cautiously. Xiao, tomorrow my older brother is inviting his friends for a warm dinner. You have to come early to help me, or I'll be all over the place alone." "Okay. What dishes are you planning?" "I have some greens at home, and I'm good at making seafood." Watching the two discuss tomorrow's menu, Si Chunha's lips curved into a nice smile. He was happy that he could stay close to his sister. Jingming had been upset all day, calling him 3 times to complain. He regretted not joining the army so he could be closer to his sister. Blood ties are truly powerful. For this sister he hadn't seen in 20 years, at first, he only felt responsible, but now he was starting to like her. That's why he understood why Jingming was so upset. Many people helped with the meal, including Ge Fenglan, Minghui, Sister Wang, Zheng Yun, and others. They arrived early and brought food from home. Gushi looked at the modest gifts and decided to accept them, thinking she would return some gifts later. With so many people, everyone was eager to help, and the work was quickly finished. However, Ruang Qiao insisted on making 2 dishes herself, cold mixed clams and stir-fried squid. When the dishes were served, they were very popular. Commander Khan couldn't help but praise. It turns out clams can be so tasty. Because clams have shells and little meat, and boiling them in the cafeteria didn't add much flavor, they were almost removed from the menu. Ruang Qiao, can you teach the kitchen staff how to make this dish? It would improve the soldiers' meals, someone suggested. Sure, not only clams but other seafood can be prepared this way. I can write a few recipes for the kitchen, Ruang Qiao replied. Director Pan joked, Commander, Ruang Qiao is easy to talk to. Don't pretend you don't know. She just helped settle the military family arrangements, and now you want her to improve the soldiers' meals again. She should be rewarded for her efforts, right? We value dedication, but we shouldn't let our comrades feel unappreciated. Commander Kong shot a glance at Director Pan and pretended to be angry. Is that even necessary to say? Everyone laughed and agreed that she should be rewarded, so the matter was settled. Si Chuanha always wore a gentle smile. He raised his glass, looked around at everyone, and said softly, My family's Qiao Qiao is grateful for everyone's kindness and care. I toast to all of you. He then took a sip of wine with a confident gesture. Putting down his glass, he continued, Qiao Qiao is young. If she's ever done anything wrong, feel free to come to me. I'll teach her and help her improve. It sounded like he was scolding Ruang Qiao, but everyone could tell he was protecting her. Even Vice Commander Hao Yukai, who often called himself a rough man, said that Ruang Qiao was a very good comrade. Everyone finished their meal happily and gained a new understanding of this gentle-looking political officer. Hao Yukai went to Commander Kong and lowered his voice. Our new political officer is young, but he's quite capable. Commander Kong smiled and replied, That's great. Our army needs talented and responsible people like him. Especially in the family compound area, there were indeed many management problems before. I hope this new political commissar can make a difference. Living up to Teacher Kang's expectations, Si Chuanha officially took office, and his first action was to address the family compound. Establish a family committee? Yes, Si Chuanha boldly proposed his idea. Select military family members who have good moral character, strong coordination skills, and are active and enthusiastic to form a family committee. The committee can quickly learn about urgent issues and conflicts faced by families living in the compound, mediate, and help solve problems. Regularly review unresolved issues and report them to the political department, which will find ways to help. Having such a department can not only solve some conflicts promptly, but also reduce friction among families, making the community more harmonious. Additionally, they can conduct regular ideological education, confidentiality training, and so on. Overall, having a family committee is good for stability behind the lines. After a brief silence at the meeting, applause broke out. Good. I think this is a very good idea, Teacher Kong said first, and others quickly agreed. Wan Xiao didn't know that Si Chuanha was already making big moves since his arrival. She was busy at home adjusting the soap mixture with Minghui. The last batch of soap was successful, which boosted Wan Xiao's confidence. She planned to try adding flower extract and honey to create some unique products. The sun was shining brightly, and a gentle breeze was blowing. Minghui sat in the courtyard, focused on extracting fresh coconut meat from a coconut shell. She was skilled, carefully scraping the open coconut meat into a basin while saying, Wow, it's so strange. We both have the same head, but how come your mind comes up with so many strange ideas? You actually thought of adding these things to soap. I wouldn't even dream of it. Compared to you, it feels like my brain is only good for eating and talking and nothing else. Hearing this, Wan Xiao couldn't help but laugh at Minghui's exaggerated expression, almost spilling the flower juice she was handling. She quickly carefully poured the freshly extracted flower juice into a nearby bottle before saying, It's not as exaggerated as you say. It's just because our soap factory is just starting out, so I'm thinking of creating some new and unique products. Maybe that will help us open up the market. However, whether it can succeed or not is still uncertain. Only you are not afraid of trouble and are willing to stay here and help me tinker around. Minghui is very confident in Ruan Xiao. She keeps working without looking up and replies, "If it were someone else, I might hesitate, but since it's your idea, it will definitely work." Is this a bit of blind admiration? Actually, she's just taking advantage of the benefits from traveling from the 21st century. But no matter what, having such a steadfast friend's support makes her very happy. Ruan Xiao smiles and doesn't continue this topic. Instead, she changes the subject and says, "Actually, I've been thinking about whether I can put some effort into the molds and come up with some new ideas." Minghui is curious. Molds? How else could they be changed? Currently, most molds are made of wood. Soap factories need to produce large quantities, so if they use overly special or complex designs, it could slow down production or even cause trouble if someone with bad intentions uses it as an excuse to criticize. So, Ruan Xiao doesn't plan to make anything too complicated. She calmly replies, "My initial idea is to carve some quotes onto the molds. Carving words isn't difficult, and it fits the current trend. It can add a little sparkle to the products, making them more attractive." After thinking for a moment, Minghui shows approval and nods. "That's a good idea. Have you told Director Pan about it?" Ruan Xiao shakes her head gently. "Not yet. I want to wait until we finish this batch of soap for the experiment. Then I'll report the idea along with the finished product to Director Pan." Okay, we need to hurry. The factory building is already done. Once it's dried for a few more days, we can start production. Director Pan and the others are probably busy preparing for the startup, so we shouldn't be late. Minghui says, as she works faster and faster. Since it's an experiment, Ruan Xiao carefully mixes different ratios of flour, juice, and honey, waiting to see which formula produces the best results. When making soap, she labels each batch with its specific ratio. During the busy daytime, she has little time to think about anything else. But at night, when everything is silent, lying alone on the double bed, Ruan Xiao can't help but feel worried and miss Chu Lai deeply. I don't know where he is now, how much longer the mission will take, or if he's encountered any danger. In the past, when they shared a bed, it sometimes felt a little crowded, but now, with only her alone, she looked at the empty bed and suddenly felt it was too big. Ruan Xiao instinctively reached for Chu Lai's usual pillow, holding it tightly in her arms, as if this could ease her endless longing. Her thoughts were scattered, and she didn't remember when she finally fell asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, and Ruan Xiao slowly woke up. She washed quickly, ate a simple breakfast, and rummaged through her belongings to find 2 pieces of soft fabric. She planned to ask Minghui to help cut them into clothes for Qi-in and Qi-ning. Her brother and sister-in-law had brought her many things from far away, making her feel very warm inside. She had nothing special to give in return, just making clothes for her niece and nephew to show her appreciation. "What kind of clothes do you want to make?" Ruan Xiao pointed to the floral fabric with delicate small flower patterns and smiled, saying, "I want to make a pretty little dress for Qi-ning with this small flower fabric, and a pair of overalls with the other piece. Do you think that's okay?" After seeing Qi-en's cute face, she imagined him in the overalls, looking super cool, which made her find it adorable just to think about. "Sure, of course. Do you want to bring the kids over so I can measure them?" Ruan Xiao shook her head. "I want to surprise them and not let them know in advance. Otherwise, can you just estimate the sizes based on your experience? Anyway, children's clothes are usually made a bit bigger, so they can wear them for a couple of years, so a slightly larger size is fine." Minghui thought for a moment and said, "I think Qi-en and my iron egg are about the same size, so the measurements should be fine. The dress for Qi-ning I can only estimate. All right, I think I'll add a belt to the dress. Even if it's a little loose, that's okay." After discussing, they finally decided on the style. Minghui skillfully laid out the fabric, then took a chalk and ruler, carefully drawing the design she had in mind. Everything was ready. She picked up scissors, and after a few crisp snips, the fabric was cut into the desired shape. "Your cutting skills are really good," Ruan Xiao said, giving a thumbs up to praise her. Minghui smiled cheerfully and said, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just practice makes perfect." The two of them exchanged a few more words. Wan Xiao expressed her thanks, happily holding the cut fabric, ready to go home and sew. Suddenly, she encountered Aunt Feng rushing over in a flurry, nearly bumping into her. Aunt Feng, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Wan Xiao asked, feeling a bit scared, and looked at her with curiosity. Aunt Feng, panting heavily, replied intermittently, "Oh dear. It's terrible. Wan Xiao, you should go see for yourself." Dong Dongmei and Cheng Chang started fighting for some reason. Hearing this, Wan Xiao's face changed dramatically. She quickly shoved the fabric into Minghui's arms and rushed out like the wind. Watching Wan Xiao run off, Aunt Feng stood there with a proud smile. Haha, look at how clever she is. With this news today, Wan Xiao will surely remember her kindness. Maybe she can whisper into Chu Lai's ear and have Anshin promoted, and her son could get a better position. The more she thought about it, the more confident she felt about her plan, almost laughing out loud. Minghui couldn't help but ask, Aunt Feng, why did they start fighting? That day, she went out once with Dong Dongmei and noticed that Dong Dongmei had become much more cheerful. They talked quite well, so she was worried about her now. Since men and women are so different in strength, fights usually end up hurting women the most. Aunt Feng wanted to see the excitement, and once she caught her breath, she hurried away. When Minghui asked, she replied vaguely, "It seems to be about money." Money? Minghui recalled shopping that day. Dong Dongmei bought quite a few things, so maybe it was about that? But she has a job and earns her own wages. Buying some things isn't a problem. Although they weren't very close, Minghui couldn't help but worry. She took the fabric back to her room and followed quickly. When Wan Xiao arrived at the Cheng family, Dong Dongmei and Cheng Chang had already been separated and were standing some distance apart, glaring at each other like enemies. Spring Grass's mother was sitting on the ground, hitting the ground with her hands and crying loudly. Our old Cheng family is really unlucky. Marrying such a jinx has brought chaos to the house. She not only bullied me, the mother-in-law, but also scolded my daughter, and even doesn't respect her own husband. How can we live like this? She kept crying and wiping her tears with her sleeve, looking very pitiful. Next to her, Gu Fenglan and others were busy comforting Mother Chun Chao, trying to help her calm down. Wan Xiao didn't pay attention to what was happening there. She walked straight through the crowd quickly, heading toward Dong Dongmei. "How are you?" As she got closer, Wan Xiao's heart suddenly tightened. She saw Dong Dongmei's hair messy, as if blown around by a strong wind. Her originally fair left cheek was swollen high, with a clear red handprint on it, looking very striking. Seeing her friend's battered appearance, Wan Xiao's anger burst out like a volcano erupting. She gritted her teeth and cursed that he had beaten the original owner to death last time, and now he was hitting Mei Mei again. She couldn't tolerate this anymore. She turned angrily, ready to confront Ching Chong. But Dong Dongmei quickly grabbed her arm tightly. "Qiao Qiao, don't get involved. This is family business." Others wouldn't understand if Qiao Qiao stepped in. She didn't want Qiao Qiao to be criticized because of her. "What do you mean, don't get involved? Look at how you've been beaten. How can I not care?" Wan Xiao's eyes widened with anger, her emotions a bit intense. She couldn't just watch her best friend be bullied. Dong Dongmei lowered her voice. "It's really nothing serious. I just took a hit, that's all. And I didn't just get hit. I fought back too. Cheng Chang was drunk, just acting crazy. If you go over, he might even hit you." Wan Xiao frowned. "He's been drunk since early morning?" Dong Dongmei shrugged, looking indifferent. "I don't know. He didn't come home last night." She didn't care whether Cheng Chang was dead or alive, nor did she want to ask about his whereabouts. She hadn't filed for divorce immediately because it wasn't simple at this time. If she asked for a divorce, friends and family would come to persuade her, and even her workplace leaders would try to talk her out of it. It was too troublesome. Plus, the Wang family didn't agree with her divorce. If she insisted on leaving, she might even lose her home. So she had to think carefully. She needed a place to stay, free from control, before she could take this big step with confidence. Meanwhile, Mother Chun Chao was still complaining loudly, saying, "Everyone, come and judge for me. Tell me, how can life be like this? She unexpectedly took an advance on her salary and bought a lot of things on the island. Will life still be okay in the future? In her words, she blamed all the faults solely on Dong Dingmei, never mentioning her own son's misdeeds. Dong Dingmei scoffed and walked over, looking directly into her mother-in-law's eyes. She said confidently, "Yes, I bought quite a few things, but don't you understand the reason? It's because you hide all the food and your family secretly eats it. If I weren't so hungry, how could I have gone out to buy things?" Dong Dingmei's lips curled into a mocking smile. Her family was really not good people. Although her words weren't her own experience, she didn't lie at all. The original owner was weak by nature. After marrying in, besides working, she did laundry, cooking, cleaning, and almost served her family like a servant. But at mealtime, she received only a tiny portion of food, and she couldn't even taste the finer grains. "You're always criticizing me. What about your precious son Ching Chong stealing money from home to gamble, staying out all night? This morning, he came back drunk, having lost all his money. As soon as he entered the house, he took out his anger on me. What? Am I just your punching bag?" You. Mother Chun Chow, seeing Dong Dingmei exposing all the family's dirty secrets, clutched her chest and was too angry to speak properly. "Don't start arguing with me about right and wrong. Chung Chong is your son. It's normal for you to protect and favor him, but if you want to turn black into white and blame everything on me, dream on." Dong Dingmei's face was as dark as if it could drip water, and she radiated a chilling coldness that made people feel afraid. She was an orphan since childhood, having gone through many hardships. Naturally, she knew how to protect herself better. When conflicts arose, she didn't expect her in-laws to side with her. She wouldn't even dare to think that way. So, in modern times, she only dated her boyfriend without getting married, to avoid dealing with her in-laws' petty issues. Now, being forced into the role of a married woman was her limit of endurance. No one could bully her. Mother Chun Chow looked pained, trembling as she pointed at the messy room and said, "Even if you're upset inside, you can't just destroy the house. Our family isn't wealthy. Doesn't buying these things cost money? You're so wasteful. And besides, isn't it normal for men to hit their wives? What's wrong if Chong hits you a few times? Can't you just endure it? I really can't stand it anymore." Dong Dongmei sneered coldly and confidently replied, "We are all born and raised by our parents. Why should I be the one getting hit? Your son has a little more flesh than a woman, and he thinks he's so great?" The top leader said women can hold up half the sky. In the new society, everyone is equal. Mother-in-law, feudal ideas are wrong. It's a shame you're still in the military family with such low awareness. You should learn more. Dong Dongmei's words were sharp and reasonable, making Chun Chow's mother blush with anger. She couldn't find a single thing to say in reply. She simply pretended to cover her chest and kept crying out, "Oh, oh," as if she was about to faint. Next to her, Ching Chong, who was drunk, saw his wife daring to argue with his mother in front of so many people. He felt humiliated and furious. He waved his fists and aggressively charged at Dong Dongmei. He shouted, "Just because you're my wife, I can hit you whenever I want." They were already close, and as soon as Ching Chong finished speaking, he lunged forward like a hungry tiger. In a flash, his large fist was about to hit Dong Dongmei hard. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. They all gasped and shouted, "Watch out! Get away!" Dong Dongmei didn't know martial arts, and she had no weapons nearby. She was no match for a big man. At a critical moment, Wan Xiao quickly stepped forward and kicked him. Although her kick didn't knock him down because she didn't use enough force, it successfully stopped Ching Chong's attack and saved Dong Dongmei. Ching Chong, feeling humiliated and angry, lost his temper completely. Like a wild beast without reason, he ignored others' warnings and tried to attack again. This time, his target was not Dong Dongmei but Wan Xiao. Ching Chong was mischievous and hadn't trained much in martial arts, but boys who grew up in the courtyard knew some moves. His punch didn't look as fierce as a master's, but it was still intimidating. Fortunately, Yuan Xiao had been practicing with Chu Lai recently, and she also knew some fancy moves. She wasn't too clumsy against Ching Chong, and even had a slight advantage. Because Chu Lai taught her to attack only lightly, never really hurting her, she felt a bit relaxed. But real fighting was different. Every time Ching Chong swung his fist, his goal was to hit her hard, with no mercy. So, when Yuan Xiao dodged and fought back, her movements initially looked awkward and stiff. After a few practice moves, her actions gradually became smooth and natural. As the fight continued, she became more confident and skilled. At first, Mom Chun Chao secretly watched the scene, worried as her son kept getting beaten and was at a disadvantage. She suddenly stood up from the ground, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to rush in. Dong Dongmei, who had been watching in surprise, snapped out of her shock and quickly grabbed Mom Chun Chao's arm, kindly advising, "Fighting is unpredictable. You're too old to join in. If you get hurt, you might get seriously injured."
You.
Mom Chun Chao's face turned pale with anger, her lips trembling. This time, she was genuinely upset, not pretending. She widened her eyes and angrily stared at Dong Dongmei. "Aren't you going to help? No matter what, you're Ching Chong's wife. Who's closer to him, you or me?" Dong Dongmei slightly smirked, thinking she knew very well. That's why she didn't step in. She was watching Qiao Qiao fight happily, wasn't she? "Mom, don't worry. I'll think of a way," Dong Dongmei said slowly, and then went inside the house. Her eyes searched around inside, finally landing on a rolling pin. The rolling pin was of moderate thickness, heavy in her hand, and very comfortable to hold. "All right, this will do." When she came out, she saw Ching Chong was no longer able to fight back. Others nearby were shouting for them to stop. Dong Dongmei raised the rolling pin high and loudly shouted, "Stop fighting.
Cease now."
Then she rushed over. The two friends had a long-standing understanding. Yuan Xiao quietly moved her feet, subtly giving up a perfect position. Dong Dongmei's swinging of the rolling pin looked chaotic and random, but each strike was precise, hitting Ching Chong accurately.
"Ah!
You blind woman! Where are you hitting?" Ching Chong yelled loudly. Yuan Xiao kept him busy, and now with Dong Dongmei joining in, he had no chance to fight back. He could only awkwardly cover his head with his hands and step back slowly. His constant cursing gradually turned into desperate pleas. "Stop hitting me. I give up.
Please stop."
Yuan Xiao felt it was time and stopped her actions. She gently grabbed Dong Dongmei, who was still about to continue, and lowered her voice. "That's enough. Don't go too far." Ching Chong was already beaten to a swollen face with many injuries. Continuing would be inappropriate. "Son, are you okay? Where does it hurt?" Spring Grass Mom looked worried and gently asked Ching Chong how he was feeling. At this moment, Ching Chong's whole body hurt, and he was feeling very upset and frustrated. He suddenly shook off his mother's hand and yelled impatiently, "Try getting someone to hit you hard like that, and you'll see where it hurts." Seeing the bruises and marks on his face, Spring Grass Mom's anger flared up instantly. She turned around sharply and stared fiercely at Yuan Xiao. She crossed her arms and shouted angrily, "Why did you hit my son? You better apologize and pay for the medical bills, or I'll report you to the authorities." The wife of the deputy team leader shouldn't bully others. Spring Grass Mom believed she was right and wasn't afraid even if Chu Yanwang came. Just as Yuan Xiao was about to speak, a clear voice suddenly interrupted. "Do you think all these people here are just for show? Can't you see that your son was the one who started the fight with Qiao Qiao?" Gu Shi, holding Qi En and Qi Ning, walked confidently in front of Yuan Xiao without hesitation. "However, we are not unreasonable or troublemakers. We will follow what you just said. Let Ching Chong honestly apologize to Qiao Qiao, and also give some compensation." She turned her head, looked at Yuan Xiao, who was unharmed, and after a moment of thought, continued, "My Qiao Qiao is scared. Let's just pay her some scare compensation." Yuan Xiao lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, but she was actually trying hard not to laugh out loud. She had always thought her sister-in-law was straightforward and generous, But she never expected her to be so cunning. She was a perfect match for her brother. Hearing Gu Shi's words, Spring Grass Mom was stunned. She had lived most of her life, but had never heard of such a strange thing. She was the one who got hit, yet in the end, she was asked to compensate the person who hit her. After thinking for a while, she managed to say, You're being unreasonable. Gu Shi remained calm and composed, smiling slightly. She replied slowly, Oh? How can that be called being unreasonable? I'm just learning from you. Your son hit my sister, and my sister was only defending herself. Chung Chong isn't missing any limbs. Why should she pay him? Gu Shi curled her lips and deliberately muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear. A grown man can't even beat a woman. He's lost face, and now he dares to ask for compensation. Dong Dongmei quickly stepped forward to support her, saying exactly. Some of the injuries on him were caused by my accidental contact just now. It's not fair to blame Qiao Qiao at all. Our family is not starving, so why is Mom trying to extort money? Their coordinated and harmonious words left Ruan Xiao with no chance to speak. But being protected like this felt really good. Ruan Xiao was filled with a deep, indescribable feeling of happiness and warmth, completely immersed in her joy. Meanwhile, Chun Chao's mother looked very angry and gloomy. Her daughter-in-law not only refused to support her family, but also started speaking up for others.
How could there be such a thing?
She was so furious, she trembled all over. She bent her legs and sat down the ground, starting to throw a tantrum. She slapped the ground and cried loudly, This isn't fair. Someone is taking advantage of her husband's high position to bully others.
Boo-hoo.
A few people wanted to step forward and try to calm her down, but when they heard what Chun Chao's mother said, they all stopped in their tracks. Their eyes naturally turned to Ruan Xiao and Gu Shi. Her words were too obvious in their intention, and they couldn't pretend not to notice. Everyone saw the whole scene clearly. No one believed her words. They just wanted to see how the two would handle it. Ruan Xiao remained calm and composed. She walked forward slowly, tilting her head slightly and giving Chun Chao's mother a cold, contemptuous look. Her voice was icy. What you said is like water spilled after being poured out. Your obvious accusations have seriously damaged my brother's and Shu Lai's reputation. I will report this to the military. They will investigate thoroughly and deeply. And you will be held responsible for what you said.
Ah.
Chun Chao's mother suddenly felt as if an invisible hand was choking her neck. The rest of her words caught in her throat, and she couldn't say another word. She had only spoken casually, so why was it such a serious matter that she needed to be held accountable? Her husband was in his 40s and only a deputy battalion commander. Chu Lai and Si Chun, she couldn't afford to offend either of them. Like being struck by lightning, Chun Chao's mother quickly scrambled to her feet from the dusty ground. Lowering her head, she looked away nervously, stammering, I didn't say anything. Don't scare me. Wan Xiao snorted coldly, glaring at her with sharp eyes and saying mercilessly, Whether I'm scaring you or not, you'll find out after the investigation. People like this need to be punished, or they will never learn their lesson. Si Chunha is now the political commissar, and managing the ideological work of the soldiers' families is within his responsibilities. Not to mention, with his excellent communication skills, he could easily scare the mother of Chun Chao into submission. Moreover, what she just said definitely has the suspicion of slander. It seems the family housing area really needs to be cleaned up. Suddenly, a loud and commanding male voice broke the silence. Everyone turned around at the sound and saw Commander Kong, Si Chunha, and Director Pan among a few leaders had appeared behind the crowd. All their attention was focused on the yard, and no one noticed when these leaders arrived or how much they heard or saw. A small dispute among family members usually isn't a big deal, but if the leaders see it, it might become something serious. By now, Chun Chao's mother was so frightened she looked pale, trembling all over, especially her legs, which shook like chaff. The crowd around her seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, consciously stepping back and making way. A few figures approached along this path. Si Chunha's expression was calm, but his eyes carried a commanding presence that couldn't be ignored. When they reached close, he slightly lifted his chin and spoke gently. "This family member, I heard you mention some unfair treatment you want to report to the organization. Commander Kong is here now. If you have anything to say, you can speak directly." "No, I have no issues to report." Chun Chao's mother shook her head like a rattle. Her eyes darted around wildly, not daring to meet Si Chuanho's gaze. Si Chuanho didn't stop there. He subtly surveyed the scene in the yard and then asked again, "Is there anything we can help you with today?" Chun Chao's mother hurriedly replied, "It's just a quarrel between the young couple. It will be fine after a while." "No, there's nothing for the leaders to solve." Her hands unconsciously clenched her clothes, showing she was a bit nervous. "You don't need to worry. Although Qiao Qiao is my sister, if she really makes a mistake, I will also punish her." Despite Si Chuanho maintaining a calm tone and sincere attitude from start to finish, acting strictly by the rules, something inexplicable was happening deep inside Chun Chao's mother. She felt a sudden sense of fear. Her previous arrogance and stubbornness had completely disappeared, and she didn't even dare to speak ill of Wan Xiao. "Wan Xiao didn't do anything wrong. I was just talking nonsense earlier," Chun Chao's mother said, forcing out a smile that was worse than crying. She silently prayed that Si Chuanho wouldn't ask further, and that the matter would just pass. However, Si Chuanho's face suddenly darkened, and his calm expression was replaced by a stern look. He straightened his back, exuding a commanding presence, and his voice became very serious. "I need to criticize you properly. Whether it's the reputation of the military or that of a military spouse, neither can be slandered. As a military spouse, how can you lack such basic awareness? Don't you realize how harmful your careless words can be?" Chun Chao's mother's face turned pale instantly, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her lips trembled as she stammered, I was wrong, Commissar C. I really know I was wrong. I promise I won't speak recklessly again." Si Chuanho didn't immediately respond to her apology, but remained silent, his eyes fixed on Wan Xiao. Suddenly, Chun Chao's mother seemed to understand something, and a bright idea flashed to her mind. She quickly walked over to Wan Xiao, smiling warmly, and said, "Wan Xiao, I'm really sorry. It was all Auntie's nonsense just now. Since you are so generous, please forgive me for Winter Plum's sake, okay?" Wan Xiao couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. This person was quite clever now. She was already pulling out a big banner to justify herself. But since the other person had admitted her mistake and apologized openly, and there were many people watching, Wan Xiao didn't want to press further. She simply said calmly, "Let's forget about it this time. In the future, don't speak recklessly." Si Chuanho then added, "Although it's not a big deal, it does reflect some issues within the family compound. Commander Kong, I think after the family committee is established, we can use this incident as a typical example to give the military families a lesson in ideological education. What do you think?" "I think it's okay. What do you all think?" Commander Kong asked for others' opinions. "We agree too." Several people responded in unison. So, the matter was settled. However, Mother Chun Chao looked upset. It was just a small argument and she said the wrong thing. Why is she being made an example? Losing face once isn't enough. Now they want to hold a meeting to criticize her? No one cared about what Mother Chun Chao was thinking. Everyone was focused on what they just heard. What is the parent committee? What is it for? Onlookers whispered among themselves, unsure of what is happening. Commander Kong simply explained that the family committee was being set up. The notice has been posted on the bulletin board. Check it out for details. Also, the soap factory will start soon, and the recruitment criteria are already set. You can look at them. Those who pass the assessment can start working. As soon as he finished, a large group of people rushed toward the bulletin board like a tide. In an instant, the lively scene was left with only a few people. Commander Kong shook his head helplessly. They had come to the residential area today mainly because they were worried about these two issues and wanted to clarify things in person. They heard there was a conflict here and came to see what was going on, but now everyone had left, and they had to go back. His gaze casually swept over Ching Chong, who was swaying unsteadily, and he sighed again. He increasingly believed that the idea of a parent committee was excellent. If it could be implemented as planned, it could really help solve many problems they usually had no time to deal with. Seeing the crowd disperse, Wan Xiao stepped forward and took Dong Dongmei's hand, saying, "Come to my house. I'll put some ice on your face." Dong Dongmei shook her head to refuse. "No need. I'll buy some ice pops later and handle it myself. You should go home now. You can't escape forever." She couldn't always rely on Xiao Qiao to solve everything. She had to face problems herself. Wan Xiao knew Dong Dongmei's temper well. If she said no, she wouldn't go. She could only worry and remind her, "If anything happens, come find me. Don't suffer in silence." Dong Dongmei smiled and nodded. "I know. Don't worry." Gu Xi had been waiting nearby for Wan Xiao. After talking to Dong Dongmei, Wan Xiao quickly jogged over. "Big sister-in-law, thank you just now." Gu Xi gave Wan Xiao a playful glare. "What thanks? We're family. I'm just looking out for you."
Wan Xiao didn't see it that way.
She believed there was no such thing as something owed or deserved in this world. However, she didn't say much more. Excessive politeness among family members can sometimes hurt feelings, so she was content to keep it to herself. "Big sister-in-law, why not try applying for a job at the soap factory?" Wan Xiao knew that Gu Xi had worked at the union before coming to the island. With her qualifications, she would definitely get accepted if she signed up at the soap factory. She thought she would get a positive answer, but Gu Xi shook her head and explained with a slightly helpless look, "There is no red growth class here on the island. The children are too young, and, without someone to take care of them, I can't focus on work." Qian, who was 6, was easier to handle, but Qi Ning, only 4, really needed someone to look after her. If the family's financial situation is tough, it's okay for the older child to help take care of the younger one. But your older brother's salary is enough to support our family of 4, so there's no real financial pressure. The children had just arrived on the island and were unfamiliar with everything around them. It would be better for me to help them adapt and get through this period. Plus, the soap factory was newly built, with many workers but little food, so competition was fierce. It wouldn't be good for me to join just for fun. Wan Xiao listened and nodded repeatedly, having to admit that Gu Xi had thought things through very carefully. However, the absence of a red growth class on the island was indeed a problem. In the past, military families rarely worked outside, and children were usually looked after by themselves. But with the soap factory now operational, establishing a red growth class might become necessary. To run such a class, teachers would need to be hired, which would be an extra expense. The military's funds were already tight, so it seemed they would have to rely on the soap factory to generate enough profit to cover these costs. Wan Xiao suddenly felt as if the burden on her shoulders had grown heavier. It wasn't because she was feeling overly compassionate or taking on unnecessary responsibilities. It was because, in this environment, she couldn't help but be influenced and wanted to do more within her means. The parent committee election was scheduled to take place after the recruitment was finished. Wan Xiao didn't need to take the recruitment exam, so during this free time, she decided to leave the island and visit the supply and marketing cooperative outside to see how things were going. Knowing the situation outside was important for success. At this time, due to poor infrastructure, outdated technology, and low productivity, even larger supply cooperatives had limited product varieties. Wan Xiao visited 3 cooperatives in a row and found that the brands and manufacturers of soap and detergent were exactly the same. This showed that the supply situation in the Southern Island region was generally like this. Although there are not many types, the concept of classification is already clear. For example, there are special shampoos for washing hair, medicinal soaps with health benefits, and regular laundry soaps. After looking at them, Wan Xiao had some ideas. She walked to the counter and smiled as she asked, "Hello, comrade. I see there are several brands of soap here. Could you tell me what the differences are?" While speaking, she secretly slipped 2 pieces of lobster-flavored candy into the clerk's hand. These candies weren't expensive, but they were a specialty from the capital city. It was hard to find them in Southern Islands, so they felt very special. The clerk glanced at the candies, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She recognized the candies. Her family had brought some back from a business trip once. and her son liked them very much. She didn't expect someone to give her some today. She looked at her colleague nearby, then clenched her fist and pretended to stay calm as she put her hand in her pocket. Then she cheerfully said to Yuan Xiao, "Oh, the functions are pretty much the same. The brands don't matter much. What's important is whether you're using it for face, hair, or laundry." She pointed to a particular soap and continued. The clerk looked to be about 25 or 26, with slender eyebrows and bright, dark eyes that sparkled. She seemed very talkative. Plus, after receiving the small gift from Yuan Xiao, she became even more enthusiastic. Yuan Xiao kept smiling and only praised sincerely after she finished speaking, saying, "Comrade, you're really professional. Your sales must be excellent. I bet you might even be recognized as a top worker this year." Although sales commissions didn't exist in this era, and more sales only meant a little extra bonus, everyone valued honor very much. Being named a model worker or outstanding employee was a great honor, not only for oneself, but also a source of pride for the family. Yuan Xiao wasn't just complimenting randomly. The products at the cosmetics counter were everyday necessities, so sales were usually good. Plus, this clerk was very eloquent, and Yuan Xiao believed that if she wanted, she could easily become a sales champion. Her praise touched the clerk deeply, almost making her smile with joy. Though she modestly responded, "Oh, it's nothing. My colleagues are also very good," her small sense of pride couldn't be hidden. Yuan Xiao continued to flatter her, making the clerk feel delighted and almost like they had become close friends. After exchanging names, Yuan Xiao naturally smiled and said, "Hongmei, we get along so well at first sight. I have a small gift for you from your friend." She took out 2 handmade soaps she made herself. One is honey-flavored, which helps hydrate, moisturize, detoxify, and improve skin. The other has a floral scent, which cleans very well and smells very nice. She asked if Hongmei liked them. Then, Yuan Xiao took out 2 small soaps from her bag and handed them to Wei Hongmei. She had prepared these before, cutting a whole soap into smaller pieces, kind of like trial sizes from the 1960s. Hongmei quickly waved her hands and refused, saying, "Oh no, I can't accept this. Getting a couple of candies isn't a big deal, but accepting soap is different." Hongmei knew this well and didn't want to lose out over small things. Seeing this, Yuan Xiao pretended to be upset and said, "Hongmei, they are just 2 small soaps. Why are you still refusing? Do you not consider me a friend?" She added, "And I'm not giving them for nothing. I hope you try them and give me some feedback." Hongmei asked curiously, "Feedback? What do you mean?" "It means I want to know how you feel after using these soaps, how they compare to others, and what their good and bad points are," Yuan Xiao said with a bright smile. Don't underestimate a salesperson. If she promotes well, she can really boost sales. Talking more about the products might help sell a few more soaps. Instead of taking them back, Yuan Xiao took out a few more soaps from her pocket and happily handed them to Hongmei. "These can be given to colleagues or friends to try," she said with a playful wink. "Looking forward to good news from you. I have to go now. I'll come back to chat next time." Without waiting for Hongmei's response, she turned and left. She didn't even realize that she had just randomly approached someone she liked to learn about her, and it ended up helping her a lot. It had been a long time since she saw Qin Yining. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, Yuan Xiao planned to find her for lunch. Her second brother wasn't home, so she needed to take good care of his girlfriend. The supply and marketing cooperative was far from the military hospital, and there was no direct bus. She had to transfer once. Yuan Xiao took bus number 5, got off after 3 stops, then walked about 400 or 500 meters and turned a corner to reach another station. Just as she reached the corner, she was suddenly bumped by someone rushing by. Because the man ran too quickly and the corner was a blind spot, Yuan Xiao couldn't react in time and was hit painfully on her left shoulder. Not only did he not apologize, but he also glared at her fiercely. This behavior, hitting someone without apologizing and then being aggressive, made Yuan Xiao lose her temper instantly. She took 2 quick steps forward, grabbing his collar, and said coldly, "Are you mute? Can't even say sorry? You're asking for trouble." The man shouted angrily. As he turned, he swung his fist like a gust of wind toward Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao quickly sidestepped and fought back with her fists. The man relied solely on brute strength, lacking any skill, so fighting him wasn't difficult for her. At this moment, she finally saw that there were several brownish-red spots on his shirt, which looked like bloodstains. Seeing his anxious expression, Wan Xiao had a bad feeling. Could this man have done something illegal? Once she thought this, Wan Xiao was even less willing to let the man go easily. But what troubled her was that she had no solid evidence to prove anything. Her suspicion alone wasn't enough. She quickly thought of a plan in her mind. After considering carefully, she realized that the only way to find out the truth was to make a big fuss and involve the police to investigate. With that in mind, Wan Xiao decided to act quickly. She quietly took some money and tickets from the warehouse, and during her close fight with the man, she seized the opportunity to slip the money and tickets into his pocket. Their struggle had already attracted the attention of passers-by, who stopped and gathered around curiously. Wan Xiao suddenly raised her voice and shouted, "Can any kind-hearted officer help call the police? This person is a thief and stole my money." People at this time generally had a strong sense of justice. Hearing that she was catching a thief, a young man immediately stepped forward and loudly replied, "I'm fast. I'll go find the police." When the man heard that the police were involved, his face turned pale instantly, and a look of panic flashed across his face. He had no intention of continuing the fight with Ruan Xiao and turned around to run away. This action proved he was guilty. How could Ruan Xiao let him go easily? But she had only recently learned self-defense, and catching a strong, healthy man was not easy. In a moment of panic, Wan Xiao quickly grabbed the net bag from a passerby nearby and, without hesitation, forcefully hit the man on the head. There was a dull bang sound, and the man immediately stopped running, clutching the back of his head tightly. He swayed a few times before barely stabilizing himself. "Comrades, he's trying to run. Help me hold him down," someone shouted, waking the stunned onlookers. They hurried forward, struggling to pin the dazed man to the ground. Wan Xiao returned the net bag to the passerby and apologized politely. "Sorry, I was too anxious just now. Please check if anything inside is damaged. If so, I will compensate you at full value." The bag contained a porcelain basin with toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels, basic toiletries. The loud thud sounded serious, but the basin was still intact, and the toiletries inside were undamaged. "It's fine. Everything is okay." The kind-hearted person smiled and waved his hand. He was straightforward, and Wan Xiao thanked him again. The man on the ground, perhaps recovering from dizziness, started struggling fiercely and shouting loudly, "Let me go. I'm not a thief." Wan Xiao calmly walked over, squatted down, and gave his head a firm tap while scolding, "If you say you're not, then you're not. Why did you run if you're innocent? Stay still. The police will come and find out the truth." Taking this chance, she hit him a few more times, feeling she had avenged herself for the earlier bump. "You woman, you're asking for death." The man's eyes widened with rage, glaring fiercely at Wan Xiao as if he was ready to pounce and swallow her whole. But Wan Xiao didn't care about his threats. She was not easily scared. She crossed her arms and looked down at him, mocking, "You little thief, get ready to go to jail." Soon, 2 police officers arrived quickly. After a brief understanding of the situation, they decided to take the man back to the station for further investigation. Of course, Wan Xiao needed to go along too. In the office, she took the initiative to explain, "Hello, officers. I am Wan Xiao, a military family member stationed on the island. Today, I plan to visit a friend at the military hospital. However, when I turned the corner on the street, I was suddenly bumped hard by someone." As I mention this, Wan Xiao slightly frowns, seeming to recall the scene. She continues, "He didn't apologize after hitting me. He hurried away, looking very anxious. I felt something was wrong. Also, I accidentally saw some drops of what looked like blood on his clothes. All these strange behaviors made me suspicious. I wondered if he had done something serious. In a panic, I decided to shout for a thief to stop him. After saying this, Wan Xiao smiles shyly and explains, to prevent him from escaping easily, I also put 18 coins worth 7.5 cents and 2 military cloth tickets on him, just in case. If your investigation shows he's innocent, I can only blame myself for being too suspicious and overreacting. I will sincerely apologize and take responsibility. Although I was angry about being bumped without reason, I had already hit him and vented my frustration. Wan Xiao wouldn't falsely accuse someone of theft just because of this incident, so she explained the situation openly. She did this out of respect for the truth and because she found his behavior very suspicious. His aggressive yet fearful manner was definitely not fake. There must be a problem. A sharp-eyed man with a fierce face asked coldly, just because of a few drops of blood whose source and nature you can't confirm, you accused someone and took him to the police? Isn't that too hasty? If they weren't sitting in a police office now but walking on a busy street, Wan Xiao would have immediately classified this man as a bad person. She knew her actions were somewhat reckless, but at that moment, she couldn't think too much. She nodded sincerely and said, I know what I did might not be right, but what if he really did something wrong? If he escapes, it will be hard to catch him. There were no cameras at that moment, and finding someone in a crowded place isn't easy. Plus, she wasn't just suspicious without reason. The blood on the man's clothes was fresh, clearly recent. Currently, buying cloth requires a cloth coupon, and the supply of coupons is limited each year. Therefore, people cherish their clothes very much. How could someone allow such obvious bloodstains on their clothes without caring? Unless it was an urgent and hurried situation, they would not have cleaned it immediately. Comrade, I have honestly explained the whole story in detail, and I clearly stated that I am willing to take responsibility if I am wrong. Instead of wasting time arguing here, you should question that man or check the nearby area for any incidents. If there really is a problem, it can be dealt with promptly, Wan Xiao sincerely suggested. After hearing this, the stern-faced police officer remained silent, slowly stood up, looked at Wan Xiao, then turned and strode away quickly. Wan Xiao rolled her eyes and slightly regretted meddling. But if she had to do it all over again, she might still choose the same. Because at that moment, her only thought was that she couldn't let anyone escape. Even she didn't understand why she felt this way so strongly. Since she was closely involved with this matter, Wan Xiao couldn't leave for now and had to stay at the police station waiting for further news. She felt at ease because she was honest in her heart, so she was quite comfortable staying there, aside from feeling a bit bored. At noon, the police staff kindly brought her lunch. It wasn't anything fancy, just a bowl of ordinary Hainan rice noodles. But she was very grateful for their kindness. Thank you. How much do I owe you? I'll pay with a coupon. Nowadays, life is tough for everyone, and Wan Xiao didn't want to take advantage of others easily. Unexpectedly, the young girl delivering the food quickly waved her hand and said eagerly, no need. Our team leader has already paid. I'm just running errands. Wan Xiao was slightly surprised and asked, team leader? She hadn't paid attention to who the team leader was, since people usually don't introduce their positions when working. She recalled that from the initial police dispatch to later inquiries, she had only interacted with 4 people in total. She couldn't help but ask, which one is your team leader? The one with a scar on his brow. The girl lightly touched her right eyebrow and added, actually, our team leader looks fierce, and he seems scary, but he's really a good person. After hearing this, Wan Xiao instantly remembered that person. It was just the person who questioned her earlier. I think his name was... Oh, right, Du Sun. I didn't expect him to be so thoughtful, even instructing someone to bring her food. But whether he's a good person or not doesn't matter much to her. They probably won't have any more contact in the future. After finishing her meal, Wan Xiao sat quietly, waiting for the results.
Time passed second by second.
It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon that someone hurried in. It was again Du Sun. This time, he wasn't questioning with suspicion but spoke seriously. We found an injured person in Manhwa Lane after visiting and investigating. The person is in the hospital and has been saved. Thanks to you, we were able to find out in time. This is your achievement. After we finish handling this case, we will send a commendation letter to your unit. Wan Xiao wasn't very concerned about the praise letter, but she was happy that a life was saved. Who is the injured person? Are the injuries serious? He was stabbed twice, luckily not in vital areas, but he lost a lot of blood, and his condition was critical. When he was taken to the hospital, the doctor said that if they had arrived a little later, he would have died. Yuan Xiao nodded without asking more. I'm glad he's okay. I'll head back now. After speaking, she took out 2 dimes and a ration ticket from her pocket, placing them on the table. Thank you, Captain Du, for the meal. This is my payment. Du Sun looked down and said nothing much, but when he took the money, he returned a dime, awkwardly saying, You don't need that much. Yuan Xiao didn't say anything and quietly took back the dime. After a slight nod to indicate she understood, she turned and headed for the door. At this point, there was no need to make a trip to the military hospital. Anyway, she had time later and could visit Yining another day. When Yuan Xiao returned to the island, she pushed this matter to the back of her mind. In her view, she was just acting as a helpful citizen. The incident was over, and she never expected there would be any follow-up. The soap factory had already started working. During the initial production phase, both Yuan Xiao and Ming Hui had to personally teach the workers how to operate. Especially for the soap mixture ratio, they were extremely careful, watching closely the entire time, not daring to relax for a moment. While Yuan Xiao was inspecting whether the new batch of soap met standards, she suddenly heard someone calling her. She looked up and saw Si Chun leading Du Sun and a middle-aged man she didn't recognize walking toward her. Yuan Xiao quickly put down her tools and stepped forward. Big brother, why are you here? Si Chunha showed a gentle, friendly smile and softly replied, Du Gong'an and Director Lung came to see you. Yuan Xiao looked at Si Chunha with suspicion. She wanted to ask why they weren't waiting in the office, but instead came to the workshop. She didn't believe her brother wouldn't understand her meaning. But now wasn't the time to discuss that. She gently raised her arm and made a welcoming gesture.
Let's go to the office to talk.
They arrived at a simple office. Yuan Xiao warmly invited everyone to sit down and poured water for the guests from a kettle. Since the factory had just started, supplies were incomplete. They hadn't bought tea or other items yet. Yuan Xiao couldn't afford to pay for extras herself, so she could only serve plain water.
I'm really sorry.
Our new factory isn't fully equipped yet. Please, Comrade Du and Director Lung, bear with us, she explained apologetically. It's okay, we don't mind. Director Lung quickly waved his hand to respond. He then politely took the teacup from Yuan Xiao's hand. After a brief greeting, Director Lung finally got to the main point. He slightly pushed forward 2 bags filled with gifts, then slowly stood up, looking serious. Today, I came mainly to express my gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Yuan, for saving us. If you hadn't noticed in time, our family might have faced a funeral. I can't repay this kindness enough, he said, bowing deeply. Oh no, Director Lung, please don't say that. I'm a family member of the military. It's my duty. Besides, I didn't do much. Thanks to Du Gong'an and others for acting quickly, she replied humbly. You're all my family's benefactors. I am very grateful. Director Lung's eyes reddened as he recalled the incident, still feeling scared. He steadied himself and continued, I didn't know how to thank you before, but now I have an idea. Director Lung, what do you mean? Yuan Xiao looked at him, with confusion. Director Lung smiled slightly and said sincerely, Comrade Yuan is a person of great integrity and kindness, offering help without expecting anything in return. If I were to give you money, it would be an insult to your character. Since you said you're a family member of the military, why not let me contribute a little to the construction of the troops? Isn't your factory producing soap? Coincidentally, our factory is about to purchase a batch of protective supplies. Let's just sign an order with your factory directly. This way, we can meet our needs and support your production at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Before entering the office just now, I noticed the sign at the door said Sales Department. Comrade Yuan Xiao brought them here directly, which shows she is from the Sales Department. Securing this order is also a small support for Comrade Ruan's work. After finishing, Director Lung looked at Yuan Xiao, waiting for her response. She was a bit surprised by this sudden proposal, but She quickly recovered. A slight smile appeared on her face, bright and cheerful, and her clear voice rang out. Director Lung, I find your suggestion hard to refuse. But you haven't even seen our products, so aren't you worried about the quality?
Ah,
A hearty laugh sounded, and Director Lung's eye wrinkles deepened. He confidently said, I'm not worried at all. After all, walking around the workshop just now was not for nothing. Director Lung looked meaningfully at Si Chunha. So, Comrade Ruan Xiao, if it's okay, you can come to our factory tomorrow to sign the contract. Not only for this order, but from now on, all protective supplies like soap and detergent will be ordered from your factory. Ruan Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Such a great opportunity falling from the sky. Only a fool would refuse. She replied seriously, Thank you very much, Director Lung, for your trust and support. Rest assured, I will be there on time tomorrow. I also guarantee that the soap and detergent produced by Hongxing Factory will have no quality issues. Director Lung always wore a kind smile. He nodded, Don't worry, as a factory affiliated with the military, I trust it completely. This first big order for the factory was settled in just a few words. However, Ruan Xiao firmly refused the gift brought by Director Lung. Sorry, Director Lung, my husband is a soldier. They have strict discipline and absolutely do not allow taking even a needle or a thread from the public. As a military family member, I must follow these rules carefully and not tarnish his reputation, she said firmly. How can it be the same? Director Lung spoke anxiously, his words a bit scattered. This is a token of thanks, it's completely different. Our family's gesture has nothing to do with those rules. Ruan Xiao still smiled and gently shook her head. For me, I have already received the best thanks. How can it be the same? It's not the same at all. Before Director Lung could say more, Si Chunha spoke up at the right time. Director Lung, we appreciate your kindness, but we really can't accept this. You wouldn't want Xiao Xiao to make a mistake, right? Actually, Ruan Xiao isn't a soldier, so even if she accepted the gift, it wouldn't matter much. But neither of them was naive. There was no need to risk tarnishing their reputation over such a small matter. The army isn't perfect. There are always some people who don't have good intentions. Since both Ruan Xiao and Si Chunha said this, Director Lung had no choice but to give up. They accompanied them to the dock until they boarded the boat and left. Big brother, thank you. At first, it was understandable that she didn't realize Si Chunha's true intentions. But when Director Lung offered to cooperate voluntarily, if she still didn't notice, she would be too slow. Si Chunha's lips curled into a gentle smile, and he raised his hand to lightly tap Ruan Xiao on the forehead, speaking in a slightly admonishing tone. If she hadn't come to thank you in person, I wouldn't have known you did something big. When did your courage get so big? You dare to interfere in everything. What if you get hurt? Ruan Xiao quickly covered her forehead, which wasn't even hurt, with both hands. She pouted, looking very wronged, and muttered in a childish voice, Big brother, you hit me? I'll tell Mom and Dad. Si Chunha glanced at her sideways, unbothered. Complaining won't help. Do you want me to take you to the office now to call Mom and Dad and see whose side they're on? No need. Ruan Xiao hurriedly refused, grabbing Si Chunha's sleeve and gently shaking it. She wore a pleading smile and said sweetly, Big brother, look, I didn't lose a single hair. You don't have to tell Mom and Dad. I don't want them to worry for nothing, okay? Si Yuanhang and Zhou Yinglan always felt guilty and loved her dearly, like her eyes. She didn't want them to worry from thousands of miles away. Still worried that Mom and Dad will worry? Si Chunha sighed helplessly as he looked at his playful and adorable sister. He gently patted Qiao's head and said sincerely, Qiao, I don't want to restrict you. The only wish our family has had for the past 20 years is to find you quickly. Now that we have finally found you, none of us can bear the pain of losing you again. Do you understand? So your brother hopes that before you do anything in the future, you will think about your safety first. If that person had a knife at the time, could they have also hurt Qiao? Thinking about this possibility, Si Chunha felt scared and shivered. He is 13 years older than Qiao. Since his sister went missing, the family has been under a dark cloud. His mother secretly cried, and his father's worried face is still fresh in his mind. Losing something after gaining it is much more painful than never having it. If Xiao really had an accident right in front of him, he can't imagine how much pain his parents would suffer. Xiao felt a bit guilty and slowly lowered his head, softly saying, "Sorry, big brother. I will remember this." Seeing Xiao looking so pitiful, Si Chuanhe's heart softened instantly. He couldn't help but compromise first, and his tone became very gentle. "All right, don't be so down. I have good news to tell you." At this point, the smile in Si Chuanhe's eyes couldn't be hidden, and he felt proud inside. His sister is amazing. In just a few months, she has done so many admirable things. What's the good news? Xiao blinked her big eyes, waiting for Si Chuanhe's answer. Could it be that Alai is coming back? Counting the days. They've been out for almost half a month. Shouldn't he be coming back soon? Si Chuanhe didn't miss the hope in Xiao's eyes. However, he couldn't say anything about the task, not even if he knew the exact time. So he could only pretend not to see. He cleared his throat and cheerfully said, "It's about your reward. When we decided to set up the factory, besides your job position, there were other rewards too. But because there was so much to do at the time, it was delayed. Also, the meal plans you provided for the logistics department have been recognized. The army said there would be a reward. They had already prepared everything for these two things and planned a small award ceremony. But today, something brave happened again. The police station sent a letter of praise. With all these things added up, I think the organization will want to properly praise and reward you." Ruan Xiao was a little surprised and asked hesitantly, "Big brother, you're not joking, are you? Are you really going to hold a recognition ceremony for me?" Si Chuanhe chuckled. "Why would I joke? This is something we've decided after a serious meeting and discussion. On one hand, it's to recognize your contributions. On the other, we hope this recognition can inspire the military families in the neighborhood to unite and work together to build a better home."
Oh.
Perhaps because of her different upbringing, Wan Xiao didn't pay much attention to such awards and honors. But this also made her remember something. "Big brother, Alai almost lost his life last time when he saved Zhou Qingshan, and he also planned the operation to catch enemy spies. Why aren't these considered meritorious deeds? Those two incidents happened before I arrived, so I don't know the details. But I saw the merit application. It should have been submitted upstairs. The approval requires a review of the entire operation, so it might take some time." Wan Xiao nodded, but she felt a bit suspicious. It had been over 4 months since Chu Lai's first mission. Why was the review so slow? Could it be related to the incident where he was attacked in the hospital? Thinking of those events, her worry grew. The enemy was in the dark, and she was in the light. Danger was everywhere. Seeing Wan Xiao's worried expression, Si Chuanhe quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Your face keeps changing." "It's just thinking about the last time Alai was hospitalized." Wan Xiao carefully recounted everything to Si Chuanhe, then asked nervously, "Big brother, do you think the person who wanted to harm Chu Lai is still out there?" Si Chuanhe unconsciously pressed his lips together, his calm face turning serious. He hadn't been here earlier, so he didn't know much about these things. It seemed that when Chu Lai returned, they would need to have a serious talk. And he didn't believe that someone who wanted to kill Chu Lai would let him go easily. Maybe Chu Lai had already found out something but couldn't tell Xiao Xiao. He spoke calmly to reassure her, "Don't worry. Uncle Li is there, and he will do his best to find out the truth. And Chu Lai is not someone to be easily defeated. You have to trust his ability." Wan Xiao nodded. She was worried, but felt helpless because she couldn't get involved in military affairs at all. "Big brother, I'll go back to the factory now. I still need to prepare the contract." "All right, go ahead and get busy." Si Chuanhe watched Wan Xiao leave, then returned to the military. After finishing work in the evening and returning to the residential area, news of Wan Xiao signing a big deal with Ligua's sugar factory had already spread. Everyone's faces were filled with warm smiles as they gathered around, praising her non-stop. "Wan Xiao, you're really talented. Wan Xiao, you're truly a blessing for our community. Wan Xiao, you're amazing. I want to learn from you." Hearing these compliments, Wan Xiao could only smile and respond, "It's nothing, just my job." She kept smiling, but she felt her face almost stiff from the constant attention. Sometimes being so popular wasn't always a good thing. Just as she was feeling a bit overwhelmed, a small figure squeezed through the crowd and cheerfully said, "Andy, Mom called you to come to our house for dinner." Wan Xiao saw this as a lifeline and quickly replied, "Okay, I'll go now." "Everyone, sorry, my sister-in-law called me for dinner, so I have to go first." As she finished speaking, she took Qian An's hand and hurriedly left the scene as if escaping. Seeing their hurried departure, Gushi quickly put down her plate and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Did something happen?" "Nothing, sister-in-law," Wan Xiao said with a smile, catching her breath. "I was just surrounded by a group of family members talking. If I had thinner skin, they would have praised me to death." Realizing what was going on, Gushi couldn't help but chuckle. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she teased, "Then you should try to toughen up your skin so you can handle the praise." Wan Xiao looked at her with a pout. "Sister-in-law, don't push me around." Okay, I'll go inside," Gushi said soothingly, like comforting a child, then turned to the kitchen. "Qian En, go play with your sister." "I'll help out," Wan Xiao said, walking to the water basin in the yard to wash her hands before entering the house. In the kitchen, Gushi was wearing a checkered apron and busy at the stove. Seeing Wan Xiao come in, she immediately asked, "Perfect timing. Help me check this sauce. I followed your method, so it should be right?" Wan Xiao stepped forward, took the chopsticks from Gushi, and gently stirred the sauce in the bowl. She asked what seasonings she added, then dipped a little of the sauce with the chopsticks, licked her tongue lightly, and nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, I think I've got it now." The sister-in-law duo worked together to finish the remaining dishes, and then Si Chun and Zheng Hao came home from work. Gushi teased, "You're just barely making it back on time." Si Chun has smiled slightly and said, "Are you accusing me of not helping with household chores?" "Don't worry, after dinner, I'll wash the dishes." He strode inside, skillfully unbuttoned his uniform, took off his military coat carefully, and hung it on the hanger before going to wash his hands at the sink. The four of them waited until he sat down before they started eating. Si Chunha leisurely said this afternoon, "Our mom called. I told her about your performance, and she was very happy." Wan Xiao nervously asked, "Did you tell her about me? Am I the kind of person to gossip?" Si Chunha raised an eyebrow, giving her a half smile as he asked back. Wan Xiao quickly waved her hands. No. Big brother is the best." She also added some flattering words. Her cute look made Gushi can't help but laugh. "What are you two siblings playing at? Playing guessing games?" "It's not a guessing game. Xiao did something big." After Si Chunha finished explaining, Gushi was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect her petite sister-in-law to be so capable. Xiao was doing a good deed, and nothing bad happened. "Don't criticize her," she said to her husband, then turned to comfort Wan Xiao. Xiao, but you need to be careful in the future. Doing good should always be safe." Wan Xiao knew her brother and sister-in-law cared about her. It was a kind of family love she hadn't experienced in her previous life, so she cherished it even more. She nodded obediently. "I understand. Big brother and sister-in-law, don't worry. When Chulai returns, she plans to ask him to teach her self-defense skills. She also has them all, and if needed, she can hide in the warehouse. She won't let herself be in danger. In this life, with family and loved ones, she will treasure her life even more." Xiao, are you on good terms with that Dongdongmei comrade?" Si Chunha suddenly asked, making Wan Xiao pause in surprise. After thinking for a moment, she said, "When I first came to the army to break off my engagement with Bai Yanliang, I stayed at the guest house. She took good care of me. Later, I found out she was the daughter of a martyr, and we gradually became close. Our relationship is pretty good now." "Why do you suddenly ask about her, big brother?" "Recently, we're working on reorganizing the family compound. We've found some issues with Ching Chong, and I'm considering how to handle it." "What happened to him?" Wan Xiao frowned, thinking about whether she could help Mimi find a new job. She considered leaving the army to work outside, even renting a place if needed. Once her housing issue was settled, she could divorce Ching Chong. "It's nothing serious, just playing cards for money, gambling, and petty theft. But these things could also affect Deputy Commander Chung. I don't want to see another Hui in the family compound, nor do I want a soldier who defends the country to be dragged down and stained by family troubles. Small issues can lead to big mistakes. As a political officer, he must take responsibility. Big brother, Mimi was forced to marry Ching Chong. When she was hospitalized before, she wanted a divorce, but everyone advised her to stay, so she had no choice but to continue the marriage. How you handle Ching Chong's matters is up to you. Don't worry about anything else. Wan Xiao didn't say much about Dong Dongmei's plans. It was her private matter. Si Chunha also didn't ask further, only nodding and saying, I understand. The island is always under the hot sun, with high temperatures. Even in winter, the coldest days stay above zero by more than 10 degrees. After dinner, the weather is just right, making a walk along the beach a very pleasant activity. Wan Xiao didn't want to deal with people, so she went for a walk alone by the sea. Without Chu Lai with her, watching the shimmering waves felt dull. After walking a short distance, she felt tired and decided to go home. Unexpectedly, on the way back, she met Bai Yanliang. He was dressed in a neat military uniform, clearly prepared, but his tired and haggard face couldn't be hidden. Xiao Xiao. Bai Yanliang saw Wan Xiao and quickly approached with a smile, acting like they were good friends. Wan Xiao didn't bother to talk to him and simply ignored him, walking past. Xiao Xiao, we know each other, so there's no need to be like this. Bai Yanliang hurriedly reached out to try and hold her. Wan Xiao reacted quickly, sharply pulling her hand away. She took 2 steps back, deliberately increasing the distance between them. Her once delicate face darkened, and she looked at him with cold eyes. I told you before, you have no right to call me by my name. Especially this fake familiarity and pretentious attitude made her feel very disgusted. Since she learned that Bai Yanliang had hooked up with Hu Lijing and was involved in her affairs, she knew he was a greedy, despicable person. Today, he suddenly appeared, and I can guess without thinking that this guy definitely has some ulterior motives. Wan Xiao had no desire to get involved with such a person and spoke first, blocking all possible ways out. Bai Yanliang, I am not Hu Lijing. I won't be fooled by your little tricks. Whatever your purpose today, I clearly tell you I won't help you even a little. So, I advise you to give up this idea quickly. And in the future, when you see me, pretend you don't know me. I have nothing to say to you. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Xiao turned to leave, leaving no room for Bai Yanliang to respond. Bai Yanliang's eyes darkened. He realized that if he didn't reveal his cards now, he might never get another chance. So, he grit his teeth and shouted, Wan Xiao, even if I was wrong to break off the engagement with you, you can't deny that if it weren't for our Bai family buying you from their Wan family, you would have starved to death long ago. In the end, you owe me. A life, this kindness, you can't refuse to repay, right? Wan Xiao stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at Bai Yanliang with calm but slightly cold eyes, asking coldly, So, help me just this once, Bai Yanliang said earnestly, extending a finger to emphasize, just this once, consider it repaying our family's kindness. From now on, we're even. Wan Xiao sneered inwardly. If there was any so-called kindness, it was long since repaid through her years of hard work and loyalty at the Bai family, working like a beast. Moreover, now her life has been lost at the hands of the Bai family, and he still dares to shamelessly talk about kindness? But she also wanted to see how shameless Bai Yanliang could be and what kind of demands he would make. Though she was full of disdain inside, she remained outwardly calm. She asked nonchalantly, What do you want me to do? Seeing her question, Bai Yanliang immediately brightened, his previously tense face breaking into a hint of joy. He couldn't wait to say, It's simple. I heard your second brother is the director of our city's public security bureau. You just need to ask him to help speed up my divorce from Hu Lijing. Also, have your eldest brother use his connections to transfer me to another military district, so I can start fresh. The biggest regret now was abandoning Wan Xiao for Hu Lijing, a decision that was like losing the whole melon after picking a sesame seed. If I had known earlier that Wan Xiao was the biological daughter of Commander C, I would have been willing to protect her as a rare treasure every day. But now, talking about it is useless. Almost everyone here knows about those past events. They either look at him with disdain or suspicion. He's tired of this life. Also, Chu Lai is the deputy captain, and Si Chuanha is the political commissar of the division. With just a few words from them, he will never get ahead. It's better to leave early. Even if the Si family is powerful, not everyone in the army listens to them. If someone who has offended the Si family switches sides, they might even be given a good position. Wan Xiao doesn't know Bai Yanliang's true plans, but she is already annoyed by his shamelessness and laughs. Yes, these two things are easy for her older brothers to do. But the key question is, why should she help him? Do Bai Yanliang not understand their relationship? Wan Xiao smiles sarcastically and says, "Should I let my older brother take the chance to promote you?" Hearing this, Bai Yanliang's dull eyes suddenly brighten, as if he sees hope. But when he meets Wan Xiao's mocking gaze, the small flame of hope is quickly extinguished, and he becomes clear-headed. Wan Xiao doesn't want to help him, let alone promote him. He can't understand why the once timid Wan Xiao, who never dared to speak back, now seems like a completely different person. But he has no other choice now. He can only gamble everything and take a risk. Bai Yanliang's eager expression dims a little, then he adopts a semi-threatening tone and says, "Anyway, I am in this situation now, so I'm not afraid. But you probably don't want others to know that your Si family is ungrateful, right? If things get out of hand, not only will your father's reputation be damaged, but your brother's bright future might also be affected." Wan Xiao's expression suddenly turns cold. Bai Yanliang's shamelessness once again shocks her. She coldly says, "Someone like you, with such a lack of awareness, shouldn't be in the army. You're just tarnishing the whole team. You don't deserve to wear this uniform." She used to have no intention of using her father's influence for anything. Bai Yanliang's punishment was entirely up to the army, and she didn't interfere. Now, she really wants to use her connections to kick out this parasite. Maybe that would be a good thing. However, this small troublemaker didn't need Dad's help. When Chu Lai was not at home, he just looked for his older brother. Faced with Wan Xiao's teasing, Bai Yanliang didn't care at all and said resignedly, "You don't need to worry about that. Just do what I told you." Wan Xiao couldn't help but laugh mockingly, clearly showing her dislike. She was so fed up she didn't even bother to pretend anymore and bluntly retorted, "Go home and wash up. In your dreams, everything is possible." If such a petty troublemaker could easily threaten the Si family, then the Si family wouldn't have reached its current position. After saying this last sentence, Wan Xiao turned and left without looking back, leaving Bai Yanliang furious and grinding his teeth, yet helpless. He angrily shouted, "Wan Xiao, you'll regret this." Wan Xiao just ignored him, quickening her pace to leave the place, avoiding a potential attack from a mad dog. She didn't go home, but directly went to find Si Chuanha. No need for embellishments. Just repeating Bai Yanliang's words exactly was enough to feel the anger radiating from Si Chuanha. After she finished speaking, she also straightforwardly gave an order, "Big brother, that guy is yours now. Hurry up and let him go home to reunite with Hu Lijing. Fish look for fish, shrimp look for shrimp, and turtles pair with turtles. Bai Yanliang, such a scoundrel, should go back and settle things with Hu Lijing and stop polluting the air here." Si Chuanha helplessly but affectionately replied, "Okay, I'll handle it." With Su Yuemei's previous involvement with enemy agents, sending Bai Yanliang home was not difficult. This was the first time his sister asked him to do something, and it had to be done perfectly. After reporting the situation, Wan Xiao didn't care anymore. She happily returned home, slept comfortably, and the next day, she was energetic and went to the island to sign a contract. If she hadn't met Xin Yuan at the ferry port, her good mood could have lasted all day. Wan Xiao frowned and looked at her. "Why are you here?" Xin Yuan was dressed in brand new clothes, with shiny black braids hanging in front of her chest, and she wore a pair of delicate black leather shoes. Hearing Wan Xiao's question, she turned her head, lifted her chin proudly, and said, "Humph, do you have the right to ask?" "It's none of my business. Just don't follow me," Wan Xiao said before choosing the seat farthest from Xin Yuan. Earlier, during the factory recruitment assessment, Yuan, a college dropout, easily secured a job. But for some reason, she chose the sales department instead of one of the many other positions available in the office. She got in through official channels after passing the assessment. Even the factory director couldn't do anything about her. To clarify this, Director Ding specifically explained it to her. Yuan Xiao didn't want the factory to seem like her personal domain, so she simply agreed that there was no problem. Yuan listened to Yuan Xiao. Her eyes flickered, and she awkwardly said, "It's the factory director's approval that I go with you to sign the contract." Yesterday, she went to see Director Ding, claiming she wanted to learn from Yuan Xiao. With such a legitimate reason, Director Ding couldn't refuse. Moreover, even if she didn't get this favor, she still had to consider her father's feelings, so in the end, Director Ding nodded in agreement. She didn't believe that, as a university student, she couldn't compare to someone who was illiterate. Once she mastered the business processes, secured orders from other major factories in Nan City, she wondered how long Yuan Xiao could keep bragging. Her father warned her not to provoke Yuan Xiao, but he didn't say she couldn't outperform her in achievements. She wanted everyone to see that she was the most capable person in the big yard. Thinking of this, Yuan's lips curled slightly, as if she already saw herself achieving success and feeling proud one day. Yuan Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. She looked at the person beside her, openly mocking. Everything has already been agreed upon. We're just signing the contract today. Why do you need to come along? Are you afraid the contract is too heavy for me to carry alone? She was very dissatisfied with this arrangement. Yuan works in the sales department, where everyone relies on their skills to get orders, so she wouldn't say much. But now, Yuan wanted to interfere in her deal. What's going on? Is she trying to steal credit? This matter absolutely cannot be let go just like that. Without hesitation, Yuan Xiao stepped off the boat. She wanted to find Director Ding and get an explanation. Some principles must not be compromised, not even a little. Once a precedent is set, others will keep pushing for more compromises, bringing endless trouble. The boat is about to leave. What are you going to do? Yuan anxiously shouted, but seeing Yuan Xiao ignore her, she could only stomp her feet in anger and chase after her. Yuan reached out to pull Yuan Xiao, but Yuan Xiao quickly turned aside to avoid her hand. She looked cold and said, "Since I can negotiate this order, I can also ensure that I can sign the contract whenever I go. So, there's no need for Comrade Shin to worry." Yesterday, it was only mentioned that she would sign the contract today without a specific time, so as long as she could get there today, it would be fine. Since Director Lim took the initiative to offer a partnership, she believed he wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her at the signing time.
She still had confidence in that.
The soap factory was built outside the workers' courtyard, about 100 meters away. Ignoring Yuan's calls behind her, Yuan Xiao headed straight toward the soap factory. Seeing Yuan Xiao's firm attitude, Yuan became truly anxious. She jogged a few steps and stopped in front of Yuan Xiao, spreading her arms to block her way. "Yuan Xiao, I'm just here to learn. I won't take your credit. Do you really need to be so petty? How can you not understand the importance of working together? Your brother is a political officer, yet your mindset isn't good at all." Yuan looked at Yuan Xiao nervously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She absolutely must not let Yuan Xiao go to find Director Ding, or her little schemes might be exposed. Yuan Xiao looked at Yuan with suspicion, feeling uneasy. She thought Yuan seemed a bit too anxious. "You said this is my order, and I'm not even worried yet. Why are you in such a rush?" Yuan Xiao crossed her arms and looked at Yuan with doubt. Caught off guard by her words, Yuan hesitated for a moment before stammering, I'm just doing this for your good." But her evasive eyes betrayed her nervousness. Honestly, she believed Yuan was acting out of kindness, but it was like trusting a wolf not to eat meat. Yuan Xiao pushed Yuan's arm away and continued walking forward, her pace unconsciously quickening. "Hey, come back here." Yuan hurriedly reached out to stop Yuan Xiao, but she was too late, only able to watch her pass by and walk faster. Seeing Yuan Xiao walk farther away, Yuan was anxious and quickly started chasing after her. Yuan Xiao seemed to be flying as she jogged all the way to the factory. At the entrance, she met Ming Hui, who asked in surprise, "Hey, weren't you going to sign the contract? Why are you back at the factory?" "Just looking for Director Ding." "Have you seen him?" "Oh, he's in the workshop." The new factory is still in its early stages, and every step and task is very important. Everyone in the factory is working very hard, being extra careful to avoid any mistakes or errors. Even Ding Guochang, who is temporarily acting as the factory manager, is no exception. He almost every day spends time in the workshop, personally supervising the production process to ensure the quality of the products is perfect. While busy, Factory Director Ding looked up and saw Yuan Xiao. He was very surprised and asked, "Yuan Xiao, why didn't you go sign the contract?" "The order from Ligua Sugar Factory is their first big order, and they can't afford any mistakes." Yuan Xiao looked very calm and softly said, "Factory Director Ding, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to the office." Although Ding Guochang was full of doubts, he agreed happily. "Oh, okay. Let's go." As they left the workshop, they met Xin Yuan, who looked a bit stiff and forced a small smile, saying, "Factory Director Ding." Ding Guochang sensed something was wrong. He first looked at Yuan Xiao, then at Xin Yuan, and asked with a frown, "What's going on with you two? Are you arguing?" He was worried they might be fighting. He felt uneasy, hoping they weren't here to complain to him. As a man, he didn't want to get involved in girls' disputes. Soon after, in the office, Yuan Xiao directly asked, "Factory Director Ding, the order from Ligua Sugar Factory is mine. You came to include someone else without asking me first. Shouldn't you ask if I agree to let her join?" Her face was cold, and her voice carried a hint of anger. Ding Guochang was appointed as acting factory manager by the political department, so he had some management skills. Yuan Xiao was confused. How could such a smart and capable person make such a careless decision? She knew she and Xin Yuan didn't get along, yet they were forced to work together. Why would they do that? Ding Guochang also looked confused. He looked back and forth between the two women. When he saw Xin Yuan acting guilty and avoiding eye contact, he started to suspect something. He looked serious and asked, "Comrade Xin Yuan, yesterday you came to me and said you wanted to learn from Comrade Yuan Xiao. I agreed, but I also told you that we needed to ask Yuan Xiao for her opinion. You stopped me and promised you would communicate with Yuan Xiao. How did that conversation go?" Ding Guochang, a grown man, didn't care much about the gossip in the family compound. When he knew there was tension between two people, he simply went home to listen to his wife complain. So when Xin Yuan went to the sales department, he specifically explained to Yuan Xiao, just to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. He was so careful, yet today still ended up causing a big scene. He was busy yesterday and didn't insist on talking to Yuan Xiao himself, but he didn't want to take the blame either. The facts were clear, but Xin Yuan kept arguing cleverly, pretending to be innocent. She squeezed out a look of grievance and quietly complained, "Director Ding, I already explained to Yuan Xiao. I was just there to learn, not to steal her credit. The boat is about to set sail, and she still insists on coming back, ignoring the bigger picture. I really don't understand what she's thinking. Why doesn't she have any sense of teamwork?" Yuan Xiao couldn't help but clap silently at her clever use of tactics. She slightly squinted her eyes, looking at Xin Yuan with a half-smile, and mocked, "Skin is the most amazing part of the body. For some people it can be big or small, thick or thin, or even non-existent. Xin Yuan, Director Ding clearly told you to ask for my opinion, not to inform me. Don't you understand human language? When we took the boat this morning, you only told me you wanted to go to Ligua Sugar Factory. Who gave you the confidence to think I would take you? If it were someone else, she wouldn't mind, but Xin Yuan was different. She was so petty. Her little scheme was exposed right away." Xin Yuan's face changed like a paint palette, turning from green to red. But she still stubbornly said, "What's the difference? I'm doing this for the benefit of the soap factory, hoping to bring in orders sooner. Your narrow-mindedness shows you don't care about the group at all. You're not fit to work at the soap factory." Yuan Xiao rolled her eyes in frustration, opening and closing her mouth as if to accuse. Did she learn this trick in college? Oh, you might be disappointed. The soap factory was built on my suggestion, and I provided the formula. Are you crazy? Don't even remember that? If you say I don't care about the group, go ask everyone if they agree. And even your job, was it all thanks to me? You should be grateful. Wan Xiao spoke lightly, showing indifference, but her sharp attitude made her annoyance clear. She relaxedly leaned on her desk, with a disdainful look. Xinyuan, last time you went back, did Commander Shin teach you properly what to say and what not to say? What to do and what not to do? Talking about this, Xinyuan trembled with anger, her nails digging into the soft flesh of her palm. Her father didn't hit her, but he made her feel ashamed and told her to find a partner quickly so she could get married. In recent days, her parents had already filtered through all the single men in the military camp who were about her age. The best candidate was Captain Song Weiqi from the 3rd Battalion. But Captain Song was just a battalion commander, not as high-ranking as Chu Lai and not as good-looking. Why should she be lower than Wan Xiao? The more Shen Yuan thought about it, the more she felt unfair. So, she was determined to be better than Wan Xiao in everything. Wan Xiao didn't know she had become Shen Yuan's comparison target. When she found out that the person wasn't sent by Director Ding, her attitude toward him improved a lot. Director Ding, I still need to sign the contract, so I'll go first. Yes, go ahead.
Call me if you need anything.
Director Ding personally saw Wan Xiao out. When they reached the gate, he still hadn't stopped walking. Director Ding, just say what you need to say. After seeing her off so far, anyone would think she was a distinguished guest. Ding Guochang scratched his head awkwardly and muttered softly, Wan Xiao, about what happened earlier. It was just a misunderstanding. I'll be more careful not to make the same mistake again. Can you not tell Deputy Commander Chu? Wan Xiao looked at Director Ding strangely, with a resentful tone. Am I someone who reports every little thing? Do I have to report even tiny issues? No, Director Ding hurriedly waved his hands. It's just that I've been working in administrative roles for so many years, with few chances for training. I really can't compete with Deputy Commander Chu. Deputy Commander Chu, the husband-loving, petty, revengeful man, would find someone to spar with anyone who dared to let Wan Xiao suffer even a little. But now that she wasn't on a mission, what if she came back to settle scores? He didn't want to end up like Commander Shin, working with panda eyes. Wan Xiao was speechless. All this talk, wasn't it just because he was afraid she'd report him? All right, just keep it to yourself. Chu Lai won't bother you. Only after she boarded the boat did Wan Xiao realize something was off. What kind of impression had Chu Lai left on his comrades? After crossing the island and boarding the tram, there was a stop at the Ligua sugar factory. Wan Xiao provided her name and ID, and the security guard directly let her through, guiding her politely. Director Lung has already arranged this. When you arrive, just go straight to the 3rd floor director's office to find him. Thank you. Director Lung was reading some documents when he heard the knock on the door. He looked up and saw Wan Xiao. He quickly put down his papers, stood up, and warmly greeted her. Wan Xiao, please have a seat. He then sat down on the sofa in the reception area and asked his secretary to bring tea. After a few simple, polite words, Wan Xiao took out the purchase contract from her bag. Director Lung, please review this. If you find anything unsuitable, we can discuss it further. Actually, this big deal wasn't entirely her doing. It was more about helping someone and gaining some benefits. Since she had little experience dealing with state-owned factories at this time, she acted very modestly. After Director Lung reviewed the contract and pointed out any issues, Wan Xiao finally relaxed. Although she hadn't done similar work before, she knew not to leave immediately after signing the contract. So she stayed and chatted casually with Director Lung. Let's have lunch together. I already arranged it with the restaurant. Wan Xiao, you refused to accept the gift, but surely you won't refuse this meal, right? He spoke sincerely. At this point, refusing would seem a bit unkind. Wan Xiao had no choice but to nod and agreed, jokingly saying, I'm a big eater, so Director Lung's wallet might suffer a bit. Hearing this, Director Lung laughed heartily. No worries, no worries. Compared to saving a life, a meal is nothing. This small joke brought them closer, and they no longer felt as awkward as at the beginning. Don't keep talking about saving lives. It was just a happy coincidence. If that man hadn't bumped into me, I wouldn't have noticed the blood on his clothes. It was all just luck, Wan Xiao explained. Director Lung waved his hand. You can't say it like that. If it weren't for you, the police wouldn't have discovered Jiehua early. Now I might have lost someone dear. He sincerely thanked Wan Xiao. Once Jiehua recovers, I'll have her come thank you in person. You young people should talk more. No need to be so formal, Wan Xiao replied. Thinking about the incident that day, she asked, does Jiehua live at the military hospital? I have a friend who's a doctor there. If anything comes up, she can help. Director Lung nodded. Yes, at the military hospital. Thanks in advance for helping Jiehua. Having someone familiar to look after her always makes things easier. But it's just a small favor. Director Lung, you don't need to keep thanking me. Alright, I won't say thank you. Since you are about the same age as my daughter, don't call me Director Lung coldly. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Lung. Wan Xiao smiled warmly and cheerfully said, Uncle Lung. Although she wasn't very familiar with workplace rules, Wan Xiao knew how important connections were. The relationship with the director of the largest sugar factory in Nanshire was something many people tried hard to get, so she couldn't miss this opportunity. After having lunch with Director Lung, she parted ways. Wan Xiao went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some nutritional supplements and fruits, packing them into 2 shopping bags. She planned to visit Yining at the military hospital and also check on Jinghua Lung. When Chu Lai was hospitalized last time, she had stayed here for a while, so she knew the layout well and easily found Qin Yining's office. But before she could enter, she heard the sound of things breaking inside, followed by Qin Yining's angry shouting. Without hesitation, Wan Xiao pushed the door open quickly and saw a shocking scene that made her eyes widen in horror. A man was tightly gripping Qin Yining's delicate, fair wrist, pinning her against the wall. He was pouting his lips, looking like he was about to force a kiss. Wan Xiao didn't hesitate. She rushed forward, grabbed a nearby chair, and smashed it to the man's head. The man grunted, staggered slightly, but didn't faint. He suddenly turned around with wide, furious eyes and cursed fiercely, "You brat! How dare you hit me?" Wan Xiao didn't say a word. She raised the chair again and ruthlessly swung it at the man's body. The man didn't expect her to keep fighting him. In panic, he grabbed the chair legs tightly, pulling hard to try to take it away. He cursed loudly, "You little brat, you're asking to die. I'll kill you." Seeing this, Wan Xiao took the opportunity to loosen her grip, then lifted her right leg and kicked him hard in the stomach.
I still want to kill you,
The force of her kick, combined with her momentum, caused the man to stumble backward until he hit the wall and stopped. Before he could curse again, Qin Yining, who had recovered quickly, grabbed a hot water bottle from the desk and smashed it onto his head with a loud bang. Crash! A clear, sharp sound was heard as the thermos broke, with small shards of glass mixed with a little water falling from the man's head. The man's body seemed to lose support and slowly slid down the wall. Wan Xiao pulled Qin Yining close and asked with concern, "Yining, are you okay?" Qin Yining's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she was trembling all over. But she stubbornly shook her head and, forcing herself to stay calm despite her fear and sadness, replied, "I'm fine." "That's good. Don't be afraid. I'm here," Wan Xiao said, slightly relieved, and reached out to tidy Qin Yining's messy hair and the wrinkled clothes caused by the man. After everything was sorted, Wan Xiao pointed at the man on the ground who had fainted and asked, "Who is he?" A flash of anger appeared in Qin Yining's eyes as she looked at him with disgust and said, "He's from the disciplinary committee. I saw him when I visited a patient in the hospital a few days ago. Since then, he's been bothering me non-stop." She was very annoyed these days. She had tried to be polite and firm, but he seemed to ignore her words, and no matter how she refused, it was useless. Wan Xiao frowned. This is a military hospital. Even if the disciplinary committee has power, they shouldn't be so bold as to come here openly and cause trouble, right? The hospital leaders aren't taking action? Qin Yining said angrily. At first, he just circled around me and said some nonsense, without doing anything too bad. The director warned him, but he said he was pursuing me and that love was free. No one could control him. But today at noon, when I was on duty, he actually barged into my office. Her voice trembled involuntarily, clearly still shaken from the terrifying experience. Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Wan Xiao gently patted Qin Yining's back and softly comforted her. I'm fine, Qin Yining said, rubbing her face and trying to calm herself. It was almost time for work, and soon colleagues would come over. She hadn't decided how to handle this yet, but she couldn't let Xiao get involved. She forced herself to act calm and said, Xiao, you should go now.
Go?
If I leave, what are you going to do? Wan Xiao said with a bit of annoyance, giving Qin Yining a knowing look. She understood what Yining was thinking. She couldn't just abandon her friend, and since Yining was her future sister-in-law, she definitely wouldn't let her face this alone. Now is not the time to worry about whether it will cause trouble for me. I must deal with him quickly. Do you know what he is doing in the committee? Qin Yining slightly lowered her head, thought for a moment, and said, he claims to be the deputy director of the committee. I heard he also has an uncle who is a high official in Yangcheng. He said this himself when showing off. Wan Xiao frowned after hearing this. If it's true, the situation might be quite difficult. The committee is very powerful right now, and those people are becoming more arrogant. A deputy director who suffered such a big loss today will not give up easily. There's not much time left. First, handle the scene, and we'll deal with the rest later. People can be scary. If this gets out, they won't say that Shi Minghong forced it on her, but that Qin Yining was careless. Society is always more harsh on women. Wan Xiao won't let Qin Yining face such a situation. She bent down to help the chair that had just fallen to the ground. Qin Yining quickly walked to the corner, picked up a broom, and started sweeping the broken pieces on the floor. Together, they worked quickly, and the small office was soon tidied up. Now only Shi Minghong, who was unconscious, remained. He sat there like a lifeless puppet, motionless. Qiao, what should we do about him? Qin Yining looked worried and turned to ask Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao made a quick decision, check his injuries first, see how serious they are. As long as he's not going to die, that's fine. I'll take him out first. Anywhere outside, Wan Xiao would want to get rid of Shi Minghong immediately. But now isn't the time. Shi Minghong came looking for Yining, and who knows how many people know about it. If Yining is completely taken away, Shi Minghong can't die here. Qin Yining slowly knelt down and reached out to check Shi Minghong's head injury. Before she could touch him, Shi Minghong suddenly opened his eyes. This scene startled the unprepared Qin Yining, and she screamed in surprise. She also fell backward in fear. Fortunately, Wan Xiao quickly caught her and took a step back to steady herself. Shi Minghong frowned, reached his right hand to touch the faint pain at the back of his head, and slowly raised his head. When his gaze fell on the two people in front of him, it seemed he remembered what had just happened. In an instant, his confused eyes were replaced by a fierce look. His chubby face twisted with muscles, looking especially grim and terrifying. He angrily cursed, "Woman, don't be shameless. You're asking for death." He then supported himself with both hands, trying to stand up. Wan Xiao pulled Qin Yining behind her and kicked Shi Minghong precisely in the stomach before he could steady himself. This kick was powerful, causing Shi Minghong to fall back onto the ground. "You're the one asking for death. Do you really think being a deputy director of the committee makes you untouchable? If you dare to mess with my sister-in-law, I will beat you to death." Wan Xiao kicked him several more times before straightening up and glaring down at Shi Minghong with a commanding presence, more intimidating than him. No matter what, she needed to calm him down first. Honestly, Shi Minghong's rising anger was suddenly paused by these kicks. Holding the deputy director position showed he was still somewhat clever. Seeing Wan Xiao's fierce attitude and knowing his own identity, he became more cautious. "What do you mean?" He frowned, sitting on the ground without getting up, looking straight at Wan Xiao with a harsh tone.
Who are you?
Wan Xiao lifted her chin, full of arrogance, and snorted coldly, "Who I am doesn't matter. You just need to know my husband is a senior officer, my brother is a general, and my father works in Beijing. And the person you bullied is my future sister-in-law, who gave you the guts to act wild with her. This show of bravado and intimidation made Shi Minghong feel a bit fearful. Although the army and local affairs don't interfere with each other, he couldn't ignore the wide network of connections his comrades had. Friends and colleagues at the brigade and division levels surely held important positions, maybe even his direct superior. Losing his career over a woman would be a bad deal. Thinking of this, Shi Minghong's arrogant attitude diminished significantly. But ever since he became deputy director, everyone saw him smiling and bowing politely. If it weren't for that female doctor constantly giving him a cold shoulder, he wouldn't have gotten so drunk and tried to force himself on her. Now, she almost knocked him out with a to the head. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this anger. Inside, Shi Minghong felt like two little people were fighting fiercely, unsure how to handle this situation. It was almost time for work, and Wan Xiao wouldn't let him linger here. She lifted her foot again and gave Shi Minghong another light kick. He scolded, "Get up quickly, leave now, and don't ruin my sister-in-law's reputation. If you dare to bother her again, see how I deal with you." She raised her chin and glanced sideways, looking very much like a spoiled young lady. Shi Minghong couldn't quite figure out Wan Xiao's true identity, so he didn't dare offend her easily. He could only stand up reluctantly and walk out slowly. A gentleman takes revenge, even after 10 years. He decided to first find out who this woman really was before acting. When Shi Minghong reached the door, he looked back with a fierce look in his eyes. If he dared to mess with him, he would settle the score with interest. Both of them looked good, and he planned to make them both beg for mercy under him later. Qin Yining watched Shi Minghong leave, finally breathing a long sigh of relief. Her tense nerves relaxed at last. She was about to speak when Wan Xiao waved her to stop. She lowered her voice and whispered in Qin Yining's ear, "I'll go see what he's up to. Shi Minghong won't cause more trouble." That kind of person was used to flattery and wouldn't accept being taken advantage of quietly. And that last look he gave suggested he had other plans. She needed to keep an eye on him and look for an opportunity to act first. Qin Yining was suddenly alarmed, clutching Wan Xiao's clothes tightly and refusing to let go.
No, he can do anything.
It's too dangerous to follow him blindly. I don't agree. Wan Xiao gently patted Qin Yining's hand to comfort her. Don't worry, I'll just go see what's happening. I won't do anything. Just wait here and wait for me to come back. After saying that, she forcefully pulled her sleeve and quickly headed in the direction Shi Minghong had gone. If she delayed any longer, she would lose him. Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao. Qin Yining called out anxiously, but seeing them walk one after the other, she dared not shout loudly for fear of being noticed. She kept pacing in place. Shi Minghong was about 1.7 meters tall, probably weighing around 160 jin, about 80 kilograms. In this era, he was quite noticeably overweight. Maybe because of his build or because he was injured earlier, he was walking unsteadily and not very fast. As soon as he reached the hospital entrance, two people hurried over, smiling broadly and bowing politely like sycophants. One of them eagerly asked, "Director, how is it? Has the little beauty been successfully won over?" The other quickly agreed, "Of course. With your charm and skills, no woman can resist. They all must have willingly served you by now." Shi Minghong not only failed to succeed, but also got beaten up. Such embarrassing things are hard to talk about. These two kept mentioning it, making him furious. He raised his arm and slapped the back of their heads hard. His strike was quite forceful. The two men, who had been flattering him, winced in pain but dared not complain. Shi Minghong coldly ordered, "You two go find out what kind of woman is with Dr. Qin. She's the really pretty one." The two exchanged glances and quickly responded, "Yes, Director. We'll go right now." So, that's how it is, Director has a new crush again. They exchanged mischievous smiles, looking sneaky, clearly planning something bad. "Director, are you interested in someone else? Can that Qin girl be shared with us?" It was usually like this. Shi Minghong ate the best. They drank the leftovers. Though they often took advantage of him, the women Sher Minghong liked were always top-notch, making it very exciting. This time, the Qin woman was just as attractive, beautiful, delicate skin, and a doctor. They had never played with a doctor before. They licked their lips unconsciously, their eyes shining with, "Hurry up and do your job. If you delay, you won't like the consequences." Sher Minghong kicked one of them again. He hadn't even eaten yet, so why should they be so eager? Recalling the close contact earlier and the fragrant scent, Sher Minghong felt restless again. Even his pants were starting to feel tight. If it weren't for that unexpected troublemaker Qing Yaojin, he'd be having fun now and wouldn't have to hold back. No, he had to release his frustration quickly. Sher Minghong shook his heavy head, feeling dizzy, maybe from drinking. His vision blurred, and everything around him became hazy. He waved his hand, signaling the two to go handle their task, then slowly walked home. Wan Xiao followed at a distance until she saw Sher Minghong enter a private courtyard. She peeked through the door and saw something inappropriate. Sher Minghong was holding a woman and kissing her freely in the yard, his hand already inside her clothes. The woman softly begged, "No, not here."
Huh?
Her voice sounded strangely familiar. Wan Xiao's curiosity was strongly piqued, but the woman's head was always buried or turned away, so she couldn't see her face clearly. Sher Minghong let out a wicked, slightly lecherous laugh. His tone was playful and reckless. "Why pretend to be shy? If you weren't so cheap, a second-hand girl, like you wouldn't catch my eye. What's the big deal about here? We've had fun outside before. This is my house. Who dares to come in without my permission? What are you so afraid of?" At this point, his tone grew impatient. "Stop stalling. Come over and serve me. If you make me angry, you'll end up working on a farm instead." He suddenly pulled the woman closer, his hands moving restlessly, and he kept spouting words. Wan Xiao instinctively looked up, gazing at the bright blue sky above, wondering if she had traveled to the wrong time period. Are people really this open nowadays? Fighting like wild animals in broad daylight? Those two didn't seem to care about being outside, especially Sher Minghong, whose filthy words never stopped. Listening to their crude talk, Wan Xiao felt her stomach churn, a wave of nausea rising. She almost vomited. If she weren't so curious about that familiar-sounding voice, she would have left long ago. Even if she wanted to watch a live broadcast, it should be of handsome men with broad shoulders, slim waists, and six-pack abs. Someone like Sher Minghong, who's overweight and greasy, just made her feel sick. Just looking at him was disgusting. The two were engaged in some intimate act on a bamboo lounge chair in the yard, with some indescribable sounds occasionally heard.
Ugh.
She couldn't take it anymore. This was too disgusting. Whatever. She didn't want to know anymore. Wan Xiao turned to leave. Your waist is so soft. No wonder you're a dancer. You've got a great figure. Tonight, we'll try some new positions. Just cooperate well." Wan Xiao's foot, which was already stepping forward, paused. A dancer? She didn't know many dancers. After struggling for a moment, she withdrew her foot. Since she was already here, she decided to find out who they really were so she wouldn't keep thinking about it later. She quickly peeked through the door. They were playing a passionate, intimate tune, too explicit to watch comfortably. Afraid of catching a glimpse, she quickly withdrew her gaze. Wan Xiao silently thought to herself, "Hold on a little longer. Maybe if they change positions or something, she might get a glimpse of the woman's face." But in less than 2 minutes, Sher Minghong let out a low roar, and the fight was over. Is that all? Such a handsome man dares to harm women. Doesn't he feel ashamed? "Hongji, you're so amazing." "My legs are weak from excitement," the woman praised sweetly. Wan Xiao shivered, her skin crawling with goosebumps. Oh my goodness! In less than 2 minutes, her strength was gone, and she was trembling. His ability to lie blatantly is truly impressive. What kind of strong belief must he have to deceive himself like that? Sher Minghong proudly patted the woman's rounded buttocks. "Since you worked so hard, I'll agree to what I promised earlier. But you can't go to the arts troupe. You'll be recognized easily. I'll find a way to get you a quiet job at the factory." Suddenly, He reached out and grabbed her chin, giving a fierce warning. Don't think that just because you're working, you can escape my control. As long as I want, you have to serve me anytime. Do you hear me? And I don't like sharing a woman with others. Before I get tired of you, you better behave yourself or I'll kill you. His mood swings didn't seem to bother the woman, who was used to it. She still spoke sweetly. Hongji, you know my situation. Besides you, I have no one to rely on. I dare not disobey you. Rest assured, I belong to only you in this life. Even if you get tired of me, I'll still be loyal to you. Whether her words were true or not, they made Sure Minghong happy.
Good, you're smart.
Staying with me won't do you wrong. All right, get up. I'm a little sleepy.
Let's go inside and rest.
Only then did the woman turn over and get down. At that moment, Wan Xiao finally saw her face clearly. To her shock, it was Zhao Lian. Wan Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she have fallen so far? Thinking back to their first meeting, Zhao Lian's brave and spirited appearance in her military uniform still seemed fresh in her mind. Back then, she didn't seem very smart, but her look was completely different from the worldly woman she was now. What had Zhao Lian been through? Even if the incident with Long Jing had affected her and life was tough, she shouldn't have changed so much. While Wan Xiao was lost in thought, the two inside the yard had already gone into the house. There was no need to wait any longer. She quickly turned around and headed back to the hospital. Hey, why are you only just back? I was so worried. As soon as they met, Qin Yining grabbed Wan Xiao's arm and carefully examined her from head to toe. After confirming she was safe, the heavy worry in her heart finally eased. I'm fine. Am I not doing well? You're so nervous. Wan Xiao gently comforted her, and there was no need to mention the recent intimate scene to a young, unmarried girl. Yining, do you want to take a day off and go to the island with me? Let's go back to the island, find Big Brother, and think of a way to completely solve this problem. There's a saying that boldness knows no limits, and Sure Minghong, that lecherous man, wouldn't give up easily. Even if he's cautious now because of her status and hasn't acted yet, who can guarantee he won't use underhanded tricks? A girl's reputation is too precious to gamble with. To bring down a deputy director of the committee isn't easy with just a few words. Finding outside help is definitely easier than doing it alone. Wan Xiao decisively chose the shortcut. Qin Yining hesitated a bit, but Brother C just transferred here, and he doesn't know many people around, right? Wouldn't that be too troublesome for him? Maybe I should call my cousin. He should know someone here who can handle this. However, Wan Xiao waved her hand. It's not good to discuss such matters over the phone. Besides, Chung Yenliang is far away, and it takes 30 hours by boat. Don't bother him. Anyway, we're all family in the end. Even if my older brother doesn't know anyone, he can definitely think of a solution. Why go the long way around? Wan Xiao had an inexplicable confidence in Si Chuanhe's abilities and methods. Without some real skill, how could her young brother have risen to the high position of political commissar? Wan Xiao's words, anyway, we're all family in the end, made Qin Yining feel a touch of shyness, and her cheeks started to flush. But now wasn't the time for sentimentality. If it weren't for Wan Xiao's timely appearance today, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Qin Yining didn't hesitate and nodded. Okay, I'll go ask the director for leave right away. She truly couldn't handle this herself. Even if she dared to expose Sure Minghong and damage his reputation, given his current position, he could easily deal with her. He might even turn around and slander her, ruining her reputation, so she wouldn't pretend to be brave. Xiao Qin, you're just in time. I was about to look for you. Dr. Lin's family suddenly has an emergency. Can you cover tonight's night shift? Director, isn't there anyone else? Qin Yining looked at the schedule with some helplessness. Emergency shift scheduling is hard, especially with family commitments. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? The director asked back. Qin Yining thought for a moment. Sure Minghong was just scared away today and probably wouldn't come back so soon. Working a night shift tonight was no problem. She nodded and said, actually, I was planning to ask for 2 days off, but since Dr. Lin has an emergency and needs someone to cover, I'll take this night shift first and then apply for leave. Is that okay? Oh. How many days do you want off? 3 days, Qin Yining replied. Including the night shifts and rest days, she could rest for 4 days, which should be enough to solve the problem. If not, she would find another way later. Long leaves are hard to get approved. The director slightly frowned, thought for a moment, then nodded. After getting the leave approved, Qin Yining went back to explain the situation to Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao directly said, then I won't go back tonight either. I'll go back with you tomorrow. Qin Yining knew that Yuan Xiao was worried she wouldn't leave, so she didn't bother with polite formalities. She took the dorm key out of her pocket and handed it to Yuan Xiao. You can sleep in my dorm tonight. Okay, Yuan Xiao said straightforwardly, taking the key. She hadn't planned to stay outside overnight, so she didn't bring a letter of introduction. Staying at the guest house wouldn't be possible. If she didn't go to Qin Yining's dorm, she could only stay in her storage room. That would require explanations later, which was too troublesome. It was better to stay in the dorm. Oh, do you know which ward a patient named Lung Jiehua is in? She was hospitalized after being stabbed a couple of days ago. Qin Yining raised an eyebrow slightly, the hint of surprise in her eyes. Coincidentally, she's my patient. How do you know her? It's not exactly knowing her, Yuan Xiao said calmly, recounting what happened a few days ago. She's the daughter of a big shot. I just thought I'd visit her since I owe her father a favor. Qin Yining clasped her hands naturally in her white coat pockets, wearing a gentle smile. She spoke softly, her injury is fine now. She lost a lot of blood, so she's a bit weak, but she can be discharged in a couple of days. Let's go. Yuan Xiao nodded. Yes, okay. But we need to stop by your office first, so I can take the things I prepared. She bought 2 sets of items, one for Qin Yining and one for Lung Jiehua. Yuan Xiao carried a mesh bag and followed Qin Yining down the corridor to Lung Jiehua's ward. On the iron bed, Lung Jiehua was leaning against the headboard reading a book, focused. Next to her sat a kind-looking middle-aged woman. Dr. Qin, how did you come here? Is Jiehua having any problems? The middle-aged woman saw Qin Yining and immediately stood up, asking nervously. Qin Yining quickly smiled to reassure her. No, I brought a friend here. Then she turned to Lung Jiehua and asked with concern, Jiehua, how do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Before Lung Jiehua could speak, she showed a small smile. Her curved eyebrows and eyes looked like a crescent moon, very pretty. She sweetly replied, besides some pain from the wound, I feel fine. Thank you, Dr. Qin. She probably loved to smile, with a small dimple on her lips, which made her very charming. Apart from her pale face, she didn't look like a patient at all. That's good, but you still need to be careful. You can walk around sometimes, but avoid sudden movements. Qin Yining softly advised. She carefully checked Lung Jiehua's wound again, and once everything looked normal, she felt relieved and left. Lung Jiehua and the middle-aged woman looked at Yuan Xiao in the room. The woman asked with curiosity, Comrade, may I ask who you are? Hello, I am Yuan Xiao. Before she finished, the middle-aged woman grabbed her hand excitedly and said, Oh, dear, you are the benefactor? I didn't recognize you at first. Just call me Yuan Xiao. Okay. Yuan Xiao, sit quickly. The woman said while quickly pulling a chair next to Yuan Xiao and gesturing for her to sit. She poured a glass of water and handed it over, then picked up some fruit from the table and insisted on giving it to Yuan Xiao, very enthusiastic. I am Jiehua's mother. Yuan Xiao, if you don't mind, just call me Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang looked at Yuan Xiao with gratitude and a bit of excitement. Yuan Xiao, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, Jiehua might not have survived. Lung Jiehua also quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Sister Yuan Xiao. Thank you for saving me. Yuan Xiao hurriedly waved her hands. Don't say that. It's mainly because the police arrived in time. I didn't really do much. But no matter how much Yuan Xiao explained, the mother and daughter believed she had saved their lives. She only came to visit and hoped to build a better relationship with Director Lung, but the mother and daughter were so warm that they talked with Wan Xiao for a long time. Through their chat, Wan Xiao learned the full story of what happened. The man who attacked with a knife that day was named Zhou Jianpain. He had been secretly pursuing Lung Jiehua. However, Lung Jiehua thought he was quick-tempered and impulsive, often acting without thinking, so she refused to be his partner. Unexpectedly, in a fit of anger, he lost control and stabbed Lung Jiehua with a knife. Talking about Zhou Jianpain, Aunt Wang was furious and scolded angrily. That untrustworthy man almost hurt our Jiehua. Even if I let him have some peanuts, it would be too good for him. Wan Xiao looked at Lung Jiehua with some sympathy. When love is unreturned, it can lead to harm, and such incidents are truly sad. Surprisingly, Lung Jiehua acted as if nothing had happened, happily holding her mother's arm. She smiled sweetly and said, "Oh, Mom, he's already been caught and will face the punishment he deserves. Don't be angry anymore. It's not worth making yourself sick over him. Besides, if this hadn't happened, I wouldn't have met such a good friend like Sister Wan Xiao. Maybe everything is just arranged by heaven." Aunt Wang gently patted Lung Jiehua's smooth forehead with affection and chided, "You're so carefree. You think such a serious matter is as simple as eating or drinking." Wan Xiao also smiled and said, "That's right. If we're destined to meet, I wouldn't want to meet you in such a way." The three of them then laughed together. Earlier, Wan Xiao's visit to Lung Jiehua was mainly out of respect for Director Lung. After hearing what she just said, she actually started to like this optimistic and cheerful girl. If ordinary people faced such a big incident, they wouldn't just cry their eyes out. They'd probably be full of resentment. Few can be as clear-minded and optimistic as Lung Jiehua. Not only can she face it calmly herself, but she also knows how to comfort her family in return. She is truly sensible and adorable, making it hard not to like her. After leaving the hospital room, Wan Xiao planned to make a phone call at the nearby post office. She wouldn't go home tonight and needed to inform her older brother in advance. Otherwise, given how caring he is, he might rush over worried in the middle of the night. She also needed to ask for leave from work at the factory. She's a good employee, about to attend an award ceremony, and can't afford to skip work. As Wan Xiao stepped out of the inpatient department, she sensed someone sneaking behind her. Chulai had taught her how to avoid being followed, but after thinking, she believed that anyone following her now was probably one of Sherming Hong's men. Instead of dismissing them, it might be better to let them follow along. She was just making a phone call to her older brother. If these two overheard her conversation, it could actually confirm her identity, making them less likely to act rashly. So, Ruangio acted as if she didn't notice anyone following her, walking calmly toward the post office. She skillfully filled out forms, queued up, and when it was her turn to speak, she deliberately raised her voice, saying she wanted to talk to the political commissar. "Big brother, I'm not coming back tonight. I'll stay at the hospital with Ening and return tomorrow. Just wanted to let you know, don't worry." On the other end, Si Chunha immediately asked what happened. "Is something wrong?" His voice carried a hint of nervousness. Ruangio raised an eyebrow, a faint smile appearing in her eyes.
See?
Her older brother was so clever, just from her simple words, he could sense something was off. But now wasn't the time for details. Ruangio replied calmly, "Nothing serious.
I'll tell you when I get back."
The call was transferred, making it inconvenient to talk further, and she also had a tail behind her, so she didn't want to say much. She even had Si Chunha handle her leave requests directly. After leaving the post office, Ruangio quickly noticed that only one of the two people following her remained. It was obvious that the other had gone to the post office to verify information and then report back to Sherming Hong. Ruangio didn't pay much attention to it and returned to the hospital casually. It was almost quitting time, and Qin Ening wasn't very busy either. She was sitting in her office, looking at medical records. Seeing Ruangio return, she quickly asked, "Where did you go?" "I looked for you in the ward, but found no one." Ruangio smiled and explained, "I just made a phone call from the post office to report to my brother. I was worried he'd get anxious." Qin Yining muttered quietly with some annoyance. The hospital has phones. Why did you go outside just to call? I didn't want to waste their kindness. Hospital phones are public, and she wasn't a doctor or nurse here, so there was no need to bother Qin Yining over such a small matter. All right, let's not talk about that. When are you free to go out for dinner? Qin Yining checked the time on her wrist and said, let's go now. I only have half an hour, so we can grab a quick meal at the cafeteria today. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tomorrow. After a brief chat with the nurse on duty, the two headed to the cafeteria. Tonight's dinner at the cafeteria includes shrimp paste stir-fried sweet potato leaves, plain stir-fried tree vegetables, tofu casserole, braised mackerel, and mountain vegetable soup. For an average family, the meal is quite decent, but for Wan Xiao, who has a shopping mall and can eat whatever she wants, these dishes seem a bit too simple. However, since it's just an occasional meal, she doesn't mind too much. Qin Yining is very thoughtful and specially prepared some fish for Wan Xiao. How is it? Can you get used to it? Wan Xiao playfully frowns. What if I can't? Will you, second sister-in-law, cook for me yourself? Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yining blushes and playfully complains, then quickly lowers her head in a fluster, trying to hide her shyness. Her long hair covers her red ears, but not her cheeks. Seeing this, Wan Xiao chuckles softly. I wasn't talking nonsense. You're dating my second brother, right? I didn't say anything wrong. Are you still saying that? Qin Yining looks up, giving her a gentle but slightly intimidating stare. Her cheeks flush again, spreading like waves. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Wan Xiao raises her hands in surrender. Let's eat quickly. You're already busy enough. After dinner, Wan Xiao stays at the hospital with Qin Yining for a while before she is sent back to her dormitory. The dorm is behind the hospital's inpatient department, a 3-story apartment building. Qin Yining was assigned a single room on the second floor. After going up the stairs and turning left, the third room is hers. The room isn't very big, probably only about 10 square meters. It's simply furnished, a single bed against the wall, a desk by the window, and a wooden chest for clothes nearby. Maybe because the owner has few belongings, the small space doesn't feel crowded. Instead, it looks neat and comfortable. What catches the eye is the tidy arrangement of medical books and notes on the desk, showing the owner's serious dedication to her studies. Wan Xiao usually doesn't touch others' belongings, so she only glances quickly and then stops paying attention. She bought a set of toiletries from the mall, washed up, then found some bedding she had stored earlier in the warehouse and made the bed. Once everything was ready, she finally felt at ease and lay down. But for some reason, even though she usually sleeps well, she couldn't fall asleep no matter how much she tossed and turned. Wan Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the starry night outside the window. Suddenly, a phrase came to her mind. On a dark and windy night, when people commit crimes. This gave her an idea. She doesn't need to commit crimes or arson, but she can make money secretly. Anyway, Sherminghong's money and possessions definitely didn't come from honest sources. Instead of benefiting others, it's better to benefit oneself. What if he could find some evidence or clues? After finding a solid reason for herself, Wan Xiao quickly put on her clothes, tiptoed out of the hospital dormitory, and hurried toward Sherminghong's house. There were no entertainment options at this time, so people in the city went to bed early in the evening. The streets were quiet, and the alley had no streetlights. Everything was dark. Wan Xiao didn't dare use her flashlight, so she moved very carefully. Finally, she reached Sherminghong's house. She paused, listening carefully for any sounds inside. But apart from her own breathing, she heard nothing. She thought for a moment and then disappeared into the warehouse right there. She didn't understand much about detective techniques from the 1960s. She used to think that since technology was less advanced then, the police methods would also be limited, making it hard to solve cases. But after talking with Gao Jie last time, she realized she was very naive. Although there wasn't as much high-tech equipment as in later years, there were many skilled people. For example, footprint experts could determine a person's height, weight, and walking habits from just a small footprint. So she couldn't afford to be careless. Sure, Minghong didn't dare call the police when he lost something, but who knew if he had other experts around him? If she made a small mistake or revealed a clue, the consequences could be terrible. Better to be cautious and careful. Wan Xiao changed into a black sports outfit in the warehouse, bought a pair of shoes 2 sizes bigger, and stuffed cotton into the toes. Then she put on a hat and mask, armed herself, and stepped out. The wall wasn't very high, so she easily climbed over it. She jumped lightly, caught the top of the wall with her hands, and gently flipped to the other side. Landing silently like a graceful cat, she tiptoed toward the window below. Just as she was about to listen for sounds, the house suddenly lit up, startling her so much she couldn't breathe. She waited quietly for a while, then heard rustling inside and footsteps approaching. The door creaked open. Wan Xiao was shocked and quickly hid in the warehouse, listening carefully. The footsteps seemed to head toward the front door. Who stays awake so late at night? What could they be doing? She wouldn't be like her, wanting to go out and do something bad, right? Wan Xiao couldn't see outside from the warehouse and didn't dare to show herself recklessly. She was anxious and restless. Fortunately, she wasn't kept waiting for long. Outside, there were some faint sounds again. This time, something was strange. Although she could hear movement, she couldn't hear anyone speaking, not even footsteps, which were deliberately kept very quiet. The people came and went several times, and finally, she heard their low voices talking. "Boss, everything's here. Do you want to take a look?" "No need. I trust you to handle it. Take this and reward the brothers." "Thanks, boss." After they left, Wan Xiao quietly slipped out of the warehouse. She crouched by the window, peeking with just her eyes. Sure, Minghong was bending down, gripping the edge of the bed tightly, moving it a little away from the wall. Then he went to the corner, squatted down, and reached out to feel around. Soon, a surprising scene happened. There was actually an entrance to a basement under the bed. Sure, Minghong moved several boxes nearby into the basement one by one, waited a moment, then came out and closed the basement door. He restored the bed to its original position. After finishing everything, Sure Minghong nodded with satisfaction and turned off the room's light. Maybe he was too excited about the good stuff and couldn't sleep. He even hummed a tune. Wan Xiao couldn't understand what he was humming, but it didn't sound nice, more like a terrible noise. Not patient enough to wait any longer, Wan Xiao bought some sleeping powder from the shop. The medicine wasn't as expensive as those pills, but it still cost 30,000 shop coins, roughly about 1,000 yuan. Thinking about those boxes earlier, Wan Xiao didn't feel guilty at all. She hadn't seen what was inside, but Sure Minghong wouldn't hide a pile of scrap metals so carefully, right? This sleeping powder was in the form of smoke. Wan Xiao carefully lit it and placed it on the inner edge of the windowsill. Worried about accidentally hurting herself, she quickly slipped into the warehouse and waited quietly for the drug to take effect. About 10 minutes later, Wan Xiao guessed the sleeping powder was working and came out. The smoke hadn't burned out yet, and wisps of smoke still rose gently. Wan Xiao didn't dare to delay. She quickly extinguished it and stored it away. Such a precious item couldn't be wasted. She kept it for later use. Since she and Chule had taken pills from the shop before, Wan Xiao no longer doubted the effectiveness of the shop's medicines. Before entering the house, she carefully put on a sturdy gas mask to avoid getting dizzy from the smoke. I don't know where Zhao Lian went, but right now only Sure Minghong and she are in the house, which makes it very easy for Wan Xiao. Sure Minghong is lying on the bed, snoring loudly like a dead pig, probably so deep that even hot water couldn't wake him. He's a big guy weighing over 100 pounds, and moving the bed was very difficult for Wan Xiao. She thought for a moment and tried to hide him in the storage room. To her surprise, she managed to get him inside. She found a mechanism in the corner of the wall and entered the basement, her eyes shining with excitement. Inside, there were more than 20 boxes of different sizes, all filled with treasures. Without even looking, she knew they were all valuable. The mall's notification sounds kept ringing. Ding dong, detected Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze sunflower wash, priced at 6.8 million. Do you want to sell? Ding dong, Detected Ming Dynasty ink bamboo painting priced at 4.5 million. Do you want to sell? Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. The ringing was so loud it almost deafened her. Wan Xiao quickly turned off the mall's notification sounds. She casually opened a few boxes on the left, revealing jewelry, paintings, ceramics, everything you could imagine. On the right side, her eyes nearly blinded by the gold light, 3 boxes filled with shiny gold bars. She was rich now. No more worries about money for pills. Sure, Minghong was truly a big catch. Wan Xiao didn't bother checking what was in the other boxes. She waved her hand and collected everything, leaving no trace behind. After emptying the basement, she didn't rush to leave. Since she was already there, she decided to take all the good stuff. Wasting it would be a shame. She took everything from the bed, wardrobe, tables, chairs, radio, washing machine, anything movable. She took it all. While collecting the wardrobe, a small box fell from the ceiling. Inside, there were bundles of large banknotes, about 30,000 yuan, almost as much as Chu Lai had saved after years of risking his life. In the desk drawer, she found hundreds of coins and many tickets, grain tickets, cloth tickets, meat tickets, cigarette tickets, wine tickets, and so on. Surprisingly, there were even 2 tickets for bicycles, 3 for watches, and 2 for sewing machines. Although these tickets had serial numbers, Wan Xiao took them all without hesitation. She could wait until Shi Minghong fell from power to use them or sell them. If necessary, she would just throw them away and leave nothing for him. The house had 3 rooms, and Wan Xiao quickly cleared out all the items, leaving nothing behind. Then there was the kitchen, and the things inside made Wan Xiao, someone who shops often, can't help but be amazed. No wonder this person eats so much and is full. The kitchen is stacked with several bags of rice and flour, yet not a single coarse grain can be found. They have a whole barrel of oil, which others wouldn't dare to use, and a large jar of lard nearby, giving off a strong aroma. Faced with such abundant supplies, Wan Xiao naturally didn't hold back. She quickly took everything she could, even pulling the pot off the stove. Until there was nothing left in the house except the immovable walls, she finally stopped, satisfied. She released Shi Minghong from the storage room and threw him onto the ground. Suddenly, she noticed that Shi Minghong was wearing a watch, an expensive Rolex. Without hesitation, she tore the watch off his wrist and thought it would be worth a lot if sold secondhand at the shop. Wan Xiao carefully checked the entire house again, making sure that apart from Shi Minghong lying on the ground, everything else was gone. Seeing that she had taken everything, she finally felt at ease and turned to leave. She definitely wouldn't leave the bicycle in the yard, and she decided not to take the bamboo chair either. Those 2 had done something gross on it. After climbing over the wall and walking a bit, ensuring no one was around, Wan Xiao changed back into her original clothes in the storage room. She quietly sneaked back to the hospital dormitory, collapsed onto her bed, and soon fell into a deep sleep. This time, Wan Xiao slept especially soundly, sleeping until late in the morning. She was awakened by noises outside. Looking at the time, it was already past 7. Thinking of the things she still needed to do, she quickly sat up. She efficiently packed up her bedding, washed up, and then went to find Qin Yining. Unexpectedly, she met Song Weiqi at the entrance of the inpatient building. Wan Xiao hurried over and asked, "Captain Song, what are you doing here? Are you hurt?" "No, sister-in-law. I came yesterday for some errands and to visit a comrade. I'll be returning to the island soon," Song Weiqi explained. He then pretended to casually ask, "Sister-in-law, why are you here so early in the morning?" "Oh, I had some things to take care of yesterday, and I was planning to go back soon too." "What a coincidence. Let's go together then," he said. Wan Xiao thought, since they're heading the same way and the time is about right, she agreed happily. "All right, I'll go find a friend upstairs. We'll meet here later," she said, turning and walking briskly upstairs. Therefore, he did not notice that Song Weiqi did not go to find friends as he claimed. Instead, he quietly walked to a small, unnoticed corner and stood there silently, keeping his eyes fixed on the direction she had just left, patiently waiting. Qin Yining, needing to take leave, Specially went to Lung Jiehua's hospital room before leaving work and carefully reminded her of some precautions. When she heard that Wan Xiao was returning to the island, Aunt Wang and Lung Jiehua insisted on seeing them off. Wan Xiao felt a bit helpless. Aunt Wang, Jiehua, you really don't need to be so polite. Lung Jiehua affectionately linked her arm with Wan Xiao's, smiling brightly. It's not about politeness. Look at how nice the weather is outside. Dr. Qin said I should go for a walk, so I thought I'd take a stroll downstairs. Wan Xiao clearly saw through this obvious excuse. However, since they were showing kindness, she couldn't refuse anymore and could only go along with them. All right, then take your time. We're not in a hurry. When they reached the first floor, Song Weiqi was already waiting at the door. Seeing other people, he didn't approach but stood a little apart, waiting until they said their goodbyes before walking over. Brother-in-law, are we leaving now? Yes. Are you in a rush? Can we first go have breakfast and then head back? No rush. Song Weiqi shook his head inwardly, thinking that Commander C's orders were to protect her safety. Of course, wherever she went, he would follow. Why the rush? All right, then let's go eat now. Wan Xiao cheerfully waved her hand and said loudly, I'll treat. She had made a fortune last night and felt very happy. If supplies weren't limited now, she would definitely indulge in a luxurious meal. Nothing happened to Commander C Chu and his safety, despite her worries. After breakfast, the three of them took the ferry back to the island. Once there, the two went straight to his office to complain. Big brother, you need to handle this properly. Otherwise, Yining will stay in Nanshi for work, and second brother won't be at ease. Si Chuanhan nodded slightly, his gentle expression unchanged, but his words carried a reassuring power.
I know.
I will arrange everything properly. Even if he didn't consider Qin Yining as a sister-in-law, and even if she grew up in a big courtyard, he wouldn't stand by and watch her be bullied. As deputy director of the committee, with their reckless attitude, it wasn't hard to find a handle on them. His main concern was how to quickly suppress them. After reporting the issue, Wan Xiao pushed everything aside and took Qin Yining back to the family residence. She was living a carefree life, but when the quiet Shi Minghong suddenly woke up, he didn't feel so good. He opened his eyes to see an empty room. At first, he was confused, thinking he might have been dreaming. He closed and reopened his eyes, but everything was the same. His table, chairs, and decorations were gone, leaving only bare walls. Shi Minghong quickly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and realized he was sleeping on the ground. Without hesitation, he ran barefoot to the corner, opened a secret mechanism, and saw the empty basement. He felt weak and sat down on the floor. His heart was breaking. Everything was gone. His hard-earned money and valuables from the past 2 years had vanished. He clenched his teeth in anger, cursing it. It must be Zhao Liyan, that little girl. Only his close confidants knew where he lived. He hadn't even told his wife. Zhao Liyan found out because they had been together once, and he accidentally let it slip while being pampered. He thought no one at home would notice, so he came here a few days each month. Yesterday, he missed that little rascal, so he sent someone to bring her over to wait. Was that how she got the chance to do this? If that's true, then this girl is tired of life, and she dares to steal his things. Today, he would make her see that the Lord of Horses has many eyes. He stormed back to his room, only to be pricked by a small stone on his foot. It then hit him that he was only wearing a simple underwear. Shi Minghong cursed as he checked other rooms, only to find the house completely empty. No pots in the kitchen either. If it wasn't so hard to move the stove, maybe they took even the bricks from it. His chest heaved violently, and his anger burst out like a volcano, impossible to hold back. He must cut Zhao Liyan into pieces. He cursed as he walked out of his yard and reached the neighbor's door. He forcefully knocked and commanded in a firm voice, "Bring me a set of clothes." Since he rarely came here, the neighbors didn't know him well. Suddenly, a stranger opened his mouth to ask for clothes. The woman at the door frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Are you in the wrong place? I am the deputy director of the committee. Asking you to bring a set of clothes is showing respect. Don't be ungrateful. If you hesitate any longer, I swear I'll send people to raid your house. Ming-hong was already in a bad mood because he lost something. When faced with a woman's questioning, he was about to explode with anger and almost kicked the unwise woman away. But unexpectedly, the woman was not easy to deal with. Seeing Ming-hong's rude attitude, she also lost her temper. Who are you? A crazy person. Running around in broad daylight and pretending to be a committee leader. Do you want to die? Get out now, or I will report you. She finished speaking and slammed the door shut without mercy, leaving Ming-hong outside. Ming-hong felt a surge of anger rising to his head, almost fainting from frustration. He never expected to be turned away like this, especially by an ordinary woman. In his usual days, he was always surrounded by people and highly respected. He had never been treated so coldly before. He kicked the door and shouted, "Open the door for me." The noise annoyed the women in the yard. She frowned and, full of anger, walked to the door. She suddenly pulled the latch open, ready to scold whoever was outside, but was unexpectedly pushed forcefully by Ming-hong and stumbled to the side. Ming-hong directly entered the yard. He saw a few clothes hanging on the clothesline, strode over, and grabbed the clothes to put on himself. But he was too fat. Even though the clothes were loose, they still looked tight on him, especially the top, which couldn't even be buttoned up. Still, having some clothes to cover himself was better than being. The woman, who had just recovered from her fall, saw her clothes being forcibly taken by the strange man in front of her. She was furious. Ignoring the pain from her fall, she struggled to get up and lunged at Ming-hong, clawing at him and shouting angrily, "You bandit! How dare you rob someone in broad daylight? I'll report you to the police. Go ahead and report me. Let's see what they can do to me." Ming-hong shook off the woman, found a pair of shoes, hurriedly put them on, and then headed out. He first returned home, quickly changed out of his disheveled clothes, and then rushed to the committee office. He gathered a few loyal followers and went straight to Zhao Lian's house. The house Zhao Lian was living in now was arranged by him. Ming-hong knew the way well and kicked open the door. He quickly rushed to Zhao Lian and grabbed her hair tightly, pulling her back forcefully. Zhao Lian's face twisted in pain, but she dared not resist. Ming-hong raised his hand and mercilessly slapped her cheeks from side to side. The sharp, clear slaps echoed loudly throughout the room. "Little brat, where did you hide my things?" Ming-hong's eyes burned with anger as he shouted loudly. "What things?" "I don't know," Zhao Lian replied. At this moment, Zhao Lian felt dizzy, her eyes flashing with stars, and a buzzing sound filled her ears. But she knew that Ming-hong was extremely angry now. If she started crying or making a fuss, she would only face harsher punishment. So she endured the pain and tried to make her voice sound as gentle and obedient as possible. "Brother Hong, since I came back from your place yesterday, I've been staying at home honestly, not stepping out of the yard even once. If you don't believe me, ask anyone in the yard, they can all testify. What exactly is missing?" Seeing Zhao Lian's sincere words and her firm, unwavering gaze, Ming-hong's anger, which had been at its peak, gradually began to calm down. His lost reason slowly returned. Even if this woman knew she had hidden something, she couldn't have taken it quietly on her own. She would have needed help. And Ming-hong knew her situation better than anyone. This woman was now helpless, unlikely to find someone capable enough. Moreover, he had slept so deeply last night that he didn't even realize he had ended up on the floor. Something was wrong. Someone must have secretly tampered with things. Who could it be? He cast a gloomy look of suspicion toward his trusted aides. The others' expressions suddenly changed, becoming tense, and they hurriedly pledged their loyalty. "Director, even if you gave us 100 times the courage, we would never dare to target you." "Yes, Director. We rely on you to stay alive. We wouldn't do anything to betray you." Ming-hong's face remained as dark as ever, silent. He trusted no one now, but he had no clues either. He clenched his teeth and spat out a few words, "Start a thorough investigation. When they find out who did it," he swore to tear that person to pieces to vent his hatred. The culprit, Yuan Xiao, didn't sense Sherminghong's anger at all. Since she had already taken a day off, she decided not to go to work. After leaving the office with Qin Yining, she pulled her home. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Qin Yining stopped Wan Xiao. Wait, I want to buy something. Buy what? We have everything at home. No need to buy, Wan Xiao said, not wanting her to spend money. But Qin Yining stubbornly stood still, not speaking, just staring at her with wide, clear eyes. Wan Xiao, feeling helpless, compromised. All right, I'll buy something. Is that okay? After they finished shopping and reached the gate, they saw a woman in patched clothes and a young girl talking to a soldier on guard. The soldier, noticing Wan Xiao, called out loudly, "Sister-in-law, these two looking for Chu Lai?" Wan Xiao hadn't heard Chu Lai mention anyone coming. She walked over and smiled. I am Chu Lai's wife. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged woman's eyes widened as she sharply questioned, Chu Lai is married? This woman had a long face, with prominent cheekbones that looked very sharp, giving her a harsh appearance. Her triangular eyes looked at Wan Xiao with hostility, as if she was accusing her of stealing her man, full of suspicion. Wan Xiao's face instantly darkened, her calm expression turning icy. Her cold gaze was like a sharp sword, directly piercing the malicious woman, and she said without hesitation, my marriage with Chu Lai was arranged with the consent of both our parents.
Who are you?
Do we need your opinion to get married? The middle-aged woman was stunned by Wan Xiao's strong presence, and her momentum weakened. Her voice lowered as she stammered, No, I was just surprised. The young girl looked stubborn. Sister, we're just concerned about Brother Chu.
You don't need to react like that.
Wan Xiao shot a cold glance at the young girl. She was pretty, but her eyes kept darting around, clearly scheming. Seeing the envy in her eyes when she looked at herself, Wan Xiao felt a wave of annoyance. She frowned impatiently, her tone growing colder. The two women's eyes flickered nervously, looking suspicious. Wan Xiao didn't want to waste more time dealing with them. The woman hesitated and stammered, We do have something to discuss. Please let Chu Lai come out. I want to speak to him personally. Wan Xiao crossed her arms and said firmly, I'm afraid that won't work. Chu Lai isn't here. Since you don't want to tell the truth, then just go back the way you came. Without hesitation, she turned and walked away. Hey, you can't just leave like that. Seeing Wan Xiao about to leave, the middle-aged woman became anxious and begged with a pleading tone. They had no money at this moment. If they couldn't even see Chu Lai's face, what should they do next? Wan Xiao paused and looked back at them with a blank expression. Is there anything else? The middle-aged woman looked at Wan Xiao with suspicion, as if she didn't believe what she was hearing. She asked again, Chu Lai isn't here? Where did he go? Wan Xiao turned back and approached them, her eyebrows raised and her beautiful eyes filled with anger. She looked sternly at the people in front of her and said loudly, Where did Chu Lai go? I can't even ask about it? What are your identities? Why are you here asking questions? After speaking, she turned to a young soldier standing guard and said, Little Wang, report to the troops immediately. Say that 2 suspicious individuals appeared here, trying to steal our military secrets. Yes. Little Wang responded without hesitation, his voice loud and confident, showing his decisiveness as a soldier. The middle-aged woman's face turned pale with fear. She hurriedly waved her hands and shouted loudly, No, please don't. We're not enemies. We are the families of martyrs. Seeing that Wan Xiao still looked at them with suspicion, the woman grew more anxious and quickly said, Really? We are relatives of Gao Chuni. I am his mother, and this is his sister. Wan Xiao frowned slightly at her words, and memories of Gao Chuni quickly flashed through her mind. She knew this person well. Gao Chuni was once a soldier under Chu Lai's command, but sadly died bravely during a mission 3 years ago. Gao Chuni's name was on Chu Lai's subsidy list, and money was sent to his family every few months. But she couldn't understand what these 2 people wanted to do at the military base. Wan Xiao opened her hands with a blank expression, her gaze sharp and firm, speaking in a tone that left no room for doubt. "Show me the introduction letter." The woman looked reluctant but helpless, slowly reached into her pocket, fumbled for a while, and finally took out a crumpled introduction letter, handing it to Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao took the letter and examined it carefully. It clearly listed two names, Han Dia and Gao Chunxi, and the reason for their visit was family visit. Looking further down, the official seal on the inscription is indeed from the village where Gao Chunxi lives. Wan Xiao returns the introduction letter to them, her tone still neutral. "This letter says you are here to visit relatives." "Which relative? I can help contact them." Han Dia shows a shy smile and stammers. Actually, we came specifically to find Chu Lai." Besides Chu Lai, she doesn't know anyone else's name. If not him, who else could she be looking for? Wan Xiao remains silent, quietly observing these two people, waiting for them to continue. They have no connection to Chu Lai. Why are they looking for him? As for those brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives, Chu Lai provides some financial support out of friendship and respect. These soldiers are heroes who deserve respect, and as long as it's within their ability, they are happy to help. However, Wan Xiao doesn't think Chu Lai owes any responsibility to their families. The two keep arguing, neither willing to speak first. Time passes slowly, and the atmosphere feels frozen. Wan Xiao doesn't want to wait any longer and breaks the silence first. "Since you don't want to talk, I won't insist.
Chu Lai isn't here right now.
If it's urgent, you can report your situation to the authorities." After speaking, Wan Xiao turns to leave. "Hey, wait!" Han Dia suddenly grabs Wan Xiao's sleeve tightly, anxiously saying, "Since Chu Lai isn't here, take us to your home to wait. We'll wait for him to come back." As long as they can stay at Chu Lai's house, she doesn't believe this woman will refuse them food. They can stay as long as they want, no problem. Han Dia's mind is racing with plans. But Wan Xiao isn't someone easy to bully. She suddenly pulls her arm away forcefully, effortlessly freeing herself from Han Dia's grip. Then she says sarcastically, "First, introduction letters can be faked. Your identities are not clear, so I can't take you into the family compound. Second, even if you are truly Gao Chunxi's family members, I have no obligation to entertain you. Gao Chunxi was a hero who sacrificed for the country, not someone who died for Chu Lai. So, if you have any reasonable requests, report directly to your superior. They will handle it according to the rules. Third, Gao Chunxi was a brave soldier belonging to a disciplined army. His immediate superiors are platoon leader, company commander, and battalion commander, and above them is the regiment commander, Comrade Shun Qingsong. No matter what level, if you have a problem, you can't find the deputy regimental commander Chu Lai to give you a mission. Chu Lai sends money home because he cares about his comrades and their families. It's out of friendship and concern, not a reason for you to rely on or make excuses for him." After Wan Xiao finished speaking, Han Dia was a bit stunned. How could it be so different from what they thought? Gao Chunxi had died 3 years ago. Only Chu Lai occasionally sent money home. It was clear he was a person of loyalty. They didn't know Chu Lai's position before, but since he kept sending money, he must be an officer. She thought that her daughter was already 18 and looked good. Maybe because of Gao Chunxi, Chu Lai might marry Chunxi. Then she would become a proud mother-in-law of an officer. This way, not only would her daughter's future be secured, but their family status in the village could also rise. But sadly, reality shattered her beautiful dreams. When they arrived at the army, they heard disappointing news. Chu Lai was married. His wife was as beautiful as a flower, and Chunxi couldn't compare. But a home flower isn't as fragrant as a wild flower. Every man has his temptations. She remembered how she and old Gao got together back then. If she could live in Chu Lai's house, maybe there was a chance. Even if she couldn't marry Chu Lai, she thought he might help her introduce her daughter to a good officer. But she never expected that the wife was so cold-hearted that she wouldn't even let them get close to the door. "No matter what, we came all this way. Even if it's because of Chunxi, you shouldn't refuse us entry entirely," Han Dia argued unwillingly. Gao Chunxi said angrily, "Sister, if you treat us like this, Brother Chu will be upset." Wan Xiao remained calm. She believed she had said everything clearly and saw no point in arguing further. Xiao Wang, go and report this to Commander Kong. Ask him to send someone to handle it. Yes, sister-in-law. Xiao Wang quickly responded and ran off. Xiao Wang was a new soldier, just over a year in the army, also from the countryside. He had seen many villagers trying hard to marry their daughters into the city for a better life. Military personnel are naturally highly sought after, especially officers, who are even more favored. So when he saw Han Daya's series of actions, he roughly guessed her plan. Although he was not part of the group, he always admired Chu Lai and knew that Deputy Group Leader Chu and his wife shared a very close bond. Therefore, he felt deep dislike for someone like Han Daya, who had ulterior motives. When reporting to Commander Kong, he specifically emphasized Han Daya and her daughter's surprise, disappointment, and obvious hostility toward Wan Xiao after learning Chu Lai was married. These were all things he saw with his own eyes, completely true, and he was not afraid of any investigation. Si Chunhe listened, shook his head, and said seriously, Qiao Qiao is still too young and impulsive. Even if those two people's identities haven't been verified and their intentions are unclear, she shouldn't have rashly turned them away. At least, she should have first taken them to the guest house for shelter and then reported to higher authorities, waiting for further investigation. His words seemed to genuinely think Wan Xiao's actions were inappropriate, but everyone was not fools. They could see there was another meaning behind his words. Wan Xiao firmly refused to let unknown strangers into the family compound, purely out of caution and safety, with no fault at all. If someone really wanted to find trouble, it was probably just because of a slightly harsh comment. Commander Khan quickly responded, Commissar C. Don't say that. I think Wan Xiao did very well. As a military family member, she can always stay alert, and that's absolutely right. No matter what their purpose was, if they were strangers and unrelated, and Wan Xiao didn't take them home, there was no problem. Commander Kong called his guard and ordered, take them to the guest house to rest, then contact the local authorities to verify the situation. After that, further plans can be made once the facts are clear. The guard took the two away. Gao Chunxi looked aggrieved, as if she had been insulted deeply, and this scene was clearly seen by many family members. Qin Yining's eyes were full of worry. Qiao Qiao, I think those mother and daughter are up to no good. Be more careful. Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old. I'm not that naive. Strangers who suddenly show up with no relation, what could they possibly want? After thinking it over, it's probably just about one of 3 things: reputation, money, or future prospects. Looking at the two of them, it's likely they are planning to form an alliance with Chu Lai. Unfortunately, their plan failed. Even when blind, Chu Lai wouldn't look at them. Qin Yining continued softly, the ignorant are fearless. It's obvious that those two are greedy. We shouldn't be careless. Yes, I understand, Wan Xiao nodded, already thinking. She decided not to send money to the Gao family for now. Don't be fooled by Han Daya's shabby clothes. Gao Chunxi's clothes are not bad. Her clothes are at least 70 to 80% new, and her braided hair is decorated with 2 hairpins. She's not wearing small leather shoes, but she has a pair of popular canvas shoes that many wouldn't buy easily. Moreover, Wan Xiao faintly smelled the scent of osmanthus hair oil coming from her. She's familiar with rural life. Ordinary families usually don't spend so much on their daughter's clothes and appearance. Chu Lai's support for the Gao family was meant to help raise Gao Chunyi's parents, not for his sister's wardrobe. Whether to continue sending money depends on further investigation. She has money, but doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Gu Shi, upon hearing that Wan Xiao had returned, hurried over with Qi Ning. As soon as she entered, she asked with concern, Qiao Qiao, why didn't you come back yesterday? Is everything okay? Big sister-in-law, I'm fine. I just stayed over there with Yining. Wan Xiao kindly introduced Qin Yining and Si Jingming to her. Gu Shi smiled and said, since that's the case, come to my house for dinner tonight and meet everyone. Gu Shi is straightforward, generous, and proper. Qin Yining isn't shy either. The two quickly became like old friends, chatting happily one after another, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Wan Xiao played with the adorable Qi Ning nearby. The whole house was filled with cheerful laughter, warm and harmonious. Before going to her older brother's house for dinner, Qin Yining insisted she couldn't go empty-handed and wanted to buy some gifts from the supply and marketing cooperative first. Yuan Xiao advised her to bring the things she bought in the morning, but Qin Yining disagreed. After all, they would be sisters-in-law in the future, and regular interactions were inevitable. Such social exchanges were natural. Yuan Xiao didn't stop her and went with her to buy gifts. The two walked slowly, suddenly noticing a wandering figure ahead. It was Bai Yanliang, looking lost and dejected. When he saw Yuan Xiao, his once dull eyes suddenly turned bright red, like a furious beast. He charged straight at Yuan Xiao, gritting his teeth and shouting angrily, "Yuan Xiao!" This sudden situation startled Yuan Xiao. She frowned, rolled her eyes at Bai Yanliang with some annoyance, and replied, "Why are you so loud? I'm not deaf." Then she tried to walk around him. Bai Yanliang took a quick step forward, blocking her way. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if they might burst at any moment. Due to his intense anger, his muscles trembled constantly, looking quite frightening. He struggled to control his fists from swinging and angrily asked, "Did you do this? It must be you who ordered your brother to force me to leave the army and go home." Yuan Xiao didn't expect Si Chuanhe to act so quickly, but she knew what was happening inside. Saying it out loud would only give others a reason to blame her. She kept a calm face, looked coldly at Bai Yanliang, and sharply retorted, "Bai Yanliang, you can eat your food carelessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Don't go around spreading lies and slandering my brother. The army has strict rules. If what you say is true, that my brother deliberately targeted you and forced you to leave the army, you should report it through proper channels. But if you have no evidence and are just making wild guesses to smear my brother, I might report you for slander and make your situation worse." After saying this, she ignored him and took Qin Yining's hand, confidently walking past him. He wasn't just imagining things. Si Chuanhe had his evidence, and his methods were clever. Bai Yanliang didn't even dare to resist. Bai Yanliang watched them leave helplessly, his anger boiling over, ready to explode at any moment, but he had no way to stop them. Si Chuanhe returned home slightly later than usual today. When they arrived, everyone had already prepared the meal and was waiting. Gu Shi handed over the prepared food and casually asked, "Busy today?" Si Chuanhe took the bowl and replied softly, "It's okay. I was just delayed a bit dealing with that mother and daughter." This matter didn't involve any secrets, so there was nothing to hide. Yuan Xiao turned to look at Si Chuanhe and asked, "Do they have any issues?" Si Chuanhe shook his head. "It seems there are no problems for now. From what I know, Han Dia married into the Gao family 5 years ago. When she came here, she brought her son and daughter. The name Gao Chuanxi was changed later. Since this stepmother came into the house, Gao Chuanyi's younger siblings have had a hard time. Especially after Gao Chuanyi sacrificed himself. Most of his pension and the money sent by Chu Lai probably ended up in Han Dia's hands. It's been too short a time. We've only had a brief phone call to discuss the general situation. That's all I know so far. What about Gao Chuanyi's mother?" "She passed away. Han Dia married into the family a month after Gao Chuanyi's mother died." Speechless, his mother opened the door, completely at a loss. Yuan Xiao raised her eyebrows, showing a hint of disdain in her eyes. It's not just her bias. There's a long-standing saying, having a stepmother means having a stepfather, which has been passed down for hundreds of years and is true for most people. Since that's the case, there's no need for her to investigate further. The Gao family's money should just be cut off. What is their purpose this time? Do they really want to cling to Chu Lai? Mentioning this, Si Chuanhe found it a bit hard to say. They say fools cause trouble, and it seems true. He sighed softly and said, "Chu Lai sent money on time, but Han Dia has been spreading rumors in the village, claiming that Chu Lai is interested in her daughter. Now, once Gao Chuanxi turns 18, mother and daughter are eager to come knocking." Yuan Xiao was so surprised by these words that she almost spat out her tea. She choked and coughed repeatedly, her breathing becoming rapid, her face turning red. Qin Yining hurriedly reached out to gently pat her back to help her breathe. After some effort, Wan Xiao finally calmed down, but she couldn't stop coughing, and tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. Once she had regained some composure, she muttered, "This must be delusional, right?" She guessed that the mother and daughter might have feelings for Chu Lai, but she never expected they already considered him a future son-in-law. No wonder they had such hostility toward her. "Big brother, have you met them?" Wan Xiao asked curiously. Si Chunha looked calm. "No, there's no need." His tone was slow and steady. These two people were insignificant to him. They weren't worth worrying about. He had seen many unreasonable people like them. If family members came to the army to cause trouble, he would have to deal with it. But dealing with these petty issues every day would mean no need to defend the country. However, since they were somewhat related to the martyr's family, the army would at most help buy a train ticket and send them back home. He glanced at Wan Xiao and warned her cautiously, "Be careful. I think they might keep bothering you. Rural women are quite good at throwing tantrums and acting stubborn. You don't need to confront them directly. If they come looking for you, just report it to the army, and I will send someone to watch over the situation and send them away as soon as possible. Big brother, you're busy with many things every day. Don't worry about these small matters. I can handle them." After saying this, Wan Xiao cautiously asked, "If those two really come to trouble me, can I fight back?" Sometimes, when dealing with bullies, a punch is more effective than words. Si Chunha glanced at her lightly, a gentle and refined person, yet spoke very domineeringly. "As long as I don't kill them, it's fine." Wan Xiao smiled happily upon hearing this and cheerfully replied, "Got it, I understand." Gu Shi, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, "You two are really a daring talker and a daring supporter." Si Chunha's face showed a gentle, loving smile. If he couldn't protect his sister over such a small matter, then the political commissar's role would be pointless. Whether Qiao Qiao was right or not, even if she wasn't, he could argue convincingly. Although they hadn't known each other long, the bond between the brother and sister had grown significantly. "Big brother, how did you handle Bai Yanliang's matter?"
Tell me about it.
Si Chunha lightly tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, "Don't be too curious." Wan Xiao pouted, understanding that this meant she shouldn't ask. She ignored Si Chunha and went to chat with Gu Shi and Qin Yining. While they enjoyed their time together happily, little did they know, someone was plotting something malicious. The next day, when Wan Xiao arrived at the factory, Ding Guichang called a small meeting with the office staff. He first praised Wan Xiao, then continued, "Securing the order from Ligua Sugar Factory is a good start for our soap factory. Next, we must work hard to produce quality products on time and deliver as scheduled. But just this one order isn't enough. The sales team also needs to work harder to find more clients. Only then can our factory keep running smoothly. You all know that most of the family members lack management experience, which is why I was temporarily appointed as the factory manager. I hope everyone here can learn more, get familiar with their work quickly, and grow into leaders. When that happens, I can retire comfortably." After the meeting, Shen Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Wan Xiao, proudly lifted her chin, and snorted coldly, "Don't think only you can bring in orders. I can do it too." Wan Xiao spoke very perfunctorily, saying, "Yes, you're the best. I sincerely hope Comrade Shen can help us win a few big orders for our factory. When that happens, we can expand production and give more families stable jobs. At that time, you'll be the most deserving hero, and everyone in the factory will be grateful to you. Keep it up, Comrade Shen." After saying this, Wan Xiao no longer paid attention to Shen Yuan and turned back to her desk. She put down her notebook, casually picked up the thermos on the table, and slowly poured hot water into a white enamel cup in front of her. As the water flowed in, the withered chrysanthemum instantly came to life, stretching and blooming into a beautiful yellow flower. At the same time, a gentle chrysanthemum fragrance filled the air, refreshing and pleasant. When the water was no longer too hot, Wan Xiao opened a drawer, took out a small glass jar, scooped some honey with a spoon, and slowly stirred it into the cup. Soon, the water in the cup turned light yellow, and the honey blended perfectly with the chrysanthemum. Wan Xiao lifted the chrysanthemum tea, took a gentle sip, and enjoyed the fresh floral aroma spreading in her mouth, lingering on her lips and teeth. She leaned back comfortably in her chair, drinking tea while reading the newspaper. The feeling of ease and satisfaction was hard to put into words. The work in the sales department was really good. Once they secured an order, most of the time was very relaxed. This light, cheerful work environment truly made people feel happy. The whole morning was mostly spent drinking tea and reading the newspaper. When the workday ended, Wan Xiao got up and left quickly. At the gate of the family compound, Han Daya and Gao Chuanxi stood side by side, stretching their necks and staring into the distance without blinking. "Mom, do you think that person's idea will really work?" Gao Chuanxi asked doubtfully, feeling that things might not go so smoothly. "No matter if it works or not, we have to try. If we can't move into Wan Xiao's house, we'll be sent back. Do you want to marry those villagers and spend your life farming?" Han Daya's narrow, triangular eyes flashed with a hint of scheming. For a better future, a little patience was worth it. Once Chuanxi married a soldier, they could find a way to get her brother a job. Then they could all enjoy enough food and never suffer hardship again. Unaware, Wan Xiao was walking back quickly. When she saw the two women, she paused slightly but then quickly strode forward again. She couldn't just ignore these two troublemakers, right? Han Daya quickly spotted Wan Xiao approaching and immediately raised her voice to shout, "Wan Xiao, you're finally back." She greeted her with a big smile and deliberately acted familiar, reaching out to hold Wan Xiao's arm. Wan Xiao immediately took a step back, kept a neutral expression, and said calmly, "If you have something to discuss, go to the organization. Don't come to me. I don't know you, and I have nothing to say to you." Gao Chuanxi hurriedly took a small step forward and smiled. "Sister, you can't say that. Over these years, if Brother Chu hadn't helped us, we wouldn't know how to get by. My mom and I came here just to thank you. You're a couple, and even if he's not here, it's the same. Look, we even bought some gifts to show our gratitude." Gao Chuanxi excitedly shook the bag she was holding, which contained cans and cookies that clinked together, making a clear sound. While talking, she kept an eye on the people around. When there were more people, she deliberately raised her voice, "So, sister, maybe we should go to your house to chat slowly. Otherwise, standing here might make others think you and Brother Chu's comrades' family are not welcome, which wouldn't be good for your and Brother Chu's reputation." Wan Xiao looked a bit surprised and turned her gaze to carefully observe Gao Chuanxi. Besides her darkened skin, she looked quite nice, especially her almond-shaped eyes, clear and lively. Unfortunately, the deep look in her eyes was too obvious and spoiled her beauty. Trying to play mind games and moral pressure? Too bad. She doesn't fall for that. Wan Xiao sneered, her laughter full of mockery and disdain. She casually turned her head and playfully looked up and down at the mother and daughter, then slightly smiled and said loudly, "Haha, sorry. I need to clarify. Chu Lai is sending money to support Gao Chunyi's parents. As for you two, one is a stepmother, and the other is a half-sister brought by the stepmother when she remarried, no blood relation. As far as I know, you only came to the Gao family 5 years ago. And you, the so-called stepmother, haven't given any care or support to Gao Chunyi, nor have you fulfilled your responsibilities as a guardian. Why should Chu Lai be paying for Gao Chunyi's parents' living expenses? If you really spent the money Chu Lai sent, I will hold you accountable. After all, my brother Chu has no obligation to take care of you or people unrelated to him. Two comrades, please tell me, did you spend the money my family sent you?" When Wan Xiao asked this, She was suddenly stunned and silently cursed herself. Wasn't that woman supposed to take advantage of the busy lunchtime to be polite? Even if she didn't want to, she should have invited them inside, right? Things are not going as I expected at all. Han Daya, who was nearby, saw the situation was getting worse, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, saying, "Oh, we're all family here. Let's not be so strict. Let's just say today we're here to thank the Gao family. That should be enough, right? There's no need to stand at the door like this. Let's go inside and talk." She had clearly become more confident after years of experience. Wan Xiao stood firmly in place, as if rooted to the ground, not moving at all. She just slightly narrowed her eyes and coldly watched the two people in front of her. From their words just now, Wan Xiao quickly realized that these two were trying to get into her house no matter what. Are they planning to stay there? Guan Wenjuan, hiding behind the crowd, saw that Wan Xiao was not reacting and hurriedly stepped forward to speak, saying, Wan Xiao, how can you be so unwelcoming? People have come from far away to thank you, but you're just blocking them at the door and not letting them in even a little. Do you realize that this not only embarrasses you but also damages Chu Lia's reputation? She looked on with a mischievous smile on her face. Hearing this, Wan Xiao couldn't help but let out a sneer. Oh, really? I remember Chu Lia once told me that when Comrade Gao Chuan sacrificed himself, many comrades in our group donated money voluntarily. I suppose Commander Shin Chingsong was among them. So many comrades helped you, it's impossible to thank each one individually. Why not go to Commander Shin's house to express your gratitude? Commander Shin is the leader of our group, and he can accept this thanks on behalf of everyone. That way, all the comrades who helped Gao Chuan will feel your sincerity. Guan, you are so experienced in hospitality, I'm sure you and your daughter will be warmly received. And since Guan has no work today, she can take you around the island to enjoy the scenery. I have to go to work now, so I won't stay any longer. After saying this, Wan Xiao bypassed them and left. Wan Xiao, they're looking for you. Why are you trying to push this responsibility onto me? Come back to me. Guan Wenjuan's angry voice came from behind, but Wan Xiao ignored her. Isn't Guan Wenjuan someone who loves to meddle? Then let her do it to her heart's content. As soon as she entered the yard, she smelled a strong, delicious aroma of cooked food. Wan Xiao went straight to the water basin, washed her hands thoroughly before entering the house. Oh, let me see. What tasty dish has my snail girl made today? Qin Yining chuckled softly. I'm not as skilled as you. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Wan Xiao looked at her with a bright smile, teasing, your hands are more suited for surgery. It's already an honor for me to have you cook for me. I wouldn't be picky. She picked up chopsticks, grabbed a spicy clam, and put it in her mouth. After tasting it, she couldn't help but praise. It tastes amazing. Did you go sea foraging with your sister-in-law? Clams with thick shells and little meat are not very popular among fishermen in the fishing village, so they are rarely supplied. Yes, nothing much in the morning. My sister-in-law said she was going sea foraging, so I went along. But I have no experience, so I didn't gather much. She learned how to make clams spit out sand and how to cook from her sister-in-laws. Qin Yining smiled warmly. The sister-in-law in the big yard said that this stir-fried clam dish is your original recipe. Not really an invention. I just love eating and messing around. After lunch, she rested for a while before heading to work. This time, she didn't meet the mother and daughter again. She didn't know how Guan Wenjuan managed to send them away. As long as they didn't bother her, that was enough. What Wan Xiao didn't know was that late at night, when everyone was about to sleep, Guan Wenjuan met with the mother and daughter again. How exactly did you two manage that? I gave you the idea, but you still can't get into the family compound. If this keeps up, I won't help you anymore, Guan Wenjuan said sharply. She felt a heavy frustration choking her heart, uncomfortable and suffocating. Last time, because of Wan Xiao, Lingfeng was beaten half to death, and Yuan was also scolded a lot. Shin Chingsong warned them not to bother Wan Xiao again. But if she didn't vent her anger, her heart felt like it was being crushed by a huge stone. Finally finding a chance to get back at Wan Xiao, these two fools were useless, and it made her so angry she could die. Gao Chuan, she sneered, don't pretend to be so kind. It's like you're so virtuous yourself. We all know what's really going on. You just want to use us, and you're acting so noble. Today at noon, you took the lead yourself, and didn't that leave Wan Xiao with no way out? If she didn't notice the tricks before, she definitely saw something today. The wife of the team leader has a grudge against Wan Xiao, and is using her as a... Gao Chuanxi's sharp eyes flicked quickly, and she started planning her own little scheme. Do you have any other ideas? We can only get into the family compound if we go to Wan Xiao's house. Guan Wenwan was exposed and felt embarrassed and a bit angry, but she held back for revenge. There's a recognition meeting for Wan Xiao tomorrow. I can take you in. The leaders will be there, so how you perform depends on you. Gao Chuanxi grabbed Guan Wenjuan's arm and said bluntly, don't rush to leave. Give us some more money and tickets. Guan Wenjuan angrily shook her hand off, grinding her teeth. Didn't I already give you 10 yuan yesterday? Why do you want more? Did you see us buying things? I also need to prepare for tomorrow. Although Gao Chuanxi is only 18, she already knows how to get good things into her pocket. She confidently said, as the saying goes, taking from others shortens your hand. Since you're not involved, I want everyone to help speak for us. Don't we need to give some benefits? Guan Wenjuan thought about it and realized there was some truth in it. She frowned and asked, what do you want to buy? At least some candies or something. So you can give some money and candy tickets. Guan Wenjuan took a deep breath, trying to suppress her rising anger, and reached into her pocket to find 2 yuan. I don't have the tickets now. I'll give them to you tomorrow. Unable to let go of her child to catch the wolf, she decided to risk everything for revenge. Gao Chuanxi looked at the poor 2 yuan in her hand and felt it was too little. She was a bit dismissive but thought it was better than nothing. She leaned close to Handaya and whispered, Mom, I tell you, tomorrow. And then, Handaya became more confused the more she listened. Chuanxi, are we going to stay at Wan Xiao's house? Why do you want to go to Captain Shen's house again? Gao Chuanxi, disappointed, explained, Mom, you're so stubborn. After these 2 times, can't you see that Wan Xiao isn't easy to deal with? I found out that Chu Lai's nickname is the Cold Face King of. The girls who liked him before were scared away, and no one could get close. Anyway, our goal is just to find a military officer to marry in the army. As long as I can stay, it doesn't matter whose house I live in. Also, Commander Shen is the leader of the 1st Regiment, even higher rank than Chu Liaguan. Maybe I can find a better person. Hearing this, Handaya suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly. My daughter is really clever. The mother and daughter smiled happily as they returned to the guest house. Dong Dongmei had already heard about their situation. She was brave enough to confront her friend's schemes, but she could hold back from hitting them. She was just patient. However, seeing the 2 whispering to each other, she changed her mind. Knowing your enemy and yourself leads to victory in every battle. She decided to gather some information first. She stepped forward and said softly, Why are you still out so late? This is the military district. You can't wander around freely. Are you okay? Dong Dongmei spoke sincerely, with caring eyes, as if she genuinely wanted to help the mother and daughter. We didn't wander around. We just stayed in front for a while, Handaya quickly replied. Dong Dongmei nodded. That's good. Since you're family of martyrs, I should take extra care of you, both morally and logically. If you need anything, just come to me. Gao Chuanxi smiled and said, Comrade Dong, I actually want to ask you something. Dong Dongmei's lips curved into a forced smile, and she replied insincerely, What is it?
Just tell me.
Today, we met Commander Shen's wife. She speaks softly and seems easy to get along with. But we don't know what kind of person Commander Shen is. We plan to thank him for taking care of my brother, but we're worried we might offend him if we don't know what to say, so we want to ask you first. Dong Dongmei secretly rolled her eyes. She thought about Wenwan, who always looked at people through her nostrils. She's gentle, but don't insult the word gentle. Although she didn't know Gao Chuanxi's true purpose in asking about Commander Shen, as long as it wasn't targeting Wan Qiao and Chu Lai, she didn't care much about the rest. Regarding the Shen Qing Song family, Dong Dongmei was completely open and honest. She even added some spice and exaggeration. After all, these were trivial matters, and there was no need to keep secrets. The next day was Sunday, a day off. The recognition ceremony was scheduled for 9 a.m., held on the small square in the courtyard. As the main character, Wan Xiao was very relaxed, but Gu Shi and Qin Yining were busy preparing. This one doesn't look good. Too dull, lacking energy. This one is too flashy, not serious enough. Wan Xiao changed several outfits, but Gu Shi was never satisfied. She sat on the sofa like a deflated ball, soft and limp, muttering, Big sister-in-law, it's just an award ceremony, and it's in the residential area.
Who doesn't know me?
Do we really need to make such a fuss? Gu Shi rarely patted her arm and said seriously, although the award ceremony isn't big, it's still your honor. Don't underestimate it. Do you think just anyone can hold an award ceremony? Get yourself together and quickly pick out a suitable outfit. Ruan Xiao continued to lounge on the sofa, acting spoiled. Big sister-in-law, you pick from my wardrobe. Whatever you choose, I'll wear. She really didn't want to move. Gu Shi, who is 11 years older than her, used to seem fine, but now she feels like she has an extra mom. While Ruan Xiao was muttering to herself, Dong Dongmei came over at that moment. She plopped into a nearby chair, excitedly saying, Qiao Qiao, I have to tell you. Yesterday Gao Chunxi asked me. Dong Dongmei started spilling all the details of her conversation with Gao Chunxi from the night before, as if pouring water from a bamboo tube. After finishing, she looked puzzled and asked, why do you think she suddenly wanted to ask about Captain Shen? Ruan Xiao couldn't guess Gao Chunxi's intentions either, but she knew their purpose. Could it be that if she can't marry Chu Lai, she's changing her mind and targeting Shen Qingsong? But that doesn't make sense. Gao Chunxi isn't a stunning beauty, and even if she were, Shen Qingsong wouldn't give up his bright future for a woman. As long as Shen Qingsong isn't out of his mind, the two of them are impossible. Gao Chunxi probably wouldn't even think of that. Not understanding, she decided not to think about it anymore. Ruan Xiao shook her head and said, whatever she's up to, as long as she doesn't bother me, I don't care. Gu Shi and Qin Yining picked out their clothes and came down, helping Ruan Xiao change. A white shirt, black pants, a light gray double-breasted linen coat, paired with small leather shoes. The outfit looked sharp, neat, mature, and steady. Perfect for today's occasion. Gu Shi nodded, finally showing a satisfied smile. This one is good. All right, it's about time. We need to go now. We can't be late. Today, you're the main guest. Don't let anyone think you're being pretentious. In the small square, people were gathered in a lively crowd. Some clever person had even come up with the idea to prepare a huge board with the words award ceremony written in big, eye-catching characters in a lively style. The central area was surrounded by a raised platform, making the scene look very grand. Ruan Xiao is here. She looks so beautiful today. Ruan Xiao is naturally good-looking. She's always beautiful. Everyone happily greeted Ruan Xiao, praising her with kind words. Everyone knew that Chu Lai was the most promising deputy leader of the group, and now his older brother had become the political commissar. With such backgrounds, no one dared to easily provoke them. Even those who felt a little uncomfortable didn't dare to cause trouble at this important moment, so the scene remained peaceful and friendly. Soon, important leaders like Commander Kong, Si Chuanhe, Vice Commander Hao, and Director Pan arrived one after another. Ruan Xiao was warmly invited to the front of the group. The award ceremony first announced Ruan Xiao's achievements in detail and read aloud a commendation letter from the Public Security Bureau. Then the leaders gave encouraging words and finally, the most awaited part, awarding prizes. Considering Comrade Ruan Xiao's outstanding performance and significant contributions at work, after a discussion among the organization, it has been decided to give her a cash reward of 500 yuan, along with 50 jin of grain coupons and 10 jin of meat coupons as encouragement. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally quiet crowd suddenly erupted into lively chatter, like a pot boiling over. People whispered and discussed excitedly, their eyes full of envy that couldn't be hidden. Whether it was the heavy cash or the grain and meat coupons, each represented real benefits. Even Ruan Xiao herself was surprised by such generous rewards, her mouth almost opening wide in shock. She took the thick envelope from Commander Kang's hand, stood on the stage, and began to speak. She first expressed gratitude to the organization, then said she would continue working hard and not let everyone down. Just as everyone thought her speech was about to end, Ruan Xiao suddenly changed her tone and announced a surprising decision that no one expected. A few days ago, I went to our elementary school to take the graduation exam and saw how poor the school's teaching environment was. The classroom walls were peeling, with many areas where the plaster had fallen off, exposing rough bricks inside. The roof tiles were broken, and during rain, water would drip inside. The desks were uneven, some chairs were missing legs, and there were no proper sports facilities on the playground. Whenever I think about the lovely children studying under such harsh conditions, I feel very sad. So, I decided to donate the entire 500 yuan prize money to the elementary school to help improve its facilities. Although it may be just a small contribution, it is my way of showing kindness. I hope it can give the children better learning conditions. When Wan Xiao finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone was a bit surprised. 500 yuan is a lot, and she just decided to donate it? Unlike others, Si Chunha's eyes sparkled with pride. He looked at his sister and silently admired her. Xiao's vision far exceeds that of most people. Si Chunha raised his hands and started clapping rhythmically. The clear, loud applause echoed in the air. The people who were still stunned quickly snapped out of it and followed his lead, clapping enthusiastically. Soon, the applause grew louder and more lively, lasting for a long time. Everyone's eyes turned to Wan Xiao with admiration. Kang Shizhong excitedly said, "Comrade Wan Xiao, your generosity is truly admirable. Your selfless character is something everyone should learn from. Such noble virtue makes you a role model for military spouses. On behalf of the children, I sincerely thank you." After speaking, Kang Shizhong straightened up and solemnly saluted Wan Xiao with a proper military salute. Seeing this, the other leaders quickly followed suit, standing tall and serious, also saluting respectfully. Faced with this sudden praise and respect, Wan Xiao was a bit overwhelmed. She quickly waved her hands and humbly said, "You flatter me, sir. The children are the future of our country. I've just done a small thing within my ability. It's nothing special. I only hope they can grow up to be pillars of the nation and serve the motherland." Nowadays, the idea that reading is useless is popular, even at universities where classes have been discontinued. So, even though Wan Xiao knew education was important, she didn't dare to speak too openly. She just hoped her actions could gradually influence others' views. Her personal strength is limited. She can't change the entire era, but she can do her best to change what she can. Starting over, doing something meaningful, that's truly worthwhile. And since she had just received a large, unexpected sum of money, the 500 yuan was really not much to her. The award ceremony ended in a lively, passionate atmosphere, and Kang Shizhong and the other leaders prepared to leave and return to the military headquarters. Si Chunha gently patted Wan Xiao's shoulder. Although he didn't say much, his eyes showed pride and happiness clearly. Wan Xiao smiled sweetly and playfully asked, "Big brother, how did I do? Did I embarrass you?" Si Chunha smiled affectionately and replied, "Our Qiao Qiao is shining brightly. I feel proud to be your brother." While the siblings were talking, Gao Chunxi and Han Dia were happily handing out candies to the people around. Guan Wenwan sneaked a jealous glance in Wan Xiao's direction, a slight smile on her face, feeling secretly proud. Let you take the spotlight. Later, this mother and daughter will come to your house and see if you still smile. Everyone's attention was on the award ceremony earlier, so no one noticed when the mother and daughter arrived. Now, they were smiling and handing out candies, but everyone looked at each other and refused politely. They weren't fools. The scene caused by these two at the gate had spread like wildfire through the residential area. Their unrelated relationship was obvious. They just came to take advantage. People didn't like such opportunists. Moreover, Wan Xiao had just gained popularity, and her status in the leaders' minds was rising fast. Who would be foolish enough to cause trouble over 2 candies at this crucial moment? So, from the crowd, came repeated polite refusals of no, thank you. Everyone kept their distance, as if afraid of catching some disease. Gao Chunxi's smiling face froze slightly. She pretended to look confused and said softly, "What's wrong with you all? Guan Wenwan told us Wan Xiao was busy with work and couldn't host us, so she asked my mom and me to stay at her house for a few days until Brother Chu returned. To help us get along better, she even advised us to bring some candies to build good relations. Did I do something wrong?" A surprised voice came from the crowd. "What?" Guan Wenwan told you to stay at her house? Yes, Gao Chuanxi nodded firmly, looking innocent. If you don't believe me, you can ask the soldier at the gate. He saw Guan Wenwan personally bring us into the residential area. Without her help, my mom and I wouldn't even be able to enter the gate. This was true. Although the residential area wasn't a secret place, it was part of the military district, where many officers lived. Naturally, outsiders weren't allowed to enter freely. At this point, no one could pretend otherwise. Because strangers wanting to enter must undergo strict identity checks and be personally escorted by residents inside the compound. Everyone looked at Guan Wenwan with confusion and curiosity, unable to understand what she was truly thinking. Guan Wenwan was focused on Wan Xiao and was unaware of what was happening around her. It wasn't until she sensed the strange looks that she turned around and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" Yang Xiuhua, who was always straightforward, spoke frankly, "Sister-in-law Guan, you let those two stay at your house. What are you thinking?" In the end, everyone was just a stranger. If these two were Gao Chuanxi's mother and sister, it would be understandable to show some hospitality out of friendship. But the key issue was, these two had no real relation to Gao Chuanxi. Most people in the family compound shared this opinion, which is why no one criticized Wan Xiao for turning them away. However, Guan Wenwan brought them into her home, and others looked at her as if she were foolish. Guan Wenwan suddenly realized she might have been fooled. She was furious and pointed at the mother and daughter, loudly scolding, "When did I let you live in my house? What nonsense are you talking? Comrade Guan, you're a family member of a leader. How can you break your promise?" Han Dia, with a face full of grievance, cried as tears welled up, "My daughter and I have gone through so much. We finally bought tickets in the South City, but we accidentally lost the last bit of money we had. You found us at the guest house, not only giving us money and tickets, but also warmly inviting us to stay at your house. We truly see you as our lifesaver, but now you suddenly change your mind and refuse to acknowledge it?" Gao Chuanxi, standing nearby, looked uncertain and hesitated before saying, "Sister-in-law Guan, did you ask Wan Xiao to help us?" "Shut up." Before Gao Chuanxi could finish, Guan Wenwan snapped angrily. Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if to break eardrums. At this moment, she felt anxious and uneasy. If Shen Qingsong found out she was scheming behind his back, he would definitely teach her a harsh lesson. It was really a disaster, and I never expected her to be fooled by two fools. Now she is in a difficult position, and it seems that besides agreeing to their demands, there is no better solution. Guan Wenjuan's face kept changing color, sometimes blue, sometimes white, then red, then purple, more unpredictable than a painter's palette. Although her anger was about to explode like a volcano, she could only suppress it forcefully. She forced a polite smile and said to everyone, "They've come a long way, and I want to show some hospitality. Take them around the island, and then see them off." As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Chuanxi quickly stepped forward happily and said, "Oh, this is wonderful. My mom and I have never seen the scenery here. Thank you, Sister Guan, for your kindness." Guan Wenwan was furious inside, wanting to crush the bones of the mother and daughter, but she could only nod with a forced smile. Wan Xiao, who had been watching the scene quietly, almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She thought, they've just shot themselves in the foot. Serves them right. Si Chun and Mai, walking steadily and confidently, approached and said kindly, the army had already bought tickets for their return trip, planning to send them back. But since Comrade Guan is so hospitable and insists on keeping them, we should treat them well. Your kindness is commendable. Wan Xiao chuckled softly. Her older brother really knew how to irritate people. This move was a real heartbreaker, making Guan Wenjuan's face turn darker than ink. This small or medium-sized scene was like a pebble thrown into a lake, no ripples at all. At least for Wan Xiao, it didn't cause any real trouble. Dong Dongmei and Wan Xiao went home together, their laughter ringing out like clear, cheerful bells. When they arrived, Dong Dongmei, rubbing her aching stomach from laughing so hard, said excitedly, "Oh, I can't stop laughing. If I had known what these two were planning, I would have said more yesterday." Do you think Shin Song will be so angry when he gets home from work that he will argue with Guan Wenwan? Wan Xiao looked at her helplessly and shook his head gently. You might be disappointed. Even if Shin Song is angry, he probably won't argue with Guan Wenwan right now because he can't afford to lose face. Last time, when he forced Shin Lingfeng to apologize, Wan Xiao saw that Shin Song is a person who carefully weighs the pros and cons. Dong Dongmei pouted and muttered regretfully, if I can't see a joke, then it's not interesting. Actually, there wasn't no good show, just not made public. Guan Wenwan was forced to take the mother and daughter home unwillingly. On the way, her face was as dark as water, like she could drip tears. If she wasn't forced, who would want to bring these two country bumpkins home? As soon as she entered the house, Guan Wenwan immediately changed into a cold face, saying without hesitation, we don't have a room for you. Just stay in the living room and sleep on the floor. Also, the second floor is for our family members' bedrooms. You are absolutely not allowed to step foot there. And don't touch or move anything in the house. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for being rude. She rambled on about the so-called rules. She was originally from the magic capital, and her innate sense of superiority made her look down on these two rural people from the bottom of her heart. In her opinion, sharing a roof with these two dirties her own air. From the moment the mother and daughter entered, their eyes kept wandering around, not paying attention to her words at all. This house was so grand. If they could own such a house, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Han Dia suddenly saw candies and delicate pastries on the coffee table, her eyes shining with excitement. Without hesitation, she quickly grabbed a big handful and stuffed them all into her pocket, sharing the rest with Gao Chuanxi. She couldn't wait to eat a piece of pastry, asking vaguely while eating, so delicious. I've never had this before. What is it? These pastries were carefully prepared by Guan Wenwan for Xin Yuan, but now they were all divided among the mother and daughter, even crumbs falling onto the sofa. Seeing this, Guan Wenwan was so angry, she almost went crazy. She glared fiercely and shouted hoarsely, who gave you permission to eat others' things freely? Is basic manners not understood when visiting someone else's home? Gao Chuanxi calmly took out a piece of candy, slowly unwrapped the wrapper, and put the candy into her mouth. Then she said, if you want to feed yourself, you can do it. Sister-in-law, your way of hosting guests isn't good, so we have to do it ourselves. Anyway, they had already successfully moved in here, and Guan Wenwan still held some leverage over them. There was nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Gao Chuanxi felt more confident. Sister-in-law, we've been up since early morning, and we haven't had a single bite to eat. Our stomachs are growling with hunger. Go make us some noodles and fry 2 eggs. After saying this, Gao Chuanxi stared directly at Guan Wenwan with a teasing look in her eyes. Guan Wenwan felt angry and hurt, her eyes sharp like knives. Although Gao Chuanxi was clever in her own way, when it came to presence and attitude, she truly couldn't compare to Guan Wenwan. Unable to win the argument, Gao Chuanxi helplessly shrugged and said, if you won't cook, I can do it myself, then headed straight to the kitchen. Guan Wenwan genuinely disliked these two people. The moment she thought about her clean and tidy kitchen tools and ingredients being touched by Gao Chuanxi, she felt a wave of nausea, as if countless ants were crawling in her heart. She quickly followed and shouted loudly, don't touch my kitchen. In the end, Guan Wenwan couldn't resist them. She suppressed her anger and reluctantly cooked 2 bowls of noodles. As for the eggs, she didn't even bother to think about it if they wanted to eat or not. That was up to them. Although it was just simple clear soup noodles for Han Dia, it was already very satisfying. After all, in the countryside, pure white noodles like these weren't something you could just eat whenever you wanted. Looking at the steaming noodles in front of her, Han Dia couldn't help but feel that having a family with official status was truly good. This strengthened her resolve to have Gao Chuanxi marry an officer. Mother and daughter gobbled up the noodles, occasionally making slurping sounds. Their unrefined eating style made Guan Wenwan feel disgusted, her brows furrowing tightly into a knot. Meanwhile, Xin Yuan, who was sleeping upstairs, was awakened by the noise. She was dressed in loose pajamas, her eyes half closed from sleep as she went downstairs. As soon as she reached the staircase, she saw the two uninvited guests sitting at the dining table. Shen Yuan raised her voice and asked sharply, "Mom, how come they are in our house?" Guan Wenwan felt awkward and embarrassed, and she awkwardly said, "Just ignore them. They just woke up now. Are you hungry? Would you like me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Shen Yuan was feeling a bit hungry, but when she saw the mother and daughter spilling soup while eating noodles, she lost all appetite. She shook her head and said calmly, "Forget it. I'll drink some malted milk and just eat a few pieces of cake to make do. It's almost noon anyway." Guan Wenwan sighed softly. "The cake is gone. I'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative later to buy some more. You should drink a cup of malted milk to settle your stomach first." Han Daya's eyes lit up at this and quickly chimed in, "Aunt Guan, can you also make us a cup of malted milk? We've never really tasted what it tastes like." Hearing this, Guan Wenjuan's temper flared instantly. She couldn't hold back her irritation and shouted angrily, "You still want malted milk? Dream on." She then turned around angrily and walked away, ignoring the mother and daughter. Meanwhile, over at the chaos with chickens and dogs, Wan Xiao didn't know anything. She had a relaxing day off and looked energetic when she went back to work. "Director Ding, we can't rely on just one order from the Ligua sugar factory. I'm going to Nanshur to handle some orders," she said to the factory director after greeting him, then headed to the ferry dock to take a boat. For everyday items like soap, the biggest sales are still at the supply and marketing cooperative. Currently, they follow a unified purchasing and selling policy, but to complete supplies smoothly, cooperation with internal production companies is allowed. Her soap factory belongs to the military, meets all the requirements, and only needs to see if she can build a good relationship with the procurement staff. Wan Xiao decided to first find Wei Hongmei to ask about the situation. When she saw Wei Hongmei, she smiled and said, "Hongmei, my family has sent me a lot of crispy candies again. I brought some for you." She took a bag of crispy candies out of her bag and handed it to Wei Hongmei. This time, Wan Xiao had gone all out, bringing about a pound of candies. After all, if you ask someone for something, you should be willing to pay a little. Seeing the full bag of candies, Wei Hongmei quickly waved her hands to refuse.
No, no.
"I can accept a couple of pieces from last time, but I can't take so many this time." Wan Xiao hurriedly grabbed Wei Hongmei's hand and said with a teasing tone, "Oh, don't be so formal with me. These candies are pretty rare here, but they're not worth much anyway. Just for fun. With our relationship, if you keep acting so distant and polite, it would be too awkward." Wan Xiao finished speaking without giving her a chance to refuse. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "Did you use the soap I gave you last time? How was the effect?" Hearing this, Wei Hongmei's attention was indeed diverted. She excitedly said, "That soap is really good. After washing my face, it doesn't feel dry at all. Our family all say it's better than the ones on the market." Seeing Wei Hongmei so satisfied, Wan Xiao felt secretly pleased. She smiled and said, "Really? Hearing you say that, I feel more at ease. To be honest, I am a salesperson from Hongxing Soap Factory. Our factory is a military-owned factory, located over on the island. This time, I came mainly to discuss purchasing matters with your supply and marketing cooperative. I wonder if you could introduce me to your purchasing department head?" Honestly, they only had a superficial connection. Wan Xiao was just trying her luck. If it worked out, that would be great. If not, she could find a way to talk to the purchasing department herself. After all, in sales, you need to have a thick skin. What Wan Xiao didn't expect was that Wei Hongmei didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. She whispered to Wan Xiao, "Our purchasing department's by department head likes to drink. If you buy him 2 bottles of good wine, that's half the success. But today you came at a bad time. He's on a business trip and won't be back for a few days." Wan Xiao was very grateful. "No problem. I'll come back in a few days. Thank you so much for telling me this important information. I must treat you to a good meal at noon." "There's no need to be so polite," Wei Hongmei quickly declined. She had already accepted some sugar candies, and asking someone to treat her to a meal would seem greedy. Wan Xiao didn't give her a chance to refuse and said generously, "No, this is settled. You go to work first. I'll go for a walk and come back to find you at noon." For Wan Xiao, the cost of buying a meal was nothing. Building connections was the most important resource. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, she didn't stay idle. She was thinking about visiting other factories to see if she could discuss cooperation with them too. After all, everyone needs soap. Her mind kept running through different negotiation scenarios and strategies. Suddenly, she heard a noisy commotion ahead. Wan Xiao instinctively looked toward the sound and was surprised to see Bai Yanliang fighting with several people. Upon closer inspection, the ones fighting Bai Yanliang were none other than Shi Minghong and his gang of followers. Oh, this is exciting. How did Bai Yanliang and Shi Minghong get into a fight? Wan Xiao stood behind the crowd, watching the scene unfold. Bai Yanliang was fighting for people, not gaining any advantage, but also not losing. To outsiders, he looked quite impressive, but Wan Xiao wrinkled his nose in disdain. He had been in the army for several years, and his skills were not very good. He definitely shouldn't say he's a Lai's soldier in the future. It would be embarrassing. When Shi Minghong saw his younger brother get kicked again, he couldn't help but curse Bai Yanliang. What are you doing? They were just walking peacefully on the street when this person suddenly charged at them and started fighting without a word. Even now, Shi Minghong was confused, not knowing why it happened. You're the one having a fit. What are you doing stealing my letter? Give it back to me now. Bai Yanliang was also annoyed. He had just been discharged, and he didn't have much money left. Now, someone so brazen as a thief was stealing from him. Losing the money was bad enough, but the most important thing was the recommendation letter from Si Chun. He couldn't find a job after leaving the army, and after so many years of service, he didn't want to go back to a life of hard labor. That letter was his only hope. He absolutely couldn't lose it. These people not only refused to admit they stole from him, but also dared to fight back. So arrogant. If they didn't return the letter today, he would be their enemy for life. Shi Minghong was furious and laughed angrily. He lifted his short, chubby leg and kicked out, cursing, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you accuse me of stealing?" While Bai Yanliang was fully focused on dealing with some small troublemakers, he was caught off guard and was actually ambushed by Shi Minghong. He instantly became furious and, without thinking, kicked Shi Minghong hard. The kick was swift and fierce, like a sudden storm, and Shi Minghong was flung backward as if his string had been cut, flying through the air. After crossing a curve in the sky, he landed with a loud bang on the ground. Unfortunately, his head hit the hard surface upon landing. Then his limbs started twitching violently and uncontrollably. After a short while, the twitching stopped abruptly, and Shi Minghong collapsed onto the ground like a pile of rotten mud, motionless. The crowd watching the fight sensed something was wrong and bravely shouted, "Stop fighting. That person looks unwell. You should go check on him." Shi Minghong's men hurried over upon hearing the shout, looking panicked. Director, wake up." They desperately shook Shi Minghong's body, but could not wake him from his unconscious state. Now they were completely panicked. The two of them used all their strength to help Shi Minghong up from the ground. Hurry, take him to the hospital." Bai Yanliang could see that Shi Minghong was truly injured and not pretending. Hearing those people call the director, his heart suddenly trembled. Could it be someone he couldn't afford to offend? A wave of fear flooded his mind. The thought of running away immediately took over, and his legs instinctively moved to run. But just as he took a step, he suddenly remembered his letter was still in their hands, so he forced himself to stop. His mind was a bit confused. Before he could decide what to do, a small grabbed his collar and said fiercely, "You little brat, how dare you hurt our director? You can't run now. Let go." Bai Yanliang shouted loudly, swinging his arm forcefully to push the other person's hand away. He quickly glanced at Shi Minghong, still unconscious, and thought to himself that things were getting worse. Right now, the situation was very unfavorable for him. It was better to leave first and wait for a chance to get his letter and money back later. Just as Bai Yanliang was about to turn and run, Wan Xiao, standing nearby, had already seen through his plan. She showed a cold smile. Since he had offended Shi Minghong, there was no way she would let Bai Yanliang leave unscathed. Wouldn't it be more fun to watch them fight each other? Wan Xiao cleared her throat and loudly shouted, "Bai Yanliang, what are you doing here?" Before she finished speaking, she quickly squeezed through the crowd from behind. She approached and covered her mouth with both hands, pretending to be surprised, and stared wide-eyed at Bai Yanliang. "Did you hurt someone?" Wan Xiao looked at him with a disappointed and stern expression, criticizing him seriously. "Bai Yanliang, even though you're no longer in the military, you should always remember the teachings of the army. How can you just hit people casually? Look, the person has already fainted because of you, and you're still standing here without doing anything. Don't you know that saving someone is like saving fire? Hurry and take him to the hospital. Don't you have any compassion?" Bai Yanliang's forehead veins bulged with anger. Once no one knew him, and he still had room to maneuver. But now, with Wan Xiao meddling and exposing his identity, there was no way to escape. He glared at Wan Xiao with eyes burning like two fierce flames, grinding his teeth as he said angrily, "What does it have to do with you?" Wan Xiao was not afraid of his anger at all. Instead, she raised her chin proudly and said, "Helping others in need is what I do. I am very caring. Stop talking and go to the hospital quickly." A young subordinate pulled Bai Yanliang, while another supported Shi Minghong, and they hurried toward the hospital. How could they miss this lively scene? Maybe they could even add some details to the story later. Wan Xiao didn't bother to communicate with the factory anymore. She happily took small steps, bouncing along behind them to the hospital. No one noticed that, just after they turned to leave, a figure quietly appeared around the corner. This person's build and clothing looked very much like one of Shi Minghong's subordinates. They stood quietly, watching the group's distant figures. Then, after a moment, they stepped forward and walked in another direction. At the hospital, Shi Minghong was taken into the emergency room. Outside, his several subordinates paced anxiously like ants on a hot pan. Everyone's foreheads were covered in tiny beads of sweat, not sure if it was from the heat or fear. Before long, the emergency room door suddenly opened and a doctor quickly came out. They hadn't even had time to breathe a sigh of relief when the doctor's words hit like a thunderclap, leaving them frozen in shock. The doctor looked serious and said, "After a preliminary diagnosis, we suspect the patient has a brain hemorrhage. Unfortunately, our hospital doesn't have the equipment for further tests. And even if it's confirmed, with our current medical technology and staff, no one can perform brain surgery. We recommend transferring the patient to the military hospital, which has better facilities and more skilled doctors." They hadn't expected the situation to be so serious and had just taken Shi Minghong to the nearest factory hospital. Hearing the doctor's words, everyone felt helpless. This wasn't something they could decide on their own. The doctor, anxious and urgent, urged, "Who is the patient's family? Why are you hesitating? Make a decision quickly. Time is life for the patient." "Yes, find the family." One person snapped out of it and started organizing things methodically. He turned to those nearby and ordered Ashan, "Hurry up and go inform the director's wife to come to the hospital. Asi, contact the security committee to send someone over, and first hold this guy down. We'll decide what to do later. Oh, come with me quickly to take the director to the military hospital." After giving the order, everyone quickly split up to act. Wan Xiao hid to the side, secretly thinking that this person was somewhat clever. But the committee is not easy to mess with. Bai Yanliang would not sit still if he found out their identities. Sure enough, when Wan Xiao looked at Bai Yanliang, she saw him suddenly stand up forcefully from the bench where he was sitting, shaking off the person holding him, and trying to run away. Bai Yanliang was badly injured, and Bai Yanliang would definitely not have a good time if he caught him. He absolutely could not let him escape. A quick thought flashed through Wan Xiao's mind, and without much thinking, her body instinctively moved forward. In the past, Bai Yanliang was in the army, and she couldn't easily deal with him without evidence. Now, he had provoked someone he shouldn't have, so he should just accept his bad luck. She hadn't forgotten that when she first joined the army, this had tried to ruin her reputation. The moment Wan Xiao collided with Bai Yanliang, she immediately turned on her stun baton to maximum power and struck him fiercely with lightning speed. After shocking him, she quickly flashed away, distancing herself from him. "Are you blind? Don't you look where you're going in the aisle? Wan Xiao crossed her arms and loudly scolded, looking angry. She also pretended to rub her shoulder and shot a fierce glare at Bai Yanliang. Bai Yanliang, who was stunned and numb from the shock, temporarily lost his ability to move. Before he could react, a few people who had heard the commotion rushed over and knocked him to the ground in a swarm. The person who had just spoken said again, "See, hurry up and call more people for help. This kid is pretty skilled. We must not let him escape." Bai Yanliang was pressed down tightly by 3 people, unable to move. His eyes shot straight at Wan Xiao like knives. "Are you setting me up?" In that brief moment, a strong current was running wild inside him, making him slow and easy to catch. He didn't know how Wan Xiao did it, but he was sure it was her causing trouble. Faced with Bai Yanliang's questioning, Wan Xiao's eyes quickly flashed with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you a dog? Biting whoever I point at? You still haven't settled the score with me, and now you dare to falsely accuse me? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Bai Yanliang was pressed down the ground, unable to move. Wan Xiao had no way to deal with him, so she turned around and kicked him hard in the calf twice. "Keep falsely accusing me, and I'll break your leg." After saying that, she snorted softly, turned without looking back, and walked away, leaving only her graceful figure behind. However, Wan Xiao did not really go far. She quietly waited outside and watched as Bai Yanliang was taken away by the committee members. She also saw Shi Minghong, who was in a deep coma, being transferred to another hospital before leaving. Shi Minghong had brain bleeding, and even if she wasn't a doctor, she understood how serious the illness was. With the current medical level and conditions, Shi Minghong probably wouldn't recover easily. Wan Xiao couldn't help but think to herself that it would have been better if she had just taken care of him directly, so her older brother wouldn't have to worry about dealing with him. She had no idea that today's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was actually her clever older brother's idea. When it was about the right time, Wan Xiao went back to the supply and marketing cooperative to have a meal with Wei Hongmei. They had found quite a few ration and meat tickets at Shi Minghong's house a few days ago, so Wan Xiao ordered only the meat dishes available today. Wei Hongmei stopped her, saying, "That's enough. You ordered too much. We can't finish it all." Wan Xiao saw that they had enough to eat and didn't order more. After all, no matter how much money she had, wasting food was not right. The 2 found a seat and sat down. Wei Hongmei took the initiative to start a conversation, asking, "How is your factory's production? How many bars of soap can you produce in a month?" Wan Xiao opened a soda and handed her a bottle before replying, "Our factory is still in the early stages. Because we're unsure about sales, we don't dare to produce on a large scale. With our current capacity, we can produce about 30,000 bars of soap a month. But after signing orders, we can expand production to ensure timely delivery. After all, there are still many military families in the residential area hoping to find work." Wei Hongmei nodded, saying, "Actually, your current production level is already quite good. It's better to find a partner soon and sign a supply contract for safety." "I know, I'm working hard at that." They enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Wei Hongmei was talkative and could chat well with Wan Xiao, telling her a lot about the factory in Nanshire City. When they parted, Wei Hongmei said she would contact Wan Xiao once Director Bai returned and also mentioned wanting her family to help introduce more business opportunities, hoping to sign more deals. This made Wan Xiao feel a little embarrassed. In the afternoon, Wan Xiao went to the military district hospital again, mainly to check on Shi Minghong's condition. Although Qin Yining had taken leave, there were nurses she knew there. She casually asked one familiar nurse and learned quite a bit. The young nurse seemed to have many things she wanted to say, and when Wan Xiao asked, she found a good listener and started talking eagerly. The director of the surgery committee is still in a coma due to brain bleeding. His family is very arrogant and almost caused trouble at our hospital, insisting we must cure him. Doctors are not magicians. They can't just wave a hand and make all illnesses disappear. The family kept causing a fuss, and only when the hospital leaders stepped in did they finally calm down. Wan Qi didn't care about the family's behavior. She only wanted to know about Shi Minghong. Can he still be cured? The young nurse shook her head, looked around, and then quietly told Wan Qi, "I heard our director talking to the hospital director. They can't determine the bleeding point or the amount of bleeding, so they can't operate. Even if they could identify the problem, brain surgery is very risky, and the chances of saving him are slim." The director also said that the fat man probably hit his head hard a couple of days ago, and he bumped it again today, which is why his condition is so serious. But our hospital director told him not to say anything without evidence, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wan Qi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she and Qin Yining accidentally caused his head injury? Either way, no one knows, and she definitely wouldn't admit it. After talking with the nurse for a while, Wan Qi returned to the island. "Hey, went out shopping all day. Where are the orders?" As soon as she returned to the factory, Xin Yuan started sarcastically. Wan Qi was preoccupied with Shi Minghong's situation and didn't want to bother with her. Unexpectedly, she even got cheeky. Xin Yuan proudly waved a contract in front of Wan Qi and said smugly, "Signing a contract isn't that hard, right?" Wan Qi casually glanced at it. It was a supply and sales contract from a Nansha thermal power plant. Because Nansha lacks enough thermal power resources, most of its electricity relies on hydroelectric power, so this power plant isn't very large. But even so, it was impressive that Xin Yuan managed to secure this contract. What Wan Qi didn't know was that Xin Yuan's success was entirely due to her father, Xin Qingsong, and his friendship with the deputy director of the power plant. Wan Qi usually didn't bother comparing herself to others. She just gave a perfunctory clap and praised casually, "You're amazing. Very impressive. Keep it up, keep working hard." Then she went back to her own work. If she hadn't been pressed for time to return to the island, she'd have wanted to go straight home. Regarding Shi Minghong's injury, I also want to ask Qin Yining, who has the leisure to deal with Xin Yuan's boring provocations and show-offs? Wan Xiao's indifferent and dismissive attitude was like a cold shower, ruthlessly extinguishing Xin Yuan's proud mood. Xin Yuan's face turned red with anger. She pointed her finger directly at Wan Xiao, her lips trembling for a long time, unsure of what to say. In the end, she could only stomp her foot angrily and shout, "You're just jealous of me." Wan Xiao casually replied, "Whatever you say." Then she ignored her. When the workday ended, Wan Xiao quickly grabbed her bag, hurried away in a flash, and disappeared without a trace. "Yining, come here, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "What's the matter?" Qin Yining quickly wiped her hands and came out of the kitchen. Wan Xiao sat on the sofa, her eyes bright with excitement, and asked eagerly, "How high is the death rate for intracranial bleeding?" Qin Yining was slightly surprised and replied, "It depends on the specific condition and the patient's health. Overall, the death rate is quite high." "Why do you ask?" "Shi Minghong has intracranial bleeding and is being treated at your hospital." Wan Xiao excitedly recounted what she saw today. After finishing, she couldn't help but let out a slightly mocking cold laugh. "Haha, this is karma for the wicked." Qin Yining frowned thoughtfully and said, "Qiao, I need to go back tomorrow." Wan Xiao was a bit worried and hurriedly advised, although Shi Minghong probably won't cause much trouble now, he still has many people under him. "I think you should wait a couple of days until your big brother has everything arranged before going back." Qin Yining shook her head seriously and explained, "I must go back to see Shi Minghong's condition myself. This kind of illness is rare to encounter. Since I've finally come across it, I want to gain some experience." Wan Xiao was momentarily speechless, never expecting Qin Yining to return for this reason. She secretly admired in her heart, "Sister, you're amazing. Anyway, I still need to tell my big brother. After dinner, we'll go together." Si Chunha, after hearing Wan Xiao's story, had a slight movement in his eyes. He didn't expect Wan Xiao to happen to come across this. The evidence against Shi Minghong and his subordinates for corruption and misconduct was almost collected. Whether Shi Minghong was alive or not, sending them to reform through labor was enough. He originally only wanted to use Shi Minghong to send Bai Yanliang to a labor camp so their family could be together. Unexpectedly, there was a surprise. Shi Minghong was also taken care of. The recommendation letter, known only to him and Bai Yanliang, had already been burned. All the steps went smoothly. Only the final touch was needed to complete everything. At this point, it was safe for Qin Yining to return home. Qin Yining nodded in agreement with Su Chuanhe and Wei Wei. He kindly said, "Call me any time if you need anything." "I understand. Thank you, Brother Su," Qin Yining replied softly. "No need to be so formal." Wan Xiao linked her arm with Qin Yining's, giving her a playful look and silently mouthing the rest of what Su Chuanhe hadn't finished. "We're family." Qin Yining shot her a shy look and lowered her head. Her cheeks were too thin, making Wan Xiao laugh. She leaned in close to Qin Yining's ear and teasingly said, "My second brother is so useless. When will he marry you?" This time, Qin Yining didn't even look at her. She simply reached out and pinched Wan Xiao's arm. After spending some more time playing with Qin Yining at Su Chuanhe's house, they left. Night quietly fell, like a huge black velvet cloth gently covering the earth. Countless twinkling stars like shining gems decorated the vast night sky, emitting a charming glow. Inside the house, Wan Xiao was deep in a sweet dream when a strange feeling suddenly arose, startling her awake. In the darkness, a figure was slowly approaching. Without thinking, she kicked out instinctively. The kick was swift and powerful. If it hit the target, the person would definitely feel it. To her surprise, the attacker precisely caught her foot. Before Wan Xiao could react further, the person quickly spoke, "Xiao Xiao, it's me." Though the voice was low, the tenderness and familiarity in it made Wan Xiao instantly recognize who it was. "Eli?" The lighting was too dim to see clearly, but the familiar aura was unmistakable. "Yes, it's me. I'm back." Chu Lai gently released her foot and quickly lifted her from the bed, holding her tightly in his arms. It seemed only such a close embrace could fill the emptiness in his heart after so many days. Then Chu Lai lowered his head and, without hesitation, kissed her soft lips she had been longing for day and night. This kiss was passionate and lasted a long time, as if all his longing, care, and love were poured into this deep kiss. "Jojo, I miss you so much." Chu Lai held Wan Xiao tightly, with such strength that it seemed he wanted to merge her into his body. "I miss you too," Wan Xiao replied, also holding him tightly around the waist. Her small nose kept sniffing his broad chest, and she asked worriedly, "Are you hurt?" Chu Lai watched her cute little actions and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "No, I'm not hurt." Actually, he was, but only minor surface injuries. After these days, his wounds had healed, so he didn't want Wan Xiao to worry about it. "You've been tired outside these days. Go to bed and rest first. We can talk about everything else tomorrow," Wan Xiao said gently. When Chu Lai returned, he was afraid of disturbing Wan Xiao's rest, so he took a shower at the military base before coming home. Now, he quickly took off his clothes and jumped onto the bed like a nimble monkey, hugging his soft and fragrant wife tightly, feeling very satisfied. Chu Lai gently stroked Wan Xiao's beautiful hair and asked softly, "Who is sleeping in the guest room?" Wan Xiao looked up in surprise. "How do you know someone is in the guest room?" "Silly girl, if I couldn't sense someone so close, I'd probably have died many times over." If he didn't know someone was in the guest room, after so many days of hunger, how could he still be covered with a blanket just chatting? Wan Xiao disliked hearing the word death from Chu Lai's mouth and quickly covered his mouth with her hand, scolding softly, "You're not allowed to say that word." Chu Lai took the opportunity to kiss her palm, his eyes full of affection and indulgence. "All right, I won't say it anymore." Wan Xiao felt a tingling, numb sensation in her palm and hurriedly pulled her hand back. "Ning is here and a lot has happened recently. I'll tell you everything in detail tomorrow. Now, go to sleep quickly." Although the room was dark and she couldn't see Chu Lai's face clearly, she knew that when they went out on missions, they probably didn't eat well or sleep well.
Okay, Chu Lai ziplit obedini.
Soon after, Wan Xiao heard his steady, even breathing. Listening to this gentle breathing, a wave of heartache rose in her heart. If he wasn't truly exhausted, how could he fall asleep so quickly? Afraid of accidentally waking Chu Lai, Wan Xiao didn't dare to move much. She just quietly snuggled in his warm, broad arms, feeling his strong heartbeat. Gradually, sleepiness took over, and Wan Xiao unknowingly fell into a sweet dream. When the morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, Wan Xiao slowly opened her eyes. She slightly tilted her head and saw Chu Lai's chin covered with a faint green stubble. She raised her hand, wanting to gently touch Chu Lai's cheek, but worried that might wake him, so she reluctantly lowered her arm, hoping he could sleep a little longer and make up for the sleep lost in recent days. Wan Xiao tiptoed out of bed, moving as softly as a cat, afraid of waking Chu Lai, who was sleeping peacefully beside her. She gently picked up her clothes from the bedside and tiptoed toward the door. Before leaving, she looked back at Chu Lai on the bed. He was lying quietly, breathing steadily, showing no signs of waking up. A gentle ache filled Wan Xiao's heart. She wondered how long it had been since he last slept well. Otherwise, with his alertness, he would have woken up the moment she turned over. Qin Yining had also gotten up and was about to come find Wan Xiao. "Why are you?" Wan Xiao quickly pressed her index finger to her lips in a shu gesture, signaling Qin Yining to stay silent. Then she pulled Qin Yining along, and the two tiptoed downstairs. Wan Xiao lowered her voice and said, "Ali is back. Let him sleep a bit longer." Qin Yining nodded understandingly and also lowered her voice to ask, "What should we eat for breakfast?" "I'll make it," Wan Xiao replied. "You go to the supply and marketing cooperative to see what good food they have today. Buy some more." She took a stack of money from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yining. Although the mall had almost everything, Wan Xiao preferred to buy vegetables from the supply and marketing cooperative unless there was a special reason. Partly to keep things discreet, and partly because the produce here was free from pesticides and chemical fertilizers and lacked the so-called technology and harsh methods. The food tasted fresher and was safer to eat. Wan Xiao went to the vegetable patch to pick some fresh greens, then headed straight to the water basin. Cool water flowed over her fingertips, scattering tiny droplets onto the lush green leaves. The leaves, nourished by the water, looked even more tender and juicy. Their lively appearance was very appetizing just to look at. Today's breakfast was quite hearty: shrimp and vegetable congee, egg pancakes, cucumber with sea snail, and minced meat with bok choy. After preparing the meal, Wan Xiao was about to go upstairs to see if Chu Lai was awake, but she didn't expect him to come down from upstairs already. After a full night of good sleep and having his hair shaved clean, although some tiredness still lingered on his face, his overall condition was much better than before. Wan Xiao's lips unconsciously curved into a gentle smile. "Wake up, go wash up, and come eat." Chu Lai nodded in response, glancing to the side where Qin Yining was in the kitchen serving food. During this brief moment, he quickly leaned over and gently pecked Wan Xiao's delicate, fair cheek. Wan Xiao playfully scolded him with a glare, and Chu Lai smiled slightly, acting as if nothing happened, then turned to wash up in the yard. Having been sleeping outdoors and exposed to the elements recently, coming home to a delicious meal prepared by his wife greatly improved his appetite. Chu Lai ate 2 bowls of porridge in a row before feeling satisfied and slowing down his eating. His gaze fell on Qin Yining sitting across from him, and he asked confidently, "Did something happen at the hospital?" "How did you know?" Qin Yining instinctively blurted out, then turned to look at Wan Xiao. "Did you tell him?" Wan Xiao shook her head. "I haven't had a chance to say anything yet." Chu Lai analyzed calmly. "Today isn't a day off, and something must have happened here with Xiao Xiao. If it wasn't a problem on your side, why would you appear at my house now?" To help, he needed to understand the full story. After a light explanation, he continued to ask, "So, what exactly happened?" Qin Yining's eyes showed admiration as she gave Chu Lai a thumbs up and sincerely praised him. "Your analysis skills are really impressive." Then she added, "There was indeed a small, unexpected incident, but luckily it's probably been resolved. I'll go back soon." Wan Xiao jumped in with a clear and concise explanation. "Someone was harassing Yining, so I brought her here for a few days and asked my older brother for help. Last night, my brother said everything was fine, and Yining can go back safely." "Older brother?" Seeing Chu Lai's puzzled look, Wan Xiao suddenly remembered that Si Chuanha only came after Chulei went on his mission, so he probably didn't know. She nodded and replied, yes, that's my older brother Si Chuanha. He's been transferred to be the political commissar. A hint of surprise crossed Chulei's eyes, but thinking about how persistent the Si family was in finding their youngest daughter over the years, he understood. I'll go talk to my older brother later. Not long after, the meal was finished. Wan Xiao and Qin Yining went out together, seeing her off at the ferry dock before she boarded the boat and headed to work. Chu Lai went straight to the camp headquarters. He had just returned from a mission, needed to write a report, and also wanted to talk to Si Chuanha about some matters. Report. Come in. Si Chuanha was focused on writing something. When he heard the noise at the door, he looked up and saw Chu Lai. He slowly put down his pen and showed a faint smile. Was the mission successful? Chu Lai strode to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He slightly frowned and said, there were a few small setbacks, but everything was resolved. Did you transfer here because of Qiao Qiao?
Si Chun snorted softly.
You call me big brother so easily. Qiao Qiao and I are a married couple. What's wrong with that? Chu Lai's face was full of smiles, and he seemed in a very good mood, especially when mentioning his wife. Si Chuanha had known Chu Lai since childhood. He had never seen him like this before. No wonder his parents weren't worried at all about his sister getting married. Judging by Chu Lai's modest appearance, they probably worried that Qiao Qiao might be too harsh on him. He straightened his expression, cleared his throat, and answered Chu Lai's earlier question. There's a reason because of Qiao Qiao, but not the whole reason. With my rank, if I stay in the original military district, it will probably take a few more years to get promoted. The current situation is unpredictable. The island area is relatively isolated and stable, so it's a good opportunity. Two birds with one stone. Although Chu Lai's relationship with Si Chuanha was not as close as with Si Jingming, they could joke around freely. With the long-standing friendship between their families and the addition of Wan Xiao, they no longer needed to worry too much about each other. He decided not to beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Big brother, I need your help with something. Since I was injured last time, I've been investigating this line of work, but the other side is very patient. I set several bait traps, but they didn't take the bait. So I don't have solid evidence that they're suspicious. Can you keep an eye on it for me? Chu Lai was never arrogant. Although everyone called him the Soldier King, he understood the truth that there's always someone better outside the mountains and people more skilled than oneself. Si Chuanha was meticulous and observant. Maybe he could spot problems from angles Chu Lai hadn't seen. Is that why your last commendation was delayed? Chu Lai nodded and said slowly, I had doubts about the last operation, so I made some moves. That's why the report kept getting delayed. Did you notice? It wasn't that I paid special attention, but Qiao Qiao brought up this matter. A few days ago, I held a commendation meeting for her. She asked why, during that operation, you were seriously injured while saving a comrade and almost lost your life, yet you didn't receive any recognition. Whenever I talk about my wife, Chu Lai's usually stern face softens with a gentle smile. Even Si Chuanha, who has known Chu Lai for a long time, can't help but feel a bit jealous. At noon, the workday ended. Wan Xiao walked out of the factory with light steps. As soon as she reached the gate, she saw Chu Lai, tall and straight like a pine tree, waiting under a tree for her. Wan Xiao's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and she happily ran toward Chu Lai like a cheerful little bird. She slightly tilted her head, looked up at the tall, handsome man with a smile, and softly asked, Why are you here? Chu Lai also looked at Wan Xiao tenderly, with a loving smile on his face. Of course, to pick you up after work, he replied gently. They both smiled at the same time, their deep affection seeming to turn into an invisible force that spread around. Everyone who saw this warm and sweet scene couldn't bear to disturb it. Behind Wan Xiao, Minghui turned her steps and walked home with other family members. Lu Pandi awkwardly approached, scornful and muttering sarcastically. The soap factory is just a few steps from the family compound, and Deputy Commander Chu still came all the way to pick her up. Wan Xiao is too delicate. She can cling to a man so much, but her belly still shows no sign of movement? Hearing such sharp words, Ming Hui's face changed instantly. She glared fiercely at Lu Pandi and said bluntly, "That's because they have a good marriage. What makes you think Yuan Xiao is delicate? Don't forget how she got this job. Don't keep talking behind her back and slandering her." Lu Pandi's face turned red with embarrassment, and he awkwardly smiled. "I didn't say much, did I? Then what else do you want to say?" Ming Hui's face was cold as ice. After a moment of silence, she sighed helplessly and kindly advised, "Pandi, now that you have a job, focus on what you should. Don't keep worrying about other people's affairs. Director C is not like Director Hu. Have you forgotten the new rules in the family compound?" "I didn't," Lu Pandi muttered stubbornly, feeling a bit unfair. "Ever since I started working, I haven't had time to chat like before. And I just mentioned that I heard someone say Yuan Xiao can't have children, so I said a few words." Ming Hui immediately stopped and looked very serious. Her eyes fixed on Lu Pandi as she asked, "Who told you that?" Just someone in the big yard," Lu Pandi said nervously, quickly trying to deny involvement. "I really only heard others talking. I didn't spread it, I swear." Seeing her appearance, it didn't seem like she was lying. Ming Hui didn't bother with her and planned to talk to Yuan Xiao about this in the afternoon. When Yuan Xiao and Chu Lai just entered the family compound, they were stopped by Gao Chunxi and Han Dia. Han Dia smiled warmly and flattered. "Deputy Commander Chu, you're finally back. I'm Gao Chunxi's mother. I came here today to find you." "But she's just a stepmother." "Don't flatter yourself," Yuan Xiao interrupted impatiently, frowning. "We have to work this afternoon and don't have time to waste here. Since you live at Captain Shen's house, just ask them for help if you need anything." Without waiting, she pulled Chu Lai and turned to leave. Han Dia stomped her feet angrily. "Hey, wait. I haven't finished talking." Although Chu Lai didn't know exactly what was going on, he trusted Yuan Xiao. She wouldn't get angry at them without reason. Just as the mother and daughter were about to chase after, Chu Lai suddenly turned back. His cold, sharp gaze swept over like a sword. The mother and daughter were stunned by that fierce look, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They trembled involuntarily and dared not move a step. "Xiao Xiao, don't be angry. Tell me what's going on." "I'll handle it," Chu Lai said. Yuan Xiao simply ignored the mother and daughter, not really angry. She bought food at the mall, and the two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Yuan Xiao told Chu Lai everything about what happened after Han Dia and her daughter came to the army. "Originally, my older brother said he bought tickets to send them back home. Who knew Guan Wenwan would insist on interfering and causing trouble? Since that's the case, we don't need to get involved anymore. It's all her fault. She brought it on herself." After hearing this, Chu Lai's face darkened instantly. The air around him seemed to drop several degrees. He frowned and asked in a low voice, "Did my older brother say that all the money I sent was taken by Han Dia?" "Yes." It was a busy day, and the investigation wasn't very thorough. I don't know if my brother continued to investigate afterward. But just look at Gao Chunxi's outfit. Even if all the money isn't controlled by Han Dia, they must have spent quite a bit. Eli, I don't oppose you helping the families of fallen comrades, but before doing so, it's best to understand the actual situation clearly, especially to avoid situations like Han Dia. After all, although we have money, we are not obligated to support unrelated people. Chu Lai nodded seriously. "I understand. Actually, at first, I was worried that supporting them might encourage greed and insatiable desires, so I only sent money every few months. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It seems other families also need a good check." Yuan Xiao nodded softly. "I was about to tell you. I received another unexpected sum of money. We have plenty now. Check the families of the fallen soldiers carefully. If they really need help, money and supplies are not a problem." Chu Lai's deep, sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. He was staring quietly at Yuan Xiao. His tone was calm, but hard to read. "What did you do again?" Just these few words made Yuan Xiao realize something was a bit off. Her heart tightened, and she quickly explained, "No danger, really no danger at all. Then she hurriedly told Chu Lai everything about Shi Minghong from start to finish. After finishing, she couldn't help but smile charmingly, blinking at Chu Lai and speaking softly. Eli, do you think I'm pretty lucky? I got so many good things. Just selling an antique could cover the cost of medicine pills. Chu Lai helplessly shook his head, reached out, and gently ruffled her little head. See if you can buy a pill to boost your health first. Otherwise, with your tendency to run into trouble everywhere, I really worry that one day you'll get into a situation you can't handle. If I can't handle it, I'll just run away. If it gets really bad, I'll hide in the warehouse. I won't stupidly stand there waiting to be caught. Wan Xiao muttered unhappily, but knew Chu Lai cared about her. So, although she complained, she honestly started checking the various pills sold in the mall. Eli, this strength pill looks pretty good. As the saying goes, 1 strength beats 10 skills. I'll buy 2, 1 for each of us. Wan Xiao spoke excitedly. I don't need it. You can just eat it yourself. Chu Li frowned and looked at him unhappily. What do you mean you don't need it? Who can say what kind of situation you'll encounter when you go on a mission? Having an extra skill is never a bad thing, and we're not short of money right now. All right, I'll listen to you, Chu Li said helplessly and compromised. Seeing Chu Li agree, Wan Xiao nodded happily, then without hesitation sold a blue-glazed flower basin from Ru Kiln for 6.8 million. With this large sum of money, she bought 2 big pills and still had plenty left. Seeing the pills that looked like chocolates again, Wan Xiao was less worried about spending money. But she thought for a moment and cautiously suggested, I'm not sure what reactions the pills might cause after taking them. Maybe we should wait until tonight to take them when we're back. Okay, I'll listen to you, Chu Li replied, pulling Wan Xiao into his arms and quickly kissing her soft lips. They kissed passionately until they parted, and Wan Xiao was already breathless, her cheeks flushed like a beautiful blooming flower. She glared playfully at Chu Li, her affectionate gaze seeming to captivate anyone. Wan Xiao gently leaned into Chu Li's warm, broad embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat. "Ali, let's have a baby," she said softly. This sentence was gentle like a spring breeze but carried an irresistible force, directly touching Chu Li's heart. At first, it was because Wan Xiao wasn't feeling well, and her condition didn't allow it. Later, after taking the pills from the mall, Wan Xiao felt her body was completely fine. But Chu Li was worried she hadn't fully recovered and, thinking of her health, insisted on using contraception. Now, hearing Wan Xiao say this, Chu Li's normally calm eyes suddenly darkened a little. He asked in a deep, slightly husky voice, "Why do you suddenly want a child?" Wan Xiao happily replied, "I saw Qianan and Qianing from my brother's family. Those 2 little ones look so adorable, calling everyone milk and milk. Whenever I see them, my heart feels like it's melting, so I also want to have a cute baby with you." As Wan Xiao spoke, Chu Li's mind couldn't help but imagine the future, a little one who looked like her and like him, and a warm family scene of 3 happily together. A smile unconsciously appeared on Chu Li's face. After some thought, Chu Li softly said, "When you get your period next time, see how you feel. If you're not uncomfortable, then go ahead." Hearing this, Wan Xiao's bright eyes flicked around, secretly thinking about whether she should buy another health supplement to strengthen her body. The 2 of them lounged on the sofa for a while. Before they knew it, it was almost time to go to work. As she stood up, Wan Xiao casually glanced at Chu Li's obvious bulge, and she couldn't help but smile mischievously. Chu Li looked at her with a resentful gaze and squeezed out a harsh remark through his teeth. "Wait for me tonight. Don't beg for mercy." Wan Xiao raised her chin confidently and replied without fear, "Just wait and see." Who's afraid of whom? She missed him a lot during this long separation. This is what you said, so don't regret it later. They left the house joking and laughing, just in time to meet Ming Hui. Chu Li politely greeted her and then left first. Wan Xiao and Ming Hui went to the factory together. After hesitating for a moment, Ming Hui asked carefully, "Wan Xiao, are you and Chu Li still not planning to have children?" Wan Xiao knew Ming Hui well. She was a sensible person and wouldn't ask such questions without reason. So she stopped and turned to look directly at Ming Hui, softly asking Ming Hui, "Did you hear some gossip?" Ming Hui scolded herself with a helpless look on her face. "You're so clever. You guessed it right away." She didn't want to spread rumors behind people's backs, so she didn't say who told her. She simply replied, "Yeah, I heard a little bit of news." Worried that Wan Xiao might feel pressured, Ming Hui quickly added, "Actually, you've only been married for a few months, and Chu Lai has been on a long mission. There's no rush to have children." Wan Xiao smiled lightly, looking relaxed and natural, and said nonchalantly, "When we decide to have children or not, it's none of their business. I don't care what others say." But in response to Ming Hui's concern, Wan Xiao patiently explained, "You know, my health wasn't good before. Chu Lai hopes I can first recover fully before thinking about having kids." Hearing this, Ming Hui felt relieved and smiled. "That's good. But I see you look healthy now, much better than before." Wan Xiao smiled in agreement. With so many good things to eat every day at the mall, how could she not be better? Regarding the rumors about not being able to have children, Wan Xiao didn't pay much attention at first, but within a few days, the situation worsened. While working at the factory, Wan Xiao suddenly saw Aunt Feng rushing over, panting heavily and shouting, "Wan Xiao, you should go back and see. Dong Dongmei is fighting with someone." Hearing this, Wan Xiao quickly stood up and hurriedly headed outside, asking as she walked, "What happened?" "It's because someone was gossiping about you, and Dong Dongmei overheard it." Aunt Feng followed closely behind, catching her breath, and briefly explained what had happened. It turns out that the rumor about Wan Xiao being unable to have children spread somehow. Everyone has been talking about it these days. Coincidentally, Dong Dongmei, who was coming off her night shift today, overheard the gossip. She is usually hot-tempered and straightforward, so she couldn't tolerate others insulting her friend. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and slapped the person spreading rumors, and the two started fighting. Wan Xiao hurried back as fast as she could. When she arrived, the two women who had been fighting fiercely had already been separated by others. However, they kept arguing, exchanging words angrily. Wan Xiao ignored everything else and pushed through the crowd, walking quickly to Dong Dongmei. She asked with concern, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Dong Dongmei stubbornly shook her head, her eyes still glaring fiercely at the woman opposite her, as if she could shoot fire. She said angrily, "I'm fine. I just didn't tear her nasty mouth apart. I feel a bit frustrated." Wan Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. She gently reached out and lightly tousled Dong Dongmei's messy hair. Pointing at Dong Dongmei's forehead with her index finger, she said softly, "Are you stupid? Let them say whatever they want. It doesn't affect me. There's no need to fight over such things." Dong Dongmei stiffened her neck and said defiantly, "No, I can't stand them spouting nonsense. I won't let her get away with it." The woman who was hit angrily retorted, "You're the one spouting nonsense. It's not just me saying that. Why are you hitting me?" "Because I overheard you, and if you dare to say it again, I'll hit you again." Wan Xiao gently patted Dong Dongmei's shoulder and softly comforted her. "It's okay. Don't take it to heart." After calming Dong Dongmei, Wan Xiao turned around. The gentle expression from before instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold, frost-like stare. Her beautiful eyes now looked like cold stars, staring straight at the woman across from her. Every word carried a chill. "I don't care what others say, but today you were caught talking badly about me. You must take responsibility for your actions and face the consequences." As Wan Xiao stepped closer, the woman showed a look of fear, involuntarily stepping back repeatedly, but she stubbornly shouted, "You don't think you can bully people just because of your status?" Wan Xiao sneered coldly, glancing at her with disdain, and mocked, "Tell me, which I saw me bullying you? Did I just mean to make you accept the proper punishment? Is that considered bullying? Every country has laws, every family has rules. Our residential area has clear regulations. You can check for yourself what kind of punishment you should face." After saying this, Wan Xiao no longer wasted words but turned to Aunt Feng standing nearby, saying, "Aunt Feng, please go to the homeowners committee and ask them to handle this." Then she looked around at everyone present and raised her voice. Everyone here has witnessed what happened. Please wait here for a moment. Otherwise, I'll have to go around and ask each of you for details, which is too troublesome. Seeing that everyone's face looked unhappy, Wan Xiao chuckled inwardly. These people are really just bored and nosy. Whether she has children or not is none of their business. The reason she ignored the gossip was because there was no way to prove it. Would she immediately have children just because of some cold remarks from others? Not to mention, having children is purely her own choice. Even if she wanted children, it's not something she can do instantly. In fact, Wan Xiao saw through their minds clearly. They simply failed the factory's recruitment exam and felt resentful, so they gathered together to talk badly about her to vent their dissatisfaction. Although she didn't want to bother with these people, today Dong Dongmei had already made a fuss because she stood up for her. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing anymore. Those people still naively thought that, just like before, gathering together to gossip was a normal thing. But they seemed to have forgotten one thing. Since Si Chuanha arrived, the management of the family compound has changed completely, a far cry from the indifferent attitude of Commander Hu before. The family committee members arrived quickly. Leading the group was Li Ping, the wife of Deputy Commander Hao, and also Gu Shi's wife, Qi Yulian, who is the wife of the 5th Regiment commander. Li Ping is clearly a decisive person, speaking only what is necessary. She immediately got to the point. Who can tell me what happened? As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, the woman who had been beaten eagerly spoke up, as if waiting a second longer would give someone a chance to slander her. Her face was full of mixed feelings of grievance and anger. She spoke very quickly, directly. We were just chatting here peacefully when suddenly Dong Dongmei, like she was crazy, rushed over and started hitting me. You must stand up for me. She has to give me an explanation. Li Ping glanced at her calmly, but did not reply immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to Dong Dongmei and asked in a steady tone, "Tell me, why did you hit her?" Dong Dongmei answered straightforwardly, without hiding anything, because she kept gossiping about Wan Xiao, mocking her for not being able to have children. Then she quickly repeated exactly what those people had said earlier, and continued, directly, I admit I was wrong to hit her. Whatever punishment you give me, I accept. But if they dare to talk bad about Xiao Xiao again, I will hit her no matter what. Even if I get punished again, I won't hold back. She then raised her small fist in a show of defiance. Li Ping looked around at the others present. Does anyone else want to add anything? The few people who had been gossiping earlier all lowered their heads silently. Just as the scene fell into silence, Wan Xiao suddenly stepped forward confidently and said, Director Li, I have something to say. At first, I didn't pay attention to these rumors. Whether I have children or not is my and Chu Lai's business. I don't need to explain to anyone. But now, this matter has caused a disturbance, and I don't want similar things to happen again.
And
she paused, looked at everyone present, and said clearly, their irresponsible words not only hurt me, but also affected the unity of the family compound. I request serious handling of this matter.
Director Linudda.
Don't worry, I will handle this fairly. Actually, yesterday Gu Shi had already noticed this matter. She told Li Ping about it, and they planned to investigate the source first before taking further action. Unexpectedly, today there was such a big fuss. Director Li looked around at everyone and said, Now, all of you come with me to the office. Explain in detail where you were and who you heard this rumor from. As for the final punishment, we will announce it officially on the notice board after the whole investigation is complete. She paused briefly, then turned her gaze to Dong Dongmei standing nearby and continued, although your reason for hitting someone was to protect your friend, which is understandable, fighting is never right. Since this was your first offense and no serious harm was caused, I will make you apologize publicly. You will also be responsible for cleaning the public toilets in the staff area for 1 day. Do you have any objections? Thinking about the foul smell inside the public toilet, Dong Dongmei felt unwilling, but she didn't dare show it in front of the serious and focused Director Li. She weakly shook her head and replied in a low voice, no objections. Li Ping then looked at the family member involved in the fight with Dong Dongmei and said seriously, Fighting is not just one person's fault. Both sides are responsible. We will decide on your punishment after the investigation is complete. After giving a slight nod to Ruan Xiao, she signaled and then led a group of people back to the homeowners' committee office. Once they disappeared from sight, Dong Dongmei suddenly let out a loud, pig-like wail. Ah.
I'm doomed.
I guess I won't be able to eat anything for the next 3 days. Ruan Xiao looked at her amusingly, feeling both amused and a bit sad. She softly comforted her. All right, stop crying like that. I'll help you clean up. Dong Dongmei kept refusing, waving her hands. Forget it. Your family's Chu Lai treats you like a treasure. If he knew you were doing such dirty work, he'd be heartbroken. I don't want to bother that cold guy. I'll do it myself slowly. I started this mess, so I can't just watch you clean alone. If you're in trouble, we're friends. Don't argue anymore. Wan Xiao had to go back to work and didn't have time to chat with Dong Dongmei. She simply said a few words and prepared to leave. Regarding Aunt Feng informing her, Wan Xiao didn't forget. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of candies, sincerely thanking her. Aunt Feng, thank you so much this time. People who like to take small advantages and can judge the situation well, Wan Xiao doesn't mind giving a little favor in return. Aunt Feng saw so many candies and immediately smiled happily. Although she said, "Why be so polite?" she quickly took the candies without hesitation. She looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then leaned closer to Wan Xiao. Covering her mouth with one hand and lowering her voice, she said, "Wan Xiao, I need to tell you something, but you must promise me you won't tell anyone I said it." What is so secretive about this? Wan Xiao nodded and promised, "Don't worry, Aunt Feng. I promise I won't say anything." Hearing her promise, Aunt Feng seemed to breathe a little easier. "Listen, you can't tell anyone about this. I heard Guan Wenwan talking to someone, and I don't know if it was from her." Wan Xiao raised an eyebrow. "It was Guan Wenwan? What is this woman up to now?" "I understand, Aunt Feng. Thank you for telling me. I'll go back to work now. If there's any news later, remember to tell me first. I won't forget to reward you." Aunt Feng squinted happily and quickly replied, Yes, I understand. Look at how clever she is. She's found herself a strong supporter. Although Chu Lai is only a deputy regiment commander, Wan Xiao's biological brother is the official political commissar. She's not afraid of Shen Qingsong. So, she's definitely made a good choice. Her son has a chance for promotion. In a relatively close-knit circle, tracking down the source of rumors isn't very difficult. One person points to another, and before long, all clues lead to Handaya and her daughter. They aren't family members of the residential compound, Gu Shi. What do you think should be done about this? Li Ping looked at Gu Shi, asking for her opinion. Gu Shi looked serious and said, Director, this involves Qiao Qiao. To be fair, I won't give any opinion. When the election was held, she had enough votes, but since her husband is the political commissar, to avoid conflicts of interest, she didn't want to be the deputy director of the family committee. However, Director Kong came to talk to her. Because she had worked in the union and had relevant experience, Director Kong persuaded her strongly. She couldn't refuse and reluctantly agreed. Currently, it is obvious that Wan Xiao is involved with Guan Wenwan, so she cannot afford to give others an excuse to criticize her. Li Ping saw Gu Shi refuse to speak and, helpless, turned her gaze to the other 3 people to ask for their opinions. Qi Yulian stepped forward first and said, Director, in my opinion, regardless of who Handaya and her daughter are, since they live in the family compound and caused this trouble, we should bring them in for questioning. This is not only to give Comrade Wan Xiao an explanation but also to maintain the harmony and stability of our entire family area. If it turns out that Handaya and her daughter are behind the rumors and troublemaking, I think it's best to send such unruly people away early, so they won't affect our community's unity. As soon as Qi Yulian finished speaking, the other 2 quickly agreed and expressed their support for her view. Li Ping nodded repeatedly and said, I also think it's necessary to bring them in and ask about the details. But considering they are not family members, it might not be appropriate for us to interfere too much. Maybe we should first report to our superiors and then decide. After receiving the report, Si Chunha immediately sent Director Pan to investigate the situation at the family compound. As soon as Director Pan stepped out of his office, he bumped into Chu Lai coming straight toward him. Chu Lai raised an eyebrow and asked, "Old Pan, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Director Pan's eyes darted around, and he quickly put on a smile and replied, "Oh, what a coincidence. I was just about to visit the family compound. I heard someone is spreading rumors about Comrade Wan Xiao, and the political commissar specifically assigned me to handle it." Hearing this, Chu Lai gave him a faint look, clearly aware of his little scheme. But even knowing it was a trap, he was willing to jump right in. "Perfect, I'll go with you to take a look." He wanted to see which reckless person dared to gossip behind their backs and slander his wife. Soon, the two arrived at the family compound. The family committee office was just an unused room within the residential area. Chu Lai and Director Pan found that the first floor was crowded with family members. Because there weren't enough chairs, everyone had to stand. He looked around coldly at the crowd, about 20 or so people, truly bored. Feeling Chu Lai's icy gaze, which seemed capable of freezing people instantly, the women who had been whispering and chatting together instinctively took a few steps back. Everyone was eager to hide themselves, praying not to be seen by Chu Lai. Chu Lai snorted coldly and strode upstairs to ask about the situation. After entering the room and greeting briefly, he didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly, "What exactly is going on?" Li Ping didn't expect Chu Lai to come personally to handle this matter. Her eyes instinctively shifted to Director Pan, who nodded slightly, indicating she could tell the truth. So, Li Ping hesitated no more and explained the whole story in detail. "Since Han Dia and her daughter are not military family members, we reported to the higher-ups, hoping for guidance and advice." As soon as Li Ping finished speaking, Chu Lai scoffed disdainfully. "In the new society, everyone is equal. What's so special about her and her daughter? If they dare to do something, they should be responsible for it. Trying to disturb the peace in the family compound, and then hoping to stay out of it. Dream on." Director Pan said, "Since they're involved in the incident, we should first find them and ask for the full story." Chu Lai thought for a moment, then straightened his long legs and headed out, leaving only the words "I'll go myself" echoing in the air. Li Ping looked worried and turned to Director Pan. "Director Pan, this." Although Chu Lai wouldn't physically hurt the mother and daughter, his temper made it hard to predict what he might do to cause trouble. Director Pan also felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his forehead helplessly, unsure if bringing Chu Lai was the right decision. But now that things had reached this point, dwelling on it was useless. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's go and check it out together. Better not cause more trouble." Since that day, Han Dia and her daughter had been intimidated by Chu Lai's sharp gaze and no longer had the courage they once did. They hadn't dared to approach Chu Lai for the past few days, only waiting for him to calm down before talking to him about their situation. This made Guan Wenwan very angry. "Are you too useless? Such a good opportunity is right in front of you, and you can't even seize it. If you can't handle anything, then just go back to your hometown. I don't owe you anything, and I don't want to raise two useless people." Guan Wenjuan's voice was sharp and piercing, as if it could break through the roof. Chu Lai and his group happened to arrive at the door and heard the shouting from inside. They immediately stopped, with Chu Lai making a gesture to pause. The others understood and stopped in their tracks, not daring to rush into the room. Han Dia let out a sneering laugh. "Don't pretend to be so innocent. You know your own thoughts best. My daughter just finished middle school and is very pretty. Even if she doesn't marry Chu Lai, she could find a good officer. Why should she listen to you and go Chu Lai? Whether Wan Xiao can have children or not, don't use us as pawns." At first, they did consider trying to Chu Lai. But after being frightened by his gaze that day and learning about his marriage, they gave up that dangerous idea. Instead of risking angering Chu Lai, they decided to change their approach, try to build a good relationship and ask Chu Lai to help find a suitable match for Chunchi. This way, they wouldn't offend anyone and they might even gain some benefits. Guan Wenwan was so angry she trembled all over. She pointed at the mother and daughter with trembling fingers and shouted, "We agreed on this before. How can you go back on your word? She never expected that, after carefully spreading rumors, her plan would fall apart. She thought the mother and daughter would follow through, ending Wan Xiao's good days. But now, at this critical moment, they had run away, almost making her explode with rage. In response to Guan Wenjuan's accusations, Han Daya not only showed no guilt but straightened her back and confidently retorted, "So what if we agreed? Who says plans can't change? If you're so brave, go tell others that you want my daughter to Chu Lai and ruin his marriage. Let's see which side they'll support." Chu Lai couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked open the door, his tone icy and sharp like a blade. Trying to ruin a military marriage? How bold of you! Chu Lai suddenly burst into the room without warning, startling the three inside so much that their hearts skipped a beat. They stared wide-eyed, their faces full of shock, unsure what to do. When they saw the people following Chu Lai behind him, Guan Wenjuan's face turned pale instantly. Her legs felt weak, as if their muscles had been pulled out, and she couldn't support her own weight. A wave of weakness washed over her, and she collapsed to the ground involuntarily.
Why?
Why are you here? Guan Wenjuan's lips trembled as she struggled to speak, her voice faint and trembling with fear and guilt. Chu Lai snorted coldly, his gaze full of contempt and anger as he looked at Guan Wenjuan. How can you know if you don't come? Our respected team leader's wife actually encouraged others to ruin her subordinate's marriage. After the sarcasm, Chu Lai turned to Director Pan with a very serious expression. I need the organization to give me and my wife a clear explanation about this matter. Director Pan also looked shocked. He never expected that a rumor could lead to so many issues. He realized this situation was beyond what he could handle alone. He nodded seriously. I will report the truth. Then there's no need to delay. Take them away for questioning now, Chu Lai said firmly. If they weren't women, and he wasn't reluctant to act against them, he would have already taken them away without wasting words. Gao Chuanxi looked anxious and explained quickly, Big Brother Chu, my mom and I absolutely didn't want to ruin your marriage. It's not our fault. Before she finished, Chu Lai angrily shouted, Shut up. I don't know you at all. Stop pretending to be close to me. We can talk in the interrogation room later. Hearing Chu Lai's cold words, Han Daya hurriedly spoke up. No, Chu Lai, we are Gao Chunyi's family, the family of a martyr. You can't treat us like this. She quickly stepped toward Chu Lai, trying to grab his leg. Chu Lai immediately stepped back to avoid her. His presence was chilling. His deep eyes were icy cold, looking at her like he was gazing at a corpse. Stop bringing up Gao Chunyi. Your actions have been tarnishing his name. You don't deserve to mention him. If you don't want to go yourself, I'll have soldiers take you, he said. This sentence was like a thunderbolt in Han Daya's ears. She had been about to cry out loud, but suddenly she became obedient because she believed Chu Lai was capable of doing it. She was scared and called for help, but no one could help her at this moment. Li Ping shook her head. She thought, if I knew this would happen, why did I do it? They had tried to ruin the couple's relationship, and their hearts were completely wicked. With Chu Lai's protective attitude toward his wife, it was no wonder things would turn upside down this time. She sighed and stepped forward, reaching out to hold Guan Wenjuan by the arm, half pulling her along. Let's go. We can't escape now.
Don't waste time.
Han Daya and Gao Chuanxi trembled as they followed behind. The sunset gradually sank, casting a golden-red veil over the sea. The coconut trees by the seaside swayed gently in the evening breeze, their silhouettes contrasting beautifully with the vibrant sunset. Wan Xiao didn't realize that she had been working all day and that so many things had happened in the family compound. Now, she is walking side by side with Ming Hui on the way home. When her eyes fell on Ming Hui's already rounded belly, Wan Xiao felt very curious and couldn't help asking, has the baby started to move? Ming Hui's face lit up with a gentle, warm smile. She reached out and softly stroked her belly, replying tenderly, It's been over 4 months now. The baby just started to move, but now it only moves occasionally. Soon, when the pregnancy is a bit further along, the baby will start moving more often. Wan Xiao blinked and then asked, When the baby moves, Does your belly feel sore? Minghui shook her head and explained with a smile, with the previous 2 pregnancies, my belly didn't hurt when the baby moved. I've heard some people say it can be a little painful, but it's usually very mild, so don't worry. Are you so interested in these things because you want a baby? Yuan Xiao felt a little shy and said, I told Chu Lai about it, but he wants to wait a bit longer and see what happens naturally. Anyway, she had bought another health supplement pill, so her body should be fine. Chu Lai insisted on waiting until her next period to decide, so she would wait. It's just a matter of time, and she didn't know when her period would come this month. Just as she finished her thoughts, she suddenly felt a warm flow coming out from below. Yuan Xiao's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, Minghui, take your time walking. Mine just came, I'll go ahead. She then ran back home quickly. Although she was wearing black pants today, it wouldn't be too obvious if they got dirty. Still, it was hot, and she was wearing thin clothes, so a large wet patch appeared in her private area, which was quite embarrassing. At home, after tidying up, she quickly went to the sink to wash her soiled underwear and pants before Chu Lai returned. This period, she felt no discomfort at all. Everything was as smooth as she wished. Yuan Xiao felt very happy, and even the sunset seemed especially beautiful today. She hung her washed clothes to dry and hummed a cheerful tune as she walked into the kitchen. Today, she specially cooked Chu Lai's favorite dishes, and the aroma filled the house. But despite waiting and waiting, Chu Lai still hadn't come back. Usually, as long as he wasn't on duty, Chu Lai would return home on time. What was going on today? Yuan Xiao paced back and forth inside the house, glancing at the door now and then, her eyes full of worry. After patiently waiting for a while, she still didn't see Chu Lai's figure. She couldn't sit still anymore and stood up to go to Ming Hui's house. Yuan Xiao didn't bother with greetings and asked directly, Captain Lin, did Chu Lai have a sudden urgent task? Lin Yucheng first glanced at Ming Hui, then shook his head and said, It's not a task, just some matters being handled. Ming Hui saw Yuan Xiao's nervousness and worry, and she sharply glared at Lin Yucheng, scolding, If there's something, just say it. Why are you hesitating? Lin Yucheng felt very wronged. He just didn't want to talk about other people's affairs. How did it become hesitating? But he didn't dare to make his wife angry, so he swallowed his frustration and simply said, regarding the rumors about Yuan Xiao, it was found today that Guan Wenwan and her daughter Han Dia are responsible, aiming to damage your marriage. When I finished work, they were still in a meeting. Chu Lai should be waiting for the results. Knowing that Chu Lai wasn't leaving due to a sudden urgent task, Yuan Xiao's heart finally relaxed. She smiled with relief and said, In that case, there's nothing to worry about. I'll head back now. After saying this, she waved to everyone inside the house, then turned around happily and walked out the door. Once Yuan Xiao's figure disappeared outside, Ming Hui looked at Lin Yucheng sitting on the sofa and asked, Old Lin, usually, how would such a matter be handled? Lin Yucheng picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, then gently set it down, and said with some meaning, Do you think this kind of thing happening to Chu Lai can be handled normally? According to standard procedures, an in-depth and detailed investigation of the entire incident is needed to understand all the details. After collecting all relevant evidence, the leaders would hold a meeting to decide on the final outcome. It's been over an hour since work ended, and Chu Lai still hasn't returned. It seems he won't stop until there's a clear result today. Ming Hui pouted, feeling a bit dissatisfied, and said, This isn't Chu Lai's fault. Any normal person would be angry if they knew someone was scheming to ruin their marriage. Moreover, Chu Lai and Yuan Xiao have only been married for a few months. Their feelings are still in the most passionate and sweet stage. Seeing his wife looking a bit upset, Lin Yucheng quickly comforted her. Oh, I've never said Chu Lai did anything wrong. Why are you so angry? If the situation were reversed and it happened to him, he might make the same choice as Chu Lai. After a pause, Lin Yucheng added, This time, Shen Qingsong will definitely be punished. Guan Wenwan doesn't do her work and always causes trouble. Honey, you should keep your distance from her in the future. What she did wasn't just foolish. It was malicious. Ming Hui snorted and turned her head, acting a bit proud. I was only on nodding terms with her. Guan Wenwan always looked down on others and looked at people from above. How could she be so unreasonable? Why did she go so far to get close and then ignore her? When Wan Xiao got home, she put the cooked food into the storage room, waiting for Chu Lai to come back so they could eat together. Then she picked some dried mango and candies, packed them into a bag, and went to Gu Shi's house. When Gu Shi saw the bag Wan Xiao was carrying, she looked a little helpless and softly complained, "Oh, you girl, why do you always bring something every time you visit?" Wan Xiao smiled playfully. "This isn't for you. It's a little snack I prepared especially for the two adorable little ones." She handed the bag to Qian, gently patted his fluffy head twice, and softly said, "Share the candies with your sister. Annie has something to tell Mom." The two little kids nodded obediently, thanked her in a cute voice, and happily went to play with the snacks. Gu Shi watched them nervously and called out, "Remember, only one piece of candy each." "Got it, Mom." The kids replied in unison, their sweet voices making everyone feel warm inside. "Come on, sit down." Gu Shi pointed to a small stool beside her, signaling Wan Xiao to sit. Then she sat down herself. Before Wan Xiao could speak, Gu Shi took the initiative to ask, "You're here about Guan Wenwan and Han Daya's mother and daughter, right?" Wan Xiao nodded and asked with a frown, "What exactly happened?" "Tell me, sister-in-law." Gu Shi explained everything she found out today from start to finish. Finally, she said slowly, "Who would have thought it was such a coincidence?" Just when Chu Lai and the others went to find someone, they happened to overhear Guan Wenwan and Han Daya arguing fiercely. Now, there was no need to ask more questions. They spilled all their dark secrets openly, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "Your older brother is watching over there, so you can rest assured. Their punishment definitely won't be light. But what is the conflict between you and Guan Wenwan?" Wan Xiao sighed deeply, sounding full of resentment. "Sister-in-law, do you believe I am more wronged than Dou-yi? It's always their family who starts trouble first." Sigh. After hearing about their past grievances, Gu Shi was stunned. She took a long time to recover and shook her head helplessly, sighing, "You really are just sitting at home, and trouble comes from nowhere. But from what you said, Shun Qingsong seems to be reasonable. Why can't he control Guan Wenwan? Does Shin Qingsong really not know what Guan Wenwan is doing while she sleeps in her bed?" Wan Xiao shook her head. "No one outside can know exactly what's going on between them." "That's true." The sister-in-law and sister-in-law chatted casually for a while. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened completely, like ink spilled across the sky. At this moment, Si Chuanhe and Kai slowly walked into the house with heavy steps. He looked tired, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. Gu Shi, who had been waiting at home, hurried to greet him, her eyes full of concern. "Have you eaten dinner?" Si Chuanhe gently shook his head. "No time." Then he looked at Wan Xiao and softly asked, "Xiao Xiao, have you eaten?" Wan Xiao told a small, kind lie with a smile. "I finished eating long ago. I was chatting with sister-in-law for a long time." "Big brother, you should finish your meal and rest well. I'll go home now." "Why are you in such a hurry? It's so late." "I'll take you back," Si Chuanhe said, pulling her gently with a slightly reproachful tone. Wan Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly and quickly said, "Big brother, you've been busy all day. Rest early. No need to see me off. It's just in this residential area, not far, and nothing will happen." Si Chuanhe was firm and showed no sign of backing down. "That's not okay. It's so dark. Either I take you, or you wait here patiently for Chu Lai to pick you up. Anyway, if he doesn't see you at home, he'll come looking for you right away." "All right, I'll wait for Chu Lai to pick me up." "Big brother, you should go eat now," Wan Xiao said, unable to argue further. Reluctantly, she nodded and sat down obediently. Not long after, Chu Lai hurried over. "Big brother, sister-in-law, I'm going home." Wan Xiao's clear voice rang out in the quiet night. After greeting them, she left with Chu Lai. The moonlight was gentle, like water, softly draping over the two of them, as if putting a silver-white veil on their bodies. They held hands and walked side by side, their footsteps making soft sounds on the gravel path. Wan Xiao could feel that Chu Lai was in a bad mood. She tilted her head onto his shoulder, her eyes full of concern. She spoke softly. What's wrong? Is everything not going smoothly? Chulai frowned, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. He released Wan Xiao's hand and instead put his arm around her shoulders, speaking in a low voice. No, I'm just angry. We finally got together, but those people are like hidden snakes in the dark, always trying to cause trouble. Wan Xiao chuckled softly, the moonlight shining on her beautiful face, giving her a gentle glow. She playfully said, "Our love is unbreakable. No one can destroy it just by trying. You should put your heart at ease. As long as you're loyal to me, I will never leave you." Chu Lai embraced Wan Xiao, his arms instinctively tightening, as if he wanted to merge her into himself. His tone was very firm, with undeniable strength. In this life, the next life, and even the one after that, there will never be a day when you are not my wife. Wan Xiao playfully pouted and complained, "Why are you so bossy?" Though she said this, she showed no anger, only happiness and being spoiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, shining with happiness and sweetness. Chu Lai turned his head and gently kissed her on the top of her head, then softly said, I'm only bossy to you. I listen to everything else you say." They returned to their cozy home. Wan Xiao quickly arranged the prepared dishes on the table. "Hungry? Come on, eat first." Chu Lai noticed there were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. Feeling a little distressed, he gently reproached, "Why didn't you eat first? It's so late. What if you're starving? I'm not a 3-year-old. If I'm hungry, I know how to find something to eat." Wan Xiao pouted slightly, her tone a little coquettish. She didn't want Chu Lai to keep talking about whether she had eaten or not. Her mind was fully focused on the outcome of those matters. "All right, tell me, how did things turn out?" Chu Lai looked at Wan Xiao helplessly, knowing she was deliberately changing the subject. But she had no way to control her, so she had to go along with her wishes. Those military family members spreading gossip need to undergo a week of ideological education and also clean the family area public toilets for half a month. Besides this punishment, all the husbands involved received a warning. As for Guan Wenwan, as a family member of a leader, she did not set a good example and even maliciously damaged military marriages. She should be punished more severely. She will undergo 6 months of ideological education to reform her thoughts and also clean the toilets for 3 months. Shin Qingsong will be demoted to deputy regiment commander. Wan Xiao was surprised by this punishment. Although at this time, ideological education and toilet cleaning were already serious punishments, she felt there might be deeper reasons behind it. She tentatively asked, "Are you trying to control the family members by punishing the men?" Yes. Although the idea that the husband is the head of the family is no longer the main focus, most family members come from rural areas and still hold traditional views, Chu Lai patiently explained. If a husband is punished or demoted, they might lose their right to accompany their family. To make them truly realize their mistakes, besides ideological education, the most effective way is to connect it to their personal interests. This way, next time they think about doing something, they will carefully consider the consequences and won't act impulsively. Wan Xiao nodded, thinking this was a clever approach. This method not only punishes those who make mistakes but also reduces similar incidents from happening again at the source. Shun Qingsong's demotion, did many people oppose it? Otherwise, Chu Lai and Si Chunhe wouldn't have come back so late. They must have faced significant resistance. Chu Lai sneered disdainfully. "What's the use of opposition? The result is what I want. If he doesn't get demoted, Guan Wenwan will have to go to reform through labor. He will choose whichever affects him less." In this situation, Shen Qingsong could only accept the demotion to protect himself and his family. He could also choose to divorce to safeguard his career, but the organization carefully examines every aspect of its officials' promotions. Abandoning his wife at this time would give him a reputation of being ruthless and unfaithful, which would greatly impact him, especially since they have 3 children. Wan Xiao nodded, imagining the pressure and difficulties they faced while handling this matter. But as long as the outcome was positive, their efforts would be worthwhile. What happened to Handaya and her daughter? They were sentenced to 6 months of reform through labor and then sent back to their hometown. A flicker of dislike crossed Chu Lai's eyes. He didn't want to talk about them much. After this punishment, no one in the family compound will dare to make mistakes easily, Wan Xiao said thoughtfully, as if she could already see a peaceful future there. Yes, without rules, there's no order. Knowing that those rules are serious, they will naturally follow them honestly. Of course, she also knew small daily disagreements were unavoidable, but as long as no serious problems occurred, it would be fine. When Wan Xiao went to work the next day, the punishment notice was already posted on the bulletin board. She already knew what it said, so she wasn't interested in reading it again. As soon as she entered the office, she saw Xin Yuan, whose eyes were red and swollen like walnuts. She was staring at Wan Xiao with anger, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Maybe because of what happened, she was afraid or still had some sense of reason, so Xin Yuan didn't rush forward to challenge her as she usually did. Wan Xiao snorted coldly, "This is all your own doing. I don't owe you anything, so you don't need to stare at me like that." After saying that, she didn't bother to look at her again and went straight to the director's office. Yesterday, after receiving Wei Hongmei's call, Section Chief Bai had returned. Today, Wan Xiao was going to the island to discuss an order. Thanks to Wei Hongmei's advice, she was well prepared and the negotiation went smoothly. Once everything was settled and seeing that it was still early, Wan Xiao didn't rush back but instead turned and went to the military hospital. She couldn't find Qin Yining at the inpatient department, so she asked and learned that Qin Yining was on outpatient duty today. Wan Xiao arrived at the consultation room door and saw Qin Yining attending to a patient. She didn't go in to disturb her, but waited quietly outside. When Qin Yining finished with the last patient, Wan Xiao stepped in and joked, "Dr. Qin, are you off work now?" Qin Yining took off her white coat, hung it on a nearby hook, and replied, "Yes, you can go. Today, I'm treating you to a good meal at the state-run restaurant." After leaving the hospital, Wan Xiao quietly asked, "How's Shi Minghong doing now?" Qin Yining looked back, making sure no one was around, and lowered her voice to reply, "He's still unconscious. It should only be a couple of days now." After speaking, the two exchanged a glance, as if sharing a silent understanding, then both smiled at the same time. Their smiles carried a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing Shi Minghong end up like this, I can only say he deserved it. Bad deeds lead to bad outcomes, and there's no need to feel sorry for him. How about his subordinates? Have they come to bother you? Qin Yining shook her head. No, since I returned, I haven't seen those few people again. Even Shi Minghong's wife, who caused trouble twice at first, stopped coming once she learned there was no better treatment available. The sky was a bright gemstone blue, the air fresh and pleasant, with a gentle breeze bringing comfort. Hearing such happy news, both of them felt as cheerful as the beautiful weather. Today, the restaurant was busy, with customers coming and going. After they finished ordering, they realized there were no empty tables left. Reluctantly, they had to share a table with others. Fortunately, there was only one person sitting alone at a corner table. They approached politely and asked, "Hello, comrade. Can we share this table?" The man slowly looked up, and only then did Wan Xiao realize it was Principal Shui. Principal Shui saw it was Wan Xiao and greeted warmly, "Wan Xiao?
Please sit down."
He moved the bowl of Hainan noodles in front of him aside to make more space for them. "Are you here to place another order?" Wan Xiao sat down with Qin Yining, smiling and nodding. She said naturally, "Yes, it's lunchtime. I'm having a meal with friends. Principal Shui, are you free to come to Nanshur today?" Principal Shui looked at Wan Xiao with gratitude in his eyes. He smiled happily and said, "Thanks to you. The money you donated before, I plan to buy notebooks and pencils for the children to give as rewards to the best students. I also want to buy 2 basketballs and some jump ropes to make their free time more fun." He sighed silently inside. The school buildings need repairs and the desks and chairs need fixing. There are many other expenses too. Although 500 yuan seems like a lot, once you start dividing it up, it's not enough. So, he couldn't buy many learning supplies. But still, the fact that Wan Xiao donated 500 yuan was a great act of kindness. He believed few people could do such a thing. Principal Shui no longer complained but changed the subject, asking kindly, Wan Xiao, how have you been studying your middle school subjects lately? Recently, because the soap factory started operations, she had been very busy with many tasks and had almost forgotten about this. However, she had already reviewed her middle school textbooks, so she didn't expect many problems in the exams. Wan Xiao thought for a moment and said, it should be fine. I'll review a bit more and contact the middle school in a few days to see if I can take the exam. Principal Shui's face, full of age lines, suddenly lit up with a bright smile, each wrinkle seeming to dance happily. He waved his hand enthusiastically and said warmly, oh, no need to trouble yourself. I told you before, when you're ready to get your middle school graduation certificate, I'll arrange it for you. How long do you think you'll need to prepare? Give me a clear answer, and I'll go to the middle school today to handle it. He always favored students who truly loved learning, and Wan Xiao was especially generous, having donated a large sum of money to the school. For such important matters, he naturally wanted to help. Wan Xiao looked into Principal Shui's sincere eyes, and the words she was about to refuse got stuck in her throat. Middle school knowledge wasn't difficult for her, but to avoid seeming too proud, she decided to give herself a little more time. She smiled and replied, since Principal Shui has said so, I'll trouble you. Maybe in about a week, I should be ready. All right, leave this small matter to me, Principal Shui assured confidently. At that moment, their number was called at the front desk, and Qin Yining stood up to get her meal. After placing the dishes on the table from the tray, Wan Xiao warmly invited Principal Shui, Principal Shui, join us for some food. Principal Shui repeatedly waved his hand to decline, no need, no need. I've finished. He quickly picked up his bowl, devouring the remaining vegetables as if swept by a whirlwind, not even leaving a drop of soup behind, finishing everything in his bowl. Then he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, stood up, and said, I'll go ahead now. You all enjoy your meal. He then strode out of the state-owned restaurant. Back home, Wan Xiao couldn't wait to tell Chu Lai about Shi Minghong. She was a bit worried and said, I heard Shi Minghong has an uncle in Yangcheng, and he's supposed to be very powerful. If Shi Minghong really died, his uncle probably wouldn't notice, right? Chu Lai gently pulled Wan Xiao into his arms and confidently replied, don't worry. Big Brother always handles things reliably. He already cleaned up all the clues. Even if his uncle senses something wrong, he definitely won't find out anything. Then he shared some news Wan Xiao didn't know. Shi Minghong's wife pressured the committee, and Bai Yanliang was sentenced to 20 years of reform through labor. He's now at a farm in Lin province serving his sentence. Wan Xiao suddenly sat up, her big eyes wide with surprise. How can that be? Did you interfere? Usually, even if someone is sentenced to reform through labor, they are sent nearby to a local farm. It's unusual to go through such trouble to send someone back to their hometown for re-education. Chu Lai reached out and pulled her back into his arms before saying, it's just to let them reunite as a family. Although they initially bullied the original owner, the Si family didn't know the full story. With their protective nature, they wouldn't easily forgive those who bullied Xiao Xiao. Chu Lai continued to stir the pot. Not only the Bai family, but their Wan couple is also at the reform farm. Jingming even visits them from time to time. But everyone knew that this visiting wasn't exactly friendly. Wan Xiao snuggled in Chu Lai's broad embrace, listening to him talk about these things, and suddenly thought of Hu Lijing. She slightly lifted her head, resting her chin on Chu Lai's shoulder, and asked with a small face, what do you think would happen if Hu Lijing found out Bai Yanliang also ended up at the reform farm? Her dream of being a military officer's wife would be completely shattered, right? Chu Lai nonchalantly said, whatever happens, happens. It has nothing to do with us. From now on, Hu's family won't bother you with their nonsense anymore. Hu Lijing, who was worried about Wan Xiao, was stunned like she had been struck by lightning when she received the notice that Bai Yanliang had been sent to the reform farm for re-education. Her mental support collapsed completely. Her legs went weak, and she sank to the ground, crying loudly. The squad leader frowned and anxiously urged, Ing Liang's wife, what's the point of just standing here crying? Hurry up and send money or supplies to Ing Liang. The cotton clothes and pants he's wearing are all paid for by the government. If we don't return that money, how can we explain it? It was January 1968, and the Northeast was already covered in snow and ice. Hu Lijing, who had always lived in the warm southern island, simply couldn't adapt to the weather here. In a short time, her well-maintained hands and feet had already developed frostbite, and even her originally delicate face showed a small patch of redness and swelling. If she weren't still hoping for Bai Yanliang to get a promotion so she could join the army with him, she wouldn't be able to stay here for a minute. Now, even that last glimmer of hope has been ruthlessly extinguished. She feels worse than dead and has no heart left to repay Bai Yanliang's debts. Hu Lijing wiped away tears from the corner of her eye. Her once delicate face was full of determination. She bit her lip and coldly said 3 words, "I have no money." The team leader's eyes widened in disbelief at her words. He quickly pulled his hand out of his sleeve and pointed directly at Hu Lijing, shouting angrily, "How can you have no money? Bai Yanliang's wife, you can't be so unkind." Old Bai was paralyzed in bed, and the Bai family had a group of mostly grown children. They worked in the fields but earned hardly any points, and the whole family could only barely get by on their meager food ration. When Hu Lijing first arrived, she used her private savings to buy a large amount of grain to help in an emergency, just to make Bai Yanliang remember her kindness. At that time, she was confident and said she was willing to shoulder the burden of the family for Bai Yanliang. Now that she was asked to pay, she hesitated. That couldn't be right. If Hu Lijing refused to pay, then the costs would have to be borne by the team. It was unreasonable to ask for such a sum out of nowhere. Not to mention whether the other members would agree. The team leader also wouldn't agree. The team leader raised his voice again. "Bai Yanliang's wife, don't forget, you're now part of our Yushu team. Offend the whole team, and you won't have a good time." Although the Bai family had fallen on hard times, Bai Yanliang was still in the army, so the team leader was naturally polite to Hu Lijing. Now that Bai Yanliang had fallen to a labor reform farm, no one would indulge them anymore. When Hu Lijing first arrived, her household registration was transferred here as well. Could she not control a woman? The team leader's threats made Hu Lijing tremble all over, but she still stubbornly said, "I've already said I have no money. Do as you will." After her parents left, although all the money was with her at home, when she first arrived in the Northeast, she had no winter clothes or shoes, and had to buy them again, costing a lot. She also bought many things for the useless members of the Bai family. Now she has no job and cannot earn money, living completely off her savings. Therefore, no matter what, she must stop spending money recklessly. At this moment, Hu Lijing's mind is clearer than ever before. She ignores the angry shouting of the team leader, turns her back, and lies on the kong, a traditional bed. She needs to think carefully about her future and what she should do next. The team leader's gaze falls on Hu Lijing's raised backside, and he unconsciously licks his lips. When this young wife first arrived, she had soft, delicate skin, quite different from the rough women in the village. But back then, Bai Yanliang hadn't gotten into trouble, so he didn't dare to have any extra thoughts. Now, things are different. If he can enjoy something new, the team might be willing to spend some money. After a moment of silence, the team leader speaks again. "Yanliang's wife, are you really determined not to spend this money?" "I'm not refusing to spend it. I really don't have any money." Hu Lijing's attitude is firm. No matter what the team leader says, she clings tightly to the words "no money." His gaze becomes deeper. He looks at Hu Lijing for a while, says nothing, and then a sly smile appears on his face as he turns and walks away. "Auntie, I'm hungry. Is there anything good to eat?" Gosheng runs back quickly, starts shouting as soon as he enters the house, followed by other children from the Bai family. In the past 6 months, only they and an old man Bai who was paralyzed remained at home, and they almost starved to death. It was this auntie who came, bought clothes for them, and bought food for the family. She was very kind. So they got used to it. When they were hungry, they would come home and ask auntie for food. Unfortunately, today is a special day. They were happily expecting to eat, but instead, Hu Lijing scolded them harshly. "Eat. Eat. All you do is eat. Go away, and eat your if you want. There's plenty in the toilet. Go, eat your fill. Hu Lijing, already angry and unable to vent her frustration, directed all her anger at them. Her sudden outburst surprised the children. None of them expected her to become so furious. But seeing her face so grim, they all fell silent, too afraid to say another word. The children quietly backed out of the room. Hu Lijing felt upset and restless. Seeing they no longer disturbed her, she paid no more attention to them. She lay on the Kong again, but her mind couldn't calm down. After thinking carefully, she realized she couldn't afford to be depressed anymore. Bai Yanliang has already gone to reform school. She is still young and in the prime of her life. Why should she waste her youth waiting for him to come out? She wants a divorce. After the divorce, she plans to return to the island. She has money and can live a good life. Even marrying a fisherman would be better than staying in this freezing, miserable place. Deciding quickly, Hu Lijing stood up, put on a thick cotton coat, a felt hat, wrapped a scarf tightly around her neck, and gloves on her hands. She headed toward the commune. She wanted to seek help from the Women's Federation. In this situation, they would surely help her. Along the way, the snow was piled thickly, and each step made a loud creak sound. Hu Lijing walked carefully, each step feeling very difficult. But just thinking about escaping from the suffering of the Bai family made her feel energized. Meanwhile, the children at home were already very hungry, their stomachs pressed against their backs. The older dog, Go Sheng, suggested, "Why don't we cook our own food? It's better than starving. Anyway, Auntie C hasn't locked up the grain. What should we cook? Just porridge, boil water, and add flour. It's the simplest." Go Sheng was confident and rolled up his sleeves to go to the kitchen. Go Sheng poured nearly half a pot of cold water into a large iron pot. Then he picked up a handful of dry firewood from the corner and put it into the stove. Striking a match, the dry wood immediately caught fire. He turned to his slightly shorter younger brother, Go Dan, and said, "Go Dan, watch the fire. I'll go get the flour." Hu Lijing didn't like eating coarse grains. She bought a lot of white flour, but due to shortages, even with money, she couldn't buy all fine flour. So, the family still had half cornmeal. Worried Hu Lijing would be angry, Go Sheng didn't dare use all the flour. He mixed half white flour and half cornmeal, then put them into a basin. Next, he poured water into the basin and kept stirring until the flour and cornmeal were fully blended into a thick batter. The water in the pot was already boiling. Go Sheng scooped up the batter and poured it all into the hot water. Then he grabbed a spoon and quickly stirred the mixture in the pot until it thickened and started to bubble, making a gurgling sound. Finally, the batter was cooked. Go Sheng scooped the cooked batter into a basin. The children gathered around eagerly, each grabbing a bowl and chopsticks, and hurried to the side room. Everyone sat around an old wooden table, eating eagerly. As they enjoyed their food, Dog Egg suddenly looked up, confused, and asked, "Brother, why do you think Auntie C is angry today?" While speaking, he kept stuffing noodles into his mouth. Although the warm noodles made him feel a bit warmer, they didn't really satisfy his hunger. He still preferred steamed buns. Dog Xing was gulping down his porridge loudly, mumbling, "I don't know. If she's angry, we just have to bear it. As long as Auntie C still cares for them, that's enough." He didn't want to go back to the days a few months ago, when they were almost starving. They ate happily inside the side room, unaware that the roof of the main house was already on fire. When the children finished eating and happily carried their bowls outside to wash, they saw the fire spreading, engulfing the entire house in flames. With a clear clang, the bowl in Dog Xing's hand fell to the ground. He turned pale with fright and, without hesitation, ran out the door. He ran desperately, shouting loudly, "Help! Someone help! The house is on fire!" But it was winter, and outside was freezing cold with snow and icy winds. No one was out wandering around. Dog Xing ran to the neighbors' houses to ask for help. The neighbors hurriedly grabbed their own buckets and started banging on their doors. The loud banging echoed through the village, waking up more people. Everyone hurriedly rushed to the White family's house. To put out the fire, They had to run to a distant well, fetch water bucket by bucket, and carry it back, which took a lot of time. Even if the neighbors' water tanks had some water, it was barely enough against such a fierce fire. Despite everyone's efforts, the fire showed no signs of dying down. The children looked terrified, their faces pale, crying loudly. My grandpa is still inside. Old White, who was already very thin and barely breathing, was still alive, hanging on by a thread. But he was still a person, and the villagers couldn't bear to watch him burn. But no one dared to risk their life to go inside and save him. What should we do? We can't get enough water, and the fire won't go out. The village chief shouted loudly. Everyone, quickly grab shovels and start shoveling snow. In this season in the Northeast, there may not be many things, but the snow is plenty. This sound was like flipping a switch, and everyone quickly sprang into action. They hurried home to fetch shovels and worked hard to shovel the thick snow into the burning house. At the same time, villagers kept bringing water to help. Everyone worked together and finally put out the fire in Bai's house. Only thick smoke was left, drifting freely in the air. Someone rushed inside and brought out old Bai, whose face was covered in dark ash. His eyes were wide open, but he had no breath left. The team leader looked at the house, which was now just 4 blackened walls after the fire. He asked what happened. How did it catch fire for no reason? Go Sheng was trembling, whether from cold or fear, and stammered, I don't know. We were so hungry we cooked some porridge, and then it just happened. Hearing this, the team leader frowned deeply, his face turning darker. You cooked your own food? Where is your Aunt Si? Where did she go? Go Sheng lowered his head and whispered, She went out, not at home. Someone nearby thought of a possibility and guessed, maybe your stove wasn't cleaned properly, and the firewood caught fire? Go Sheng looked at Dog Egg, who was cooking the fire. Dog Egg was terrified and backed away instinctively, his neck shrinking into his collar. Then he suddenly burst into tears, crying loudly and choking on his words, I don't know. I was so hungry and anxious to eat, I don't remember. At this point, asking more wouldn't help. The team leader sighed helplessly, waved his hand, and ordered everyone to carry old Bai to a side room for now. Then he sent someone to look for Hu Lijing, but unfortunately, they searched the entire village and couldn't find her. His heart sank. Could Hu Lijing have run away? He hadn't even had a chance to talk to her. Thinking quickly, he remembered that Hu Lijing's household registration was still with the team, and she didn't have a transfer certificate. She couldn't run away easily. With that in mind, he felt relieved. When Hu Lijing returned from the commune, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. She dragged her tired body home. When her eyes fell on the barren, blackened ruins, she was stunned at first, then quickly hurried toward the wreckage. She shouted loudly, voice hoarse, Who did this? Why did they burn my house down? After shouting, she didn't bother about the dust on the ground. She rushed straight into her west room and started frantically searching through the ruins. All her money was inside that house. Without money, what would she do? No matter how hard Hu Lijing tried to find something, she only saw dirty black ash and not a single penny. Exhausted in body and mind, Hu Lijing sat in the ruins and cried loudly. When the team leader arrived and saw Hu Lijing's state, a hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Lijing, things are like this now. Don't cry and ruin your health. The team leader walked over, put his arm around Hu Lijing's waist, and helped her up. Hu Lijing was full of thoughts about her money being completely burned, so she didn't notice the change in how he addressed her, nor the small gestures in his hand or his sneaky thoughts. The team leader carried Hu Lijing to the East Wing room, sat beside her, and patiently advised, The house is burned down. No matter how much you cry, it won't bring it back. Luckily, there are 2 other rooms, so you won't be left without a place to stay. The most important thing now is to handle your father-in-law's funeral. Do you have any ideas? She was planning to divorce, so whether the Bai family was alive or not had nothing to do with her. But today's visit to the Women's Federation was unsuccessful, and all her money was gone. Hu Lijing's mind was a tangled mess, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing she was silent for a long time, The team leader sighed. No matter what, death is the priority. You should take some money to buy your father-in-law a coffin and bury him first. Hu Lijing hoarsely replied, I have no money. It was all burned. What? The team leader couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, finally understanding why Hu Lijing was crying on the ruins. Her money was burned, and his heart ached along with it. If he could get Hu Lijing, he might be able to make some money off her. But now it's too late to say anything. The team leader paused and said, in this situation with the Bai family, we can't just watch old Bai not have a proper burial. The coffin's cost will be covered by the team first. Since everything about the funeral was simple now, giving old Bai a proper burial was already a final act of respect. Hu Lijing was indifferent to all this. She was worried about what she would do next. After organizing people to bury old Bai, the team leader came to Hu Lijing's room that night. Inside, an old kerosene lamp flickered weakly, casting a faint glow, making the room very dark. Team leader, why are you here so late? Hu Lijing sat sadly on the edge of the kong, a traditional bed, looking exhausted. The fire not only burned her money but also destroyed all the food in the house, turning everything into ashes. She could only borrow grain from the team temporarily, but she knew deep down that this was not a long-term solution. Now, even just surviving had become a problem. Hu Lijing was confused and upset, unable to understand how her life had become like this. Lijing, when life gets tough, you need to think of other ways. The team leader sat close to Hu Lijing and took her hand. Faced with his actions and words, Hu Lijing was stunned at first, then she angrily scolded. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. She struggled to break free. Unfortunately, she was a woman who had never done hard work, so how could she compare to the strong and healthy team leader? The team leader slightly applied more force and easily pressed Hu Lijing onto the bed. Hu Lijing quickly kicked her legs, trying to escape. But the team leader seemed to have anticipated her plan and held her legs firmly before she could twist away. Before she could shout, he spoke first. Lijing, right now you have no money or food. Not to mention supporting the Bai family's children. You're almost at your wit's end, right? Are you really going to stay in this village, working hard every day just to earn a few points? No matter what you plan, I won't give you a recommendation letter, so you won't be able to do anything. While speaking, the team leader carefully observed Hu Lijing's face in the dim light. She had stopped struggling, but her beautiful face was still full of lingering anger, and her eyes stared fiercely at him, as if she might explode with rage. Seeing this, the team leader secretly felt pleased, a faint look of pride flashing in his eyes. He grew bolder, secretly slipping his rough hand into her clothes at the waist. Then he shamelessly said, think about it. If a woman has no support, how will she get through the days ahead? What do women want in life? Just to eat well and stay warm. If you obediently follow me, I can't promise everything, but I will make sure your life is comfortable. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring you some good food to eat first. Since you're from the city and educated, when spring comes, I'll arrange for you to be a scorekeeper so you won't have to work in the fields. After some time, I'll find a way to get you into a school as a teacher so your life won't be any worse than in the city. While the team leader was making these promises, his restless hand was busy. Hu Lijing seemed to gradually feel despair and helplessness, her angry expression slowly replaced by a calm numbness. Seeing that the moment was right, the team leader no longer wanted to delay. He quickly reached out with one hand and snuffed out the dim oil lamp. In an instant, the entire room was plunged into darkness. The team leader lunged at Hu Lijing like a hungry wolf. In the darkness, Hu Lijing finally asked, can you really make sure all these promises come true? Don't worry, I promise, he replied hurriedly, distracted by his own plans, barely hearing her question clearly. When he finally got what he wanted, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Hu Lijing and Bai Yanliang hadn't been together for a long time. As a married woman, she actually missed him. Although she was forced at first and felt a bit reluctant, gradually, an indescribable joy took over her, and she started to enjoy it willingly. After all, isn't that what men and women are about? Her movement made the team leader keenly aware of the subtle change, and he was overjoyed. He quickly held his beloved close, still reluctant to leave after their intimacy. Jingjing, don't worry, I will keep my promise, he said confidently. Although it was difficult for Hu Lijing to become a teacher, arranging her as a scorekeeper was no problem. Anyway, he had already enjoyed the moment, so he planned to indulge in their intimacy first. As for everything else, he would take it step by step. The next day, the team leader kept his promise and brought Hu Lijing a lot of food. While they stayed inside the house, his restless desire began to stir again. Hu Lijing quickly turned away to avoid looking at him and scolded, in broad daylight, "Don't do anything reckless. If others see, how can I face people later?" In fact, when Hu Lijing saw his dark, wrinkled face, an uncontrollable feeling of disgust rose from her heart.